Sometimes in history, there's this magic moment. Somebody appears on the scene and everything changes.
I am with you.
We've never seen anything like this.
I will fight for you.
This was a man who's met his destiny.
And I will win for you.
He said he was saved by God in order to make America great again.
His victory was the greatest comeback of all time.
You're watching history, so buckle up.
I don't think the American people have ever seen this before. A government that has moved this quickly and a president that has done so much when it comes to the border and energy and major investments from other countries. It's like warp speed.
47's on a hot streak, bringing head-snapping change to Washington, overwhelming the system with a volcanic eruption of action. Trump has a mandate from the people, and he's using it, and they're just getting started.
President Trump said on the campaign trail, success will be my retribution.
Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free.
We're going to have one shot at this, and no other president's going to do what I'm doing.
America's back, common sense is back. He is keeping his promise to you, the American people.
Inflation is down, growth is up.
The numbers don't lie. The economy is soaring.
Lowest gas prices in 4 years.
And record tariff revenue.
The USA is on a roll, culminating in the signing of the One Big Beautiful Bill on July 4th.
The Trump economic golden age is full steam ahead. America is back, thanks to the courage of President Trump, thanks to the leadership of his amazing cabinet, and thanks, of course, to our brave men and women in the United States military.
This is a message to the rest of the world. The days of ripping off America and Americans are officially over.
Between the attacks on Iran's nuke site and the Maduro operation, the U.S. military recruitment at an all-time high.
This president will go down in history as a peacemaking president.
Peace through strength, America's in charge.
And he's just got one filter, and that is America first.
Whatever they're doing, it's working. Zero illegal crossing, drug cartels frustrated, less crime.
We have the most secure border in the history of this nation. If you think we're doing good now, you just wait till this coming year.
The president isn't taking his foot off the gas in 2026.
It's a new year. The stock markets are already making new record highs. The Trump archive are a series of near impossible feats.
As for the next year, the American people have so much to look forward to. The president will continue to build off of his historic accomplishments.
2025 is setting the table, but the banquet's going to be in 2026.
This is the golden age coming.
He says, make America great again because every American is invited.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun.
What up, fools? Little Miss Panda can't decide what she wants to do. So, I'll start off by saying, so there I was, minding my own business. That's how all great stories start. I'll preface this by saying I wasn't in the room, don't know that it took place. But this is what I was told earlier this afternoon, and I asked when and if I was allowed to say something, and they said they didn't seem to think it would be a problem for me to mention it, because it's probably going to come out anyways. Let me see here. Why? Okay, Rumble chat is going. Okay. Is there a problem with the mic? I mean, can you guys hear me? Hey, quiet man, you can hardly hear me. Okay. Let me see. Let's see. Audio device. Some of you are saying it's good, some of you saying it's art, so let me go check on my end. Probably because I'm talking kind of light. Let's see. Let me see. See if it's just the hunter bringing in his bullshit. Check. Yep, sounded fine on my end. Alright. So, from what I had been told, there was a meeting last night. And it was a very, very heated debate. And from what I was told, there were a lot of finger pointing going on. And some of the finger pointing went towards the Secret Service, and from what I was told, the response was that they are operating on 72 days without being funded. And even though there is funding, their resources are not being allocated like they should. And this person had told everybody in the room that it's bullshit, and people that are elected into these offices need to grow a set and do what's right for the country and for their constituents. And the person who basically that was directed at took very much offense to it and had an issue with it. And the person who made that statement had, instead of calling him Mr. Speaker, called him Mike. And the Speaker of the House got offended to it, or offended by it. And this person had looked at the president and said, please give us the word, because somebody's going to get hurt. And then there was questions brought up by, I don't know how certain, maybe certain members of Congress were brought into this. I wasn't able to get a straight answer for it, but the members of Congress were asked why the National Guard responded. And this person had told these congressional members that if you guys would quit playing fucking politics and do what's right for the country, then maybe we wouldn't have to worry about these issues. And somebody within that congressional orbit decided to make a comment to say this person should be removed and fired, and that person in turn threw his badge on the table and looked and said, all you have to do is say the word and here it is. And the president told him to put it back in his pocket, and that they are not, he or any of his people weren't at fault for this. And I'm trying to think how to word this. And this individual expressed to the president saying, you know what? The members of Congress don't want to do their job. They want to play politics. Then how about this, Mr. President? I am formally asking the President of the United States and the Commander-in-Chief, along with the Joint Chiefs of Staff, to augment special forces into the program and to also make it very clear. They want to act like you're a dictator, and they want to throw those words around, and they want to throw around words set up, then let's do it. So I don't know where that batshit crazy stuff come from, but it was very toxic in that room. And afterwards, this individual and the president allegedly met one-on-one, and he offered up his resignation, and the president told him he wasn't going anywhere. And so this, I thought it kind of, not so much ballsy, I thought it was kind of interesting that this person basically told the fucking Speaker of the House to go pound salt. Yeah, and I got up this morning and I was looking on social media. Holy shit. Do we have some crazy, deranged fucking people in this country? I mean, it is absolutely nuts what and I'm telling you, because I had asked the big chair, I said, you guys gonna start doing some door knocking? And he kind of put it in terms of maybe that's what QRF is for. But I see here for a Sunday, we got a lot of flight traffic. Over the U.S. I'm not sure what I think about this. I've been watching different angles, different clips of this attempt. And, I've heard anything from all this is just a setup so Trump can get his ball. Trump's getting that ballroom. I mean, people it's all privately funded. All the planes have been approved. And if the military wants it, which is what I think is the whole purpose of this, is just for instances like this, where the government and the Secret Service, because they know that there is a major threat matrix. Just think about this, right? You have members of Congress who had openly said on national TV prior to this dinner that Trump needs to be stopped. I mean, to me, that's inciting a riot. Kind of like an insurrection, right? I'm telling you, I don't know how or what the play is, but and I think there's a lot of people within the administration that actually give a fuck, don't care that it's Trump. They care about the office. There are a lot of pissed off people that are ready for this whole ball of wax to get underway. So I'd ask the big chair, this is, they have no filter. These boys have zero filter. So, out of quote unquote abundance of caution, it was told that family members who were there behind the scenes in the staging room and stuff were ushered to the White House. And I made the comment last night that once individuals from the first family were secured in the certain areas of the White House, that First Lady had told these three boys, you know, basically to go to the kitchen, and, you know, they have staff there 24 hours and get as much ice cream as they want. And the response from the middle one was, and he is 7. And he said, all I want to know is Cheeto okay? They call the president Cheeto. Yeah. So, the main reason why I come on, because I was listening to EAM traffic, and the EAM traffic, there was a message that was sent on 11175, which is one of the I just seen that they weren't all the way loaded, so I'm gonna get these loaded back up. Alright, so now we should hear them. So, there was message traffic that was transmitted on 11175 for an aircraft. Well, I think it's an aircraft call sign. To QSY to another frequency. QSY basically means change your station. Change your frequency. And so I went over to that frequency and they were sending high-speed cipher. So it's encrypted data that allows for a lot of orders, whatever they're transmitting, to be sent extremely quickly. So they don't have to go and use code books and all that other fun stuff. You get encryption keys. They can run it through like K-Night, and the encryption keys are already loaded from NSA, and they would get the message traffic real quick. So let's see. I was working on this morning because I think it's going to be a better way, and we'll see how it works. So I'm going to transition over to the US map. Let's see how this works. Okay. Now let me wait and see how it shows up on my end. A little bit slow, but I think once I get the more RAM put into this joker, it'll work out fine. So basically what this will do is this will allow instead of fumbling around, it'll allow me to pull stuff up quicker and get some information. So I'm going to look at this aircraft over Oklahoma. I have a feeling this is going to be an E6. And so, so this E6 originally took off out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. And it flew through LA and all of that. Now, I'm not sure if it's on its way back, or I think they're looking for something. And the reason, look at all of these aircraft over the Los Angeles area. You got a sub hunter that came down from Whidbey Island. I think you got a couple helos here. So that's a Sikorsky Seahawk. That's another one. Super Hercules. Now, some of this could be training. I doubt it on a Sunday. All these guys should have their flight hours in. This here, it could be SEAL training, but I have a feeling there's operations going on down here. Not sure whether it is, look at this. This is a citation. And it's coming down from Seattle. Look at this crazy flight path. Goes to Amarillo, lands in Amarillo, and then comes all the way across. I have a feeling there's a lot of raids going on right now. Here you got a Chinook. Let's see what else we got. This is the Black Hawk. I am more apt to say there's something going on the West Coast. Major movement happening. And this could be a result of these conversations that took place in the basement last night. Yeah, I think certain individuals, including Cash Patel. Hold on, Miss Panda's going nuts. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, Outlandish. Yeah, she's just up on her window perch and she sees somebody out at her quote-unquote boyfriend's house. Here's another odd flight path. So this E-6B takes off from Paxito River, Maryland. Flies south, comes back up, just doing these weird patterns. And then you have this whole... the basement is where the White House Situation Room is at. You know, you got this whole Congo line getting ready to book out of New York. That's probably resupplies for the Middle East. Because I believe within... I think we are. I believe once this gets started, and look, I had a conversation with somebody earlier today that doesn't get it. They know something's going on, but they don't get it. And they're in the camp that Trump is staging all of these. And I told him, look, if this guy was staging all these, somebody would leak it. And not only would they leak it, they would be using it against Trump. So, take that off the table. I said, and everybody's playing for all the marbles. Because if certain things, which I think are coming, get exposed, there are going to be a lot of congressmen, a lot of senators, a lot of business leaders, a lot of church leaders that are going to fall. They are done. Their life as they know it is over. And the temperature from that room last night was pretty hectic. And another thing that I thought was very odd. Well, not odd in the aspect that the person was there, but the White House Chief of Staff was there. And she had made a kind of like a matter-of-fact statement that this is what's going to be done. And two members of the law enforcement community basically told her she needed to know her role. And her role isn't in this. And the grimace that I was told that was given to Trump by the chief of staff is she was waiting for the president to basically put these two people in place, and he didn't. You know, it's kind of like you're an expert in making hamburgers. And you have somebody coming in who's never made a hamburger in their damn life telling you, as a matter of fact, this is how you do it. That's the takeaway that I think was given. And this is why, you know, Big Chair can say a lot of shit very openly, because I think that's why he was selected for this, because he don't give a shit. And he's more institutionalized in be for the country. He don't care who is sitting in that seat, but the person sitting in that seat right now is who he believes is the right person to be doing this. I think that's some of it, because it's a military type thing, and kind of like an ombudsman almost. But there are, I believe, certain things that they feel that you should probably keep your pie hole shut on and let the professionals do what they need to do. It's going to be very interesting to see once, and I'm sure they already have it, because I do know there was a couple more warrants that were executed this afternoon. Once they start following the money, because, on a teacher's salary, I don't think you're going to be able to do a lot of without having some type of financial backing. Oh yeah, the people who are on the left side, dude, I'm telling you, I was just scrolling through social media, mostly this fucking TikTok. Oh my God, people are fucking unhinged. I mean, don't they realize some of the shit that you're saying will earn you a door knock? It may not be tomorrow. It may not be next week. It may come 6 months later. But your dumb ass is going to get a door knock. And, I never thought about that, Patriot. That's interesting. Craig's on permanent vacation. Craig's got to get rid of crickets or cockroaches or fleas or whatever he's got going on down there. They still, in that letter in the alphabet, they talk about how the first arrest is going to state the path at which we're going. I do know, allegedly, that there's new indictments that are coming down for Comey, but I've been told Comey's somewhere else, and that somebody's seen him in that somewhere else location. And I was watching IRNN, which is the Iranian news company, which I think they're actually broadcasting everything out of Qatar. And they revealed a monument to Ghalibaf, to the Ayatollah, and other people. And there was a person right above, his name's slipping my mind right now, the guy that, Soleimani, that nobody nobody, everybody inside of Iran told he is alive, but they put him up on the monument. So you should have seen, it was kind of interesting sitting there watching people like look at each other without saying anything, like, wait, we were told this dude's alive. Why is he up on this? So, slap nuts, meaning the hunter. Are you doing a live tonight, or are you still mentally wore out? Because there were some people asking. And I'm sure they want to get, some kind of less than 30 minute check mark on the notebook from last night. Yeah, I like this whole transition shit. This is pretty. No, you're mentally. You're mental, all right. So now let me see if I do this right. All right. I just got to work up the speed transfer process. I think that'll be resolved once I get the new chip set. And I think, I could be wrong, I think I have the issue with the pin comment, highlighting. I didn't realize that I had to be on a specific tab, because I always use the multi-stream chat. So I think I had to make sure that it's on the YouTube section. That way when, some clown like Craig, let me see if I can put on a widget here to do this. Widget. And I think it's called Chat Highlight. Yep. Let's see if this, and I think I have to sign in. Source. Okay, done. Let me get this down here. Yeah, I think we'll be cooking with gas here soon. Let me sign into this portion. It's going to allow me to do so. So most of you guys are winding your weekend down. You got to go back to the grind tomorrow. Let's see. Yeah, so that E3B, it's going to be flying up towards me here pretty soon. May have to go out and give it the finger if it flies over by me. Rage in the cage? I don't believe so. Alright, there. I guess it decided it's going to open up like 6 of them at once. Good job. Alright, let's see. Yeah, let's see. I've been retired for going on 16 years now. Let's see if it signed me in now. Okay, so the window popped up, and it allowed me to do that, but it's still saying I have to sign in. Yeah, so I put that one video about the Pakistani plane going over to leaving Pakistan. I was going to look and see how many so let me see. I don't think that's it. I don't think I want to pin the message, because it should show right up next to the ticker, and I don't see that taking place. So I guess I'll have to either watch a YouTube video on it or ask my niece, because she'll probably be able to walk me right through it. Because I think I should be able to double click on the message and it's supposed to pop up, but I'm not getting that option. All right. Yeah, all of a sudden, once when they did that QSY, on that freak, all of a sudden everything went quiet for the EAMs. Let's see. Let me see if Gracie cleaned out the bank. Let's see. Let's do a gamble all. Yep. She took all the cash. Good job, Gracie. Way better show, but all the Jeff... You're an idiot, Hunter. Yeah, see, I wish I'd be able to... Should be able to double click that and put it up on the main screen, but it's not letting me. So, I'm going to switch over here. These are all still running. Let me get, I gotta find a 24-hour VOA channel or Armed Forces Radio. I'd much rather have Armed Forces Radio.
1949, and the bilateral defense agreement signed with the United States in 1951. But faith in these bonds
Let me see if I go in here and go into their chat box and ask them if anybody has an Armed Force Radio network.
The possibility of withdrawing the U.S., NATO's largest member, from the alliance. Iceland has a population of fewer than 400,000 people. As the country adjusts to these new and volatile political realities, would creating its own national military be a possibility the public might want to consider? Do you think Iceland should have an army? No, I don't think so. I think...
Good thing Craig isn't doing this, because you have to, in order, prior to submitting your question, you have to do the math. And I'm sure that would be an epic fail for Craig.
We're a small country, we can't have an army. I think, why not? We're so small. It doesn't make sense. We have enough people that want to in the army. Would you ever want to?
What's up with the Nimitz heading to South America? I think it's going to be more cartel action and force protections when we start going after Cuba.
In fact, a poll taken last year showed 72% of the population oppose creating a national military. And that may have a lot to do with the faith the nation has in its Coast Guard.
Let's see, no one's responded yet.
You're moving this big screen with your fingers, and are these all the ships that are around the area at the moment?
The ships which are operating in our region.
That was kind of weird.
You see in the areas with some restrictions. We have the call sign of each ship so we can check them. We have
hey, Kelly.
Cables, the fiber optic cables connecting Iceland to Europe and US.
Yeah, I just turned her down.
Yep, so we are mounting them as well.
You're not even a good troll.
Director of Maritime Division, and also involved in strategic planning and development of Icelandic Coast Guard.
Yeah, let me turn it down.
This is the Joint Rescue Coordination Center for Iceland. This is actually, we can say, heart of Icelandic Coast Guard.
There we go. That should be a lot better.
Maritime safety and security surveillance in the waters surrounding the country. South of the island.
Oh, my mic sucks. No, it's probably I just don't have on the right setting inside of OBS.
This makes the work of the Coast Guard vital to European security.
It's not gay, Craig, till you get caught.
On behalf
So I must be an elusive bastard.
Our defense system. We have a small unmanned underwater vehicle.
Looks like we got 100 people in here. Don't forget to like, subscribe, share this joker out. We also broadcast on Twitch, Kick, Facebook.
All this expertise goes some way to explaining why Icelanders haven't had to think much about.
We got our merch site up here. I got a. This is payback. Yeah, but you're not good at it, Craig. Joe Biden still is probably going to go down as the greatest president ever. Oh, I think the Nimitz is being positioned in Southcom for when Cuba happens.
People in my line of business actually always see the need for more. The government is increasing the spending for the Coast Guard, and we have actually been used increased to increase our helicopter availability or vessel availability.
Underdog is here, and Craig still wears underoos. Underoos are fun too. Remember those commercials? You've been trolling.
Iceland is a beautiful country. It's known for its striking scenery and the northern lights, which is why tourism makes up one of its most important industries.
Yeah, I have a feeling that E3B is going to somewhere in New York, like where all of those, we've seen all those planes lining up to land. Yeah, I think we are just hours. I hadn't looked, but I want to see what the location of the bush is.
Which was fantastic incentive to be on time for my interviews. So where are we? which is a very nice street.
Let's see here. The W. Bush.
Who was the first elected female president of a first republic in the world in 1980. So she lives here right out on the corner.
I've been trying to get one of my business application integrations. It was working as of like an hour ago, and then all of a sudden it dropped. So I think it's probably something that might be under some sort of cyber attack. Because I think we're going to start seeing a lot more of that too. Yeah, right, let me edit. And reconnect authentication. It's probably going to give me a middle finger connect. Let's see what happens here. Well, yeah, I mean that dude, he should have been playing football. Because that cat, man, he was like Usain Lightning Bolt. Pootie's over there on Rumble. He's trusting the plan over there. Yeah, I'm still getting a processing error, so they must be having issues. Booty Poots over there trusting the plan, baby. Let's get a... Let's give a Booty Poot shout out. Q minus.
When he seemed to confuse Greenland and Iceland in part of his speech referring to NATO.
Booty Poot is Q minus. Yeah, and you'll see Sissy K is on it. She dropping that stuff. ever since I put that one video up on TikTok. Because I'm trying to get enough followers on this damn TikTok. So some of these things that these people on TikTok come up with. You have Trump on the golf course walking, and the tagline says, "Missed again, fuckheads." Yeah, so right now, we are at, I think 137 followers. Don't acknowledge the hunter. He's a bad troll. I think I'm going to have to charge him for trolling sessions. Because I can get under some people's fucking skin. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, so if you guys are on TikTok, I'll give you... It's... let me give you the handle. I think you guys can get there from this. That's the TikTok. It was funny. When I was scrolling through TikTok, I came across the live that 10 was on. That was funny. She's like, "Oh my God, Jeff B, what are you doing here?" I was like, "Trust the plan, baby. Trust the plan." Yeah, so that's the... I'm not even sure how many you have to have on this platform to go live. I really don't. But there is some China controlled. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, I bet you Craig likes the dog collars, doesn't he? So there we got Outlandish and somebody else. Now we got somebody else.
We have been actively taking care of business, running the Icelandic air defense system, which is sort of the ice figures of NATO, in monitoring the aircraft.
Yeah, it's yeah, I bet you don't remember that hunt. I gotta order a green screen. That way I can put like maps or whatever in the back of the green screen. I'm gonna, in the space that I'm building out to do live streams, I'm gonna do one whole wall and nothing but green screen. My one neighbor was telling me his one boy, I think he's like 8 or 9, he live streams that damn game where a clown jumps out of a bus that has balloons. Fortnite, I think it's called. And I think he was telling me he took some certain kind of paint. And I don't know if it's like paint specifically like to make it a green screen or what. But I wouldn't look at it. It's pretty cool. You can't tell. I mean, it looks like looks real shit, so Yeah, I think maybe I heard, and I could be wrong. I think you have to have 1,000 followers before you can do a live on TikTok, which is nuts. Oh, Craig is proud of me. Oh. I think Pootie Poot finally has some company over there on Rumble. Maybe he's over there reading the plan to him. Yeah, I think uh, yeah, I don't follow the whole money exchange uh, on the dong or the rupee. Um, you know, I think it. I mean, I know it's a thing, um, but we will have to see what that quote unquote thing's going to be. Old Miss Panda finally calmed down.
Icelandic Army, New Challenges in a Changed World, which he dedicated to the future generations of Iceland. But it's a position
All
he
right,
acknowledges
I am.
mainstream.
Oh, to 200. Oh, that'd be kind of cool.
Because Icelanders don't want to think about the security
China.
defense of Iceland. It's best to leave that to other nations.
All right.
Besides, it's much less expensive.
His group is proposing a
Well,
national
I
force of
going to
2,000
step
people
away. I'm gonna leave
to
this.
handle
I gotta
unforeseen security crises and
run
prepare
up
the
to the
people.
grocery store and grab a few items because I think one of my nephews are coming to stay the night this evening. Oh, that'll be a hoot. So he wants to, because his grandma's off tomorrow. He wants to come spend time with his grandma.
From schools, from
So,
hospitals, from roads. Is the public going to approve of this?
yeah, in the beginning, Miss Lily, I put up there about some of the meetings afterwards and how he kind of went off the deep end.
It does, but it is a fight we are engaged in, and hopefully we will have some
Oh,
success.
Mother's Day. Is that a confusing time in your household, Craig, or is it Father's Day? You get a bunch of kids that come up, knock on your door, and you're like, who is this? All right, I'll be back shortly.
At a house in the harbor, the Reykjavik summit between Russia's Mikhail Gorbachev and President Ronald Reagan marked the beginning of the end of the Cold War. And a few streets away, another American president left his mark on the local culture. Then Square, not far from the harbor, on a lamppost, there's a big sign that says Polsa in red and white letters, referring to the national dish, the Icelandic sausage. And this is a very particular sausage stand because in 2004, former President Bill Clinton came here and ordered a hot dog, controversially with just mustard. This goes against the national grain of having it with everything. That particular order now is known as the Clinton. And just overlooking this tourist attraction are the offices where I'm going next. Hi, Andy.
Hi, nice to meet you, and welcome to Reykjavik. And welcome to the offices of the Reykjavik Grapevine. It's an English language magazine published in Reykjavik since 2003. It's on the third floor. It's one of the last ungentrified buildings here in the downtown. And it's not going to look like maybe it should for like a publication in its third decade, because we figured it was kind of looking like a squat, so we emptied it and painted it, but it's missing sort of all of the memorabilia it should probably have.
I'm sure it's very charming. At least it's out of the wind.
I am Jón Trausti Sigurðarson. I'm the publisher of the Reykjavik Grapevine.
Hello, my name is Bart Cameron. I'm the editor of the Reykjavik Grapevine.
Jón Trausti and Bart have been working together at the Reykjavik Grapevine on and off for over 20 years. Both have had stints folks working abroad in professions outside journalism, Bart in his native America and Jan Tristi in Sweden. They showed me around the office, which wasn't nearly as bad as advertised. Then we went into a separate room, which was kitted out for the paper's other media offerings. So you have your own podcast studio?
Yeah. Really bare bones, but we're a low-budget operation. Bart is sitting in a chair that he donated to the studio.
Yeah. These tiny chairs are fit in the tiny apartments we live in.
Before I came to Iceland, I didn't know much about the country, other than it was beautiful, had the occasional volcanic eruption, challenging weather conditions, and, of course, Bjork. So Jan Tristi and Bart were kind enough to give me some insights into the Icelandic society and how the public views its national defense.
I would say there's a different approach to it because things that can cause mortality here at a pretty high level and that one observes on a constant basis. You're dealing with the cold and the wind. We're covering Reynisfjara Beach, which is nearby, where if you step on the beach and what's called a sneaker wave gets you, you'll be pulled out to the and then you will drown horrifically. The nature here is pretty brutal, and it's constantly around you.
It's an island culture. We rely on few large sectors. Fisheries is one of them, hence nature. Tourism is another one, nature. Kind of creates a psyche of like, we're not a nation that is known for planning things. We're a nation that's known for reacting to things. Because that's the only sane thing to do, really, where you can't control your environment.
Make you vulnerable to the whims and wishes of, well, mostly America. At the moment seems quite a precarious thing to be.
It does, but it has to be taken into account that we got away with ignoring this issue during that whole period of post-war sort of world order. It just seemed like nothing would change and nothing was happening, and we never had to really deal with it. And before that world order, we weren't an independent nation, so we didn't have to deal with it either. So it's hard to recalibrate, I guess, towards trying to think about these issues in a more practical way, or we're actually trying to like have agency in it, but we just kind of haven't, in my opinion.
Though events may be shaking people out of their complacency, Iceland's relationship with Europe is back on the agenda again. The government has accelerated a referendum asking if the public is in favor of restarting negotiations on EU membership. And when it comes to establishing an Icelandic military, the various parties which make up Iceland's government seem to align.
All the parties' key talking point is actually cost of living crisis. And so if spending money towards the military would hurt the cost of living, I don't think it would get very far. So Christian Frostadottir is kind of a centrist prime minister, and her comment on the military was just not in her lifetime. And I think that's prevailing wisdom.
There was one last key facility I was meant to see while I was in Iceland, Keflavik Air Base. From this site, the Coast Guard is responsible for maintaining air and defense systems and radar communications, among other things that are critical to NATO operations in this world. But on the day I was meant to travel to Keflavik, a massive storm hit the island, closing all flights in and out of the country, and making the 50-kilometer journey too perilous in my small rental car. It was a vivid display of how harsh and unpredictable the weather here can be, which is why being able to run such an important facility in Arctic conditions means Iceland has more than just a strategic location to offer its allies. This small, tightly knit country has skills to pass on as well. And this may be one of the most valuable contributions it can make to security in the High North.
I mean, it's not only a weakness to be small. Sometimes, with bigger states, it can become overly bureaucratic. But, everyone is working together. For example, within the Defense Directorate, you have representative from the Computer Incident Group. You have representative from the National Commission of Police and also people from the Coast Guard. So in a way, we are all working together in the so-called Team Iceland in trying to solve the challenges that we are faced with.
So you're not defenseless?
No, far from it.
This edition of Crossing Continents was produced and presented by Sandra Cantal. The editor was Penny Murphy. Now, Radio 4, it's Bells on Sunday, which comes from the Church of All Saints, Dringston in Suffolk. The church dates from the 14th century, but the tower was only added in the mid-18th century, with a peal of 6 bells was also installed. In 2024, the bells needed to be replaced, and a new peal of 6 bells were cast and installed by the John Taylor Foundry of Loughborough. The tenor weighs 8 1/4 hundredweight and is tuned to the note of B. We now hear them ring Norwich Surprise Minor. Saints Church, Dringston in Suffolk. In a few moments here on Radio 4, the shipping forecast. This is BBC Radio 4. Now the shipping forecast issued by the Met Office on behalf of the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency at 0015 on Monday, the 27th of April 2026. The general synopsis at 1800. High Seoul 1024, expected Malin 1030 by 1800 Monday. High German Bight 1027, dissipating. The area forecast for the next 24 hours. Viking, variable 3 or less, but southerly or southeasterly 3 to 5 until later in west. Occasional rain, good, occasionally moderate. North at Sierra, south at Sierra. Northerly or northwesterly 3 to 5, becoming variable 3 or 4 for a time. Fair, good. 40s. South becoming variable, then northeast later, 2 to 4. Occasional rain, good, occasionally poor. Cromarty, 4th, Tyne. Variable becoming northeasterly later in Tyne, 2 to 4. Showers, fog patches, good, occasionally very poor. Dogger. South becoming variable, then becoming northeast later, 2 to 4. Showers, good, occasionally moderate. Fisher, German Bight. Northwesterly 4 or 5 at first in Fisher, otherwise variable 2 or 3, becoming northeast 3 or 4 later. Showers later, good, occasionally moderate later. Humber, Thames. Variable 2 to 4, becoming northeast 4 or 5 later. Showers, good, occasionally poor. Dover, White, Portland, Plymouth. East, northeast 3 to 5. Showers in Dover, otherwise fair, good. Biscay. Northerly or northeasterly 2 to 4, but variable 3 or less for a time in south and later in east. Occasionally 5 later. Showers, good. Trafalgar. Northerly or northeasterly 4 to 6, but easterly or northeasterly 5 to 7 in southeast. Fair, good. Southeast Fitzroy. Northerly or northeasterly 4 to 6, occasionally 7 later. Showers, good, occasionally moderate. Northwest Fitzroy, Seoul. Variable 2 to 4, becoming northerly or northeasterly 4 to 6. Fair, good, occasionally moderate. Lundy, Fastnet, Irish Sea. Variable 2 to 4, becoming north or northeast 3 to 5. Showers at first, fog patches at first in Irish Sea. Good, occasionally poor. Shannon. Variable becoming northeasterly later in southeast 2 to 4. Fair, good. Rockall, Malin. Westerly becoming variable, becoming southwesterly later in northwest Rockall 2 to 4. Fair, good. Hebrides, Bailey. Southwest 2 to 4, increasing 4 to 6 later in Bailey. Showers at first, good, occasionally moderate. Fair Isle. Cyclonic 3 to 5, becoming variable 3 or 4. Occasional rain, fog patches developing. Good, occasionally very poor. Faroes, Southeast Iceland. Cyclonic 3 to 5, becoming southwesterly 4 to 6. Occasional rain, good, occasionally moderate. And now the weather reports from coastal stations for 2300. Tyree, automatic. Southwest by west 2, 12 miles, 1024, rising more slowly. Stornoway, south-southwest 2, 14 miles, 1022, rising slowly. Lerwick, south 4, slight rain, 1.5 miles, 1023, falling slowly. Wick, automatic. South by west 1, mist, 4 miles, 1022, now falling. Aberdeen, north-northeast 1, slight rain, 6 miles, 1023, rising more slowly. Lucas, west by south 2, 15 miles, 1022, rising slowly. Boomer, south-southeast 1, mist, 2 miles, 1023, now falling. Bridlington, southeast by south 3, 1024, now falling. Sam Netty light vessel, automatic. East-northeast 3, 5 miles, 1024. Greenwich light vessel, automatic. Northeast by east 6, 5 miles, 1023. St. Catherine's Point, automatic. East 3, 1023, rising slowly. Jersey, east by north 3, 7 miles, 1022, rising more slowly. Channel light vessel, automatic. East-northeast 3, 1023. Scilly, automatic. North by east 3, 4 miles, 1024, rising slowly. Milford Haven, north by east 2, 11 miles, 1024, rising slowly. Aberporth, northeast by east 1, 7 miles, 1024, rising slowly. Valley, southwest 2, 8 miles, 1025, rising more slowly. Liverpool Crosby, north-northwest 3, mist, 2 miles, 1024, rising slowly. Valencia, southeast 1, 22 miles, 1026, rising slowly. Ronaldsway, north 1, mist, 4 miles, 1024, rising more slowly. Malin Head, southwest 3, 19 miles, 1025, now falling. And Machrihanish, automatic. Northwest by west 1, mist, 4 miles, 1025, rising slowly. And here's the weather forecast for the inshore waters of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, valid for the following 24 hours, issued by the Met Office at 2300. The general situation: a ridge ridge of high pressure across the United Kingdom will continue to bring settled conditions with generally light or moderate breezes. Some showery rain is likely over northern waters at times, with showers developing more widely from Monday afternoon through the North Sea, becoming more settled again into Tuesday, but with strengthening winds in the English Channel. Cape Wrath to Rattray Head, including Orkney. Variable, mainly west, 2 to 4. Occasional rain, fog patches near Orkney. Moderate or good, occasionally poor and very poor near Orkney. Rattray Head to Berwick upon Tweed. Variable, 2 to 4. Occasional rain, fog patches. Moderate or good, occasionally very poor. Berwick upon Tweed to Whitby. Variable, becoming north or northeast, 2 to 4. Occasional rain, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Whitby to Gibraltar Point. South or southeast 3 to 5, becoming variable 2 to 4, then becoming north or northeast 4 or 5 later. Showers, good, occasionally poor. Gibraltar Point to Northumberland. Variable, mainly northeasterly 2 to 4. Showers later, good, occasionally poor. Northumberland to Southsea Belle. Easterly or northeasterly 3 to 5, variable 2 to 4 for a time later. Mainly fair, showers later in east, good, occasionally pouring. Southsea Belle to Lyme Regis. East or northeast 3 or 4, becoming variable 3 or less later, and becoming northeast 3 or 4 later. Fair, moderate or good. Lyme Regis to Land's End, including the Isles of Scilly. Variable, mainly northeast 2 to 4, mainly fair, good. Land's End to St. David's Head, including the Bristol Channel. Variable 2 to 4, becoming north or northeast 3 to 5, mainly fair, showers. St. David's Head to Great Ormond, including St. George's Channel. Variable 3 or less, becoming north or northeast 3 to 5, mainly fair, fog patches at first and north, good, occasionally very poor at first and north. Great Ormond to the Mull of Galloway. Variable 3 or less, becoming northwest 3 to 5, veering north or northeast later. Fog patches at first, good, occasionally very poor at first. Isle of Man. North or northwest 3 or 4, veering north or northeast later. Fog patches at first, good, occasionally very poor at first. Loch Foyle to Carlingford Loch. Variable, becoming north or northwest 2 to 4, occasionally 5 later. Showers, mainly in north, moderate or good. Mull of Galloway to Mull of Kintyre, including the Firth of Clyde and North Channel. Variable, becoming northwesterly 2 to 4. Fog patches at first, good, occasionally very poor at first. Mull of Kintyre to Ardnamurchan Point. Southwest, veering northwest 2 to 4. Showers, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Ardnamurchan Point to Cape Wrath. Southwest 3 to 5, becoming variable 2 to 4. Occasionally becoming mainly fair later. Moderate or good, occasionally poor until later. And Shetland Isles. South or southeast 3 to 5, becoming variable 2 to 4. Occasional rain, good, occasionally moderate. And that completes the shipping forecast. And that's it for another day here on BBC Radio 4. In a few moments, we'll join the world service for the news at 1 a.m. with David Harper, myself, Al Ryan, and all of us here in Broadcasting House. If you have been, thanks for listening. Have a safe, quiet, and peaceful night. Good night. Ihawa.
Celia Hatton, welcome to the newsroom from the BBC World Service. Coming up in a few minutes' time, the latest on the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the third attempt on the U.S. president's life in less than 2 years. One suspect's in custody, leading to shock in his community.
He seemed like a very ordinary person. You never expect it coming from this guy. He was a nice guy. I got a lot of help with my physics homework and prepared for tests with him.
Some possible movement in the Iran peace process. Iran's foreign minister returns to Pakistan for more talks. And a big day for the London Marathon. A Kenyan sets a historic race record. Plus, we speak with a 75-year-old cancer survivor who crossed the finish line with her daughter. What Mum doesn't really talk about much. Actually, when she had blood cancer, she wasn't able to walk or run. You know, this was 2023. To be able to go from that to what she's done now, I don't think she kind of talks about it as much as what she should. Stay with us on the BBC World Service.
BBC News with David Harper. Lebanon's health ministry has said Israeli strikes on the south of the country killed at least 14 people on Sunday and injured almost 40. Earlier, Israel announced another of its soldiers had been killed during combat in Lebanon on Sunday. Tom Bailey reports.
The Israeli military said its operations on Sunday had targeted what it described as rocket-launching terrorist cells and weapons storage facilities used by Hezbollah, but the Lebanese health ministry reported some civilian casualties. Under the terms of the truce, which was recently extended, Israel reserves the right to respond to imminent or ongoing attacks and has been striking Lebanese targets almost every day. Earlier on Sunday, the IDF announced that one of its soldiers had been killed and 6 more wounded by a Hezbollah drone strike in southern Lebanon. With both sides accusing each other of repeated violations, these latest attacks are a stark reminder of the fragile state of this ceasefire.
The Defence Minister of Mali, Sadio Camara, has died following a suicide bombing at his residence near the capital Bamako. The head of the Alliance of Sahel States, which includes Mali and its neighbours Niger and Burkina Faso, has condemned the attacks. Here's Alice Adderley.
The deaths of Sadio Camara, his wife and 2 of his grandchildren in the attack in the junta stronghold of Kati represent a serious blow to the administration. Their deaths came during a wave of coordinated attacks by jihadist militants and Tuareg separatists on a range of targets in the vast country. Mali's military ruler, General Assimi Goïta, has not been seen, but is said to be safe after his home in Kati was also attacked. Fighting has continued there and in Kidal in the north.
2 of Benjamin Netanyahu's most formidable political rivals have joined forces in a bid to oust Israel's governing coalition in this year's elections. Right-winger Naftali Bennett and centrist Yair Lapid made the announcement at a joint news conference. Mr. Lapid said they were standing together for the sake of our children. The state of Israel, he said, must change direction. Sporting history has been made in the British capital as Kenya's Sebastian Sawe became the first athlete to run a competitive marathon in under 2 hours. He claimed the London Marathon men's title with a time of 1 hour, 59 minutes and 30 seconds. Sawe described it as a day to remember. Our sports correspondent Katie Cornell was watching.
With 10 kilometres to go, the leading 3 became 2. And then at Big Ben, last year's champion made his move and never looked back. Sawe sprinted down the mile to win and become the first man to finish a competitive marathon in under 2 hours. Remarkably, Ethiopia's Yomef Kajalcha also broke the 2-hour mark in second place. In the women's elite race, Tigist Assefa retained her title with another women-only world record.
Katie Cornell reporting. World news from the BBC. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says his visit to Oman, which concluded on Sunday, was focused on exploring ways to ensure the safe transit of vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. His comments were echoed by his Omani counterpart Badr al-Busaidi, who stressed that more diplomacy was needed alongside practical solutions to reopen the key waterway. Mr. Araghchi is now en route to Russia, where he will hold talks with President Putin on Monday. President Trump has claimed the gunman who attempted to storm the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington last night had written an anti-Christian manifesto. Investigators are still looking for a motive for the attack, in which a Secret Service agent was saved by his bulletproof vest. FBI operatives had searched a property in California connected to the suspect, Cole Allen. Shaima Khalil is in Washington.
We've been getting details trickling throughout the day, and I can tell you that 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen was being held in a Metropolitan Police Department station in northwest D.C., and now he'll be transported to a detention center elsewhere in the capital before his arraignment in court on Monday. He will be brought to court and will be charged with assaulting a federal officer, attempting to kill a federal officer, and discharging firearms.
Officials in Chad say at least 42 people have been killed in fighting between ethnic groups in the east of the country. The violence in Wadi Fira province is believed to have been sparked by a dispute over a water well, which then led to a cycle of reprisals over a wide area. Authorities say the situation had now been brought under control. Fatah, the movement which dominates the Palestine Liberation Organization, says it has achieved a sweeping victory in local elections in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. The elections, the first held there for almost 5 years, saw voter turnout at more than 50%. Fatah said it had won the majority of local councils, including in Hebron and Jenin. BBC News.
Hello, I'm Celia Hatton. You're listening to the newsroom from the BBC World Service. 24 hours on from a believed assassination attempt on the U.S. president and his cabinet, the third time Donald Trump appears to have been targeted in less than 2 years. But look at the questions being asked in the United States. This latest attempt happened at one of Washington's glitziest annual events, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. A suspect, Cole Thomas Allen, will appear before a D.C. court on Monday morning local time. We'll hear more about him and his community in a moment. But first, let's hear about the criminal investigation that's being conducted by the FBI and the Secret Service. Agents are investigating the suspect's background. They're examining whether anti-Trump sentiment could have been a motive for the attack. Mike Matranga is a former Secret Service special agent. He said, with political violence on the rise, the public needs to be on alert if they know of someone who's acting erratically or has been radicalized.
It's textbook lone wolf. Once we get into the ability to analyze his digital footprint, I think we're going to see that there were signs there. And then once the FBI starts conducting their investigation and interviewing neighbors and friends and family, there will be people who have had concerns. And I think that's where we have to get better as Americans, is that, long are the days where we can just say that it's someone else's business, because due to the political rhetoric and violence in this country and globally, I don't think we're going back to where we were. I think this is going to become the norm.
Well, let's cross over to the United States and speak live with our correspondent, Peter Bowes. Peter, serious questions being asked about how would-be attackers keep getting past security cordons, but the president himself is defending the security arrangements that were in place?
Yes, and clearly security cordons at different events are very different, open-air events or an inside event as this was. But you're right, in this case, the president is praising the response by security guards and the Secret Service in particular. He has acknowledged that holding an event like this in a working hotel, a hotel full of guests unrelated to the event, as it has been for decades, has some limitations in terms of security, but in terms of the very specific response on Saturday night, he has been full of praise. The suspect did not get into the room or even onto the same floor as this event was taking place. And in that respect, he and others say it was a successful evening for security. No one was hurt and the suspect was apprehended. But clearly, it does raise questions about the future, and specifically about how someone so heavily armed, 2 guns and several knives, could be in the building when so many of the government's senior officials were there.
And Peter, does this fuel arguments that the White House ballroom is actually a good idea? Would a media event like the annual Correspondents' Dinner ever be held in something like the ballroom?
Well, it certainly fueled the argument as far as the president is concerned. At that news conference that he gave at the White House late on Saturday night, he raised the subject of the White House ballroom that is under construction, is due to open, the president believes, in 2028. He says he will get a few months of use out of it, but it will be there for future presidents, he says, for hundreds of years to come to use. Whether it would specifically be open for use for an event like this, the annual Correspondents' Dinner, he didn't address. But the very fact that he was raising it in relation to what had just happened with this room full of the most senior, well-known journalists around the country, this really traditional event that the president doesn't always go to, at least in the case of President Trump, but it is certainly a part of the political calendar in this country. He didn't specifically say he could take part in the ballroom, but I think the suggestion was that it could.
Peter, thank you. Our correspondent Peter Bowes. The suspect I mentioned, 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen, is from Torrance, a Los Angeles suburb where he's reported to have worked as a tutor. Our correspondent Reagan Morris spent most of the day outside his home. She joined us from Torrance a short time ago.
The FBI descended on this neighborhood, on this house. Neighbors said there were 3 helicopters up from news media and law enforcement. There was a huge law enforcement presence and the FBI going through the house. And then it's just been chaos with media. We're all sort of out here talking to the same neighbors. Many of them don't want to speak to us. Some of them are happy to speak to the BBC, but not local news because they don't want to be on locally, but they'll talk to us.
And some details emerging about the suspect himself, and real shock for some of those who knew him.
The authorities say they believe that Cole Allen traveled by train from here in Torrance to Washington, D.C. That's almost 3,000 miles. And that's a journey, we don't have very fast, efficient, high-speed trains here in the U.S., so it's a journey that would take several days. But it also is a journey that allows you to bring weapons undetected. We understand that he legally did own some firearms. We're hearing that this man, he was 31 years old, he has one of the best educations that money can buy in the United States. He went to one of the most prestigious colleges, has a degree in engineering from Caltech, and then apparently he has an advanced master's degree, so he's very well educated. He was working, according to his LinkedIn social media profiles, he was working as a part-time software developer, video game developer, and he also worked as a tutor in one of these education centers that high school teenagers go for tutoring help with physics and math and to prepare for their own exams. So, we've heard from some people who had been tutored by him. We spoke to some of the neighbors, and across the board, people say he kind of kept to himself, but he was a nice guy. He was quiet. People are really shocked.
He seemed like a very ordinary person, it's just, you never expect it coming from this guy. He was a nice guy, down-to-earth guy. I got a lot of help with my physics homework and prepared for tests with him, as well as one of my other buddies. So yeah, it's just something you never expect.
And Reagan, as you mentioned, he traveled by train for days to get to his destination. So this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision.
This seems like it was a planned event, and a lot of the details we're going to hear more and more when he's formally charged on Monday. We'll definitely learn more. But President Trump himself was doing some media interviews where he said that before Cole Allen allegedly stormed into that Hilton hotel lobby, President Trump said that this young man alerted his family and that the family, indeed, are the ones who called police. A lot of these details we have not been able to independently verify, but I know that we are going to learn many more details when he's formally charged Monday morning in Washington.
Reagan Morris in California. We've heard many journalists who were in the same room as President Trump give their accounts of what happened at the Washington Hilton Hotel. But one correspondent was in a unique position. Wei Jiajiang from CBS News also functions as the president of the White House Correspondents Association. She was sitting next to Donald Trump on the stage at the event. This was a big moment for her. This was the first time he had agreed to attend the dinner as president. Also, Wei Jia and the president have had some tricky exchanges in the past. During the COVID pandemic, he abruptly brought a news conference to an end when he was annoyed by one of her questions. But on Saturday, at his White House briefing after the shooting, he was full of praise for Wei Jiajiang and invited her to ask the first question.
Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. And after that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Wei Jiajiang was interviewed on CBS's Face the Nation by Margaret Brennan on Sunday. Here's what she told her about Saturday's dramatic events.
When we were still on stage, we were in the middle of a very light moment with the entertainer who was doing a trick. And When I heard something in the audience, I thought it was a protester or something we're very used to. But then when I saw SWAT team members come to the head table and rush us to the ground and say, down, 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 we were crawling off the stage. And in the back, that is a holding area where people wait, including President Trump and distinguished guests, to go onto the stage. And we were sitting there, and I saw more than a dozen SWAT officers. There were members of the Secret Service milling about. There were members of the president's team. And as you can imagine, a lot of conflicting information because it had just unfolded. I will say it was remarkable to see that in action and to understand it was their quick work that protected all of us that night. But obviously, it was a tough situation for everybody that was there, including you.
You were very stoic, though. You had to go out. You had to talk to everyone. Your 7-year-old daughter was there. Your parents were there. Your husband was there. How are you making sense of that? Have you? I think we're processing this still.
I think we're all processing it. I have covered countless shootings and murders and terrible things in my career. And this is the first time that I've been on the other side of a potentially violent and deadly situation. And no amount of reporting can prepare you for that. You're right that my family was in the audience, and it was incredibly meaningful to have them there. And so that added an additional complicated layer because I'm thinking about the safety of my members, the safety of all of our dinner guests, and obviously at the forefront, the safety of the people who I can see who matter the most to me. And we didn't have information. Yeah. So when I was in the back, I didn't know if there was an active threat. I was watching the monitors and keeping my eyes right on their table, but at the same time trying to find more information so I could share it with everyone in that room. And President Trump called me to his holding room and briefed me before he sent out a post about the dinner being, in his words, postponed and that he was going to have a press conference. And he really wanted to talk it through and to explain that he himself realized how important that night was. It's something we do every night. And when I did address the room, I reminded everyone that the freedoms that we are celebrating tonight in the First Amendment are still incredibly fragile. And I appreciate that the president acknowledged that.
Wei Jiajia from CBS, the president of the White House Correspondents Association. You're listening to the newsroom on the BBC World Service. A moment in athletics history today. Sebastian Sawe of Kenya has become the first athlete to run a competitive marathon in under 2 hours. It's an achievement many commentators thought could not be done. He won the men's race in London with a time of 1 hour, 59 minutes and 30 seconds.
Sebastian Sawe is going to break the 2-hour mark. He's going to win the London Marathon in incredible style. An historic performance, 1:59:30. Absolutely incredible. I've never seen anything like that. What a finish.
Sebastian Sawe beat the previous time by more than a minute. With such a massive leap from the last world record, there are bound to be questions about doping, but a testing regime designed and implemented by the Athletics Integrity Unit, or AIU, an independent body set up by World Athletics, has consistently found him to be drug-free. My colleague Owen Bennett-Jones spoke to Claudio Berardelli, the runner's coach, and asked, did he expect the 2-hour barrier to be broken?
Maybe not really sub 2, but Sebastian was ready for a good one, definitely, and then perfect day, perfect conditions, and then something quite incredible came.
I mean, it really is a big change in the speed in which people are doing it. What's changed?
Well, I would say technology is definitely playing a huge role because we had an incredible shoe from Adidas, our main sponsor. What is also changing is the level of fueling, more carbs. The level of training, it has improved a lot in the years, and athletes, they have learned how to recover much better. And then, of course, I have to say the truth as coach of Sebastian Sawe, Sebastian is an exceptional athlete. I've been coaching in Kenya for 22 years, and I thought I had seen pretty much everything, but Sebastian is showing me something which, honestly, I never thought to see.
And you know, I'm going to ask you the next question, because you've taken a lot of measures to try and get rid of this issue, but some of your athletes have been done for doping, and you have tried to get a lot of tests on Sebastian Sawa to show he's not doing it. Presumably, you're going to face that claim.
Yeah, well, I mean, Kenya is facing definitely a problem. And we had also, yes, in our group some few cases, and then we thought it was time to do something because Sebastian and I knew that maybe a day like today could have come. So, and then we approached AIU, and then we came up with this idea. And then, Sebastian is still continuing in having a very specific, intense anti-doping protocol. Yeah.
I mean, the idea is what, tests about every 3 days?
Yeah, that was initially what we did before Berlin last year. But then AIU came to us and he said, okay, you guys, you're still giving us a budget, but we think that every 3 days doesn't make much sense, it's too much. So still, Sebastian, compared to any other athlete, is being tested much more.
He's getting many more tests than any other marathon runner, is that right?
Yeah.
Claudio Berardelli speaking about that record set by the Kenyan runner Sebastian Sawe. And we'll have more on the London Marathon at the end of the program. Now, the latest from the U.S. war with Iran. A ceasefire is still in place. However, there's been little direct progress in peace talks, with major differences on the big sticking points, namely the still-closed Strait of Hormuz and Tehran's nuclear program. But behind-the-scenes diplomacy is still taking place. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is now on his way to Russia for scheduled talks with President Putin. But before that, he stopped off in Pakistan, whose government is mediating the peace talks for the second time in 2 days. Why did he return? J.R. Gold from the BBC's Persian service is in the Pakistani capital, Islamabad.
I think Foreign Minister obviously brought back another proposal from Iranian side. When he was here, he met the chief of Pakistani army. Iranians said they have offered a comprehensive proposal. So when that proposal was passed to the United States, obviously President Trump canceled his envoy trip to Islamabad. And again, Mr. Araghchi's team split to two parts. One part with him, they went to Muscat, and another part with his plane went back to Tehran to consult with the new proposal they got from the United States. And again, I think they have a new proposal. Again, they came back here. They don't want to talk about what's the issue, but the newspaper, which is very close to Revolutionary Guards and Iranian officials in Iran, they say the nuclear program is not on the table. And that is the red line for them. And even one of the newspapers said there will be a new regime in the Strait of Hormuz. It would never be the same as before. And also they said they have to talk about the paying damage to Iran for the war, and also the war must stop permanently. But in the other hand, you can see there is a mountain apart. The nuclear program enrichment and also enriched uranium are the red line for United States and President Trump. And last time, in the last negotiation, we know that the main reason, an obstacle on the way to agreeing was the nuclear program. The U.S. wanted to halting the nuclear program or limit it, but the Iranian didn't accept it. Obviously, the negotiation didn't reach any agreement.
J.R. Gold. In Indonesia, a camera hidden in the rainforest has captured what's thought to be a world first. A Sumatran orangutan slowly crossing a specially installed bridge. The newsroom's Anna Aslam tells us why this marks an important moment.
Sumatran orangutans are critically endangered because of habitat loss and illegal hunting. So there were particular fears for one community when a road was built through their rainforest, splitting the population in two. Experts worried that inbreeding could cause health implications and further reduce the species' chance of survival. Helen Buckland is from Indonesia's SOS conservation charity.
Orangutans are particularly vulnerable to genetic bottlenecks. When this road stopped them being able to travel through the landscape, that could, over time, lead to local and functional extinction.
Helen's team worked with others to build canopy bridges above the road to help the 350 orangutans in the area move around. Other animals quickly started using the bridges: squirrels, langurs, gibbons, but no orangutans, until a young male finally braved the crossing.
Waiting for this moment for 2 years has been excruciating, I would say. So when it finally happened, yeah, we were absolutely overjoyed. Honestly, it was absolutely wonderful to see it.
Footage shows the orangutan slowly edge onto the narrow suspended bridge, holding a rope overhead for balance. He stops to look around and back at the camera before making it to the other side of the forest. Helen Buckland says there's a growing need for such wildlife corridors.
We really would like to see these bridges replicated where roads are cutting through forests. It really can help for people and wildlife to live in coexistence alongside each other.
Orangutans have excellent memories and can make mental maps of new routes through their habitat. So, with the young male paving the way for others, these bridges could help stitch a fragmented forest back together.
Hannah Aslam. Now, let's go back to the London Marathon and one duo who completed the course after 10 hours, 9 minutes, and 23 seconds. It was a special pair. 75-year-old Printpal Kaur completed the run side by side with her daughter, Minreet. They used a technique known as jeffing, where they alternated between running and walking. Printpal completed the race while in remission from myeloma, a form of blood cancer. And the pair were raising money for their own charity, Asian Women Run, giving confidence to Asian women who are amongst the least physically active ethnic groups in the UK. I began by asking Minreet how the idea for doing a marathon came about.
I didn't have a choice. So in 2023, my mum and I did the London Marathon together because that was something she wanted to do. At mile 17, she got cramps. She couldn't finish. I then ran the last 10 miles to get her a medal because she was really upset about not getting her medal. And she had said, I'm going to be back next year. And obviously 5 months later, she got blood cancer. So next year didn't happen. But then my dad and I ran for her. She's been training and getting herself back to running, walking, jeffing. And this year she had said, it was one of her intentions. I want to do the London Marathon once in my lifetime. So I had no choice because I'm her carer. But it was something, actually, a beautiful thing to do with my mum.
This is an amazing story. So tell me, why did you want to do the marathon so much? What did it mean to you?
I love running anyway, but I love London Marathon, the atmosphere, the hi-fi, the music, the different type of people I was training, and this year I've done it. I've crossed the line.
You've crossed the line, but can you tell us a little bit more about your health challenges, though?
Well, my health was quite bad when I had my blood cancer. It was really painful, anything like that, but then I got through with that.
What mum doesn't really talk about much, I don't know if this is an Indian parent thing. Actually, when she had blood cancer, she wasn't able to walk or run. This was 2023. To be able to go from that to what she's done now with still myeloma, she's still got it, she's in remission. I don't think she kind of talks about it as much as what she should.
While you were doing it, was there ever a moment where you thought maybe you wouldn't get through, you wouldn't cross the line?
I did feel this way, yes, but I'm a very strong person. If I say something I'm going to do, I will do it, whatever happens.
Yeah, I agree. What I've learned now from doing the London Marathon is actually some of your friends can meet you, and they did. The Asian Women Run community that I've set up came and met us and did some of the walk with us. I think without that, definitely, I think my mum and I would have killed each other because we were having so many arguments with each other on the way because she was picking up some drinks and I thought, I'm not carrying anything more. That was it. It was that community spirit that got us through, for us to be able to, as Asian women, do a marathon where we as a community, especially women, are underrepresented. We are the least active. We are not out there running as much as what we should, or even walking because we think it's not for us.
Tell me about that moment that you crossed the finish line.
I said my daughter, just before the line, let's start sprinting now. So we both ran with arms up. It was really fun, wasn't it? And I was just over the moon. I said, we've done it.
75-year-old marathon finisher Printpal Kaur with her daughter Minreet. Well, you've been listening to the newsroom on the BBC World Service with me, Celia Hatton. A reminder of our main news. President Trump has claimed the gunman who attempted to storm the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday evening had written a manifesto that laid out his views. More information on that on the BBC News website.
We're glad to have you with us. In an hour, Crowd Science is finding out if animals hold funerals.
The first bird to observe the dead individual will produce an alarm call, and that results in the recruitment of other crows to the surrounding area.
Then People Fixing the World here's how archery has helped people recover from breast cancer.
When I let go of the bow, I let everything go.
My body is more relaxed. I usually don't sleep well, but the night after archery, I usually sleep very well.
And at 3:30 GMT, it's The Conversation. This week, two female cartoonists discuss drawing the world as they see it.
For me, I guess it was one of the first cartoons I'd ever seen an editorial where it was black people, and I was really proud to be a black woman having drawn that.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Just over 50 years ago, a man by the name of John B. Calhoun set out a series of experiments using rats and mice. His plan? To build a rodent utopia with enough food, water and shelter for everyone. The catch? It was crowded. Much too crowded. Join me, Emily Knight, as we take a look at this bizarre but fascinating experiment into overpopulation, the implications for humanity, and what Calhoun's experiments can tell us about how to live together.
BBC News with David Harper. Lebanon's health ministry has said Israeli strikes on the south of the country killed at least 14 people on Sunday, despite an ongoing ceasefire. The Israeli military said it had targeted rocket-launching terrorist cells and weapons facilities used by Hezbollah. The Defence Minister of Mali, Sadio Camara, has died following a suicide bombing at his residence near the capital Bamako on Saturday. The assault was one of several coordinated attacks by jihadist militants and Tuareg separatists on a number of cities. Officials in Chad say at least 42 people have been killed in fighting between ethnic groups in the east of the country. The violence is believed to have been sparked by a dispute over a water well. Eastern Chad has been plagued by land conflicts between farmers and nomadic Arab herders. Two of Benjamin Netanyahu's most formidable political rivals have joined forces in a bid to oust Israel's governing coalition in this year's elections. Right-winger Naftali Bennett and centrist Yair Lapid made the announcement at a joint news conference. Fatah, the movement which dominates the Palestine Liberation Organization, says it has achieved a sweeping victory in local elections in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. Voting also took place in parts of the Gaza Strip for the first time in nearly 2 decades. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says that during a visit to Oman, he discussed ways to ensure the safe transit of vehicles through the Strait of Hormuz. Mr. Araghchi is now en route to Russia, where he'll hold talks with President Putin on Monday. President Trump has claimed the gunman who attempted to storm the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington last night had written an anti-Christian manifesto. Investigators are still looking for a motive for the attack. Kenya's Sebastian Sawe, the winner of the London Marathon, and the runner-up Yomif Chajelcha of Ethiopia, have become the first 2 people ever to run a competitive marathon in under 2 hours. And that's the latest BBC News.
It's 1958, on a farm in rural Maryland, in the USA. Inside a huge converted barn, a scientist named John B. Calhoun is perched on the perimeter wall of an enormous enclosure, teeming with rats. He's watching and taking notes.
He cuts a hole so he can look down at this rat population. He films, he takes photographs, and he allows this population to grow.
Calhoun knows a lot about rats, and he's calculated that there's room in these enclosures for around 50 of them to live comfortably. But there's more than that in here. He's keeping the population steady at 80, slightly too many for comfort. And he's seeing what happens.
Calhoun started to notice a number of aberrant behaviors among the rats.
Extreme violence, sexual deviance, the breakdown of maternal care.
All sorts of somewhat horrifying behaviors that showed up. Horrifying, disturbing, surprising.
It really becomes a very brutal environment.
This bizarre experiment was to become one of the most provocative and influential experiments in modern scientific history, sending ripples into the fields of ecology, psychology, sociology, urban planning, and challenging our understanding of how to live together as human beings. But at this point, in 1958, his rats are having what can only be described as a really bad time.
He describes this as a rat utopia, but it becomes, as he later describes, hell.
How did you first come across Calhoun? Like, where did you first encounter his work?
I came across his work when I was really studying for my PhD. One study kept popping up, and that was a study of rats by John B. Calhoun.
This is Ed Ramsden from Queen Mary University in London.
Why were they continuously referring to the study of rats? So I was intrigued, and, when you begin to look at the study, it is fascinating.
John B. Calhoun, or Jack to his friends, is born in a small town in rural Tennessee. He's a quiet, outdoorsy child. He collects birds' eggs and keeps terrapins in his backyard.
He really is an expert bird spotter, trapper, bird bander, and it's those skills that keep getting him scholarships. He worked extremely long hours and was absolutely dedicated to improving the lives of humanity, but he was an extremely intense person.
Calhoun's first experience with the animals which would one day make his name is in 1939. The city of Baltimore has a serious rat problem and hires this bright young ecologist with a knack for animal trapping to help them get a handle on how to exterminate them. He throws himself headlong into the rat world, and he discovers a fiercely intelligent little animal whose social relationships were much more complex than he was expecting. The project in Baltimore wraps up, but Calhoun is not done with the rat. He wants to go deeper, to find a way to observe them in a more naturalistic setting than the grotty basements of urban Baltimore. So he sets up his first big experiment.
He asked a neighbour who owns the land if he could carry out a little experiment. And I think the neighbour, he thought it was going to be like a few hutches. He sets up a quarter-acre pen.
This enormous enclosure is surrounded by an electric fence with a 20-foot-high observation tower for Calhoun to keep an eye, godlike, on his creation below.
He provided them with food, with bedding. He really creates what he later describes as a sort of Garden of Eden for rats, or a rat utopia. So he could watch the rats, of course, nocturnal animals. He borrowed a pair of night vision goggles, very new thing. He had extremely detailed logbooks.
I mean, it's an extraordinary level of detail, isn't it? Every single rat was known and numbered. Every single fight that happened was logged. I can just imagine him spending his days in this tower with his night vision goggles on. Quite an isolating experience, maybe, for a researcher.
I think so, yeah.
The understanding about population growth at the time was largely derived from the work of the 18th century economist Thomas Malthus. His theory was that animal populations follow fairly predictable boom and bust cycles based on the availability of resources. Animals breed prolifically, expand exponentially until the food runs out, and then a bunch of them die off and the cycle starts anew. Calhoun figures that his quarter-acre pen, with an infinite supply of food and water, could have supported a population of around 5,000 rats. But it never gets near that number. It tops out at a couple of hundred.
This is what he's trying to understand. Why did the population not expand continuously, exponentially, as many Malthusians would have feared? It wasn't predation, wasn't weather. It clearly was something that was breaking down in their society that restricted them from developing their numbers further.
And so this brings us back to the barn in rural Maryland at the end of the 1950s, and the bizarre experiment which was to launch Calhoun's work into the public consciousness. The goal? To try and observe this breakdown in social order, which keeps the rat numbers at sustainable levels.
He allows the population to grow to 80. With 80, they could have spread out at 20 per pen, which would make things a bit uncomfortable, but not ridiculously so. But this isn't what happens.
To understand why this cozy rat utopia descends into abject violence, you've got to understand a little bit about the design of the enclosure. It's divided into 4 chambers, with ramps to get from one to the next. The 2 end chambers are quickly occupied by a dominant male and his harem of females, who live there, largely in peace.
But that means that the rest of the population, some 60 or so rats, are crowded into the other 2 pens. And in those spaces, the behavior of the population really begins to break down.
Activities which a rat would usually do on its own, like feeding or grooming, are now inescapably social activities, and the rats become conditioned. Pretty soon, they won't eat at all unless another rat is close by.
So he has these really striking pictures of 2 water droppers right next to one another. One is completely empty, and the other is crowded with animals. And the animals are biting each other, and they're all trying to get to the same water dropper. And because they're all together, there are continuous outbursts of violence. They're really biting deep to the point that some of the animals are killed. There's cannibalism. The mortality rate soars. and yet the animals continue to cluster together.
Some of the males have deeply disturbed mating behavior, mounting females who aren't in heat, other males, juveniles, anything. The females become less and less able to look after their young. They build shoddy nests, or no nests at all, or abandon their pups to die on the enclosure floor. And some animals withdraw completely from this world of sex and violence. Retreating to the highest nesting boxes, they hide themselves away. They don't fight, never mate, don't interact with other rats at all. Poetically, Calhoun calls these ones the somnambulists, the sleepwalkers. Calhoun gives a name to this suite of weird behaviors, the violence, disordered mating, and the abandonment of young. He calls it the behavioral sink.
The behavioral sink. The behavioral sink captures an exacerbation of pathological behavior that is the result of crowding. He wants us to have negative connotations when he describes it. When you think of the word sink, you think of moral, not just physical squalor. So you think of a pool, a pit of waste, a drain.
Do you think, even at this early stage, he was already thinking of his work as an analogy for human societies?
I think so. He is using language like, juvenile delinquent and child abuse in the way that he describes the treatment of rats towards their pups. So it really is designed to make you think of human beings.
The thing is, at the time Calhoun is working, overcrowding is beginning to become something of a hot-button topic. There were around 2 billion people in the world in 1930. By the late 1950s, it was approaching 3 billion, and demographers began to be nervous about what looked like an exponential upward curve. Predictions flooded in. Another billion people on Earth by the mid-70s, they thought. 6, maybe 7 billion by the year 2000.
There's a fear that human beings are just going to outstrip resources. Demographers saw in Calhoun a really clear measure of psychosocial breakdown as a consequence, many thought, of crowding.
Calhoun writes up his experiment for Scientific American, and it goes, well, in today's parlance, we'd say it goes viral. His paper becomes one of the most widely cited articles in the history of psychology. High-density living is explicitly linked to high crime rates, juvenile delinquency, even admission to mental hospitals, and behavioral sink becomes a rallying cry for the moral rot at the heart of American cities. In the late 1960s, the population debate escapes from the world of academia and enters the public consciousness in a big way. One of the triggers is a book written by husband and wife team Paul and Ann Ehrlich. He is a Stanford professor of biology, she an ecologist at the University of Kansas. Citing Calhoun's work, they paint a picture of a catastrophic future, an overpopulated world, famine, disease, and social upheaval, and eventually, as they called it, the race to oblivion. It was called The Population. It sold over 2 million copies. Society in the 1960s and 70s was embroiled in a full-scale population panic.
There were quite a few books, movies, and things that followed this Malthusian prediction that population was growing exponentially and it was going to outstrip food supply. And this keeps coming up over and over in science. In science fiction, and I think that's probably how I got into demography as well, too. Charleston starring in Soylent Green. We were in the year 2022. We were overpopulated, overheated, resource depleted, and humans had moved to actually eating wafers that were recycled actually from dead humans.
Spoiler alert to people who haven't seen Soylent Green.
Oh, sorry, spoiler alert if you haven't seen it yet.
How do demographers feel about population growth now? Are we still worried about it in the same way that we were in the 60s and 70s?
Well, it's really interesting. So we get this panic, this population panic, every few years for different reasons. There's this hysteria, like the population bomb that come out every once in a while. But, what we have now is that low fertility is going to result in us going extinct. Elon Musk tweeted a few years ago that population collapse is a risk to civilization, a bigger risk than global warming.
I mean, how bad is the problem? How worried are countries about their shrinking birth rates?
So last year, the South Korean government declared a national emergency over low fertility rates. So in Europe, there's been Recently, for example, in Hungary, they've had very low fertility, so they have a lot of pronatalist policies from Orban's government, but generally those haven't been working. And I mean, it's a real issue across Europe.
According to UN predictions, growth is slowing and projected to flatten and eventually reverse later this century. But for now, it's still rising.
There are high population levels in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, India.
In Calhoun's experiment, he saw this idea of behavioral sink. So he was concerned about the collapse of society, the eradication of all societal norms. I mean, in the human world, I suppose this would translate to high crime, for example. Is that something that demographers are worried about?
Yeah, so Calhoun, it was interesting what he drew from the experiment. I think the sink that he talked about, it was really about context deprivation, when people don't have a stimulating environment or they feel alienated in dense modern cities. So really the main mechanism there is economic. Housing is a really big issue. Employment is a big issue. So it's not population density per se. Overpopulation, it's about consumption. An average American consumes the same amount of energy in 1 month than an average Indian does in 1 year.
The curious thing about population doomism, which emerged from the work of Calhoun and others, is that Calhoun himself didn't subscribe to it at all. Ever the optimist, he believed his rat research was offering us an opportunity to rethink how we live now, before it's too late. He supports projects improving the physical design of mental institutions to give patients more privacy. And he testifies in court as an expert witness in a high-profile case about overcrowding in prisons. He campaigns against the policy of slum clearances, which often displace the inhabitants with little regard for where they end up. Meanwhile, back in the world of academia, researchers are still keen to find out whether his work on rats really translates into the human world. Among them is a social ecologist at the University of California called Dan Stokels.
I thought the work was pretty powerful, and I began to wonder whether the kinds of negative behaviors that Calhoun observed in this rat colony would also be typical of humans living in highly dense environments.
Today, Dan is Chancellor's Professor Emeritus at the University of California in the School of Social Ecology. Back in the early 1960s, he was skeptical about the doom-laden prophecies about high-density living.
It occurred to me also that density was often desirable. For example, people like highly dense, crowded parties, or they like to go to athletic games, soccer matches, or football games where there are a lot of people and there's a kind of excitement around that. So I began to think about distinction between density and crowding, where density is the physical condition of a large number of people per unit space, and how that was different than the psychological sense of crowding, which I viewed as a more negative subjective state where people felt that they didn't have enough space for what they needed to do.
When Dan did his own lab experiments back in the late 60s, he found this distinction bore out. He got groups of students together, either packed into a small room or more spread out in a larger one, and then he made them do tasks. The size of the room didn't seem to make much difference to people's comfort levels, unless he put them in a tricky social situation. Participants who were made to compete with each other reported feeling crowded in both rooms, no matter the size. But the negative impact was magnified in the smaller room.
When you had a more negative or taxing social situation, they were the ones expressing higher feelings of crowding and negative reactions to it.
Right, and when you say negative reactions, I mean, what are the psychological effects of crowding?
Well, some studies have shown that when people are in highly dense situations, they feel that annoyance of subjective crowding, do manifest more irritation, irritability, aggressive tendencies. But I think in terms of trying to replicate the severe effects that Calhoun found in the rats, I don't see that in the human research.
Around this time, the Stanford psychologist Jonathan Friedman brought out an influential book called Crowding and Behavior, The Psychology of High-Density Living.
He suggested that density did not have negative effects on people, but rather it was the other kinds of negative situations, such as poverty or lack of privacy, which accounted for negative behaviors, aggression. And if you controlled for quality of housing or you gave people more privacy, these effects of density would go away.
Avoiding the feeling of crowding used to be as simple as shutting your front door. But today, Dan says there are other ways we can end up feeling crowded out, ways that are harder for us to escape.
people are managing an overload of digital stimulation and cyber messaging can make people feel less secure even in their immediate primary environments.
Gosh, that's so interesting. I'd never really thought about the kind of overwhelm that you get when faced with constant 24-hour rolling news or social media.
Yes.
Could be a product of a kind of an overcrowding.
It's kind of a vicarious crowding through their devices. There's just much more volume of information to process.
Calhoun's own lab work isn't slowing down. By the late 60s, he's switched from rats to mice, smaller animals, so he can fit more of them into his rodent universes. The most famous one is Universe 25.
Here he's being really ambitious. I mean, in his previous studies, he's interrupted the studies at a certain point. So he hasn't let a population run from the first seeding to their end point. So this is what he does with Universe 25. It really does look like this science fiction space. I mean, it looks a bit sort of Blade Runner kind of thing. He's got these walls, but the sides of the pen, which are very high, are the homes. So they look like little apartment buildings for mice. And again, he calls it rodent utopia.
As conditions get more crowded, he witnesses the emergence of a behavioural sink, a breakdown of the mouse social order. Maternal care becomes erratic. Very few pups make it to adulthood at all. But the pups that did survive in this chaotic, crowded, violent turmoil, it was these animals that Calhoun became increasingly fascinated with.
They look like they're in really healthy condition. They've got beautiful coats, they look very well fed, but this, he argues, is because they've stopped effectively behaving as mice.
The passive, apathetic animals that he poetically described as somnambulists in his previous paper here get an even more fanciful name. He calls them the beautiful ones.
They don't compete with one another for space, for territory, for females, for food. There's no fighting. They always compete with role.
Eventually, the birth rate in Universe 25 drops to 0. All the breeding age mice are now these beautiful, empty vessels. They eat, they sleep, and they groom. And do very little else.
He thinks they're sort of, it's an arrested development, really. They behave as if they're still very, very young mice. They exist very comfortably, but they don't reproduce, and they will eventually just die out. The last, I think, mouse dies in December 1972, and this is actually reported in the New York Times. They have a little death notice for that, for the last mouse.
Who died at a mouse equivalent age of, I think, like 108, something like that.
108, yeah.
Universe 25 made headlines again. Time magazine came to interview Calhoun and took a now iconic photo of him, standing proudly in the middle of his universe, little white mice running over his feet. His work is still making ripples and inspiring research to this day.
When I read Calhoun's papers, I found them really interesting. I mean, there's no doubt that he did groundbreaking work at the time. Right? It's really interesting stuff. And I think the work that we did was offer a fresh perspective to thinking about the effects of density. So my name is Oliver Sook, and I'm an assistant professor in psychology at the University of California. I actually draw upon ideas from animal behavior and apply it to thinking about human social behavior.
Oliver's done his own research into the psychological effects of population density. A couple of years ago, he was investigating a concept called life history theory.
The very fundamental premise of life history theory is that for all organisms, time and energy is limited. Organisms need to figure out how to best survive and reproduce.
Organisms can live life fast or slow. A fast life history looks like grow quickly, breed immediately, and have as many babies as possible. Not all of them will survive, but that's okay, because you'll just have more. At the other end of the spectrum, a slow life strategy is all about investment. Grow up slowly, accruing resources along the way. Have just a few babies, and invest all those resources in raising them.
I think a nice way of putting it is that it's a focus on quality over quantity.
The concept of life history theory is also used to tease out the differences between individuals within a species. Some rats, for example, might live slower than others. And in the field of behavioral ecology, a more densely populated environment tends to favor a slower life strategy.
You actually see kind of similar patterns in lizards, in fish, right? And what my research was actually really simply trying to see if this actually would show up in humans too.
Oliver and his team compiled data from countries all over the world, and they did indeed find a correlation in humans. People living in more dense conditions do have fewer children and tend to invest more in things like education, training, and building a career.
In general, you see a pretty consistent pattern. Population density itself is still associated with a slower life history, even after we take urbanization into account.
But how does this actually work? Couples certainly aren't downloading demographic data about population density before they decide whether or not to have kids. So, Oliver thought, there must be something more subtle at play. Something deep in our psychology that nudges us, subconsciously, faster or slower.
We were curious, could we actually activate this slower life history in people, even just momentarily, with information that the environment around them is getting more crowded?
He did 2 studies. In the first, participants had to read a newspaper article reporting on the problem of a growing population. In the second, they just made them sit and listen to crowd noise, played in on a speaker.
Then we had them respond to some questions that got at, various aspects of their life history. Would they want to start a family? How many children do they want to have? Stuff like that.
They also asked them questions to see how future-oriented their thinking was.
So, for example, one of the questions kind of goes would you prefer $100 today, or would you be willing to wait for $150, a month from now? So if people choose the second option, they are willing to wait for the larger amount of money, that shows that they are thinking about the future.
Participants who listened to the crowd or read the article reported wanting fewer romantic partners and fewer children, and they more often opted to take the larger sum of money further down the road. Their thinking had been shifted towards investing in their future.
I think what my research sort of suggests is that perhaps there is some sort of self-regulation psychology. In dense environments, you start seeing people having fewer and fewer kids, and then you might see density go down. Who knows, right?
I mean, this is quite a counter-narrative to the idea of, Calhoun's behavioral sink, isn't it?
So the picture that gets painted is really quite different. It sees people as, very active agents. They're focusing on building themselves, their skills and abilities and knowledge. Like some rats in Calhoun's experiments were completely healthy, but they just refused to engage in any social interaction.
These were the passive sleepwalker rats, the somnambulists, the beautiful ones.
Maybe some of those rats were actually trying to sort of slowing their life history to actually build their abilities. But of course the problem here is that in Calhoun's experiments, there wasn't a lot of maybe opportunities for the rats to build anything. And so I think there are some interesting insights to kind of applying this life history approach, thinking about the effects of density.
Calhoun's final rodent experiments in the 1970s move away from identifying the problems of overpopulation and move instead towards solutions.
Wants to show how you can actually solve a lot of these problems with crowding with better design.
He creates one final universe. He's back on rats this time. He controls where they go and who they interact with, and gives them tasks which encourage cooperation.
So the animals would have to do certain things in order to get water together. So he's building a sense of altruism among the animals. So the idea is that if you control the space, design it better, you can actually create smaller, more resilient communities within a crowded environment. And in the end, of course, in typical Calhoun style, he declares he's created super rats. They don't suffer the same problems when it comes to higher population density. So there's much less violence. So he thinks if we can do that with rats, then, these are sort of ideas that we need to think about for human beings.
It's interesting that his work that paints a sort of catastrophic picture of a potential societal collapse is more well known and more famous than the work that proposes solutions.
Yeah, that always bothers him. A lot of people were using his work and saying, the human race is going to be just completely destroyed. He was always chastising them, saying, you have to remain optimistic. We're an extremely adaptable species, and if we could somehow design more effectively, we could solve a lot of these problems. We needed philosophers, thinkers, policymakers, designers, architects to come together and solve the world's problems. That's what he thought anyway.
This is the BBC World Service, inviting you to have your say.
Have you got views or ideas about the programmes on the BBC World Service? We'd like to hear them.
I'm Casa Alom, and in Over to You, I'll talk to the presenters and producers on your behalf.
For the next programme, we'll be focusing on the art of the interview. Find out how you can be involved by searching BBC Over to You. In 30 minutes, crowd science. Listeners Molly and 9-year-old Dougie want to know, do animals hold funerals? And why do we rarely see the bodies of dead animals in the wild? We hide some cameras in a park to see what's going on for ourselves. And of course, I speak to the experts. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hi, I'm Celia Hatton. Welcome to the newsroom from the BBC World Service. Coming up in a few minutes' time, the latest on the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the third attempt on the U.S. president's life in less than 2 years. One suspect's in custody, leading to shock in his community.
He seemed like a very ordinary person. You never expect it coming from this guy. He was a nice guy. I got a lot of help with my physics homework and prepared for tests with him.
Some possible movement in the Iran peace process. Iran's foreign minister returns to Pakistan for more talks. And a big day for the London Marathon. A Kenyan sets a historic race record. Plus, we speak with a 75-year-old cancer survivor who crossed the finish line with her daughter. What Mum doesn't really talk about much. Actually, when she had blood cancer, she wasn't able to walk or run. You know, this was 2023. To be able to go from that to what she's done now, I don't think she kind of talks about it as much as what she should. Stay with us on the BBC World Service.
BBC News with David Harper. Lebanon's health ministry has said Israeli strikes on the south of the country killed at least 14 people on Sunday and injured almost 40, despite the ongoing ceasefire in the country. The Israeli military said it had targeted what it described as rocket-launching terrorist cells and weapons storage facilities used by Hezbollah. Our reporter Lina Sinjab is in Beirut.
Hi, I'm Celia.
The Israelis are saying they have the right to continue striking Hezbollah wherever they see they're posing a threat to their security, a threat to their northern border. But in fact, they're actually occupying big swathes of the south. They're moving around in the south. They have boots on the ground in the south. And Hezbollah is saying as long as the Israelis are violating the ceasefire, as long as the Israelis have boots on the ground and occupying the south of Lebanon, they will continue to strike back.
The Defence Minister of Mali, Sadio Camara, has died following a suicide bombing at his residence near the capital Bamako. The assault was one of several coordinated attacks by jihadist militants and Tuareg separatists on a number of cities. The head of the Alliance of Sahel States has condemned the attacks, saying they were backed by enemies of the Sahel liberation struggle. Makawachi Okafor has more detail.
For decades in the north, the Tuaregs, that's the FLA, have been trying to break away from the country and install their own more or less rulership in that region. But also, jihadist groups like Jinim are also fighting to more like enforce their ideology and their rule in other parts of the country. We're now seeing these two groups come together to more like fight, quote-unquote, a common enemy, being the current junta ruling the country.
Officials in Chad say at least 42 people have been killed in fighting between ethnic groups in the east of the country. The violence in Wadi Fira province is believed to have been sparked by a dispute over a water well, which then led to a cycle of reprisals over a wide area. Two of Benjamin Netanyahu's most formidable political rivals have joined forces in a bid to oust Israel's governing coalition in this year's elections. Right-winger Naftali Bennett and centrist Yair Lapid made the announcement at a joint news conference. Mr. Lapid said they were standing there together for the sake of our children. The state of Israel, he said, must change direction.
To win the elections, the entire Israeli centre must stand behind Naftali Bennett. Bennett is a typical man of the right, but a liberal right, decent, law-abiding right, who has not sold out his values, not to Haredi extortion and not to corruption. He was an excellent Prime Minister, and he will be an excellent Prime Minister. That is what we need now.
Mr. Bennett, a former Netanyahu ally, said that after 30 years it was time to part ways and open a new chapter for Israel. World News from the BBC. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says his visit to Oman, which concluded on Sunday, was focused on exploring ways to ensure the safe transit of vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. His comments were echoed by his Omani counterpart, Badr al-Busaidi, who stressed that more diplomacy was needed alongside practical solutions to reopen the key waterway. Mr. Araghchi is now en route to Russia. President Trump has claimed the gunman who attempted to storm the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington last night had written an anti-Christian manifesto. He described the man as a sick guy who hated Christians. Investigators are still looking for a motive for the attack. FBI operatives have searched a property in California connected to the suspect, Cole Allen. Speaking to CBS News, President Trump recounted the moments gunshots were heard.
It was a little bit me. I wanted to see what was happening. And I wasn't making it that easy for him. I wanted to see what was going on. And by that time, we started to realize maybe it was a bad problem, different kind of a problem, bad one, and different than what would be normal noise from a ballroom, which you hear all the time. And I was surrounded by great people, and I probably made them act a little bit more slowly. I said, wait a minute, let me see.
Fatah, the movement which dominates the Palestine Liberation Organization, says it has achieved a sweeping victory in local elections in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. The elections, the first held there for almost 5 years, saw voter turnout of more than 50%. Sporting history has been made in the British capital as Kenya's Sebastian Sawe became the first athlete to run a competitive marathon in under 2 hours. He claimed the London Marathon men's title with a time of 1 hour, 59 minutes and 30 seconds. The runner-up, Yomif Kajelcha of Ethiopia, also clocked a timing under 2 hours. Sawe described it as a day to remember. BBC News.
Hello, I'm Celia Hatton, and you're listening to the newsroom on the BBC World Service. 24 hours on assassination attempt on the U.S. president and his cabinet. The third time Donald Trump appears to have been targeted in less than 2 years. We'll look at the questions being asked in the United States. This latest attempt happened at one of Washington's glitziest annual events, the White House Correspondents' Dinner. A suspect, Cole Thomas Allen, will appear before a D.C. court on Monday morning local time. You'll hear more about him and his community in a moment. But first, let's hear about the criminal investigation guy in the Secret Service. Agents are investigating the suspect's background. They're examining whether anti-Trump sentiment could have been a motive for the attack. Mike Matranga is a former Secret Service special agent. He said, with political violence on the rise, the public needs to be on alert if they know of someone who is acting erratically or has been radicalized.
It's textbook lone wolf. Once we get into the ability to analyze his digital footprint, I think we're going to see that there were signs there. And then once the FBI starts conducting their investigation and interviewing neighbors and friends and family, there will be people who have had concerns. And I think that's where we have to get better as Americans, is that, long are the days where we can just say that it's someone else's business, because due to the political rhetoric and violence in this country and globally, I don't think we're going back to where we were. I think this is going to become the norm.
Serious questions are being asked about how would-be attackers keep getting past security cordons. But the president himself is defending the security arrangements in place. Our correspondent in the U.S. is Peter Bose.
Clearly, security cordons at different events are very different, open-air events or an inside event as this was. But you're right, in this case, the president is praising the response by security guards and the Secret Service in particular. He has acknowledged that holding an event like this in a working hotel, a hotel full of guests unrelated to the event, as it has been for decades, has some limitations in terms of security, but in terms of the very specific response on Saturday night, he has been full of praise. The suspect did not get into the room or even onto the same floor as this event was taking place. And in that respect, he and others say it was a successful evening for security. No one was hurt and the suspect was apprehended. But clearly, it does raise questions about the future, and specifically about how someone so heavily armed when so many of the government's senior officials.
The a Los Angeles suburb where he's reported to have worked as a tutor. Donald Trump told Fox News that the suspect had a lot of hatred in his heart for a while and said his family knew he had difficulties. He added that the suspect had a manifesto. Now, the BBC has not independently verified the alleged writings that were reportedly sent to the suspect's family before the attempted attack. Outside the suspect's home, she joined us from Torrance a short time ago.
The FBI descended on this neighborhood, on this house. Neighbors said there were 3 helicopters up from news media and law enforcement. There was a huge law enforcement presence and the FBI going through the house. And since then, it's just been chaos with media. We're all sort of out here talking to the same neighbors. Many of them don't want to speak to us. Some of them were happy to speak to the BBC, but not local news because they don't want to be on locally, but they'll talk to us.
And some details emerging about the suspect himself, and real shock for some of those who knew him.
The authorities say they believe that Cole Allen traveled by train from here in Torrance to Washington, D.C. That's almost 3,000 miles. And that's a journey, we don't have very fast, efficient, high-speed trains here in the U.S., so it's a journey that would take several days, but it also is a journey that allows you to bring weapons undetected. We understand that he legally did own some firearms. We're hearing that this man, he was 31 years old, he has one of the best educations that money can buy in the United States. He went to one of the most prestigious colleges, has a degree in engineering from Caltech, and then apparently he has an advanced master's degree, so he's very well educated. He was working, according to his LinkedIn social media profiles, he was working as a part-time software developer, video game developer, and he also worked as a one of these education centers that high school teenagers go for tutoring help with physics and math and to prepare for their own exams. So, we've heard from some people who had been tutored by him. We spoke to some of the neighbors, and across the board, people say he kind of kept to himself, but he was a nice guy. He was quiet. People are really shocked.
He seemed like a very ordinary person, it's just, you never expect it coming from this guy. He was a nice guy, down-to-earth guy. I got a lot of help with my physics homework and prepared for tests with him, as well as one of my other...
Reagan, as you mentioned, he traveled by train for days. So this wasn't an spur-of-the-moment decision.
This seems like it was a planned event, and a lot of the details we're going to hear more and more when he's formally charged on Monday. We'll definitely learn more. But President Trump himself was doing some media interviews where he said that before Cole Allen allegedly stormed into that Hilton hotel lobby, President Trump said that this young man alerted his family and that the family indeed are the ones who called police. A lot of these details we have not been able to independently verify, but I know that we are going to learn many more details when he's formally charged Monday morning in Washington.
Reagan Morris in California. Now, we've heard many journalists who were in the same room as President Trump give their accounts of what happened at the Washington Hilton Hotel. But one correspondent was in a unique position. Wei Jiajiang from CBS News also functions as the president of the White House Correspondents Association. She was sitting next to Donald Trump on the stage at the event. This was a big moment for her. This was the first time he had agreed to attend the dinner as president. Also, Wei Jia and the president have had some tricky exchanges in the past. During the COVID pandemic, he abruptly brought a news conference to an end when he was annoyed by one of her questions. But on Saturday, at his White House briefing after the shooting, he was full of praise for Wei Jiajiang and invited her to ask the first question.
Madam Chair, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. And after that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Wei Jiajiang was interviewed on CBS's Face the Nation by Margaret Brennan on Sunday. Here's what she told her about Saturday's dramatic events.
When we were still on stage, we were in the middle of a very light moment with the entertainer who was doing a trick. And when I heard something in the audience, I thought it was a protester or something we're very used to. Mm-hmm. But then when I saw SWAT team members come to the head table and rush us to the ground and say, down, 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 we were crawling off the stage. And in the back, that is a holding area where people wait, including President Trump and distinguished guests, to go onto the stage. And we were sitting there, and I saw more than a dozen SWAT officers. There were members of the Secret Service milling about. There were members of the president's team. And as you can imagine, a lot of conflicting information because it had just unfolded. I will say it was remarkable to see that in action and to understand it was their quick work that protected all of us that night. But obviously, it was a tough situation for everybody that was there, including you.
You were very stoic, though. You had to go out. You had to talk to everyone. Your 7-year-old daughter was there. Your parents were there. Your husband was there. How are you making sense of that? Have you? I think we're processing this still.
I think we're all processing it. I have covered countless shootings and murders and terrible things in my career. And this is the first time that I've been on the other side of a potentially violent and deadly situation. And no amount of reporting can prepare you for that. You're right that my family was in the audience, and it was incredibly meaningful to have them there. And so that added an additional complicated layer because I'm thinking about the safety of my members, the safety of all of our dinner guests, and obviously at the forefront, the safety of the people who I can see who matter the most to me. And we didn't have information. Yeah. So when I was in the back, I didn't know if there was an active threat. I was watching the monitors and keeping my eyes right on their table, but at the same time trying to find more information so I could share it with
What up,
everyone
fools?
in that room. And President Trump called me to his holding room and briefed me before he sent out a post about the dinner being, in his words, postponed and that he was going to have a press conference. And he really wanted to talk it through and to explain that he himself realized how important that night was. It's something we do every night. And when I did address the room, I reminded everyone that the freedoms that we are celebrating tonight in the First Amendment are still incredibly fragile. And I appreciate that the president acknowledged that.
Wei Jiajiang from CBS, the president of the White House Correspondents Association. You're listening to The Newsroom on the BBC World Service. A moment in athletics history today. Sebastian Sawe of Kenya has become the first athlete to run a competitive marathon in under 2 hours. It's an achievement many commentators thought could not be done. He won the men's race in London with a time of 1 hour, 59 minutes and 30 seconds.
Sebastian Sawe is going to break the 2-hour mark. He's going to win the London Marathon.
Anything crazy happened while I'm gone? Is Kamala Harris president?
Absolutely incredible. I've never seen anything like that. What a finish.
Sebastian Sawe beat the previous time by more than a minute. It's such a massive leap from the last world record. There are bound to be questions about doping, but a testing regime designed and implemented by the Athletics Integrity Unit,
Note
or
to self.
AIU, an independent body set
Don't
up by
take
World Athletics,
kids to the grocery store.
Drug-free. My colleague Owen Bennett-Jones spoke to Claudio.
Don't take them down the candy or ice cream aisle.
Did he expect the 2-hour barrier to be broken?
Little fuckers.
Maybe not really sub 2, but well, Sebastian was ready for a good one, definitely, and then perfect day, perfect conditions, so and then something.
Thank you, Patrick, for the coffee.
Well, I would say technology is definitely playing a huge role because we had an incredible shoe from Adidas, our main sponsor. What is also
Did you? No, they didn't have any, but I did get pineapple.
The level of training it has
Yeah.
in the years, and athletes
Have to dice that little bastard up.
And then, of course, I have to say the truth as coach of.
Yeah, I thought I was just getting
Sebastian is an exceptional
one
athlete. I've been coaching in Kenya for 22
nephew.
years, and
Oh no, 4 of them showed up.
Sebastian is showing me something which, honestly, I never thought to see.
And you know,
They're in there.
The next question, because you've taken a lot of measures.
You'll
to
probably
try
hear them come
get rid of this
running
issue,
around
but some
because
of your
they're
athletes have
chasing
been
Panda.
done for doping, and you have tried to get a lot of tests on Sebastian Sawe to show he's not doing it. Presumably, you're going to face that claim.
Yeah, well, I mean, Kenya is facing definitely a problem. And we had also, yes, in our group some few cases, and then we thought it was time to do something because Sebastian and I knew that maybe a day like today could have come. So, and then we approached AIU, and then we came up with this idea. And then, Sebastian is still continuing in having a very specific
Let's see
intense
here.
protocol. Yeah.
I mean, the idea is what, tests about every 3 days?
Yeah, that was initially what we did before Berlin last year. But then you came to us and you said, okay, you guys are still giving us a budget, but we think that every 3 days doesn't make much sense, it's too much. So still, Sebastian, compared to any other athlete, is being tested much more.
He's getting many more tests than any other marathon runner, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what next? I mean, presumably you're looking for more.
This one was only marathon number 4 for Sebastian, so in a sense he's still quite a new marathon runner. So for what I've seen in training, I think we still have room and more space for improvement. And of course now we have to go back and think what is next. Maybe Olympics are not too far away, and I'm sure we got interesting things ahead of us.
What is it about this part of Kenya that delivers
Let me
the
get
appeal?
that
From my opinion, it's about
tea sipper.
definitely something to do with
Calm
physiology,
down
but
here.
I think it's very cultural. I think that I don't know. Maybe
All right, that should be better. Why do blondes like lightning? They think someone is taking their picture. Oh my God. Did they break the bank? No. About 300 and some bucks. Why did the one put her iPad in the blender? Oh my God, she wanted to make apple juice. Let's see here. I hear TVs clicking on all throughout the house, so they must be trying to figure out where they're going to stay, who's staying where. They already asked me if they could stay in the guest house, and I told them I think they should stay over here. So as soon as we got in, Grandma. Like, yeah, I'm not going to lose. Alright, Kelly. Let's see. Kelly. Oh, you're hungry? Why did the blonde get fired? Oh my God. WWs. Two blondes driving to Disney. Road sign says Disney left, so they started crying and went home. I did get a text from Big Chair when I was at the store. Emergency meeting, 8:30 p.m. So wonder what the hell. I'll have to. I sent him a text. I said, "Who's all going?" He hasn't responded yet, so that'll be interesting. Let me see. I want to. Let's go look at some plans.
From Islamabad. In Indonesia, a camera hidden in the rainforest is thought to be a world first. Only crossing a specially installed bridge. The newsroom's Anna Adam tells us why this marks an important moment. Sumatran orangutans are critically endangered because of habitat loss and illegal hunting. So there were particular fears for one community when a road was built through the rainforest, splitting the population in two.
Why do blondes drive BMWs? Because they can't. Oh my God. Because they can spell it. That's harsh. Right, now let me go to the interactive. There's still a lot up for it being a Sunday night, but like I said too, we are in a quote-unquote wartime. I wonder if this is that same fucking plane. Yeah, it's a Reach. I think they're doing a lot of raids out in California. That's a lot of shit. Being and then Reach, yeah, these are cargo aircraft, GAF 619.
Before making it to the other side of the forest. Helen Buckland says there's a growing need for such wildlife corridors.
She left from Florida. That's a bombardier. He's probably going to either Wiesbaden or Heathrow.
So, with the young male paving the way for others, these people could help stitch a fragmented forest back together. Go back to the London Marathon, and one duo who completed the course after 10 hours, 9 minutes, and 23 seconds. It was a special pair. 75-year-old Printal
It's a Reach.
side by side with her daughter, Minreet. They used a technique known as jeffing, where they alternated between running and walking. Printal completed the race while in remission from myeloma.
I didn't get to sleep till about 3:30 this morning.
Asian women run, giving confidence to Asian women who are amongst the least ethnic groups in the UK.
And then Miss Panda started going at it about 10:30 because her boyfriend was at the window.
My mum and I did the London Marathon together. She wanted to do. At mile 17, she got cramps.
So that P8.
I then ran the last 10 miles to get her a medal. She was really upset about not getting her medal. And she said, I'm going to be back next year.
They're looking for something.
The next year didn't happen. But
I seen the Seahawk.
She's been training and
They're looking for something down there
and this year she had said,
on that peninsula.
I want to do the London Marathon once in my lifetime. So I had no choice because I'm her carer. But it was something actually a beautiful thing.
The Gulf of California. I still look at that and I think that's the funniest shit ever. This cat just went through and renamed all this shit. You know, and that's the other thing. What happens in 3 years, 2.5 years when he leaves? Do they change it back? So I'm saying there has to be something. There's something bigger at play. It's the only thing I can think of. And with Big Chair's attitude, I think it's coming. I mean, that last night pissed him off when he was texting me. I mean, I could just tell he was pissed off.
Yeah, do you know, I agree. What I've learned now from doing the London Marathon is actually some of your friends...
What's it called when a blonde dies?
And did some of the walk with us.
Bring them all to Gitmo. Waiting for our steaks, yeah.
I'm not carrying anything more. That was it. It was that community spirit that got us.
Yeah, I'm here now, Cheryl.
Do a marathon where we
Let's see.
We are the least active. We are not out there running as much as what we should.
Let's go. Let's see if I got this one right. Let's go to the...
Marathon finisher from Palcor and her daughter, Minute. You've been listening to the newsroom with me, Celia Hatton. Our main news: President Trump has claimed the gunman who attempted to storm the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington last night had written an anti-Christian manifesto. Thanks for listening.
Boy, I was I was pretty impressed. I went and Mino had Juan 07, aka Wayne Willett, on, and he did clarify it. He goes, look, this is the early stages, because I had told people last night that the guy wasn't dead, that they shot him, but he wasn't dead. And Juan had come on, and like he said, everything was preliminary, and it said that the guy was dead. Yeah, I told Big Chair, I said, you guys are going to have to get old Donnie some prosthetic shoes or something. I think that's what he did, is he tripped over his foot, and oh my God, that was the other thing. Sitting there looking at on this fucking TikTok. Oh, it's amazing how people forgot all the shit that, the Middle East is quiet. So they're flying with trains. Let's see, I gotta figure out too. I think I know what it is. But I gotta get rid of. Get rid of that.
Between farmers and nomadic Arab herders. Two of Benjamin.
I'll put that just in one big, because it's just circling the same UV stickers. I'm gonna have to just dump all these into one readable directory.
Achieved a sweeping victory in local elections in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. Voting also took place.
Let's see.
First time in nearly 2 decades.
Go through and
says that during
it's awfully quiet.
He discussed ways to ensure the safe transit of vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. Mr. Araghchi is now en route to Russia, where he'll hold talks with President Putin. Donald Trump
Awfully quiet.
during the chaotic scenes at Saturday's White House Correspondents' Dinner in Washington that saw the president evacuated as a gunman attempted to storm the event. Mr. Trump also conceded that his curiosity and wish to see what was happening
Had to go through and do some refunds to a couple customers on the Dart side of the house for a couple products that they said aren't going to be coming in for a while because of shipping issues out of China. Yeah, it seems like, no, I'm not using Skyglass. I got to go back and start using it. I like that better. And that way, too, I can use Monkey's watch list. Of course, I haven't heard back from him since I sent him over a few things. I'm sure he probably needs a break. Yeah, and then I can't get over how, during that press conference that Trump did from the White House, and you had Todd Blanche and Kash Patel, and just the comments, people were, oh, Kash is trashed. It's like, oh my God. I've learned that, over the years, and, when I first started going on Frog and in the Liberties, all the people that come out and attack you, for a while there, I took it kind of personal. I was like, I don't even know you. And now it's just to the point where if I occupy 30 seconds of your mind, I think you're the one with the damn problem.
Rest in peace, written on headstones which mark graves.
It was so spooky last night. I kept just by some of the things that I was seeing that I haven't really gotten into because I was asked to keep my soup cooler quiet about it. Some stuff that I was seeing digitally, like 2 or 3 hours. You're stalking quick. Well, to be honest with you, Kathy, what I think it was, all in all, I think their viewers got tired of it. It was the same old shit over and over and over again. And it gets old. I don't look, you don't like me, I give two shits, because at the end of the day, and it's horrible to say, but if they were, individuals were to fall off the face of the earth, like in the next 20 minutes, my life wouldn't be affected at all. The only thing that I feel bad for one or two of them is for their children, because, you don't get to pick your parents. Mm-hmm.
All over the world, end-of-life are a big part of human culture. From solemn Christian burials
So, I don't know if you guys have seen this or not. I'm going to have to ask one of the ERTs that I know. You guys seen the picture? Because I know they basically shut down this kid's social media so it can't be tampered with. Did you see the picture where he was sitting in a chair holding up a peace sign, and on his, you couldn't really see it, you could make out in the top left hand corner, is you're wearing it, the symbol for, like how FBI, they have their logos, the Secret Service and everybody, they have their logos. And the one that they got off of his, I believe it was his Instagram, was what appeared to be a Mossad logoed sweatshirt. I'm going to have to get some of these videos that these guys that were on scene. And I was actually shocked how many military, National Guard, of course they're wearing National Guard uniforms, right? But these guys are a little bit, of course, Spec Ops, they have their own quote-unquote National Guard group. I'm telling you, especially after what talking with Big Chair and some of the stuff that was said last night,
and it records about 20 seconds of video, so we get this little snippet of what's come in and had a look and taken the bait and foraged on it a little bit.
Okay, where's the first camera hidden?
I'm just looking at a few things here. With augmenting in the military and with the not so much confrontational, but the confrontation between a couple of the people and the Speaker of the House. And, it was stated that yes, I think they knew. Here, they get a lot of intel from the fusion center, okay? And you start getting, few weeks, couple months prior to an event when they start seeing upticks in certain intelligence coming in. Hold on one second. They start getting upticks, and they probably, I'm guessing, knew that possibly something was going to happen, but they couldn't shut that hotel down. Well, they could have, okay? Here lies the problem. Once you do that, because it's a private business, the GAO, the Government Accounting Office, then let's say you have, this is how it works with this type of shit. So, let's say Secret Service comes in and they need to shut down a hotel, okay? And that hotel has 500 rooms. And they come in with paperwork. If the hotel was willing to do it willingly, then they do so. They shut it down. If not, they come in with a national security letter. And under grounds of national security, they can shut the whole thing down. But the hotel has to be, the venue, whatever, they have to be compensated. So the way it works, unless it's changed, and I really don't think it's changed, is they get the dollar amount based on, say it's 500 rooms, right? And we'll do, for simple math's sake, it's $100 a night. And you need to shut that hotel down for, let's say, 4 hours. So 1/6 of the day. The government has to compensate that hotel for any revenue losses plus potential revenue losses. So if it's $100 a night, 500 rooms, Treasury has to cut a check for $500,000. They don't have to, they can, but it's just easier because you could come in with a national security letter from a federal judge saying you have to shut down. But then you get into other issues because certain hotel companies, chains have contracts with the U.S. government for like guys that are going TAD, pre-team, stuff like that go overseas. So I was sent this a few minutes ago. Trump is expected to hold a Situation Room meeting tomorrow as Iran gives the U.S. a new proposal for reaching a deal on the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, lifting the naval blockade first, and postponing nuclear negotiations for a later stage. I don't think that's going to happen. And I believe that we already got the shit out of there. I think that's what those planes were all about. And they use they were using the cover of the negotiations to get stuff out of there. Let's see.
And do you know why they're doing this? I know one reason, or at least I have very good evidence for part of the reason. So one of
Yeah, did you guys see what Elon Musk put out shortly after? And you have to think about this because he is correct. If they are willing to die to assassinate, imagine what they are willing to do to keep in the game and to get political power.
And in this case, we use people because in a crow's world, we exist on a spectrum of danger. Sometimes we're completely neutral. Sometimes we're very dangerous. Sometimes we take shotguns and we kill them. But then on the other end of the spectrum are the people who love crows, who feed them.
Let's see here.
Are really good at recognizing people, particularly if we're people that they see in their environment often. How do you know this? Because you can't ask a crow, hey, do you recognize me? Yeah, so before I started my graduate studies, there was this now very famous study that came out of the University of Washington where they looked at facial recognition among crows by wearing masks when they captured crows. And the function of capturing them is that we could individually mark them, put
all right.
bands on them, and then
so
and come back later wearing that same mask. And what they found is that the banded crows, the ones they had interacted directly with, when they would see that mask, they would alarm call.
This is a little unusual.
The way that they act towards a predator, and more importantly,
so
found that spread through the local crow community to crows that they hadn't originally interacted with. So they're actually sharing that information.
Apparently, there was a notification sent from the White House through a system that the military has in place for ILC. Like, let's say a reporter goes overseas. Okay, they register with the State Department. State Department knows what hotels are going to be in, cell phones, contact information, all this. Okay, well, apparently there was a text message sent out from ILC on behalf of the president, not the State Department, telling all reporters if they have any families to leave the Middle East region immediately.
Socially intelligent animals might be responding to their dead for a number of reasons. And some of them are going to be immediate survival reasons of something dangerous has happened. I want to assess so that I can avoid it too. But on the other hand, we know that for social animals, long-term bonds...
I just heard my youngest nephew run down the hallway and yelling at my mom saying, "Oh no, oh hell no, white devil." Oh my God. I'm probably gonna burn in hell. Oh hell no, white devil. Oh, did I have that many viewers? It'll get there.
You're listening to Crowd Science from the BBC World Service, the show that answers your science questions. In this episode, we're answering a question from Molly and 8-year-old Dougie. They emailed crowdscience@bbc.co.uk to ask if animals have a funeral or sort of end-of-life ceremony when one of their kin dies. Dougie was curious about one animal in particular.
Yeah, it's awfully quiet.
And they're famous for their magnificent...
Almost like it's too quiet.
The African savanna elephant is the world's largest land animal. It's also the favourite animal of this Botswanan safari guide.
My name is Makale Musheti, well known as Metal in the tourism industry.
Metal has spent 18 years with these giants in Chobe National Safari Park. Elephants have an excellent sense of smell, and when another elephant dies, they detect it from miles away.
They are walking along the trail, and suddenly the wind comes to them, and then they pick their remains.
The elephant
No.
towards the dead elephant and begins
No. She'll yell at him and act like she's mad at him. But look, when you have 5 boys and 2 girls, and I'm the mildest of the boys, yeah.
So they use their trunk to kind of sniff around the body, and then they have an...
But I harass my mom a lot. A lot.
Is this organ detecting, using the sense, what's going on?
Yeah, it's an organ that is meant for...
Like the one time,
And then if it's somebody whom they don't know, you will say...
I forget what, I was just arguing with her just to argue. This has probably been about 6-7 months ago. And I had taken her to the store, one of the local supermarkets, and she was acting like she was pissed off at me. So I went up to the customer service center to get a piece of paper and like a marker, and wrote on there, "Mom, this is where you pick up stuff for yeast infections." Just, oh my God, she was so pissed off at me. I thought she was going to call one of my other brothers to come pick her up. I was like, that shit's funny. Did you guys see how quick they yanked RFK Jr. out of there? That was kind of... Well, I mean, he is a cabinet member. We do have that threat assessment on cabinet members, where, you know, they're living on military bases now. See, this is how I think a lot of this is all connected. You know, coming into the fusion center, they get this data, and, you know, they start doing a threat matrix, and I don't think it was for this particular event, but I think there's bigger events coming. And, you know, I think once, and I do believe it's coming, you know, disclosure starts, they're going to have these people secured, because there's a lot of wackadoodles. I mean, shit, you don't have to go any further than TikTok or X to see all the whack jobs that are out there.
She specializes in animal cognition, emotion, and welfare at the College of William and Mary in Virginia in the United States. There's fascinating work showing...
See, and this is how dumb people are. So I'm looking at this post from this guy that claims he is media, right? And it says, breaking, what the fuck? Secret Service agents rush J.D. Vance out of harm's way before Trump. And then he replies to his own post, is J.D. Vance the real president? Okay, so I'll help you guys out with this. And I'm sure most of you can figure this out. Certain principals, protectees, they are assigned certain certain agents. And that's their job. No matter what, is you protect that particular principal. And once you get that principal protected, you know, if you're assigned to him, you're assigned to him, period. And, you know, people are saying that, oh, they should have went for Trump. Trump has his own group. He has his own people that they know what to do. There are certain protocols, certain things that, you know, are done. The stupidity just absolutely. Now here's another one. Politico reports FBI Director Kash Patel will be fired from his position by the Trump administration, citing an unnamed source at the White House. And now, you know, people are putting pictures up there of him cross-eyed, him having the star. Oh my God. I'm telling you. This is just one event. What do you think is going to, and this is why I think QRF is set up. People are going to lose their shit if what we believe and what I believe is going to happen happens. People are going to lose their fucking shit. Because people will not be able to admit that they've been duped. Especially the left side of the aisle. Because I think, not all of them, because trust me, there's a lot of conservatives that are fucking whack jobs out there. And they have, I don't know if they're trolling or if they're dead serious saying, like, Trump is my Jesus. Well, you're going to fuck around and find out. And sometimes, I think a lot of these leaks are true, but they're misdirection in order to find out who's leaking. Yeah, QRF is quick reaction forces. And, you know, this is why, you know, and I've had people tell me absolutely not, but I'm going to stick by it. This is why in 2017, I think Trump invoked, 2020. Trump invoked the Insurrection Act because they knew this was coming. They knew this was the pathway that was going to happen. They knew that they had to get the attorneys at DOJ. They knew they had to get the JAG attorneys. They knew they had to get people in place. And they were running the clock. And they were running out of time because I believe that, Chris Miller, the Joint Chief, were giving the president options on, we could do X, Y, Z. We can do a little bit of X, a little bit of Y, a little bit of Z. But this is our recommendation. And then, he probably went around the table of the cabinet, even to Pence, to get a vote. What do you guys think? I have, and ultimately it really doesn't matter what the cabinet votes. It's ultimately the Commander-in-Chief, President of the United States' decision. And, I was listening to an interview that was done shortly after Trump and Hegseth called all the flag officers and their staff to D.C., to the Pentagon. And it wasn't General McChrystal, Admiral McRaven, SEAL commander. He doesn't agree with Trump on a lot of stuff, which is absolutely fine. These guys, these guys are professionals. 90% of them, 95% of them. There are some that are in it for the money. Pure and simple. That's why when these guys retire, they're over at defense contracting agencies and all this other shit to buy influence. And Admiral McRaven basically said, I don't agree with this, but I'm telling the military now, if the commander, this was during the time to where Congress, certain members of Congress was telling the military, don't obey his orders. And Admiral McRaven said, look, better not listen to these fucking idiots. They're going to get your asses in trouble. If you're giving an order by the Commander-in-Chief, your duty is to follow it as long as it's a lawful order. And there are ways, if you don't think it's a lawful order, there's ways you go about it. You could be a conscientious objector and ask to be removed because a lot of people use that religious reasons. Because on the intel side of the house, with like our air crew, naval air crew, you had guys that were of Muslim faith and their religion would not allow them to do certain things, okay? And so you just go to your command, your chain of command, and say, hey, this, I want to be a conscientious objector, this is why, and most of the time, you would get withdrawn from the mission, depending on your chain of command. If you're not a shitbag, and if they believe that you're up front, it happens. And I can only speak about this with the Navy. That's because that was the only service I was in. So, but, common sense would tell you. Oh, shit. Notebook Queen. Oh, Cola, hopefully you were watching the pre-festivities last night. I gave kind of a half-ass prediction. It came true. Check mark Billy Goat. I think I'm up to like 91 batting average on that. Batting a 91-0. 9-10. Yeah, I don't think Greg's doing this show tonight. He's got to get rid of... I think he's got crickets in his pants, but... Notebook checked. Burke Burnett, Texas. Whereabouts that at, Outlandish? What? I mean, Texas is fucking huge. My sister and her family live in San Antonio, outside of San Antonio. It's a town called Shirts. And I always tell my niece and nephew that they live in Pants, or they live in Shirts next to Pants in north of Socks, Texas. And they're just like, you're an idiot. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Oh, let's see. I think we're getting kind of half-ass close to the 500. Yeah, we just went over that, Cola. So basically the way it works is you have agents that are particularly assigned to certain protectees. Like you would have your main corps that are assigned to the president, main corps, that are assigned to VP, the speaker, whatnot. And no matter what happens because of the line of secession, those agents only deal with that individual unless, there are other circumstances to where they can break off. But the policy is that's who you're assigned to. If you see somebody above or below that chain, your objective, your goal is to keep that person that you're in charge of alive because they're in the line of secession. Yeah, because I'd asked the big chair, I was like, how many of you guys taking heat? And he goes, I can't even look at this shit. It pisses me off. Hey, Diana. Diane. I don't know why I said Diana. But, yeah, this shit's gonna get fucking nuts. Especially with, cash coming out in the last few days and basically saying, fuckers, you're gonna see some arrest and it's coming. And I think that's going to be... I'm telling you, I think just like last night when we were doing this live, and 20 minutes before this happened, I had made the comment, something always fucks up. Something effed up always happens at these things. And I was going through a list, a couple things that had happened during these events. And, this is the first time Trump's did one since 2011. When Obama roasted him. And just like I said, when some guys go quiet, I know something is off. Because, most of them, they're afraid they're going to slip up and say something. And, we have always had basically the agreement that we just don't talk, because even though we trust each other, you just, number one, you never know who's listening. And it's the old adage, well, I'm going to tell you because I trust you, but you don't tell anybody else. And then piece of information or whatever is given to me, and then I do the same thing. It happens. It's human nature. And so we just kind of nip that shit right in the bust. I had heard that, Kathy, about the king coming. And I have my conspiracy on why that is. I think during this threat assessment, I think, because to me it looks like London's about ready to fall. And I don't think the King's Guard nor MI5 want him leaving, going anywhere. Because, look, let's say you're a multi-billionaire, okay? And you get intelligence from whoever, whether it's your attorneys, your paid security, your intelligence services, right? That there is something very big brewing. There are key people that aren't talking anymore, or they're not able to contact, that are just completely missing off the chessboard. You get nervous. And if there are people who have, let's say, funded your campaign, or have compromised you with pictures, and you know that they're about ready to be removed from the chessboard, or some of your people are going to be removed, you don't want to go nowhere. I don't give a shit where it is. And especially the guys that are in charge of protecting you don't want you going anywhere. Because now it's going to be on them. And I can only imagine, even though we have our feelings about the crown, just like you would have a fringe group. Let's say if things turned out different last night and something major happened, and they had to rush POTUS to Bethesda, or to more than likely a military hospital. The majority of the country, Republicans and Democrats, would be moved by. Same with Obama. Now, you could say, same with Biden. You could say whatever you want, right? But when something happens, like a Target type thing happens to them, it does something, because now you're not looking at it as this president that I hate. Now you're looking at it from the perspective of the office of the presidency and what it's going to do to the nation. I can only imagine what it was like for people that were alive and are able to remember JFK. Because I ask my mom about it all the time. I love picking her brain about it. And when my great-grandmother was alive, because we had a house for, next door. I love picking her brain, because you learn so, and that's the only way you keep that type of stuff is through, like with my great grandmother, she knew exactly where she was at when it happened, just like on 9/11. I knew I can recall that day through my head. I knew exactly where I was at, where I was sitting, what I was eating, who I was with, how many times my pager went off, how many times I had silenced my brick cell phone because, at that time, they were not like they are today. They were getting better. Most of us had flip phones. But you remember those things, and for me, 9/11 was trippy because, I was part of a fusion center for the Northeastern District. And I had just come off a 24-hour shift. And, I had met my brother and my mother for breakfast, my oldest brother. And, we were sitting down there eating, and here comes Miss Panda. She must be getting tired of them. Come on, Bubba. I'm getting tired of the boys. So, my, my pager went off. And then my other pager went off. And I'm like, screw you. My thoughts are like, screw you guys. Whatever the hell's going on is not that important. I'm going home and I'm going to bed. And then my phone was vibrating. I'm like, this is stupid. And at that time when I said, this is just absolutely stupid. And, the waitress had come up. And she goes, I know, isn't it crazy? And I'm like, looking at my mom like, what the hell is this lady talking about? And I'm like, no, I said, I'm just getting all these pages and, phone calls. And she goes, oh, well, there are 2 planes that hit the World Trade Center. Or I think she said at that time there was 1 plane. And I was like, what? And she goes, yeah, it's all over the news. And so I looked at my mom and I said, hold on, I'm going to have to go out and make a phone call. We were at a restaurant. I don't even know if it exists anymore in this area, called Eaton Park. And so I went out and called the Joint Watch Center. And they come on and, I told them, hey, this is Jeff B., but I didn't put it like that. I said, you guys are trying to get a hold of me. What's going on? They're like, you have no idea? And I'm like, no, somebody in the restaurant told me a plane. They're like, start heading north. And me, the question was, what do you mean head north? And they're like, head to Cleveland. And so I go back into the restaurant and I tell my brother, I said, hey, I got to go. Can you make sure Mom gets home? And he's like, yeah, what's going on? I said, I think we're under a terrorist attack. And he looks at me because we're always fucking around. He goes, yeah, whatever. And I'm like, no, dude, serious, I got to go. Something major is happening. And they're calling everybody from all the main district campuses into work. And so I these days, I'm hearing sirens. And I think my nephews are in watching some of those body cam videos and they got the TV cranked up. Either that or my house is about ready to get flashbanged. So, I go up and pay the bill. I go out and I had a new F-150 at the time. Because what they do is, and I think they still do this, is yeah, I think it's my nephew. They love watching those cop cam and Karen videos. It's so damn funny. They're the ones that got me watching because it's just so asinine. And they I don't see any flashing lights outside my window, so I think I'm good. So as I get in my truck and I start heading north, I call the 911 center and I give them my badge number and give them the description and the tag number for my vehicle for State Highway Patrol. And I said, hey, I just got called in. I'm probably going to, if you get any reports on my vehicle, I'm probably going to be doing about 120 heading to downtown Cleveland. And FBI. And, so the dispatcher says, okay, well, and I heard the bolo come out over the radio. And so I get about 5 minutes south of Akron. And my phone rings, and it was my DIVO, my division officer, saying, hey, where are you at? I'm like, I'm getting ready to get on to Route 8, and I'm heading north. He goes, cancel, go to Akron field office. He goes, we got a helicopter flying down because we got other guys that are getting picked up, and so we're just going to fly everybody up to Cleveland. So I head down there, and at that time the marshals had everything completely fucking locked down. So I had my wigwags on, pulled up, showing them the credentials, give them my name, my division number, all that nonsense. They radioed in. They cleared me to come into the garage, which is underground. And so I go up to the talk and check in with them. And so a bird come in, wasn't a Huey. They got one from the Army National Guard at the local airport, and they flew it. And so we all loaded up. Guys had gear all ready to go, and I'm like, holy and this time I didn't know how serious it was. I mean, I knew it was serious, but didn't know well, Miss who asked it? Oh, Lily. Yeah, I'll get into that because I'm thinking there's and I hate saying everything's faked and staged, but there's some things about that whole incident that kind of struck me as odd. All right, there you go, Miss Panda. Go on. No, you're not going out? Okay. So we had flown in up near Hopkins. Oh, I forget what the hell the small airport is. It's on Riverside Boulevard, right at the Great Lakes, Lake Erie. And I think it begins with a B, damn it. And so they had vehicles there waiting for us. And then, so we get into the federal building and get, check in. And, I call my Divo, say, hey, what do you guys want me to do, or what am I being tasked with? So they gave me my task, and I go over and I log into the SunSpark 5 and pull up the task list, and then I start running that. But there's some weird things happen on 9/11 that I know that most, I would say 99%, and it's not even classified, but 99% of the American populace never even heard. So north of me there is it's called University of Akron. That's where I started out going to law school. Got a year in, and I was like, man, this shit's stupid. I'm not doing this law school shit. And my grandfather, my mom's dad, was like, all stupid. It took you a year to figure out these guys were all crooked as shit. So like within an hour before 9/11 hit, and it's not, yep, the Akron Zips, you got that. There were 3 members of the House of Fod that were attending the University of Akron in the Polymer Science building. So it's like all your top level engineers. And so when I got into doing the task list, there, at that time, it was kind of like there was a piece of software called ICQ. It was open source where you could like instant message people on the internet. Kind of like Facebook Messenger today, but a little less technical. And so we had a version of that on the top secret computers. And I was in basically one of these rooms. It's like a chat room. And I started seeing guys talking about they were going to the University of Akron to extract 3 members of the House of Fod and getting them out of the country. And the timestamp on it was like an hour to an hour and a half before the planes hit. Not saying it was a conspiracy, because I think they knew something was happening, and where they were intercepting the traffic from led to believe that something major was going to happen. And so they had continuity plans to get certain people out. So one, they don't become hostages, stuff like that. But yeah, and then so shortly, I want to say about 3 days, maybe 4 days later, because I never left Cleveland. I stayed in the skiff, and we brought in racks and stuff from beds from the local hotel. They called up and acquisitioned some beds and stuff. They had their people bring them over, or they had a shipping company pick them up, bring them, and then we had to set them up because they were in the skiff. So I know I was in there for like 3 or 4 days, and then I got deployment orders to go overseas somewhere. I can't really state where I went to. So, that's there are a lot of complexities to that stuff. But getting to this, the whole staging thing, right? nobody truly knows. There's a lot of things that when I went through and I'm looking at the videos, that kind of look odd to me. You know, granted, even though, you know, I was never like on a protective detail like that. I've been around, and when I worked at the castle, um, you observe shit, how they operate, and some of this stuff just looked weird to me. And I was listening to a podcaster that instantly, you know, said this was staged and all of this, and these guys on the cat team are a part of it. Okay, so I think I can kind of dispel that notion if, and I'm saying a big if this was staged, like some people think Butler was staged. Some people think Charlie Kirk's was staged. If this was, what's Minerva? Teresa. It's funny because I grew up in that's where I was raised, in the city of Minerva. Oh no, I believe 9/11. No, that wasn't the real story. And that story, kind of, the whole 9/11 thing. Oh, is that where you live, Teresa? Because I went to Minerva High School, but I graduated in the 9th grade. So at that time you had programs that you could take tests, and oh, your nephew lives there. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, our farm, it was my grandparents' farm. Of course, they're both deceased. We still own the farm. It's out in a small town outside of Minerva called East Rochester. Damn, that's a small world. Yeah, I was raised, grew up in Minerva till we moved to where I'm at now. Wow, that's a small world. Oh, that's wild. You know, funny thing is, I may know. That's a scary part. Because with our farm, we do a lot of business with, like, the Minerva Dairy and Kishman's IGA and stuff like that. Damn, that's a small world. And but getting back to, you know, this podcaster was talking about, you know, these guys on the cat team wouldn't know shit. Just like when we would do exercises in the fleet. So most of it, you know, I was either, it mostly takes place on surface vessels, not so much oh, okay. Yeah. More, who was that? Was that Maury Povich? Where they would come out with the percentage that you're the father? Was that Maury? Oh, no, that was... no, Jerry Springer did that a lot. Yeah, he's from Ohio, too. We got a bunch of degenerates from Ohio. It's like LeBron James. His godmother, because his mother was a crackhead. I've talked to him a little bit. I know when to leave him alone. I text him probably about 7 o'clock in the morning to see if he had gotten any sleep and how the wife and the boys were doing. They locked them up. I knew that was coming. And you guys can remember, this is how, I don't want to say it's staged, okay? But you guys remember about 2 weeks ago, I told you that I may be getting his boys again. And now this happens. So, I'm just saying, putting a lot of proofs out there. But we would be on mostly surface vessels when they would do like threat assessment teams, mostly done by, depending on what region of the world is, they'd have a SEAL team do it. They'd have Marine Force Recon. They'd have Delta try to overtake a ship. Okay? There was only one person on that boat, well, two, that knew that this was happening. And that was the Battle Fleet Commander, which was normally a 2-star and up. So 2-star Admiral, depending on the mission. Like if it was like an exercise to like overtake a destroyer or a frigate, something along those lines. So you would have, well, we'll say for instance, this all took place in the Pacific Fleet. So 200-300 nautical miles off the coast of Hawaii, heading towards Australia in a southwest direction. So the planners inside the Pentagon and the Department of Navy would call for this exercise. And it's mostly for mission preparedness, watch standards, making sure that the ship's up to snuff on JQRs, for watch standards, stuff like that. So we'll say Pac Fleet Commander, Admiral Blair at the time, he would be notified by the Pentagon, by the Secretary of Defense, that this exercise is going to take place, okay? And he would be read into the program on what ship, what their objectives are, and then Pac Fleet Command would do basically a one-on-one conversation with the commander of that vessel. Most cases than not, he wouldn't even be allowed to share that with his XO. That's how compartmentalized, because they want it to be as real as possible. Okay? So, let's say it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and, you, depending on the region of the world you're in, you may have, 2, 3, 4 watch standards. Walking the deck of the ship, walking the hallways, making sure berthing is cool, making sure hatches that are sealed are supposed to be sealed, okay? So you get a team, we'll say SEAL Team 1, that are aboard a converted fast attack, or a converted boomer, which is a ballistic missile submarine, one of the big boys. So the ones that Pac Fleet had, SEAL Team 1 Detachment Unit, SDV, had is the USS Kamehameha. So what they did is they took the USS Kamehameha, which was a boomer, during the drawdown, and they converted it to a spec op boat. And on the outside of the boomer, they would have 2 docks right near the conning tower, the bridge. And they just look like big Tic Tacs, is what we called them, Tic Tacs. So they would be loaded onto the outer top level of the submarine. And they would have miniature submarines. They're called SDVs, sealed delivery vehicles. It's the only submarine in the fleet that takes on water. And it's supposed to take on water because it's all hydro-propelled. So you have moving parts, but you don't. They're cold as fuck. Everybody, you're in a wetsuit. It's all battery cell propelled, so you don't have like a miniature nuclear reactor. You don't have an engine room. So you put 6 to 8 guys in this miniature submarine with all your gear, and you're pretty much what they call nut to butt. So you're basically straddling the dude in front of you. And, you got your navigator who's basically driving the submarine. Then you got your number 2, and then you have the crew in the back. So once you get to where you're going to go, depending on what the op is, you either anchor this bitch to the bottom, or, which is most common, you hook it to the ship. However you can hook it. And then what you would do is, you would open up the boat, and it already has water in it. That's why you're so fucking cold. And you climb up. You have some equipment that allows you to make a ladder. And, you take your little gun and you shoot your rope, and you start climbing up the side of the ship, and, you have an objective. Your objective is to take over that ship. So you have guys that are going through the ship, and they have paintball guns, virtually. And you shoot somebody, they're down. Now, the crew doesn't know this is going on, so they're like, what the fuck? And they do it that way. That way they can see how far they can get onto the ship, because the objective, most likely, is to get to the bridge, to take over the ship, or to get to the engine room, to disable it. And so you have these teams, 6, 8 guys, 16, depending on what it is, to take over that ship. And then once the operation is done, the exercise is done, you get a readiness report from COMSUBPAC, which is Commander-in-Chief Submarine Forces Pacific, which at that time was my buddy Admiral Knitsky, who was a 2-star. That's the guy who Big Chair and I crashed the party. And it does sound like what the Somalis do, right? But this happens all the time. I mean, these exercises, and it became pretty infamous after, Richard Marcinko created Red Cell. And that was their purpose, was to take down U.S. vessels. to see how far they could get, what they could get. I mean, they were given an unlimited fucking budget to do this kind of shit. So let's say there's a ship. It's coming back from deployment. And they're leaving Guam. And they're floating back to Pearl. That's probably 3-4 day transit. So the Pentagon would call this operation, and it would go down to either Marine Force Recon over at Kaneohe Bay. It would go to SEAL Team 1 SDV at Ford Island. And you're calling Sean Ryan. My, I believe, and he's since passed, my chief was his instructor at Bud's, Chief Noble. Sean Ryan would be a cool show to do, but see, the problem with that is you'd have to tell sea stories. And because a lot of this stuff that we did was beyond classified, beyond top secret SCITK. You know, it's some... Look, if I was able to, let's say, hypothetically, I lived to 109, which is when my NDA runs out, when I'm 109 fucking years old. And I was able to tell you some stories without ending up in fucking prison, you wouldn't believe me. That's how... I have told people ever since I was immersed into the intelligence community, if the American people knew 5% of the shit that goes on, they'd go to Canada. And I'm not shitting you. That's maybe not Canada, somewhere else, because Canada is turned into a shithole. We used to call Canada the loft apartment over a really great party. Oh yeah, they probably would. They'd flash bang me at 108. Yeah. Well, that's funny. I hope this story comes out at some point in time, and you can say you heard it here, about the agents who were assigned to the White House under Obama, how they called Michelle Obama Big Mike. True story. True fucking story. Everybody who I knew that left the White House, whether it was either in law enforcement or intelligence, everybody said they referred to him, her, whatever, as Big Mike. But, you know, I have asked and asked and asked, and he will not budge at all on Pennsylvania, whether that was staged or not. And this is the same person that when I was blowing his fucking phone up after J6 and telling him, basically not pleading with him, but pleading with him, dude, something else is fucking going on. And I mean, I was sending him clips of what I believed at the time to be operators. What the fuck are these high-speed guys in this fucking Capitol building doing this shit? You know, and he kept telling me, you're nuts. Are you still seeing the psychiatrist? Are you still getting your psychomeds? You know, all that shit. And know now why he was doing it, because he was getting me to quit asking these fucking questions. But I wasn't taking the hit because I knew there was something off. I knew it. Just like last night, I was telling people in the live, something's off. Something doesn't look right. And I went back and I watched through that whole fucking thing, and I still don't know what it was. Whether it was intuition, something didn't feel right, but I kept telling you guys, something is fucking off with this. And, you know, I get those type of fucking, and I think it's just all those years of doing all the intelligence work. You know, you learn to spot shit and it becomes subconscious anymore. That's like, you know, going into a grocery store. You know, I look at everybody, where everybody's at. I mean, it's just stupid shit like that you just do. And, you know, and then Trump come out after, you know, J6, and he gave that speech. And just the wording of it, I'm like, God damn, I got to look this up. And I know I did a show with Mike, LWN, and I said, look, dude, I think he invoked the Insurrection Act. This was backstage, and Mike, you know, a lot of people know Mike's a skeptic on a lot, which you should be. I mean, everybody in here should be a skeptic to me, but I think I'm kind of bringing the quote-unquote receipts, which I think is the worst fucking overrated word that people use now. You know, I kept telling Mike backstage, I'm like, Mike, I think he invoked the Insurrection Act. And, you know, most Americans, they have to go look that shit up because they don't teach it anymore. We have no civics that I'm aware of. And I kept telling him, I'm like, dude, something's off. Something's going to happen. And, you know, I kept harping on Big Chair about this. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? What the fuck are you guys doing? And, you know, to me, at that time, it was more or less about the country and about the office of the presidency. Because I was pissed off that day. I think anybody in their right frame of mind would have been pissed off at all these people. You know? And then once you start peeling the banana back and you start looking at shit, and I did, I spent like 3-4 days just going over these fucking videos because I couldn't get it out of my head. And then I think it was like 6 months later, may even been longer, may have been a year. The Gateway Pundit come out with the article talking about how there was a well-placed source within the Pentagon that had told them that J6 was going to happen. It really happened, but in coordination with the Special Operations Command and the U.S. Secret Service, they totally kept Capitol Hill police out of it because they knew there was a leak within Capitol Hill. That they basically hijacked this. And they're like, okay, we're going to let this go on. Right? And then you have the naysayers say, well, there were people shot and killed. Well, look. Yes, there were. But what's the greater good? You know, if you were there protesting, which you have the right to protest all you want. But that doesn't give you unlimited ability to do whatever the fuck you want, just like free speech. You have free speech, but it doesn't give you the fucking ultimate Uno card to do or say whatever the hell you want. And, you know, even Trump had said during his first term, there will be casualties. And When I was going through the tape and I kept seeing these guys all dressed the same backpacks, same sunglasses, and and I'm sitting there and I keep watching this and watching it, and my mother was like, dude, you need to go fucking watch cartoons or something, get your mind off of this shit. And I kept telling her, I said, something's off with this. And she goes, well, if there is, I'm sure you'll figure it out. And then, I started noticing those X's on the backpacks. And, when Mike did his first show, and I'm like, look, and I don't know if he still has those videos on his channel, because I know it got nuked. But I was pointing out on the show, look at this. Look at this backpack. There's an X. Here's this other guy. Let's look. Yep, there's an X. And to the normal, average day person, you look at it, it's like, okay, it's a fucking X. Well, it's not so much the X. Yeah, the ones, there were 3 of them that were coming down the stairwell. I was told those were the guys that had the package, which was what they were sending there to get. And how another reason I believed that was an operation is because they had camera people in very specific positions to make sure that they got it on film. Okay? So I'm sitting there, and I think I was in the TV room, and I'm just going over this on a big screen, and I'm like standing like 2 or 3 feet away from the fucking screen, just looking at everything. And then all of a sudden it just hit me. And I was like, you sons of bitches. What the fuck are you doing? Because it wasn't the X. It was the material that the X was made out of. Okay, because I'd seen that material before. I had seen that very distinct pattern inside that material. And, I don't know. I think my mom might have been in the kitchen or laundry room or somewhere. And I went in there and I told her, I said, I got it. My mom's like, you got what? And I was like, herpes. And she was just like, oh my God. And I said, no, I think I figured it out. And she's like, figured what out? I said, the X's. And she goes, okay. And I said, it's not the X's, it's the material. And she goes, well, what about the material? And I said, when I was in Hawaii, and, the couple times that I called you and said, hey, I'm not going to be able to talk to you for 2 months, 3 months, whatever. They would sew this material into our clothing. And it was basically good for 6 months. And what it was a very low emitting frequency that certain planes could detect, certain satellites could detect. So if you go operational and you go into a country, okay, and let's hypothetically say the National Command Authority believes that country X is enriching uranium or has a unknown nuclear program. And the decision makers want to know if that's true. So what they would do, more than likely, they send in pipe hitters. And these guys would probably jump out 40,000+ feet, do a halo, high altitude, low opening jump, land, bury their parachutes, go maybe hike 15, 20 miles, go get soil samples, get out. Depending on where you're at, we'll say just for ease, let's say Israel, right? This happened in Israel. So you would go to the Mediterranean Sea, and you would swim out, let's say 30 nautical miles, okay, with all your gear. So you're swimming. And once you get to a GPS located area, you would turn on a transmitter. And you would probably hook that transmitter to your knee, to your foot, whatever. And then there would be a submarine listening for that signal. And they would triangulate it and put that submarine close to where they get a good tone. And then they would start securing hatches. And these guys would then enter the submarine. And once the dry dock, once it's pumped out with water, poof it by magic. Okay, so now you got your evidence. It goes back to the labs and they test it. Same concept. But now we're doing this on home soil. Allegedly, with DC. So when I seen that, the first thing that I thought was, take that scenario that I just gave you and now play it with what happened to J6. Why would these guys be using that material? Well, they would be using that material because they want to be able to pinpoint where each guy is at. So, hypothetically, let's say you got a team of 4 guys. And they put everybody in the Capitol building on lockdown. They either moved them to the basement, got them outside, wherever, put them in motorcades, got them the fuck out of Dodge. So now, you call an Uber. So now they can pinpoint these guys. Okay? They know exactly where they're at in the Capitol building. And even though these guys have probably rehearsed this shit time and time and time again, that's why you always see, like at Area 51, right? They would build like a fucking mock-up. And you would have these operators going through. Okay, we're going to walk up these stairs. And we're going to do, 138 steps. And we're going to enter the door to the left. And we get into the door to the left, there's, hypothetically the speaker's office. And her desk is over here. And what we want to call bingo one is going to be over here. Okay? So, the Gateway Pundit had put out this article saying, hey, that Special Forces was, now the way they put it was involved in January 6th. Like, the military was against Trump. And that was a deception. Okay? And I think that article is still up there. You can go read it. If you go to the Gateway Pundit and type in, I think the search that I did was January 6th, Capitol Hill, Special Forces. And you'll see the article. The guy lays it out. This was after he was quote-unquote given the okay to. And so these guys went in and got whatever they were going after. When they got done, they called bingo. We got what you're coming for. So after this article comes out, I called Big Chair. And I said, hey, I'm going to send you an email. read this fucking link. He goes, no, just text it to me. I'm like, okay, whatever. So I text him the link. He opens it up and he just starts laughing. And I'm like, what's so fucking funny? He goes, dude, I was in the ops center the whole time. And I'm like, you couldn't have said that? And he goes, no. And I said, but you had to always ask me if I was on my psycho pills, if I was on, if I was taking, seeing the psychiatrist and all that. And he just started laughing. He goes, yeah, because it was fun. And I'm like, what the fuck? He goes, dude, I was watching the whole thing. I said, so it is true. And he goes, I'll give a nod to the article. Well, then I started doing more digging and going through some back channel websites, and I seen some information posted about what they were looking for. And they had heard through NSA wiretaps that there was going to be something sold. They didn't know what, but the people on the U.S. side were involved, and they could not secure a FISA warrant because it would involve high-level government officials. And there wasn't a FISA judge that would sign off on it just because of the implications. They were probably looking at it as a political suicide rather than, okay, if this is true, I may be instrumental in saving the country or something else, right? So whoever FISA judges they went to, they opted for, I'm going to save my own ass. And that's when they couldn't get any of the warrants done. That's when my boy Chris Miller had devised this with Special Operations Command to devise this plan to do this, to allow something that they already knew was going to take place because of bad actors. They were just going to hijack it for hopefully the greater good. And so when going through this, the assessment that I took from some of these posts was General Dynamics was going to be sold, authorized to be sold by Congress to the Chinese for an exorbitant amount of money. And every member of Congress that signed off on it was getting a $5 million payday. Now, NSA only had one side of the conversations. They didn't have the U.S. side because the UCIT 18 protected that. So they would have launched this because they needed to find out what they were talking about. What was it that was allegedly going to be sold? What was it? Who were the players? And I believe that how they knew allegedly that the speaker was involved, because probably when they intercepted phone calls, the secretary probably, when they answered the phone, they said, Speaker Pelosi's office or Speaker of the House, whatever. So they knew that was, okay, that's probably the tip of the spear. That's probably who we need to go for. Everything below that is going to be icing on the cake. So, my understanding, now this wasn't in the article, But my understanding is they made multiple copies of that hard drive in case there was you enter in a password wrong and it starts doing a low level format, or if it's plugged into the internet, or whether hardwired or wireless, it would transmit to a certain IP address. That way they knew the gig was up. Okay. And if you go back and the next few days after this took place, J6, you'll hear Trump talk about, not specifically, but you'll hear Trump talk about General Dynamics, basically putting them on Front Street, and probably to let them know we caught your asses. And he was in that the whole fucking time. So that's kind of, like with this thing that happened last night. Something, I don't know what it is yet, but something is definitely, giving Pence a coin. Well, I think that the whole coin thing, that goes back to James Clapper in his interrogation with the U.S. Secret Service. And his reward was going to be that if Trump won, some way he won a second term, consecutive term, the 25th was... Now, here's another connect the dot moment. Hold on, I gotta grab a beverage here. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. So, and I'm gonna put that audio up on TikTok and see if that helps us gain some traction on that. But you remember, yeah, I'm getting Ovaltine. I remember, and I thought, you guys know, and I'm sure it still exists, when my grandmother was sick and she was dying of cancer, my parents used to get her, it was called Insure. And I was out staying with my grandmother, and she'd ask me to make her some Insure. She wanted to scoop ice cream, kind of like make it into a milkshake. And so I did. Well, I decided, well, shit, I'm going to try this shit out too. Man, that shit made me fucking jittery as fuck. And my grandmother was just sitting there laughing. She goes, you just always have to do something stupid. And I'm like, yep, that's how I was raised. Do it stupid and do it good. You remember shortly after, I don't know, I think it was shortly before, but I'm almost positive it was after, when the White House press office this, or the gaggle. They were always asking the press secretary where the president was at. And the press secretary is like, he's doing the nation's business, giving some bullshit answer, right? Well, after all this revelation, I was basically told that the whole reasoning for that was the meeting that was conducted with Mike Pence, Nancy Pelosi and Paul Ryan, and what was the guy at DOJ? I can see his Weasley ass face, but he was going to be Pence's vice president. I think it was a Jewish name. But Nancy and Paul Ryan told Pence he needed to do the 25th Amendment so they could stop him. From doing what they thought he was going to. Rosenberg, I think was his name. They called him the genius. Well, Clapper called him the brains behind this operation to do the 25th Amendment. Rosenberg. And that as dedication to the country to get rid of him, he was going to be named VP. And one of the Secret Service agents that was assigned to Pence, because they were at the Naval Observatory, which is the VP's house, okay? The agent had overheard this conversation. And he had called the director of the Secret Service asking for a push, which is basically, their word is, I need a relief, okay? And he had called the director and said, I need a push. I need to come see you, and I need to come see you now. So they sent over a car, picked him up, dropped off his push. He went to the director's office, told the director what he heard. The director of the Secret Service had notified the lead agent in charge of the president's detail and told that lead agent to get him the fuck out of Dodge. Hiding. Put him somewhere where he can't be found. Nobody else but him goes. And so, within the next day or two, you started hearing the news media, because I'm sure somebody leaked it, and it was probably, Pence, Nancy, Rosenstein, whoever it was. Yeah, it was Rosenstein, not Rosenberg. Same thing. They leaked it to the media to get the question out there so the American people would start to get panicked. Because remember, he disappeared for like 3 or 4 days. And every morning you would hear the gaggle asking the press secretary, where's the president at? Is he in the hospital? Blah, blah, blah. And the response, it wasn't Tony Snow, because I think Tony Snow was only in there for a couple months, and then he got a real big hit of cancer, and he had to step down, because I remember watching his final press briefing. Who do I think is on our side that we think is bad? I think it's the U.S. military, period. Full stop. And I think that's why the letter in the alphabet says military is the only way. And the only way that and this is how I deduce the Insurrection Act. There is only one safeguard in the Constitution, one, that would allow for a acting sitting president, which Trump was at the time, to safeguard, preserve the nation, preserve the Constitution, is to bring in the head of the U.S. Secret Service, who was probably the most trusted person in his orbit at that time. Bringing in the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and probably one other person, the under chairman. Having whoever gathered this intelligence, whether it was NSA, DIA, NIS, NRO, any of the alphabet agencies, somebody that the Secret Service trust, not the president, the Secret Service trust, and to inform the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the acting Secretary of Defense, which would have been Chris Miller, that he is going to institute continuity of government because the nation has been attacked, foreign and domestically. The only safeguard that is provided in the Constitution is called the Insurrection Act of 1812. So there are certain requirements that the president has to do prior to instituting continuity of government and turning the power of the country as commander-in-chief to the U.S. military. Then there are certain requirements, and we haven't heard that requirement yet. That's why I still think we're under continuity of government. That's why I think Trump isn't making a lot of these decisions. He's giving the final blessing, but at any point in time, if the Insurrection Act was invoked, the military necessarily doesn't have to take the advice of the commander-in-chief, because they have turned the president, the office of the presidency, has turned over full authority to the military until the military comes back to the President of the United States, Commander-in-Chief, and states, Mr. President, we have squashed the insurrection. And then once that statement is made, there's paper that is sent to the Speaker of the House, to the U.S. Supreme Court, notifying those two bodies that the insurrection has been squashed. Then, as a requirement, the President of the United States has to then publicly acknowledge this. We haven't heard that public acknowledgement yet. That's why I believe that some of the stuff that Big Chair says that is going on, Trump has his very, very, very tight inner circle, and he will only listen to a couple people. And the PED, I think we're about ready to see the PED, Doc. And for anybody who doesn't know what a PED is, it's a Presidential Emergency Action Document. I believe that's the correct terminology for that. Basically, it encompasses everything that this whole insurrection, the game plan, what the threats are, how we're tackling the threats. And this is why I think the Judge Advocate General Court shortly after J6 went into the U.S. Supreme Court. They were delivering that P to the U.S. Supreme Court. I don't believe it went to all the members. I think it went to the justice and the associate justice to notify them. You guys don't say shit. I mean, and truly, anything that the U.S. Supreme Court says is just an opinion. Even though they say it's the law of the land, it's the opinion. Because when it goes back to the states, you have states' rights. You know, it's the beauty of this 250-year experiment. Trump just posted on Truth Social that he was going to change ICE to nice so that the media would have to call. Oh my God, that's fucking hilarious. See, that's some master level trolling right there. Yeah, nice agents. That's fucking hilarious. And since Trump has not made that statement, he's come close a couple times. He's mentioned the storm, but he hasn't said, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. Or hasn't posted that. It's been close. And, you know, don't think for 1 second that the other side doesn't know the game plan too. You know, because they can read just as well as we can. They can see just, they have guys that are on both sides that are 15, 20, 30% smarter than I'll ever think about being. Because I'm dumber than a box of rocks. But this is the main reason, and I went on record stating it. And I wanted to make sure I stated it live on air. So there'd be a record of it. That I stated it. Because I just knew I was right about it. That when they called all these flag officers in for this meeting, and then once these guys started coming in, and I was indirectly shown a picture of all these polygraph machines that were set up at this facility. I was like, son of a bitch. They're about ready to notify everybody down the chain below the Secretary of Defense. Meaning the 4 stars, the 3 stars, the 2 stars, all the big players. That we've been in continuity of government. And this is the game plan. Prior to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs notifying the President of the United States that the insurrection has been squashed, this is the game plan. You either are on board or you're not. If you're not on board with this, resign your commission. And step away. And you have many thanks upon a grateful nation. And your LES, your benefits, everything will stay intact. And if you do choose to stay, you're going to be on a polygraph. And we are going to ask you some very specific questions. Oh my God. Trump posted a pic of a highway. You know what that's in reference to, Outlandish? Let's see if you get it. See if you get what I think he means by that post. You're going to do a polygraph. And if you don't want to do the polygraph, resign. If you do, and there's some questions, you're going to be further investigated. And this is one of the weird scenarios, and granted, it happens every administration. I don't want to, have people believe that this is the only administration that has had members within the cabinet There are a lot of cabinet members that have never resigned their commission. So that means that the U.S. military at any point in time could call them back. I believe that's why you're not hearing so much out of Mark Kelly and his attorneys. And I think that's why, I don't know if it was the President or Secretary of Defense that reminded Mark Kelly that he never resigned his commission. Because now you can be tried in a military court, which has a totally different set of standards. Goodbye, yellow-haired road. That's good, Doc. So, I believe, I truly believe we are on the precipice, and I think how this is going to roll out, because we're running out of runway with midterms. We are running out of runway. And I believe come June or July, we may see the first big formal arrest with the 2020. And that is going to lay the groundwork for a constitutional crisis in accordance with elections. And whether they are suspended under national security guidelines, whether they are conducted and monitored by National Guard as part of QRF, Quick Reaction Forces. Because, I know my one mailman is Army National Guard, and he's part of a QRF. And he said that's all they're allowed to state. And he is a combat medic. I believe the purpose of I think Trump's July 4th speech is going to start to vindicate some of the stuff that we believe. I believe that, because Trump talks about, the big celebration. Remember, there was going to be this big thing at the Mount Rushmore, right? And Trump came out during his first term and says it's going to be a Merry Christmas, and everybody thought that it was going to happen then. He never said this Christmas, right? And I know, but Trump's very careful with his words, and even though sometimes, a lot of people think he guy's just batshit crazy, it's all calculated, and I don't think a lot of it's coming from him. I think it's coming from the Psychological Warfare Center to keep certain individuals on their toes. Because, what would happen, this is why so many people, over the last 10 years have made the mistake on timelines. You may shake one tree, and that one tree drops 10 more nuts. Now you have to go investigate those nuts and what trees they came from. And then when you shake that tree, 20 more nuts fall. And you have to do the same process all over again. And I don't believe, and I could be wrong, more than likely I'm probably wrong, I don't believe the military knew how deep and how widespread this was. I think they had an inclination. And I think they had to push back a lot of stuff. And I think, the whole J6 thing with, Mike Pence not throwing it back to the states, they knew where he stood. Well, they already knew where he stood because of the audio. And it'll be interesting because I'm pretty sure that audio that I received quite a few years ago, that's going to come into play. And there's probably going to be video. Well, I was told it was a video audio deposition. And that video and audio, and that's why I think, this whole AI thing came out of fucking nowhere. Is for this particular moment, so certain members of the press corps could come out and say, oh, this is just all AI, yada, yada, yada. That's when I think, possibly, that's when you're going to hear the EBS. And it's going to be the U.S. military. Because, look, even some of the whack jobs on both sides of the aisle, when you have a 4-star general, 4-star admiral, come out and tell the American populace and the world that your country was fucking attacked, you guys idiots almost lost it. But thank God we had a commander-in-chief and White House counsel and members of the U.S. Secret Service that formalized a plan to save this country without destroying it and without having a whole shitload of you band idiots going out and fucking destroying it because you didn't like a particular person. Nobody gives a shit if you like a particular person or not. Well, yeah, Jason, who was Mike Pence before all this? Mike Pence was a fucking nobody. No one, I mean, when you go back and, Trump come down the escalator and he made his announcement, who in the hell would have bet Mike Pence on a poly market? Nope, guaranteed loser right there. So, but now when you hear James Clapper's interrogation, now it makes sense, right? So somebody knew. I mean, it's absolutely not. They say hindsight's 20/20. Well, yeah, I agree with you, Doc. It was everything had to be in place April 15th. Yeah, the fly. Trump could have picked any number of people. Right, Sarah Palin, that bitch, she's still looking at that Russia from her house. I can remember, oh my God, I can remember there was this guy, what the hell, he was a black dude that I was working with at the time. His last name was Moore. And when she made that quote, I can see Russia from my house. And he was a Democrat. He drank the fucking Kool-Aid that all white people were fucking racist, that the only political party that's going to save you is the Democrats, is they're selling your fucking ass down the line. I mean, just look at BLM. Look at that stupid bitch who got caught. He'd put a note on my paws can you see Russia from your house? And I was just like, dude, that bitch is dumber than shit. She was easy on the eyes, but god damn are you stupid. So I think that's where possibly, and it could change. That's where I think the EBS steps in, if it does happen. Because they, in that letter in the alphabet, it talks about 10 days of darkness. While everybody assumes, what type of darkness are we talking about? Everybody in the beginning said, oh shit, we're going to lose electricity for, 10 days. Well, would the military really want to do that? I mean, think about the damage that would do. Hospitals, financial. So when you look at it, and I always say, I don't always agree with some of the shit Trump says. Any of these politicians. You have to step back, put your bias aside, and just look at it. Does this make sense? What are the implications if they do this? Yeah, she named one of her, Twig. I think that was the one that had like Down syndrome, or, he had some form of mental retardation. I think his name was Twig, or that might have been the oldest. I don't know, but I do remember that. I was like, damn. What did you do? Is that where he was conceived in the forest on some twigs? But look at that lady from BLM. I mean, that was a Ponzi making scheme. People fell for it though. They were sending in their money. BLM's gonna be, oh yeah, we're getting our reparations and all this other shit. And here, and bringing up the whole vid, right? And this is why I say you have to listen to what Trump says very carefully. When that first come out, and Trump talked about Operation Warp Speed, right? And all these podcasters that were just such fucking geniuses, turncoats, basically. Oh, well, Trump is backing this. Trump's trying to kill us. Remember all that bullshit? But you have to remember what Trump said. Trump said in the very beginning that all the vaccines were going to the military first. And everybody assumed, in the context, he was referring to everybody in the military was going to get the shot. Because that makes sense, right? You want to give something, if there was an attack, you want to be able to provide an antidote to the military who's going to protect the national interest of the country. Okay? I think, and I have circumstantial evidence to basically fortify my opinion, that what was meant by that statement was all the vaccines were going to go to the military first for some sort of testing. Because I believe that NSA, Secret Services Intelligence Division, certain members of the FBI Intelligence Division knew that there was a plan to basically a lot of people. Well, what if all those vaccines were sent to Fort Detrick, Maryland? Hypothetically. And to be tested to make sure there wasn't shit that would kill people. And then that's why shortly thereafter, probably within a week or two, and you start hearing all these mandates coming down. You have to do this or you lose your job. And I believe the American people are going to be compensated for all of this. I truly do. And the ones where people were damaged, they were killed, those are A, the ones that slipped through the testing process, or B, were introduced by other methods. And it backfired. Even though, if you lost a family member for it, it was real. Well, yeah. I remember Ivanka taking it live on TV, but I don't believe that's what it was. I think a lot of these people, I think a lot of it was saline. I think it was, and Trump always come out and said, hey, you have free will. You do not have to do this. And I remember during that whole fucking thing, every time I'd go to my doctor at the VA, and they were required to ask you, do you want this? And I just looked at him, and he knew the answer. He knew the fucking answer. That it was going to be oh fucking hell no. I don't take any vaccines. I believe this is my rationale. When I had all the heart issues, and that culminated into the gangrene, that culminated into the mobility issues, the nerve bundle issues, all this shit. I believe, and my thought process is, if this is the way, my Lord and Savior is going to take me out, so be it. And I believe that is, I don't want to say I'm afraid of death, right? I'm afraid of the unknown. What is it? Because I still have a hard time wrapping my head around the Bible. Not that I don't believe in it. I have a hard time, how did we get here? That's the hard part, I have wrapping around my head. And prior to going in to the surgery where I told you guys the story about me floating and all this other crazy shit, prior to that, when I spoke with the chaplain, and I was straightforward with him. I'm like, look, I was more nervous on the second surgery where they had to go in, take out that device, and then that's when they found out that I had gangrene from my knee to my hip. I was more nervous for that surgery. I couldn't sleep for like 2 or 3 days because I knew that I was going to be put under. The first surgery, the heart surgery, where they did it was originally just going to be a heart cath. I was not worried about that at all because I knew I was going to be awake. And I knew that if something happened during that surgery, because the vascular surgeon, the anesthesiologist, the cardiologist, they all said, look, if we do this, if we get up in there and there's something wrong, we're just going to do it right then. You'll be awake during it. You're going to be sedated. We're going to have you higher than a fucking kite. But you're going to be awake during the surgery. And I was okay with that. Because I knew that I was still going to be here, right? And that was the coolest thing ever. Watching them operate on my heart on TV while I'm sitting there or laying there, watching it on TV above me. That was the coolest shit ever. That was so fucking intriguing. because, they put the camera up and then they put the light up and all this other shit. And I'm like, all this stuff is up in my groin. And I'm like, God damn, what else you guys going to put up there? He goes, oh, we got about 4 or 5 more tools. And then they got this robot damn thing that basically what they did is they took a tool with a balloon and went up the groin to this heart valve that had collapsed during, I think was one of the opposite we did in the Navy. And when they put that balloon up there and, my cardiologist is like, hey, do you want to push the button? I'm like, what fucking button are you talking about? He was on this tool. When I push this button, or if you want to push it. And the cool thing about it was all these doctors knew my mother. Most of them worked for my mom. So, you kind of get a different, they handle you, different. And they knew I was a shit show. I mean, because all the stories throughout the years my mom said about her kids, like, oh, these fucking idiots are a mess. Because when you push this button, this balloon we're going to take it up into the heart valve where the valves collapse, and you press this button, it's going to blow everything up. And then once we get it blown up, we're going to be able to see if the valve is tore. And if it's tore, then we got a couple options. We can, go up in there and put like a pig valve or some crazy shit. And I'm like, yeah, no pig valve for me. He goes, but we do have this new thing to where basically we take a sewing machine and we run it up through your femur artery and into your heart and into that valve, and we stitch it. And I'm like, oh, that sounds cool as shit. He goes, well, let's get up there and look at it. And so when they did it, like I said, I was higher than a fucking kite. Or as my buddy would say, higher than giraffe pussy. And he gets up in there and they're like, oh, shit. And naturally, I hear, oh, shit, what the fuck? And he's like, oh, my blood pressure starts, going through the charts. They're like, oh, dude, relax. And I'm like, no, you guys just said, oh, shit, what the fuck? And so they show me. And, they have I don't want to say anesthesiologist, whatever. They give me some more shit to get me to chill the hell out. And next thing I know, I start seeing this thing like make it into this Z pattern. And it's like stitching this heart valve. And then they bring up this other tool and they put like this skin and they seal it. And when they took that balloon, they opened it up. I was like, holy shit, dude, I can breathe, But the second one where they put me under, I was a basket case. I was nervous as shit. And then, when I was telling the chaplain prior to the surgery, like, look, dude, I'm like scared shitless of this. And I'm like, what happens if something happens and, I don't come out of there? And he goes, well, we had some conversation. He's like, you'll know. And I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean I'll know? And that's, the whole thing was seeing everybody running around and shit. And then, once they brought me into, recovery and doing all that shit, it reminded me of when my grandmother and my father and my mom's twin sister and that, when they were all close to death, they started seeing people or talking to fucking people that had been dead for years. That wigged me. I think that's what did it. That wigged me the fuck out. And I'm like, man. Because like I said, I remember, up talking with my aunt, and my aunt told me I was being rude and I needed to get up and let my grandmother sit. And I'm like, what the fuck you taking? Because I might want some of that stuff. She's like, no, your grandmother's standing right there. And I think it's I was like, shit, she can have this seat. Man, I got the hell out of Dodge. I went downstairs to my mom. Because I know I was ghost white. And she asked me what happened. And I told her, and I'm like, look, she said Grandma was standing right there, and I was rude as shit. And she goes, oh, so that's why you're down here? I said, no, that ain't why I'm down here. I'm down here because that shit scared the fuck out of me. But it's like everybody that, are really sick that I've been around, and I don't want to say it's 100%, but it's like they know their time is near. And, they start talking to people that aren't there. And one of, because I was still working at the Bureau when my aunt was sick. And our chaplain there, he was, because I was telling him some of these stories, because he'd always come say, hey, how's everything going? Really super nice guy. Most chaplains are. Most people are if you, treat them properly. And I told him that story, and he was just laughing. He goes, yeah, this, I hear this all the time. And then he goes, I want to prepare you for, you'll know it's really close when they start asking for their favorite food. And, that's how you know. It's something, the body or a higher power, it's kind of like the way of like resting the soul, I guess you could say. But I remember, oh shit. It was like 2 or 3 days before my aunt passed. And my one cousin who my grandparents basically raised, I called her and I said, hey, you might want to come sit down and talk with her. Mom says it's probably 24, 72 hours. And so, excuse me. So when, my cousin got there, my aunt was like, oh, I want to order Outback Steakhouse, and I want this and this. And I mean, I know damn well for myself, my cousin, my aunt, and my mom, that bill was over $400 because she was just adding all this food that she wanted to eat. And my mom was like, order it if you want, but she ain't going to eat it. And I'm like, well, fucking somebody's we're going to eat. We're going to eat like damn kings if she don't. And so I go and I get all of they box that shit up and take it up there, and, my mom's putting it on a tray table and all this shit. And, my aunt took 2 bites. Oh, I'm full. And then, like 2 or 3 days later, poof, it by magic. Yeah, it was, there's something to that craziness. But the thing that really freaked me out is that book. I think it was like hospice gives you, or the Red Cross. I think it's hospice. It's called Death and Dying, like the stages of death. Shit. I got through, and it's like a pamphlet. Man, I got through like the first page, and I was like, nope. Because I'm reading this, and I'm like, well, she's done this. She's done that. Nope, we're done. And they do that because there has to be something to it. Because not everybody, but, people go through that same, scenario, right? A lot of people do that. Well, like when my oldest sister, when she was killed in the Army, she called my mom like 2 or 3 days beforehand. And she was telling my mom and my dad, look, if something happens to me, yeah, I know, right? They give it to everybody, Outlandish. And I think it's to I don't want to say everybody, it was, hospice. But it's kind of like to prepare you, I guess, for for that. And I was like, hell. And I gave that book back to my mom and I said, look, you keep this bullshit. And I'm just laughing. She goes, hey, it happens. This is, how it happens. But like with my sister, she called 2 or 3 days beforehand. Anything ever happens to me, here, my SSLGI or whatever they called it at the time, your insurance policy that you have, when you're in the military, here's the policy number, yada, yada. And then like 2-3 days later, we get notified by, the Army that my sister was given. Like, what? And my grandmother, my mom's mom, was sick at the time. And, I think it was probably only 4 or 5 weeks after my sister's death, my grandmother passed, and then 10 days before my grandmother, my father had passed. So I mean, it was like, yeah, it got kicked in the nuts, and then they come back for more and more. But that book tripped me the fuck out. I was like, no, mm-mm. Oh yeah, that's another thing outlandish that, all my family members who were like sick prior to them dying, they'd always talk about going home. I'm going home. And, my dad wasn't like Bible thumping religious, but he wasn't openly religious. Like 2 or 3 weeks before he passed, he's like, yeah, I'm going home. And I'm like, and I was young. I think I was, because I just graduated high school. So I was 15, 16 years old. And I remember him saying, I'm like, man, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? You are home. And, that's when, I go to my grandfather for instant wisdom. And I told him, I said, hey, Dad's in there talking about going home. And I said, but he is home. And he's like, oh, you big stupid fuck. Oh, yeah. You look back at that stuff now and you laugh about it because, it's pretty fucking funny. But at the time, it was pretty damn traumatic. I'm like, you're sitting here laughing at me, and I'm telling you, this fucker wants to go home, and he's fucking in his home. What the hell's going on? Yeah, it's nuts. Man, my damn nephews, they are just partying it up down there. I convinced them to stay in the finished basement, so they got TVs and kitchen and everything, so they're down there just having a hoot, and they know that they have like, I don't know, some in-service school day or something, so they get to stay up all night. And last time this took place, I had slept in, and the youngest come in and tagged me right in my yam bags. I was like, oh, you fuck. He's like, I couldn't get you up, so that's the only thing I know to do. I'm like, don't ever do that again. I mean, I can only imagine if I'd ever had kids, them would have been some fucked up individuals. I mean, them would, yeah. Canada, you go to the doc for something and all they want to do is off you. Yeah, sterilization, baby. They want to get rid of that. Let me see. It was showing up early, Pootie. I think when let me see. I think when I did the transition, let me make sure that, give him a made pamphlet. Let me see. Let me do an interactive here. I think that may be what it is. Does it say sign in? Yeah, let me make sure. I probably don't have the right code. I wish they would make it integrated, but Rumble doesn't, because they want you naturally to use their own broadcasting. But they do allow for you to use streaming keys to do that. Yeah, that would have been a hot damn mess, boy. Woo, shnikes. My mom always tells me, she goes, "That's why your nephews are so damn intolerable." I'm like, well, shit happens. Let's see, live. Well, we got 172 views over there. Ain't too bad. Let's see, pop out chat. And then we'll do a test here real quick once I get the code over here. Live properties. Oh no, it's the same code. Let me do pop out. Checka. Microphone checker. Let's see if it shows up. Yeah, it shows up. It's showing up now anyways. All right, I am going to go down and check on these heathens. Let me get... wonder why these don't stay active for some reason. They're not staying active, so we may have had some EAMs go off that... well, maybe not. They are refreshing. Let's see. Yep, so there's some of the chat showing up. Pooty poot, trust the plan, baby. Check, breaker 90. Here's the rubber duck. 'Cause we got a great big convoy. Ain't it a beautiful sight? Convoy. You guys remember that? That was when TV was classic. What was that? Cannonball Run? The first one. The second one wasn't so great. Smokey and the Bandit. Junior, when I get home, I'm going to smack your mama right in the kisser. Daddy, my hat came off. I hope your damn head was in it. Some of the great movie quotes of all time. Let's see here. No, nothing broke. Whereas Q minus is over in Rumble. He's over there trying to spread the plan. Knoxville, Tennessee. There's been a couple cities I've been through in Tennessee that were funny as shit. Saudi Daisy, Buck Snort. Buck Snort. That shit's funny as hell. Saudi Daisy. Alright, let's get 11175 up here. Get the noise reduction. Right, and get 899 deuce. Uh, 8992. And let's see what when's the king allegedly supposed to come next week? It'll be interesting to see if they cancel that. If they cancel it, then there's something up.
From other members, he said 7 peers had put down hundreds of amendments.
It's a denial of democracy, and it is a
It was a denial.
to give to this House the wrecking powers which were taken away from us in 1912. And I would like to congratulate Lord Faulkner.
Yeah, Pigeon Forge, I've been through there too.
Patient way he dealt with the very repetitive
Bell Buckle.
Greasy
Creek.
and extravagant fantasies.
There, Booty is. Booty's trusting the plan on. Was that Kick? Booty's now on Kick. He gets around.
She said, I've listened to you and what you have been doing.
Nameless Tennessee, sweet lips, nincompoop, yum yum.
For everybody, those sorts of issues.
Did I hear dinar?
What you have done is ignore
The Iraqi dinar.
and profound suffering that is before your eyes.
Another non-party peer and barrister, Lord Carlisle.
That's funny. I gotta get up and stretch my legs here.
In the same profession.
This panda's back here knocked out.
Advocates tended to lose because they got the
Nutbush. Oh, that's funny. Nutbush City.
For Silk's purse out of a sow's ear. But this bill has many imperfections.
As the day wore on, some tempers seemed to be fraying from time to time.
Failure. It was just, I'm not, my lords, I've already said I'm not giving way. It's Labour's turn, I think. I'm not going to debate further. No, sit down.
And as the debate drew to a close, a Labour peer, Lady J, reflected that this was the 4th assisted dying bill she'd taken part in.
But if none of the others was for the atmosphere of unpleasant tension and antagonism at a personal level, which has really characterised recent sessions.
Closing the many days and hours of debates, Lord Faulkner also reflected on the atmosphere.
Can I not say the normal thing, which, what a great debate it's been. Honestly, it's been horrible, this debate. And the reason it's been horrible is that unlike almost every other debate I've ever participated in, there's been quite an edge, particularly from the opponents of the bill.
Lord Faulkner there. So, what are the options for the issue of assisted dying now? I asked Rebecca McKee, senior researcher from the Institute for Government, where the bill's backers might go from here.
There's two main ways it can get brought back. One is that the government could adopt the bill, which I think everyone has agreed is quite unlikely, and the other is it coming back as a private member's bill. The way that private members' bills work, or the way that this one has worked, is it would most likely need to be a ballot bill, and that would require the member who's picked first, second, or maybe third in the ballot agreeing to take on this bill, which in itself is a hurdle. I believe sponsors of the bill have suggested they have around 150 MPs who said that they might bring the bill back in their name, but that's the first kind of hurdle.
If a supporter of the bill doesn't come near the top of the ballot, would there, though, be pressure on the government to make time for the bill in some other way? Because there are members' bills would under.
There is significant pressure on the government to take another look at this issue. I think the issue for this is that the cabinet is split, and so it's unlikely that the government will want to kind of move from its neutral position, the stance it's held its way through, and time for a bill.
Is there a problem that we know roughly what the Commons thought of this bill because there was a vote in the House of Commons and we've got the numbers of those who were in favour and those who were against? We never had a vote like that in the House of Lords, so we've really got no idea how supportive the Lords are.
That's definitely something that's come up, and of course you will have heard, I mean, on both sides, supporters and detractors of the bill, it's often the people who are kind of the loudest that you hear from the most, which can skew the kind of discourse around it. Whereas for the Commons, we do have a vote that kind of tells us where people lie. Although I would suggest that if this bill is brought back, it would be quite interesting to see whether those numbers still stand, because the context would be quite different, given that if the supporters are planning on using the Parliament Act, there's a possibility that that law would then get passed as is, essentially, without Lord scrutiny as well.
Because if a bill is passed using the Parliament Act, it has to be identical to the original bill, and there has been criticism of how this bill is put together, just the technical terms of it.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a couple of considerations for the Parliament Act to apply, the first of which is a specific amount of time has to have passed, which has already been met because this bill has taken so long. The second one is that it needs to be the same bill that went to the Lords, which would have been in June last year. And I think there's concern among some members that they sent it to the Lords feeling that some of the issues would have scrutiny in the Lords and they could have a bit of back and forth and some of those could be resolved. The possibility here is that if the bill comes back and it does make its way through various procedural hurdles and gets sent back onto the Lords for the Parliament Act to apply, then that bill could potentially come law as is then without the input of the Lords.
The other aspect of all of this, of course, is how much appetite there is in the government for this to carry on, because the assisted dying bill has taken up an enormous amount of time and energy, hasn't it?
Yes, I mean, the government has a lot of legislation it's wanted to get through, but there's also a lot of stuff going on outside of Parliament as well. And I think the kind of willingness of the government to kind of let this go on and tacitly allow this to happen without getting quite fed up with it continues to take up a lot of time, I think, is going to diminish. And the government is generally having time in the Lords. And of course, if this bill does come back and there is this trying to push through with the Parliament Act, it's going to be very unpopular and make things a lot more difficult as well.
Rebecca McKee from the Institute for Government. Now, all eyes at Westminster this week were fixed on the Foreign Affairs Committee, where the now ex-former top Foreign Office civil servant Sir Ollie Robbins was giving his side of the story in the row about Peter Mandelson's security vetting. Keir Starmer said it was staggering that he was not told that the then Labour peer had failed top-level security checks to be the UK ambassador to Washington. Sir Ollie, who was just arriving in the job at the time, had a rather different view of events.
The handover briefing I was getting as I arrived at was what I felt was a generally dismissive attitude to his vetting clearance. The focus was on getting Mandelson out to Washington quickly. Despite this atmosphere, an atmosphere of pressure, the department completed developed vetting to the normal high standard.
And he had a revelation about another potential appointment.
There were several discussions initiated by Number 10 with me about potentially finding a head of mission opportunity for Matthew Doyle, who was then the Prime Minister's Director of Communications. I was under strict instruction not to discuss that with the then Foreign Secretary, which was uncomfortable.
The Conservative Sir John Whittingdale sits on the Foreign Affairs Committee and was in that session. He was also previously the chair of the Commons Culture, Media and Sport Committee. So, how do committees gear up for the big showdowns?
Well, it will depend to some extent on the nature of the hearing.
The one we had this week with Ollie Robbins, we had reason to believe that he was quite keen to come and give his side of the story. So it wasn't so much as trying to sort of wheedle out of him. He actually was obviously prepared and wanting to set out the record as he saw it. But it was a very high-profile hearing, and in order to get the most out of it, it's important that, firstly, members don't grandstand and try and hog the limelight, but that we work out ahead of the hearing a rough order of who's going to concentrate on which particular issues, and that you work as a team to some extent. And we do try and do that, and party political allegiances are put aside as much as is possible.
And you have to be on your toes because you have to pick up on the unexpected answer. I'm thinking in this recent example, Ollie Robbins talking about the possibility of Matthew Doyle being offered some sort of job. That was something that no one knew about before your hearing.
Absolutely, that was a bombshell. And obviously we had done no preparation because nobody had expected that it would come out. So I think we all reacted to that, but it requires a good, firm chair, and actually I thought Emily Thornberry did a very good job.
Now, you were in the chair for one of the most unexpected events, I think, that we've seen in a committee, which was when Rupert Murdoch appeared in front of the Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee, and someone came at him with a custard pie, I guess you'd call it.
Well, that was a hearing which was already hugely controversial because it related to phone hacking, and also Rupert Murdoch was one of the most well-known figures in the world and had never really been cross-examined in that way. So it was a global audience, and it was actually after about 2 hours that I saw somebody at the back of the room coming round and going behind him, and he was holding a cardboard plate with shaving foam on it. It could have been something much worse, but as he passed behind Rupert Murdoch, he pushed it into his face. And it was then made more dramatic by the then Mrs. Murdoch, who was a Chinese volleyball Olympic athlete, who leapt into the air and sort of slammed him on the head, shouting at him, and then chased him out of a room. So it was certainly one of the more dramatic Select Committee hearings.
What were you thinking at that point?
Well, this is on YouTube, so you can actually still find it. And there's me saying, order, order. But, obviously at that stage, we literally didn't know what had happened. This could have been an attempt to kill him rather than just a sort of stunt. And actually, after the hearing was finished, I went to see the Speaker. And I said, look, this is really quite serious for a Select Committee to have allowed this to happen in front of the world's audience. And the Speaker said good, and there were reviews of security that took place afterwards, so that hopefully that would never happen again.
So what makes a good Select Committee hearing, and what makes a bad one?
Well, a good Select Committee hearing is one where we learn answers to the questions that we are asking, that the witness has an opportunity to set out their view clearly, so that we need to be sure that we ask the right questions, and that it doesn't just become a piece of theatre. I don't think this week it did, but there have been occasions in the past where individual members have sort of tried to behave in a way which is more interested in getting publicity than actually seeking out the truth.
Because we have all sat through committees where they've got really kind of stuck into the weeds and actually rather lost sight of the issue, and things have become slightly more unclear than clear.
Yes, and when you're dealing with very complicated subjects, obviously the witness knows all the detail, and hopefully the members asking him know the detail too. But we have to remember that the public are also watching. The purpose of Select Committee hearing is to hold the person to account and to ask the questions that ordinary people are asking, and one shouldn't allow, as sometimes happens, the witness to sort of try and hide behind the jargon or the initials and generally to obscure, the clear facts that we're trying to get out.
Sir John Whittingdale there. You're listening to Yesterday in Parliament with me, Alicia McCarthy. Now, since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, tens of thousands of people have fled to the UK under the Homes for Ukraine scheme, which allows them to live with a school here. Online support groups have been online support the process, but a Liberal Democrat, Pippa Heylings, fears some of those groups have been infiltrated, and refugees hoping to come to this country risk being scammed or abused. She told me about her concerns. We have seen from a constituent that raised it with me real concerns about online support groups for the Homes for Ukraine programme, revealing incidents of abuse, racist abuse, of scamming for sponsorship to come to the country, and also of predatory behaviour and sexual exploitation of young women Ukrainians. Examples of that, for example, where women are saying, I would like to come, I would like to be matched with a family, and men saying, in exchange for a sexual relationship, I can offer you a home and I can offer you to be one of your sponsors. So there are examples of this. The constituent wrote me saying that they had raised this with Meta, Facebook, which is where these online groups are, and had not had a satisfactory response from Meta. And so I then got in contact with Meta, with Facebook, to raise and to identify the groups. Since raising that, several of those groups have been taken down and others not yet. However, what I've found is this shouldn't be site by site, group by group. This is systemic, the threat is real, and therefore Meta should be taking proactive steps to protect. So people coming to our country with families opening their arms with really important online support groups should not be at risk of abuse and sexual exploitation. Now, this is based on research that was done by one of your constituents. So do you have actual real evidence that this is what's happening? No doubt the people involved motives. In 2022, Europol, with 14 member states, did an in-depth digital survey of online platforms, looking particularly at how the sexual exploitation of refugees was happening. And they did find hundreds of incidents of this. They then identified, as Europol, that there should be far greater proactive action by the online groups and the tech companies. In 2025, they repeated the exercise, called it a hackathon, so they went in to look at what's happening on these sites and found even more cases. Now, we now have the Online Safety Act, and in Schedule 6 and 7 of the Online Safety Act, it talks about protecting people from harm, particularly of sexual exploitation or abuse. And what we need to see now is those platforms doing more. It says they have to take proportionate and proactive steps. And it shouldn't be up to constituents like mine, citizens, who are going around monitoring these sites. Now, you've talked about how you want the social media companies to act. Presumably, you also want the government to do something. Yes, I do. So basically, we've got the new Online Safety Act, and it's up to now to make sure that's got teeth. I've asked several parliamentary written questions asking the government to say, have you done an assessment of the level of risk that there is to refugees coming to this country? Have you done an impact assessment, a vulnerability assessment? And what are you doing to address the systemic nature of what we know is sexual exploitation and trafficking in general in the UK? Have you done that in terms of looking at what it means to some of our refugee populations? I've asked those two questions, written questions, to the Minister. I'm waiting for a reply. Pippa Halings. Well, we put those concerns to Meta, who told us we do not allow content that exploits or endangers people, and we remove groups and content that violates our policies when we become aware of them. We continue to invest in both technology and human review to proactively identify and remove harmful content, and we encourage anyone who encounters concerning behaviour on our platforms to report it. Finally,
I'm absolutely delighted to see this room filled today, and that everybody's managed to take some time out of their busy schedules to come along. This is such an important topic.
That's the Labour MP Kirsty Sullivan at a meeting launching a call for evidence on endometriosis in the workplace. The all-party group on the condition wants to hear from sufferers, employees and healthcare workers to find out more about the challenges and ways of dealing with it at work. Endometriosis is a common condition where cells similar to those in the womb are found elsewhere in the body, usually in the pelvis, and can cause symptoms including chronic pain and bloating. Among those at the event in the week was Hannah DeBette, a businesswoman and wife of the Strictly star Anton. She told me that businesses could take small steps that would make a huge difference.
Endometriosis manifests itself in so many different ways, whether it's severe pain, whether it's bloating, and back to that flexibility point, if you can allow them to work from home on days where they can't get clothing, if you can, as I was saying, I mentioned police officers having different size vests that they can get into when they're struggling, little things that businesses can look at doing, listening to the women within their organisations to keep them working. It seems to me that in your experience, it's quite an isolating impact. It touches so many parts of you as an individual. Pain's an isolating experience, and then you don't know whether you're fast, whether it's normal, whether everyone else is feeling it, and so you should just keep quiet. Whether it's a psychological impact, you're not being able to get pregnant, you fear that you're failing, that you're letting people down, that you're letting your family down if you're not going into work and you're being considered work shy. So I think for me, more people talking about it can only be a good thing.
Well, also at that meeting was Angus Thompson, a gynaecologist and endometriosis expert. The latest data suggests it takes an average of over 9 years to get an endometriosis diagnosis. I asked him why it took so long.
It can take a long time to get a diagnosis for endometriosis because currently our diagnostic techniques can be quite invasive. Many of the symptoms that are associated with endometriosis can also be attributed to normal periods. However, they're much more debilitating and much more life impactful. Unfortunately, many people see healthcare professionals or talk to family members or friends and they're just told that their symptoms are normal, and therefore they're told to try painkillers or sometimes just hormonal treatments, which can be entirely appropriate, but unfortunately the diagnosis only comes when they're referred on for further investigations such as scans or a laparoscopy.
A lot of women complain that part of the problem is they just don't feel listened to, they don't feel heard. Is that changing?
Too slowly. I see loads of patients with endometriosis, and unfortunately one of the most constant reports is that they have been unheard, not listened to, and they feel, rightly or wrongly, that they have been kicked down the road. And it's demoralising for them, and it's demoralising to hear. And although I've been a gynaecologist for 30 years, we still hear it today.
Endometriosis UK is launching a survey for employers and employees to share their experience of dealing with the condition. Kirstine Sullivan told me what they wanted to find out.
We know that 1 in 6 women with endometriosis are leaving the workplace because they're not getting the support that they need. So we really need to get to the root of what's going on and identify what we can do to turn that situation around, because it's not good enough. It's impacting every area of a woman's life, including her financial well-being and her ability to put food on the table at the end of the day.
But not all employers are good or understanding or sympathetic. Do you have a fear that some employers just won't employ women?
That's a very good question, and I wouldn't like to think that the answer would be yes. I think they just need a better understanding of what the condition is, what it means to live with a chronic episodic condition, and what that means for the individual women, because it does affect women differently.
Kirstine Sullivan there. And that's it from us for now. I'm Alicia McCarthy. The studio manager was Andrew Mills, and our editor was Susan Hume. From all of us for now, goodbye.
Now, Radio 4, time for a weather update with Chris Hawkes. Hi, Chris.
Thanks a lot, Chris. A very good morning. Well, over the last few days, we've seen high pressure bringing a lot of dry and sunny weather, but that area of high pressure is just slipping a little bit further westwards today, and that's allowing pressure to fall across the north and east of the UK. That, in turn, is going to mean that we have more cloud today and showers. So there is some rain in the forecast today, and that's something we've really not seen much of at all so far this month across parts of eastern England. There are some communities that have had just 1 millimetre of rain so far this month, so at least there is a chance of seeing the garden getting a sprinkling of refreshing rain later on today. Now, looking at the weather picture this morning, across England and Wales, we've got some low cloud and mist across central areas of Wales, the Midlands and some eastern counties of England. Otherwise, a bright start to the day with some sunshine. I think most areas will brighten up with some sunny spells developing through the morning. Temperatures will rise after a chilly start to the day, but it's later this afternoon that we'll start to see the risk of showers extending in across northern England, then across the Midlands, East Anglia and parts of the southeast later on today. One or two of those showers could be heavy. For Wales and southwest England, it may well stay dry with spells of sunshine lasting throughout the afternoon. Now, temperatures this afternoon reach around 16 to 22 Celsius. In any sunshine, it will feel pleasantly warm this afternoon. For Northern Ireland, should be a few bright spells around this morning, but there will be more cloud than we've been used to, and I can't rule out a few passing showers across eastern counties today. Some sunny spells, though, and temperatures here should get up to around 16 to 18 Celsius, I would think. For Scotland, a lot of cloud around this morning, with outbreaks of rain starting to spread into northern areas quite quickly. Showers break out across many areas of Scotland later on this afternoon, and a few of those could be heavy as well. Top temperatures here around about 16 degrees. That's how the weather's looking, Chris.
Thanks, Chris Fawkes. Now on Radio 4, the shipping forecast issued by the Met Office on behalf of the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency at 05:05 on Monday, the 27th of April. The general synopsis at midnight. High China 1028, expected Norwegian Basin 1032 by midnight tonight. New low expected southeast Trafalgar 1007. The area forecasts for the next 24 hours. Viking variable 3 or less, but southerly or southeasterly 3 to 5 at first and west. Occasional rain at first, good, occasionally moderate. North at Sora, south at Sora. Northerly or northwesterly 3 to 5, fair, good. 40s, variable becoming east or northeast 2 to 4, occasional rain, good, occasionally poor. Cromarty 4th, variable 2 to 4, showers, fog patches at first in Cromarty, good, occasionally very poor at first in Cromarty. Tyne Dogger, variable becoming east or northeast 2 to 4, showers, good, occasionally very poor. Fisher, German Bight, variable 2 to 4 becoming northeast 4 or 5 later in German Bight, showers, good, occasionally moderate. Humber, Thames, variable 2 to 4 becoming northeast 4 to 6 later, showers, good, occasionally poor. Dover, White, Portland, Plymouth, east or northeast 3 to 5 becoming variable 3 or 4 for a time, occasionally 6 later, showers in Dover, otherwise fair, good. Biscay, variable mainly north 2 or 3 becoming northeast 3 to 5, occasionally 6 later, showers, good. Fitzroy, Seoul, variable 2 or 3 at first in northwest Fitzroy and west Seoul, otherwise northerly or northeasterly 4 to 6, occasionally 7, showers, good, occasionally moderate. Lundy, Fastnet, Irish Sea, variable 2 to 4 becoming north or northeast 3 to 5, fog patches at first in Irish Sea, otherwise showers, good, occasionally very poor at first in Irish Sea. Shannon, variable becoming northeast later 2 to 4, fair, good. Rockall, variable becoming southwesterly later in west 2 to 4, fair, good. Malin Hebrides, northwest becoming variable 2 to 4, mainly fair, good, occasionally poor at first. Bailey, southwest 2 to 4, increasing 4 to 6, showers, good, occasionally moderate. Ferrol, variable 3 or 4, occasional rain, fog patches, good, occasionally very poor. Faroe, southeast Iceland, cyclonic 2 to 4, becoming southwesterly 4 to 6, occasionally 7 later in north-southeast Iceland. Rain or drizzle, good, occasionally poor. Now the weather reports from coastal stations for 0400. Tyree automatic, west-southwest 2, 13 miles, 1025, rising slowly. Stornoway, southwest 3, recent rain, 2 miles, 1023, steady. South-southwest 4, slight drizzle, 2 miles, 1022, falling slowly. Lucas, southwest by west 1, 14 miles, 1023, rising slowly. Bridlington, northwest by west 1, 1023, falling slowly. Sandetti, light vessel automatic, northeast by north 3, 5 miles, 1024. Greenwich, light vessel automatic, northeast 4, 5 miles, 1023. Jersey, northeast by east 3, mist, 4 miles, 1022, falling slowly. Channel, light vessel automatic, northeast by east 4, 1023. Scilly, automatic, north-northeast 3, 5 miles, 1023, falling slowly. Valencia, east by north 1, 19 miles, 1027, falling slowly. Ronaldsway, northwest 2, 11 miles, 1025, rising slowly. Mile Head, west 3, slight showers, 3 miles, 1026, rising slowly. Now to the weather forecast for the inshore waters of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, valid for the following 24 hours, issued by the Met Office at 0500. The general situation, a ridge of high pressure across the United Kingdom, will continue to bring largely settled conditions with light or moderate breezes, showers developing from Monday afternoon through the North Sea, these affecting eastern coasts at times, becoming more settled again into Tuesday, but with strengthening winds in the English Channel. Cape Wrath to Rattray Head, including Orkney, west becoming variable 2 to 4, occasional rain at first, fog patches near Orkney, moderate or good, occasionally poor and very poor near Orkney. Rattray Head to Berwick upon Tweed, variable 2 to 4, occasional rain and fog patches, moderate or good, occasionally very poor. Berwick upon Tweed to Whitby, northwest veering north or northeast 2 to 4, occasional rain, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Whitby to Gibraltar Point, variable 2 to 4, becoming north or northeast 4 or 5, showers, good, occasionally poor. Gibraltar Point to North Foreland, variable mainly northeasterly 2 to 4, increasing 4 to 6 later, showers, moderate or good. North Foreland to Selsey Bill, easterly or northeasterly 3 to 5, variable 2 to 4 for a time, occasionally 6 later, mainly fair, showers later in east, good, occasionally poor. Selsey Bill to Lyme Regis, northeast 3 or 4, becoming variable 3 or less, then becoming northeast 4 or 5 later, fair, moderate or good. Lyme Regis to Land's End, including the Isles of Scilly, northeast becoming variable for a time 2 to 4, increasing 4 to 6 later, mainly fair, good. Land's End to St David's Head, including the Bristol Channel, northerly or northeasterly 3 to 5, but variable 3 or 4 at first in east, mainly fair, showers. St David's Head to Great Ormond, including St George's Channel, variable 3 or less, becoming north or northeast 3 to 5, mainly fair, fog patches at first in north, good, occasionally very poor at first in north. Great Orme Head to the Mull of Galloway, variable 3 or less, becoming northwest 3 to 5, veering north or northeast later, fog patches at first, good, occasionally very poor at first. Isle of Man, north or northwest 2 to 4, increasing 3 to 5, veering east or northeast later, mainly fair, moderate or good, occasionally poor at first. Loch Foyle to Carlingford Lough, variable becoming north or northwest, then veering east or northeast later, 2 to 4, occasionally 5 later. Mainly fair, moderate or good. Mull of Galloway to Mull of Kintyre, including the Firth of Clyde and North Channel, northwesterly veering easterly or northeasterly later, 2 to 4, occasionally 5 in North Channel. Fog patches at first, good, occasionally very poor at first. Mull of Kintyre to Ardnamurchan Point, northwest becoming variable later 2 to 4, showers at first, moderate or good, occasionally poor. Ardnamurchan Point to Cape Wrath, west 3 to 5, becoming variable 2 to 4, occasional rain at first, moderate or good, occasionally poor at first. Shetland Isles, south or southeast 3 to 5, becoming variable 2 to 4, becoming southwest later, occasional rain, good, occasionally poor. And that completes the shipping bulletin. Now on BBC Radio 4, it's time for Prayer for the Day with Faraha Mazanzi.
Good morning. Music was always a big part of my childhood growing up in the Democratic Republic of Congo. My earliest memories were of spending evenings with my family singing hymns in Swahili. At the age of 5, I accidentally wrote my first gospel song and the dream of becoming a musician was born. I recently released my first EP music album, a journey that took 5 years from inception to completion, from seeking inspiration to refining the lyrics, all before figuring out the melodies and musical arrangements. There were moments when I would get so lost in making music that I would revel in the joys of songwriting, singing, exploring harmonies. It felt like the greatest privilege on earth. But if I'm honest, I also had moments that felt pretty frustrating. I would overthink everything, and I just wanted to throw in the towel and give up. I learned very quickly that I needed to slow down and trust the process. This is an ongoing life lesson which taught me that the best things in life often take time. As someone who is still learning the art of being patient and who constantly lives in the future, working on this album truly humbled me. I had to relinquish control of what I expected the songs to sound like and the timings of when each piece would be ready. Even deciding when to release a single was a difficult decision. But when I found myself praying more for the music project rather than stressing about it, it transformed my entire experience. I asked God to direct my path at every pivotal stage, and to my surprise, I even stopped caring about the end result and was satisfied with knowing that even if this album was made to serve just one person, then I have done my job. Today, I pray that whatever feels frustrating or hard would bring me lessons that help grow character. Amen.
That was Faraha Mazanzi. BBC Radio 4, it's a quarter to 6, and now Farming Today with Charlotte Smith.
Good morning. Today, the start of a landmark water pollution court case and why a sea use framework might help fishing communities. But let's start with agroforestry, which in simple terms is farming with trees in the mix. So putting pigs into an orchard or planting fruit trees in an arable field to provide windbreaks and food. I confess that when I first heard this term at a conference many years ago, I honestly didn't think it would catch on, which just proves how much I know because it is increasingly popular. Well, this week here on Farming Today, we're going to look at how farmers are using it. I spoke to Ben Raskin, head of agroforestry at the Soil Association, which certifies and represents organic farmers.
Climate change is really starting to bite for a lot of farmers, and trees are a fantastic buffer for extremes. So shade, shelter, browse, extending growing seasons, all that sort of stuff. I mean, actually, 200 years ago, all farms would have been agroforestry farms in a way. We've forgotten and separated forestry and farming, and I think that's been the challenge. And I think now there are a significant number of farmers practicing it. There's places to go and see it and be inspired by it. So I think there's an element of seeing is believing.
So on a purely practical level, how does it work if you've got a field without any trees in it?
Well, the first step I always say when I'm working with farmers is to look at what you've already got and see if you can manage them and use them better. So hedgerows are a classic example where traditionally we have flailed them every year and kept them short and neat and tidy, but they don't really provide that much benefit. And if we can let them grow taller and wider, then suddenly they start producing shade in the summer and shelter when it's windy. There's biodiversity benefits. They'll be dropping lots more leaves onto your soil, building soil health, that sort of thing. So that's the first step. But then there's also lots of other ways to integrate. That you could put in rows of trees, which is what a lot of people think of as agroforestry, where you have sort of an alley system. But there's also, using corners of fields. There's browsing blocks. You can build bigger shelter belts. You can even start integrating your livestock into your existing woodland where you've got patches of woodland. So there's a almost infinite number of designs and systems you can start trying.
What about the economics of this? Trees aren't cheap, and system of farming for lots of people. How does it work out financially?
there clearly is an upfront cost that is hard for farmers to find at the moment. Having said that, there is funding available. It doesn't always cover the entire cost of the planting and the materials. Things like willow or saplings of native woodland, I think they're relatively cheap to buy and put in, whereas if you start buying walnut trees and specialist fruit trees, they get more expensive. Certainly one of the areas we're working on at the Soil Association is trying to find and build the economic case for different situations and scenarios so that farmers can really have the confidence that that money that they're putting in up front is going to provide a return.
Ben Raskin, more on agroforestry all week. Now, fishing, and over recent years there hasn't been much love lost between the industry and governments. A new report from MPs highlights low morale and a lack of trust in officials amongst fishing communities. It also says that a £360 million fund aimed at helping coastal communities is unfocused. With increasing demands on coastal areas, MPs on the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs EFRA committee also suggest a sea use framework, like the land use framework, should be developed in conjunction with people who live and work on the coast. Mike Cohen is Chief Executive of the National Federation of Fishermen's Organisations.
The fishing industry has had a number of setbacks at the hands of successive governments. We saw what happened after the exit from the European Union. Lots of things were promised and they were not delivered upon, apart from the prospect that 5 years after the Trade and Cooperation Agreement was signed, Britain would regain control of its waters and would be able to choose to negotiate annually access for foreign fishing vessels into UK waters. And then last year, this government gave that away as well. And we gave away access and £500 million of fish a year for 12 years. And then government then told us we should feel grateful for it. So it is hardly surprising that relations have been strained, to say the very least.
Now, at the same time as that 12-year agreement was announced, the government also announced this £360 million fund to be spent over 12 years on coastal communities. This report describes that as unfocused. How is it working?
We have yet to see. The fund has just opened earlier this month, and we will see, I think, at the end of the first year, what that grant money is allocated to. It's a good thing to have. It's a great thing to have some funding that can go into projects to help the sector and help those communities. But we really have to see how it gets spent before we can cast judgment.
The report suggests spending more of the money now, so front-loading it on things which, as you say, would help the fishing community. What sort of things would be useful?
There are a variety of suggestions that we're working on within the industry around education and training, encouraging new people into the industry, safety projects relating to existing fishers as well as people coming into the industry, health improvement projects, things that necessarily will take time, either take time to initiate and to get running, or will be most effective if they can run across a number of years. So that's what we want to see, that sort of sensible long-term investment that will help industry to grow and help communities to be more secure, more sustainable and to thrive.
Now, one of the other things that they raise in this report is the idea of a sea use framework, a bit like the land use framework that we had recently. What do you make of that idea?
We have wind farms being built, we have gravel extraction, we have communication cables, electricity export cables, the MOD uses parts of the sea, there are shipping anchorages. So many things are happening in the sea and are regulated by different parts of government and are subject to different government plans without any central coordination, without any strategy. We've been calling for a strategy for the use of the sea for a long time now, and I think this is what the committee is driving at with its suggestion of a sea use framework. If we could have a more strategic overview of how we're going to use the sea, then fishing will not always, as it is at the moment, just be left to occupy whatever space remains. We can't continually be moved around the sea, shunted from one place to another as a bit of sea area is taken away and given off for another purpose. We can't survive like that. It just simply isn't how fishing works. So a framework for strategically planning how the sea will be used in the national interest is exactly what we need.
Mike Cohen from the National Federation of Fishermen's Organisations. A landmark legal case over water pollution gets underway later today. Thousands of people are part of this case, which claims that chicken farming and sewage spills are causing pollution in 3 rivers, the Wye, Usk and Lugg. The case against chicken producers Avara and Freemans of Newent and Welsh Water will be heard at the High Court in London. All 3 firms vigorously deny the claims. 4,500 people say their lives, businesses and health have been affected by pollution in the rivers. BBC Midlands investigations reporter Nicola Goodwin explained why this case is different from others involving river pollution.
Because of 2 things, the number of people who've joined this claim and also the scale of the rivers and their catchment. Now, the River Wye is 155 miles long. It runs from Wales into Herefordshire, Gloucestershire and then back into Wales and crosses through some of the best farmland and soil in the UK. And also 4,500 people, it's a lot, they've added their names to this claim, and that makes it the largest case of this kind so far to be heard in England and Wales.
So what does this claim allege then is polluting these rivers?
Well, the case starts at the High Court today. It's led by Lee Day solicitors, and they will argue that chicken production by Avara and their subsidiary company Freemans of Newent and Welsh Water's sewage system have caused the river pollution. Now, all 3 firms strenuously deny the claims. What is not in doubt is that the pollution levels in the rivers have increased in recent years. All 3 are protected by laws as they're home to rare fish, mammals and plants. But the Wye has been downgraded to unfavourable declining recently by Natural England. And that is due to algae, which is caused by a number of things when they come together. The warmer water, sunlight and fuels such as nitrate or phosphate. And that algae affects the oxygen in the water and can badly affect things like insects, plants and fish. Now, Nathan Jubb has fished on the Wye at Redbrook in Gloucestershire for 50 years. He works as a gillie guiding anglers.
It's horrible. You can smell it. You can smell the algae. You can go into a foot of water and not be able to see the bottom of your well is. You can lose your hand sometimes in 4 inches of water. I didn't make any money last year. We caught 2 fish. In fact, it would have cost me coming down in petrol. On a good year, if we didn't have the algae conditions, we'd still probably be looking at 50, 60 fish. It's totally the conditions that are killing us, and that's due to what's going in the river.
What then does this case say about farming?
Well, the legal case argues that the pollution is caused by both chicken muck spread on land as fertiliser, which could run into the water when it rains, and also human sewage, which is being released into the rivers. Now, the case will say the phosphate and nitrate, which is contained in both, are causing more algae. Now, Avara are one of the biggest poultry firms in the world. Freemans, which is part of Avara, manufactures chicken feeds that contain phosphate and nitrate. Now, there's a huge demand for chicken in the UK, and lots of it is farmed in this area. Almost 24 million birds are being produced in the Wye catchment at any one time, and Avara employs thousands of people and partner with hundreds of farms. Now, Avara say the legal claim is based on a misunderstanding and not supported by scientific data. The firm says the Environment Agency's data is showing a downward trend in phosphate levels, and the firm goes on to say that river health is influenced by multiple factors that they say are unrelated to their operations. The claim's also about Welsh Water, humans. The firm says the case is needed and it's invested more than £76 million in the past 5 years to improve the water quality on the Wye, the Lugg and the Usk. They go on to say that any financial penalties will directly reduce the funding they have available to invest in essential services and deliver the environmental improvements that the customers expect.
When can we expect a verdict?
Not for some time. Now, today's hearing is the start of a very long legal process, and it's up to a judge to decide who or what, if anything, has caused the pollution in these rivers.
Nicola Goodwin there from BBC Midlands. And that's it from us. I'm Charlotte Smith. The producer is Beatrice Fenton, and Farming Today is a BBC Audio Bristol production. Now, over to the BBC Weather Centre for the Farming Today 5-day forecast.
And it's a good morning from me, Chris Fawkes. High pressure is going to be staying with us for most of us, really, through the rest of this week. So there's not going to be a huge amount of rain. But that said, there is some rain in the forecast today. What's causing the rain then, if we've got high pressure with us? Well, it's a lump of cold air that's moving southwards in the middle of the atmosphere. It's destabilising the atmosphere, making clouds and in turn outbreaks of rain. So, what have we got forecast today? Across England and Wales, many areas will start the day on a bright note with some spells of sunshine. There are a few mist and fog patches around. But for Northern Ireland and Scotland, the clouds are already thicker today, and with that, we're starting to see outbreaks of drizzle start to move in. As we go through the day, that lump of cold air high in the atmosphere works across England, and so we'll start to see clouds develop across England with outbreaks of rain and showers moving in across northern England this afternoon, spreading to East Anglia and southeast England as we head towards this evening time. Now, the significance of the rain is that some areas of eastern England have only had 1 millimetre of rain so far this month, so we could do with some rain. It's not going to be a huge amount, but there will be some wet weather to come today. Temperatures, quite a range. For most of us, about 16 to 22 Celsius. Now, looking at the weather picture into Tuesday, there's still going to be quite a bit of cloud across the UK, with still a threat of a little rain or drizzle early in the morning across parts of England and Wales. The cloud, though, is forecast to break up through Tuesday, with spells of sunshine developing quite widely, and it will feel quite warm in the sunshine. Temperatures around 13 to 16 Celsius, with quite a stiff east-northeasterly wind developing across southern counties of England. So that's Tuesday's weather. Heading into Wednesday, looks like it's going to be quite a windy day across England and Wales. Gusts of wind reaching around 30 or 40 miles an hour, but around some of the headlands across southwest England. Apart from brisk winds, most areas will have spells of sunshine. It's going to be a dry day, and in the sun, feeling quite warm. Temperatures ranging for most of us between around 15 and 20 Celsius. Thursday and Friday, still quite a lot of warm weather to come with spells of sunshine, but I suppose Friday there's an increasing threat of a little rain from the southwest.
Chris Hawkes, thank you. Tomorrow morning, we'll be taking an incisive look at the human condition.
All in the Mind with me, Claudia Hammond. Well, our show is about the science of being human. We look at the latest evidence on psychology, mental health and neuroscience and ask what it means for all of us. We'll be taking a deep dive into a widely misunderstood condition, obsessive-compulsive disorder, or OCD. And before that, we'll be exploring how to navigate uncertain times in the midst of multiple global crises. All in the Mind with me, Claudia Hammond, on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds. Starts tomorrow morning at 9:30. To listen on your smart speaker, just say Play Radio 4. Good morning, it's 6 o'clock on Monday, the 27th of April. Robinson in London and Foster in Salford.
Today, the Queen are travelling to the United States for the first state visit to the country by a British monarch in 20 years. Can it help to restore the strained and not always special relationship? We'll hear from the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee and a former US ambassador. And a man suspected of trying to shoot President Trump at a dinner event in Washington is due to appear in court. We get the view from a witness inside the Assassination and a former Secret Service agent on the state of U.S. politics.
To have 3 attempts on the life of the president in such a short time since Butler, I never experienced anything like it in my career, but the overall political violence is stunning.
Also in today's programme,
the team are ready now for the launch, just waiting for the signal.
Sarah Rainsford meets the art collector turned drone commander leading Ukraine's pioneering long-wave attacks into Russia. And author Michael Rosen takes us back 75 years to the Festival of Britain, the national celebration of achievements in technology and art designed to bring hope to post-war Britain.
As a little child, you don't have a sense of the kind of political entity of Britain. You somehow think if your parents are proud of something, which they seem to be, that somehow or other they'd partly built the Festival of Britain themselves, so that I can be absolutely sure they didn't. But I have a sense that this was ours.
The King and Queen will arrive in Washington later today for a 4-day state visit to the United States against a backdrop of tense relations between the UK and the US over the Iran war. Last night, Buckingham Palace confirmed the trip would go ahead as planned, despite a gunman trying to storm the White House correspondent Saturday, which was attended by President Trump. Our senior royal correspondent Daniela Ralph reports from Washington.
Security around the state visit was always going to be tight. But events at the weekend in Washington have added tension to a challenging trip for the King and Queen. After a security review, what have been described as moderate changes will be made to the schedule, but there will be no significant alterations. In theory, the King will be here to mark the 250th anniversary of American independence. In practice, he'll be promoting the UK in the face of a barrage of criticism from Donald Trump. It isn't a comfortable visit for the King, but dealing with challenging leaders comes with a job description. And with an ardent royalist in the Oval Office, the King has a better chance than most of softening the President's frustration at the UK.
The alleged gunman at the White House Correspondents' Dinner is expected to appear in court today. President Trump has given further details about what happened during the attack. From Washington, here's our North America correspondent, Peter Bowes.
A computer science graduate, Cole Allen, describes himself online as a mechanical engineer, game developer and teacher. Court to face charges of assaulting a federal officer and using a firearm during a crime of violence. Officers investigating the attack say a manifesto allegedly written by the gunman appeared to outline plans to target Trump administration officials. Minutes before the attack on Saturday, the document was reportedly sent by the suspect to his family, who alerted the police several hours later. In an interview with CBS News, the president said the man's family were very concerned about him. Mr. Trump also explained that on the night, his curiosity about what was happening in the ballroom may have hindered efforts by his bodyguards to escort him to safety.
The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has arrived in St. Petersburg for talks with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. This latest round of diplomacy comes as peace efforts between Iran and the United States hang in the balance, following the collapse of planned talks in Pakistan. Our Middle East correspondent Yolande Neal sent this report from Jerusalem.
While ceasefire mediators have been pushing for further direct talks between Tehran and Washington, President Trump has said they can talk by phone instead. He told Fox News they know what has to be in the agreement. It's very simple. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. Otherwise, there's no reason to meet. The U.S. news site Axios quotes unnamed officials say there has been a new offer from Iran focused on reopening the Strait of Hormuz and ending the war, with nuclear negotiations postponed to a later stage. Any such deal would leave the U.S. with less leverage to extract concessions.
Two former Labour cabinet ministers have said that a new parliamentary investigation into Sir Keir Starmer's handling of Lord Mandelson's appointment as US ambassador would be a waste of public money. Some Conservatives have called for the Privileges Committee to look into whether the Prime Minister has been honest about the matter when speaking in Parliament. But Alan Johnson and David Blunkett said that would be a nakedly political stunt. Downing Street insists Sir Keir has not misled Parliament. A report suggests people in the wealthiest parts of the UK can expect up to 20 more years of good health than those in the poorest. Analysis by the Health Foundation shows what's known as healthy life expectancy has fallen by around 2 years in a decade to 60.7 for men and 60.9 for women. The think tank says this should be a watershed moment for policymakers. Our health editor Hugh Pym reports.
Healthy life expectancy shows how much of a lifetime on average is likely to be in good health based on surveys and mortality data. The new analysis suggests that differences in healthy years between affluent and deprived areas have widened. It also concludes that the UK has the second lowest healthy life expectancy of 21 high-income countries. The authors note that overall life expectancy has remained broadly stable, but the healthy years have declined over a decade.
One of the UK's largest chicken producers and a water company will be at the High Court today, accused of polluting the rivers Wye, Lyng and Usk. More than 4,000 people who live or work nearby are involved in what lawyers say is the biggest environmental pollution case ever brought in the UK. Welsh Water is accused of sewage discharges and says the claim is misguided, while Avara Foods says it's not supported. A new garden has opened in Regent's Park in London to commemorate the life of Queen Elizabeth II. The 2-acre former plant nursery has been transformed into a one-trunk designed to support biodiversity. Lucy Atchison reports.
The Queen Elizabeth II garden has been created as a year
wildlife, with planting chosen to encourage birds, insects and other species, while also reflecting the late monarch's life. Some plants have personal and royal connections, including Lily of the Valley, which featured in her coronation bouquet. More than 40 new trees have been planted, with the Commonwealth alongside native varieties to help create and sustain habitats. A central path runs through the garden, symbolising the Queen's lifelong sense of duty and leading visitors to spaces for quiet reflection at either end.
That was Lucy Atchison.
Thank you, Chris. It's 7 minutes past 6. Let's take an early check, shall we, on the weather for today with Chris Fawkes. Morning, Chris.
Good morning, Anna. Well, yeah, funny day today. We've got an area of high pressure in charge, but outbreaks of rain in the forecast. So what's going on? Well, across the middle part of the atmosphere, we've got a lump of cold air moving southwards across the UK, and that's destabilising the atmosphere, and in turn will make cloud and outbreaks of rain. Now, the significance of that across parts of eastern England is that for some that's only far this month, so we could do with a bit of rain, and the chance comes later on today. Now, weather-wise, across England and Wales, many areas will start off with some spells of sunshine around. We do have some patches of cloud, though, for parts of mid-Wales, across the Midlands and some eastern counties of England. So it's quite murky around the Solway Firth with some mist and fog patches here. But by and large, most areas across England and Wales will see spells of sunshine develop for a time this morning. Later on, though, we'll see some thicker cloud work in across northern counties of England, with outbreaks of rain and showers pushing in through the afternoon. And these showers and rain will tend to work into parts of East Anglia, the East Midlands, and towards South East England progressively through the afternoon and towards the evening time as well. Should stay dry there for Wales and South West England. Temperatures around 16 to 22, so feeling warm in any sunshine. For Northern Ireland and for Scotland, generally it's already pretty cloudy with rain and drizzle starting to move in. As we go on through the day, there will be a few brighter spells, but overall the weather is cloudier than it has been over recent days, and yes, you do have that chance of seeing some rain and showers around. Temperatures today, 13 to 16 Celsius. That's how the weather's looking.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. It's 9 minutes past 6. Let's take a first look at the morning papers. All the front pages reflect on the gunman trying to storm the White House Correspondents' dinner. Washington in shock, says The Guardian. Bedlam in the ballroom is the Sun's headline. The Financial Times reports that questions are mounting about the repeated security lapses around President Trump. The Daily Mirror says experts have called the security breach a historic failure.
A couple of the papers carry accounts of Saturday's attack from their correspondents who were at the dinner. Connor Stringer writes in the Daily Telegraph that before anyone had time to realise what had happened, an army of black tie-clad Secret Service agents leapt to their feet, scrambling across tables. The Guardian's David Smith writes that it was like a scene from a movie.
The Times focuses on Donald Trump calling the King brave after Buckingham Palace confirmed the state visit to the United States this week would go ahead as planned, despite the attack. The paper says it's understood there'll be some adjustments to reflect heightened security. The Daily Mail's headline reads, King keeps calm and carries on.
All of the papers this morning mark the Kenyan runner Saw becoming the first person to complete a marathon in under 2 hours in race conditions. That's the key. He came, he saw, he conquered, says The Guardian. The Daily Mirror labels him a marathon marvel. The Daily Telegraph says he pushed the limits of human performance and that his achievement has already been ranked among the greatest feats in all endurance sport. But according to the Times, Sebastian Saw's coach has said there is still room for improvement, apparently, and that the runner could now break 1 hour 59 minutes.
And we're going to be hearing from Mike and from Sean, normally here doing the sport and the business, about why they were twice as slow as the fastest man when they did the marathon. Great achievement for them. And indeed, Laura Hendry, our producer, who ran at speed as well. According to The Sun, the next James Bond film won't be released for another 2 years, which would make it the longest gap between 007 movies in their 64-year history. The last film, No Time to Die, came out in 2021. The paper's assessment is Licence to Kill Time.
Very neat. It is 11 minutes past 6 now. U.S. law enforcement believes that President Trump and his team were indeed the likely targets of that attempted shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday night. The man arrested will appear in court later. Peter Bowes is our North America correspondent. Peter, tell us a bit more about what we know at this stage about him and about his plans.
Yes, this is 30 Cole Thomas Allen. He is from Torrance, a suburb of Los Angeles in California. Los Angeles, Washington on a train via Chicago. He is highly educated. He's a computer science graduate, describes himself online as a mechanical engineer, a game developer and a teacher. And talking to, as we have been, some of his neighbors and friends in California, they speak very highly of him, describe him as a nice guy. But he will, as you say, appear in court later on Monday. He faces 2 charges: assault of a federal officer and using a firearm during a crime of violence.
And what more is being said, Peter, about those questions surrounding President Trump's security and whether or not they are doing a good enough job? Because this is the 3rd attempt on his life now.
It is the 3rd attempt. It's the 3rd time that someone has managed to get relatively close to the president with a gun, although in this case he didn't manage to get in the room. In fact, didn't manage to get to the same floor of the ballroom. But questions are being asked because this is an individual who managed to check into this hotel as a guest with a couple of guns and some knives on the same weekend as this very high-profile event. So questions are being asked there. The president has been generally very complimentary towards the Secret Service in terms of the way that they responded. He was taken off stage very quickly. Actually, he's been talking to CBS News in the last few hours, saying that he perhaps takes some blame for being a little bit slow to get off the stage, saying that his curiosity effectively got the better of him and he was trying to see what was going on in the room, perhaps hindering the efforts of his personal security detail to get him off that stage, as they eventually did. But yes, clearly many questions about the circumstances and whether events like this should indeed take place in public places like hotels.
Peter Bowes with the latest there, thank you.
It is now 14 minutes past 6. A hearing begins today into the biggest group legal action in the history of the UK courts. The defendants are a water company and one of the country's largest chicken producers. Following that case for us, the BBC's climate and environment correspondent, Jonah Fisher. Suing over what, Jonah?
Yeah, good morning, Nick. This is what's known as a group legal claim. More than 4,500 people who live near the River Wye, the Lug, which is a tributary of the Wye, and the River Usk, have been brought together by a law firm, and today's hearing is the first procedural hearing that will take place in the High Court. Now, they include fishermen, now owners, dog walkers, anyone who feels they've been affected by the condition of these rivers. Now, in recent years, many of those using the River Wye in particular have noticed a marked deterioration in its condition. Many people talk about it being smelly, about the riverbed being slimy, and in the summer, the river turning green. Catches of Atlantic salmon plentiful have dropped dramatically. Now, this claim points the finger firstly at the huge expansion of industrial chicken production in the area in the last decade. About 24 million chickens are being raised in the Wye catchment area at any one time in huge sheds. That's about a quarter of the entire UK chicken population. Now, until recently, the manure that these chickens created, chicken poo, was being spread on farmers' fields, often in the catchment area. And what this is that the nutrients from that manure were being washed off the fields into the rivers, and the combination of increased nutrients and warm, dry weather in the summer was then leading to what's known as algal blooming, which is when the river turns green. Now, the companies being sued are Avara Foods, which is the biggest chicken producer in the Wye area. It supplies major supermarkets with chickens, and also Welsh Water, the water company. It's being included because the claimants say that discharges of sewage have also contributed to the high nutrient load in the river. Obviously, those two companies, they will be in court today. They have both said in statements leading up to it that they will be contesting it. Avara says the case is fundamentally misconceived and not backed up by science. Welsh Water says it's misguided and that they are investing large amounts of money in trying to reduce the amount of sewage spills into the rivers.
And this case will be watched, no doubt, right around the country for its implications. Jonah Fisher, our climate and environment correspondent, thank you.
16 minutes past 6 now, a new campaign to try to get more of us investing is already getting pushback from some investment companies over planned changes to saving products. Will Baines got more on that and the rest of the business news as well. Morning, Will.
Morning, Anna. Morning, Nick. Yes, not sure if either of you have seen this so-called savvy squirrel so far. Red Squirrel, he's been seen in a Hawaiian shirt with a Aperol Spritz at one point behind this campaign so far. He started appearing from last week as part of a multi-million-pound drive backed by HMRC the regulator, the Financial Conduct Authority, and 20 of the biggest financial services firms in the country to try and get more of us to invest in the stock market. But some previously supportive of the campaign have changed their minds, including Interactive Investor and AJ Bell. And AJ Bell's Chief Executive, Michael Summerskill, joins us live. Michael, morning.
Good morning.
So why have you pulled out of your support for this now?
Whilst it's a concept that we're supportive of, we didn't actually get involved at the outset. We felt that the funding and the focus of the campaign wasn't for us. But look, there's no harm that comes from the industry collaborating to try and advertise itself a little more to first-time investors. But we think the focus should be on sound policy formation and making sure that the right products exist for those people when they do enter the market.
Right, I want to come to those products in a moment, because particularly about what's changing with ISAs is one of your concerns, right? But just on the campaign itself, then, you just didn't think it was that it's been raised in the FT a number of times, hasn't it, about the cost of this, 10, 20, 30 million pounds potentially. You thought it was bad value for money?
We're focusing on building our own brand, and I don't think that collaboration around advertising is really what the industry needs. We're well capable of running our own adverts, but where collaboration is all important is around getting the right rule set so that people can understand the products that they're engaging with.
And so your concerns are around cash that is held in ISAs, right? Just explain.
There's lots of focus on this, so cash held within stocks and shares ISAs and a long list of rules that HMRC and the Treasury and government are looking to implement to stop it from happening, but it's a misfounded concern. So there's only about 6% of the assets held within our stocks and shares ISA at AJ Bell that are in the form of cash. Many of that, much of that is temporary, or it's people reaching the point at which the thing that they invested for all these years are actually then looking to spend the money on. So the concern is that all this complexity actually deters the very people that we're looking to attract into the market in the form of these first-time investors.
But from the Treasury's perspective, right, they are ostensibly giving out a tax break to people to save in these kind of products, and they would like them to do so because they don't want them to just save cash somewhere in a bank or a building society, as they could do right now. They want them to invest it in UK companies, and so it feels like a fairly obvious push, doesn't it?
Well, that's exactly what people do with the products as we sit here today. These are investment products, and when people put money into a stocks and shares ISA, that's exactly what they do. 94%.
Well, the Treasury is worried that a lot of it is just sitting there in cash and earning a rate.
And if the Treasury was to actually gather that information from the industry, they would see that 94% of the money in stocks and shares ISAs is investing in exactly the things that the Treasury is saying that they want people to invest in. So if you look at the data, if you gather the evidence, then you can see that there's not actually anything happening that the Treasury should be concerned about. What we need to do is keep the rules as simple as possible so that people understand what an ISA is, as many people as possible engage with it. And we've got fantastic pro-UK investing happening in ISAs today without any rules there to try and force it to happen. So more complicated rules to try and stop people from doing the thing that we want them to do, which is what's happening today, just seems crazy to me.
What would you like to see happen then? Change that limit back again, reduce some of those rules to take that limit back up to 20? It's 12,000 or something, isn't it?
That's the proposal from April next year. So as some of your listeners may know from previous discussions on the topic, we wanted simplification of ISAs. That's not what we've got. We've got a whole load more complexity. So at this stage, it might seem like a rather unambitious ask, but we at least want to see a formal consultation on this to gather the evidence, and then, as we see it, the lack of a problem here can be identified. And what we want to see specifically is stocks and shares ISAs remain tax-free. There's talk of a tax charge on this evil cash that is not held within stocks and shares ISAs in reality. And we want to see some of the lowest risk investments that are currently on the permitted investment list today remain there, so that we have as good a chance as possible of attracting first-time investors into the ISA market.
How do you get more of that cash to British listed companies then, rather than going into a Tesla or a Google or a Meta stock?
Again, this is another misconception about the ISA market. There's a desire to get more investing in the UK generally, and I understand that. But retail investors investing through stocks and shares ISAs are some of the very best pro-UK investors that you will find anywhere in the market. So again, if you look at the data from our own business and the direct side, we're making this decision themselves. We've got over half on that side of the business. Around 50% of their investments go into UK assets. There are no other investors in the market with that level of focus on UK investing, which makes sense because this is people who are living and working in the UK and looking to spend their long-term future in the UK, which is why they're using this product. So there are some aspects of the pension industry where assets do not get allocated to the UK market, but it's simply not the case in the ISA market.
Michael Summerskill, Chief Executive of AJ Bell, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Well, let's turn to the financial markets now this morning. Sophie Sweeney here in the studio with me this morning, the portfolio manager and strategist at BNP Paribas Asset Management. Morning.
Good morning, Will.
Well, should we start, as we sort of seem to have to do daily at the moment, with the commodities markets? Where are we this morning?
So, on the commodity markets.
Yeah, and what's going on kind of at the moment? We saw, $105, $106 a barrel, Brent crude again through the weekend.
Yeah, so oil price keeps going up. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed, so 1/5 of the oil supply is not reaching destination. So I would say that the oversupply we got before the start of Iran is providing some caution on top of the SPR reserve. But there's going to be some point where this reserve will start being depleted, so clock is ticking. We need the Strait of Hormuz to open quite fast, otherwise the hard rationing measures we started to see creeping up across the board is going to get much more serious.
And we're starting to see it to flow into far more products than just transport, right, as well. A lot of focus on kind of transport infrastructure, but also things like pharmaceuticals now being affected, prices, availabilities.
I think we're underestimating the extent of which products could be affected by the oil shortage. We're not consuming crude, we're consuming products. The refining capacity is constrained, so we cannot fully replace the Middle East capacity at this point. And then in terms of other products, it goes from very simple bean bags to medicine to like producing semiconductors. So it's really far-reaching in terms of supply chain. So something to keep in mind if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed for the next 2 months.
And Darren Jones, the Chief Secretary for Prime Minister, on with Laura Koonsberg at the weekend, talking about 8 months, if it kind of ended now, 8 months on the kind of lag in inflation. Do you think that's a fair assessment of how long we could be with it? Or from what you're saying, could it be longer?
So I think what matters at this point is when will the Strait of Hormuz reopen. If it does reopen, let's say in the next couple of weeks, then I think the inflationary impact could be a bit bigger than growth. But if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, let's say, for the next 2 months, reserves start to be depleted and you start to have really sharp rationing measures, then I think the growth impact is going to be much bigger when the fiscal appetite is not the same as 2022.
And a quick look ahead to the week ahead, because in terms of stocks and shares, the biggest companies on the planet are all releasing their financial results this week. What are you looking out for, particularly after we talked about those Meta job cuts on Friday?
So it's going to be really interesting to see, because if you look at financial markets, the big stocks have been doing quite well over the past weeks. So definitely the AI trade is back. But in terms of earnings, it's going to be quite interesting to see what they're projecting in terms of capex spending, but also earnings projections when there's actually talks about how half of the data centers plans for this year are either going to be cancelled or postponed. And if you look at the S&P, 45% of earnings are coming from AI this year. So something definitely to monitor.
Yeah, something we're going to talk about right throughout the week, I think, on the programme. Sophie, thanks so much for your time. Sophie Queen, there's portfolio manager and strategist at BNP Paribas Asset Management. Now, with the price of fuel, as Sophie was talking about, being severely impacted by the war in Iran, the hunt for alternatives to try and avoid being caught up in that kind of volatility again has already begun. The British company Refuels is one of those, supplies an alternative fuel made from organic waste to HEVs owned by major retailers, including Tesco, Amazon and Lidl. And Philip Field is its chief executive and joins us now. Morning, Philip.
Morning, Will.
Tell us a bit more about this fuel then.
So it's not really a magic fuel as such. It's something that all of us have got a relationship to, whether we like it or not. If you imagine a compost heap in your garden, you put organic waste on there and it breaks down. But what happens here instead is that you collect organic waste, whether it's food waste, sewage sludge, or manure from farms. You put it into facilities that are called AD plants, which I'm sure a lot of seen around the country, are typically on farmers' properties with big domes, and out of that comes 100% renewable and sustainable fuel. And not only is it greener, it's also lower cost, and of course it's homegrown. So, your previous guest was talking a lot about the Strait of Hormuz. We're not reliant on the Middle East for this. This is something that we can produce here or produce in Europe.
Cost-wise?
Cheaper than diesel. So currently our customers, yes, the price has come up somewhat, but it's come up a lot less than diesel. So the price spread today is about 30%, 35% cheaper than diesel. So not only is it greener, as I said, it's also homegrown, but also a cheaper cost to our customers, which again, 8 out of the 10 largest supermarkets in the country are now customers of ours running trucks on these.
What do you need to grow then?
Well, it's as such, it comes from waste. So, we all go to the toilet. So there's sewage sludge that comes out. There's food waste, landfill gas, manure from farms, etc. So these are organic waste that we generate regardless. And as such, when we process them, then you end up with a product that I would say is literally homegrown because it comes from the farming sector at one point or another.
Yeah. Well, Philip, thanks so much for talking us through it this morning. Philip Field there, the Chief Executive of Refuels.
Well, thank you very much indeed. 28 minutes past 6. Here's Kathy with the sports news.
Morning, thank you very much. There are so many fascinating stories from this weekend. We'll get to the marathon shortly, but we'll start with Chelsea's win in the FA Cup. A 1-0 victory over Leeds means Chelsea will face Manchester City in the FA Cup final next month. With Chelsea sacking their head coach Leo Rossini on Wednesday, it was interim head coach Callum McFarlane who's been in charge for the last few days.
Tactics go out the window at times, and I thought the character of the group was exceptional, and that's been questioned a lot, and rightly so at times maybe, but that is us at our best, and I think we need to show that level as often as we possibly can, because this group's massively capable of that.
In the Scottish Premiership, the lead at the top of the table changed hands several times, but ultimately it's Hearts who finished the weekend 3 points clear at the top. Hearts had a 2-1 win over Edinburgh rivals Hibs, while Rangers are in third place after a 3-2 defeat to a 90th minute winner at Motherwell. The Hearts manager Derek McInnes knows there's more work to do if they're to lift a first top-flight title since 1960.
Nothing gets decided today, but we did see the importance at any team of winning your first game. It can give you impetus and confidence. It doesn't give you any guarantees or anything for next week's game with Rangers, but we've beaten Rangers at Tynecastle already. We're unbeaten at home all season.
Dundee United had a 3-0 win over Dundee in their derby. Arsenal came from behind to beat Lyon 2-1 in the first leg of their Women's Champions League semi-final. And we have to mention, York City have been promoted back into the Football League after a decade away in the most dramatic fashion on Saturday, scoring in the 113th minute of the game to snatch a 1-1 draw at second-placed Rochdale. Now to that extraordinary performance on the streets of London from Sebastian Sarway to become the first man to run under 2 hours in a marathon.
Under 2 hours. Nobody has ever done this. They said it couldn't be done. Sebastian Sarway is going to break the 2-hour mark. He's going to win the London Marathon in incredible style and historic performance, 1:59:30. Absolutely incredible. I've never seen anything like that. What a finish.
Well, you can tell how special it is from Steve Cram's commentary, and we will be speaking to him later. Ethiopia's Tigist Sefa also broke her own women's world record with a time of 2 hours, 15 minutes and 40 seconds to win her second consecutive London Marathon. A few other headlines for you this morning. On the defending champion, Jiaxin Qintong is through to the quarterfinals of the World Snooker Championship after beating Ding Junhui. The Chinese champion will face Shaun Murphy next. England remain top of the Women's Six Nations table after the weekend's games. They had a 62 points to 24 win over Wales to secure a fifth Triple Crown in a row. Tennis, and Great Britain's Cam Norrie faces the world number one Yannick Sinner in the fourth round of the Madrid Open after defeating Argentina's Thiago Agustin Tirante in 3 tight sets. And Nelly Korda won the first women's golf major of the year. The American had a 5-shot victory at the LPGA Chevron Championship to return to the world number 1 spot.
Thank you, Kathy. Now, a new series begins later today on Radio 4.
A kangaroo stuck in a lift went berserk.
David Mitchell hosts a panel game where comedians try and smuggle incredible truths.
A squire who was also a bishop became a squishop.
Among some absurd lies.
Turkey was once plagued by an epidemic of Tommy Cooper impressions.
The unbelievable truth. Monday nights at 6:30. To listen on your smart speaker, just say Play Radio 4.
Hang on.
enough to bring a smile to your face. You are listening to Today on BBC Radio 4 with Anna Foster in Salford, Nick Robinson in London at 28 minutes to 7. Chris Aldridge has a summary of the news.
The King and Queen will arrive in Washington later today for a 4-day state visit to the United States against a backdrop of strained relations between the UK and US over the conflict with Iran. Buckingham Palace says the trip will go ahead as planned, despite a gunman attempting to storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday, which was attended by President Trump. The alleged gunman, Cole Allen, is expected to appear in court today. He faces charges including assaulting a federal officer and using a firearm during a violent crime. Investigators say he sent a document to family members shortly before the attack, naming figures in the Trump administration as targets. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has arrived in St. Petersburg for talks with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. This latest round of diplomacy comes after the collapse of planned peace talks between the United States and Iran in Pakistan. A report suggests people in the wealthiest parts of the UK can expect up to 20 more years of good health than those in the poorest areas. The Health Foundation says healthy life expectancy fallen by around 2 years over the past decade to 60.7 for men and 60.9 for women. It describes the findings as a watershed moment for policymakers. Two former Labour cabinet ministers, Alan Johnson and David Blunkett, say a proposed parliamentary inquiry into Sir Keir Starmer's handling of Lord Mandelson's appointment as US ambassador would be a waste of public money. Some Conservatives want the Privileges Committee to investigate whether the Prime Minister misled Parliament, something Downing Street denies. One of the UK's largest chicken producers and a water company will appear at the High Court today, accused of polluting the rivers Wye, Lug and Usk. 4,500 people who live or work nearby are involved in what lawyers describe as the biggest environmental pollution case ever brought in the UK. Welsh Water calls the claim misguided, while Rivara Foods says it lacks proper scientific basis.
Thank you, Chris. 26 minutes to 7. The King's much-debated state visit to the US starts later today. Our senior royal correspondent, Daniela Ralph, is in Washington, D.C. and told me despite what happened at the weekend, things are still going ahead as planned.
After events at the White House Correspondents' Dinner here in Washington on Saturday night, there was effectively a security review of the state visit that involved the UK government, the White House, Buckingham Palace and the British Embassy here in Washington, where they looked at all of the engagements that the King and Queen were due to undertake. And under particular scrutiny were those that were more public-facing, which will be in New York and in Virginia later on this week. So all of those were looked at again to see, in light of events here in Washington, whether they were still safe to go ahead with. And it was decided that the visit should go ahead as planned with what have been described as moderate changes. So we're not expecting any significant alterations here. And as things stand, the King and the Queen will arrive here in Washington this evening, UK time.
And speaking of tight controls on security, Daniela, there's also a level of control on what we will see and hear from those meetings, those discussions, everything that goes on for the next few days.
Yeah, that's right. If you look at the actual schedule, I can only count 5 times when we will see the King and the President at an event together. And some of those events will just be a photo opportunity rather than moving pictures where we would be able to hear any bits of conversation between the two men. And what that does really is take a little bit of the jeopardy out of the visit, because what it also does is limit the amount of time Donald Trump, I suppose, could get a bit loose-lipped in front of the cameras and in front of the King. So it is a method of controlling the visit a little bit. But I think in terms of the wider visit and what can be gained from here, the UK ambassador to Washington, Sir Christian Turner, has talked about this visit renewing and revitalising a unique friendship. It is not going to fix everything that is problematic between the UK and the US at the moment, but I think there is the capacity for the King to perhaps soften the edges of this royalist president, to smooth the way and do a bit of a PR job on Britain. He won't want to provoke his host or make the situation worse, but I think he will, in his speeches and perhaps more in private chat, remind the president of the value of the UK-US alliance.
Daniela Ralph, our senior royal correspondent in Washington, D.C. Thank you.
It's just turned 23 minutes to 7. Can Sir Keir Starmer avoid the fate of Boris Johnson? an investigation by the House of Commons Privileges Committee into whether he told MPs the truth about the appointment and vetting of Peter Mandelson as our man in Washington. Watching this latest development in the Mandelson saga is our chief political correspondent, Henry Zeffman. The parallel with Boris Johnson is one that Keir Starmer will be desperate to avoid.
Yeah, absolutely right, Nick. And just to explain, we don't know precisely what the basis of the claim from opposition parties that there should be a debate and then that could potentially trigger a Privileges Committee investigation is, but we think there are a couple of different elements that they want to pursue. One is the claim that Sir Keir Starmer misled the House of Commons last Wednesday at Prime Minister's Questions when he talked about parts of Sir Ollie Robbins' evidence to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, where Ollie Robbins talked about pressure from Number 10 not forming part of his ultimate decision, and then the Prime Minister concluded no pressure existed whatsoever in relation to this case of Peter Mandelson. And the other element is about the Prime Minister's claim that due process was followed in the appointment of Peter Mandelson. Now, actually, there is agreement with Ollie Robbins, but the Conservatives and other opposition parties are citing a letter from Simon Case, the then Cabinet Secretary, to the Prime Minister, at which point he suggested that the vetting should take place before Peter Mandelson's appointment was publicly announced in a way that, of course, did not transpire. So the process for this is that the Conservatives and other opposition parties can't really talk about this publicly, but we understand that they have written to the Speaker. The Speaker can then decide to hold a debate. That debate would probably take place tomorrow. Tomorrow is the same day when Sir Philip Barton, the former head of the Foreign Office, and Morgan McSweeney, the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff, are both giving evidence to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee on Peter Mandelson as well. And so it could all just become this crunch, painful day for the Prime Minister.
The Prime Minister's used an interview over the weekend, didn't he, to try and get his defence in to what, I have to say, was a pretty extraordinary claim that no pressure existed when it came to dealing with Peter Mandelson. He tried to kind of narrow down what he said he'd been really saying.
Yeah, I mean, the Prime Minister said in the Sunday Times that when he said in the House of Commons no pressure existed whatsoever in relation to this case, he wasn't talking about the everyday pressure of government, his phrase. He was talking about something different. He was talking about the kind of pressure to disregard the security vetting element and give clearance. Those are the Prime Minister's words. So that is the argument. That's the way in which he's trying to refine his argument. I guess the question for whether this is going to become just, another episode of a Prime Minister being accused of selectively quoting somebody to make an argument in the House of Commons, which obviously he will not be the first Prime Minister to have been accused of, or whether it's going to become something more, namely a Privileges Committee investigation, is the question of how frustrated are Labour MPs about this? Because if there were to be a Privileges Committee investigation, either Labour MPs would have to vote for it in relatively large numbers, or Labour MPs would have to stay away from the vote in really large numbers. The Boris Johnson Privileges Committee investigation happened because his authority had collapsed so completely over the Conservative Party that he didn't any longer have the ability to whip his MPs to stop it. Sir Keir Starmer is vulnerable, as we have talked about recently. It doesn't feel this morning like his MPs are anywhere near as insurrectionary as the Conservatives were in advance of Boris Johnson's investigation. If, however, though, this does begin to get dicey tomorrow, then that will tell you a lot about where Sir Keir Starmer stands.
Henry Zeffman, thank you very much indeed. It is now 19 minutes to 7. Elderly army veterans who served during what used to be called the Troubles in Northern Ireland, decades of violence which cost thousands of lives, believe that a new law will make them targets of legal action. Decades after that violence, the government's proposing amendments designed to reassure them today. The signs are they're not very reassured. Our Ireland correspondent Chris Page joins us. There was a moment at which these veterans were assured they would be given, in effect, immunity, Chris. That's all changed and they're not happy.
Yes, this is an extremely sensitive, complex and contentious issue, Nick. How should hundreds of unsolved killings from a conflict in Northern Ireland be investigated? So the last Conservative government, as you say, passed legislation which set up an agency to take over all investigations, focus on finding out facts rather than prosecutions, and that legislation gave suspects, both former members of the security forces and former paramilitaries, a guarantee they wouldn't be prosecuted if they provided information in that
process. So the courts ruled that was unlawful. So the current government's replacing the legislation. It's already removed that conditional amnesty. There'll be an agency to carry out criminal investigations, another one whose purpose will be to find out facts. And the government has already proposed a package of measures to protect former soldiers, such as they wouldn't have to travel to Northern Ireland to give evidence, their health and well-being would have to be taken into account. But veterans organisations, the Conservatives, unionist parties in Northern Ireland have said those measures didn't go far enough. So Hilary Benn, the Northern Ireland Secretary, has said the government's going to bring forward a substantial package of amendments designed to improve the process, to further safeguard the process for veterans.
And as soon as they do that, Chris, as soon as they do that, of course, they upset the other side, who say justice must be done, albeit justice delayed.
Yes, that's right. Counter-criticism from the likes of Sinn Féin, who had their annual conference over the weekend, and they said this was becoming veterans legislation rather than victims legislation. So MPs today will be voting to carry over the legislation known as the Troubles Bill beyond the King's Speech next month into the next parliamentary session, where these amendments will be published and debated, and government sources tell me they expect that to happen around early June. That's what they're aiming for.
Chris Page, thank you.
It is 17 minutes to 7 now. The commander of Ukraine's drone forces has told the BBC that long-range attacks on Russia's oil export facilities are legitimate and will escalate after weeks of strikes deep inside Russia that have severely disrupted its energy exports. Speaking in a rare interview, Robert Brovdi said that Vladimir Putin earned blood money on oil exports, which he then spent waging war on Ukraine. The commander also said that his forces were currently stalling Russia's advances along the front line. Well, our Eastern Europe correspondent Sarah Rainsford went to meet the drone commander and his troops.
We just pulled up by the side of a road in the middle of a field somewhere in eastern Ukraine. We've come in a convoy of soldiers, and they're just getting into position because tonight they're going to be launching drones deep into Russia.
The location is top secret, and Yuki, one of the soldiers, tells me they have to work fast.
Our center is like a red flag to our enemy because we're bringing the war to their territory.
Those drones revving their engines look like big toy planes, but this model can fly more than 1,000 kilometers, and Ukraine has others now that go twice that far. For weeks, they've been hitting oil facilities deep inside Russia.
The team are ready now for the launch, just waiting for the signal. We've met some contacts here who are giving us a ride in a minibus with completely blacked out windows, not even a crack to see where we're going, to meet Robert Brovdi. He's the commander of Ukraine's drone forces. And we've just emerged into the command center. Banks and banks of screens in every direction. Hey, good to meet you.
Hello, that's Commander Brovdi.
4 years ago, Robert Brovdi was a grain dealer and an art collector, more comfortable in Sotheby's than in the trenches where he's since found himself. That's where, he tells me, he first used a drone. He was under fire and needed to see where the Russian forces were, and remembered a device that he'd bought for his children. Soon, he was attaching munitions to ever more advanced drones. Brovdi now heads all Ukraine's unmanned systems forces.
So there seems to be this new focus on deep strike in Russia. Can you tell me why? What's the thinking?
Putin
extracts natural resources and converts them into blood dollars that they can then direct against us in the form of Shahed drones and ballistic missiles. If oil refineries are a tool to convert resources into money that's used for war, then these are lawful military targets subject to destruction.
The internet is full of video clips of the results. Giant orange walls of fire. Brovdi's bunker, though, displays other videos on a loop. Set to music
They show drones chasing Russian soldiers on the front line. It is brutal stuff. But for Brovdi, reducing Russia's manpower advantage is the second priority. And for 4 months, he says, Ukraine has been killing more soldiers than Moscow has mobilized for the fight.
30% of all drone strikes by the unmanned forces must be against military personnel.
So there's like a kill plan, basically, for Russia.
Yes, you can call it a kill plan. And right now, we are exceeding that. The greatest mass killing of an enemy in the history of mankind is taking place in this room by plastic and metal drones that cost from $300 to a few $1,000s. They are the main tool of influence on the battlefield.
And he tells me his drone forces have already stopped the Russians advancing along most of the front line. And the long-range launches continue. Brovdi doesn't talk of defeating the enemy, but of defending what Ukraine still holds with minimal losses to its own troops. And by taking the war to Russia with these deep strikes, he also wants to eat into Russians' morale and make more people there question the war they're fighting and Vladimir Putin, who led them there.
Sarah Rainsford reporting on the drones in Ukraine. It is now 12 minutes to 7 o'clock. Iran has come up with a new proposal to open the Strait of Hormuz and to end its war with the United States, but it postpones negotiations about its nuclear program. That's what the news website Axios are reporting from sources within the US administration. Our chief international correspondent Liz Doucette joins us now. Morning, Liz. What else do we know about this?
Well, it does seem that even though the efforts to have a second round of high-level face-to-face talks between Iran and the United States at the weekend in Islamabad, that what is happening instead is the Iranian foreign minister is carrying out, let's say, more quiet, more traditional diplomacy, shuffling between capitals. He went to Pakistan, he went to Muscat, the capital of Oman. He's in Russia today, and there are reports he will meet Vladimir Putin. He also had a second trip to Pakistan on Sunday. And along the lines that you have just said, although I have to say we haven't been able to confirm that what is in what Mr. Arakchi, the foreign minister, said was a workable framework to permanently end the war on Iran. President Trump said he had received a proposal from Iran that had some good things in it, but not good enough. And what is clear from our discussions with Iranian officials and with journalists in Iran was that the starting point for Iran is the lifting of the naval blockade that President Trump still says he will not lift. And Iran is making it clear that it won't lift its controls over the Strait of Hormuz until that happens, so that those two rival blockades are blocking any progress. So quietly, and those messages are being exchanged not just with the Pakistani mediators, the Egyptians, the Turks, the Saudis have all become involved over the weekend. So it seems a lot is happening, but nothing that can be held up by clear sign of progress by either side.
And while the Trump administration will no doubt welcome the possibility of reopening the Strait of Hormuz, it would be a bitter pill for them, wouldn't it, to say, well, look, we'll come to the nuclear issue later.
Well, it depends what it's meant by later. There's always been this idea about having some kind of a memorandum of understanding. A framework is the phrase being used now to sort of try to de-escalate, try to give each side a sense that they've won something in this round, and then embark on what are really detailed, highly sensitive negotiations that cannot be worked out in a very short time, and also need the kind of negotiators who have an understanding of nuclear issues. If you go back to 2015, it was Iran and America's best nuclear physicists who were at the table. They are nowhere to be seen now. Now, will that wash with the United States? President Trump has again said that the nuclear issue is the core issue, not just Iran saying, as it has always said, that it will not acquire a nuclear bomb, but also the means to produce a bomb. And that means that 440 kilograms of highly enriched uranium that President Trump describes as nuclear dust. Now, in those meetings today in Moscow, will Mr. Arakchi discuss that with Vladimir Putin? Again, in the 2015 deal, most of Iran's highly enriched uranium was sent to Moscow, but at that time it was enriched to 20%. Now it is over 60%, dangerously close to weapons grade. And Iran, of course, is a different country now.
Final quick thought, Lise. I know you'll be wary of this, but you're better at judging mood music than most because you know these negotiations and indeed often the negotiators well. This feels to me from the outside like they're talking about details that neither side are looking for an excuse to restart the conflict.
But neither side wants a no war peace situation. Neither side wants to back down. Both sides are saying they won the war. President Trump has his own political and economic pressures at home. The Iranians have their pressures at home. So a deal may be in reach, but a reach is not days. It will take a long time. Does President Trump want to make that time? How long does Iran want to drag it out and thrash out every detail? It's within the realm of possibility, but right now they're just not there.
Lise Doucette, our chief international correspondent, thank you.
7 minutes to 7. Whales, dolphins, porpoises in the North Sea are all under threat and need to be better protected, so says the Wildlife Trust, which has been looking at their health and population numbers. This is things like fishing gear, underwater noise from shipping and development that all pose a threat. Well, Ruth Williams is head of marine conservation at the Wildlife Trust. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just tell us a little more about what kind of impact these things are having.
Well, what this report is really highlighting is that the North Sea is it's an incredibly important area for these animals, these whales, dolphins and porpoise. And I think a lot of people don't realise that we do have, between 8 and 15 different species of dolphin and porpoise using this area. But it's also an incredibly busy part of our seas. The North Sea, there's a myriad of complex and interacting threats. Which act together to cause big problems for these species. We've got things like harbour porpoise, which are one of the smallest cetaceans we get. They're under 2 metres. They're locally known as the puffing pig because when they do come up, they're very shy, elusive creatures, but when they do come up to the surface to breathe, they give this little sort of sneezing puff sound. So the local fishermen call them the puffing pig. But these animals, they're all around in the North Sea. And what we're calling for as the Wildlife Trust is to get better time-bound implementation of our current legislation to try and protect these animals better than they already are.
Just to loop back to that question then, Ruth, what exactly is the impact of, we mentioned fishing gear, underwater noise, what impact is that having on the animals?
So things like underwater noise, noise travels a very long way in the marine environment in the sea, and it can cause behavioural or displacement, so it can push animals away from their usual feeding grounds, and it can also cause detrimental hearing loss and damage to their hearing sensors. What we're calling for is we need to reduce the impact of that noise pollution. It's not like a normal pollution, it's unseen, but it can have these serious impacts. And as our seas get busier and busier, that noise gets louder and louder. So last year, the government did promise that there would be a public consultation on setting a noise limit, particularly for offshore development. But we've not seen this come to fruition yet. It seems to be, paused, and we just need to get this legislation we've got in UK rolled out and get noise limits at sea. We want a UK noise reduction plan, and all of these things will go a long way to both protecting cetaceans but also for the wider good environmental status of our seas.
How difficult is it to balance that against industry and the needs of industry in those areas as well?
We can do both. I think that's a key part of this. It's a huge growth area, particularly for offshore wind, but we just need to recognise that these animals live in that shared space and put these levels of protection and monitoring in place as these developments grow and put their infrastructure into that North Sea. So we need to monitor a little bit more. We know these animals use there, but we know we need to have better So monitoring before these developments are put in place in those seas, so that we can avoid key areas. We know that these animals feed in frontal systems where there's upwellings of nutrients, lots of plankton, lots of feed fish. So let's avoid those areas. Let's have a proper marine spatial plan that developers know, okay, important for dolphins and porpoise, we'll build over here. So I think that there is space for everybody and everything, but we just need to respect that it's a mutual joint space and make sure that these animals are part of that equation. And the legislation is there for a reason, to protect them. And once we do that, it will enable faster and more effective growth.
Okay, Ruth Williams, Head of Marine Conservation at the Wildlife Trust. Thank you.
In 2001, a brutal crime shattered the close-knit Welsh community.
It wasn't your average sort of killing. It was extremely sadistic.
Fear spread through the village of Llanfairpwll. Neighbours look at one another differently.
It felt like a monster that was looming over the community.
This is a story about a community trying to make sense of the unthinkable.
The shock of finding out who the offender was.
How could we have got it so wrong?
The Anglesey Vampire Killer. Listen first on BBC Sounds.
Let's check the weather. Here's Chris Fawkes.
Thanks a lot, Anna. And a funny day weather-wise today. We've got high pressure in charge, and that would otherwise, in most cases, bring us dry and sunny weather. But not today. We're actually going to see pretty widespread showers form across Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northern England, North Wales, North Midlands, and parts of East Anglia as well. So why are we going to see rain when high pressure is with us? Well, it's all down to a lump of cold air in the middle part of the atmosphere that's sliding southwards across the UK. It's that that's going to destabilise the atmosphere, make clouds to bubble up into the pool of cold air and create those showers. So, what does all that mean for us weather-wise? Across England and Wales, most areas are going to start the day on a dry note. We do have some patches of cloud here and there. It's quite murky around the Solway Firth, but overall, most of us will see some morning spells of sunshine. It's later on today, towards the middle part of the day, the early afternoon, that we'll start to see the first signs of showers bubbling up across parts of Northern England, North Wales, and they'll move into parts of the North and East Midlands and probably East Anglia as well. The heaviest showers are always likely to be across parts of Yorkshire, Lincolnshire and Norfolk, I think, as we go on through the day, but the showers probably coming pretty widespread across southern and Midlands parts of Wales into southern England. The South Midlands should stay mostly dry today with spells of sunshine. Northern Ireland and Scotland already quite cloudy, and we will see showers develop for these areas as well, becoming pretty widespread. Our temperatures today ranging from around 16 to 22 for most of us, so feeling warm where the sunshine comes out. That's the latest.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. You're listening to Today on BBC Radio 4 with Anna Foster and Nick Robinson. Good morning, it's 7 o'clock on Monday the 27th of April. The headlines this morning: the King and Queen are beginning a 4-day state visit to the United States as the so-called special relationship comes under strain over the war in Iran. An alleged gunman will appear in court later, accused of trying to target Trump administration officials, including the president himself, at a gala dinner in Washington. One of the guests there, a certain Michelle Hussein, shares her reflections of the shooting at that White House Correspondents' Dinner.
I became so aware of the difference in human reactions around me. One woman, while we were under those tables, going to pieces, perhaps triggered, but really in a state on the floor. Elsewhere, a man started to shout USA.
One other headline this morning: 2 former Labour ministers have condemned opposition calls for a parliamentary investigation into Sir Keir Starmer's handling of the Lord Mandelson vetting scandal.
And also coming up this hour:
under 2 hours. Nobody has ever done this. They said it couldn't be done. Sebastian Solway is going to break the 2-hour mark. He's going to win the London Marathon in incredible style. An historic performance, 1:59:30. Absolutely incredible. I've never seen anything like that. What a finish.
Was it a triumph of science or of skill? What's behind Sebastian Solway's breaking of the 2-hour marathon record? The BBC News is read by Chris Aldridge.
The King and Queen will arrive in Washington later today for a 4-day state visit to the United States against the backdrop of tense relations between the UK and the US over the Iran war. Last night, Buckingham Palace confirmed the trip would go ahead as planned, despite a gunman trying to storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday, which was attended by President Trump. Our senior royal correspondent Daniela Relf reports from Washington.
Security around the state visit was always going to be tight, but events at the weekend in Washington have added tension to a challenging trip for the King and Queen. After a security review, what have been described as moderate changes will be made to the schedule, but there will be no significant alterations. In theory, the King will be here to mark the 250th anniversary of American independence. In practice, he'll be promoting the UK in the face of a barrage of criticism from Donald Trump. It isn't a comfortable visit for the King, but dealing with challenging leaders comes with a job description. And with an ardent royalist in the Oval Office, the King has a better chance than most of softening the President's frustration at the UK.
The alleged gunman at the White House Correspondents' Dinner is expected to appear in court today. President Trump has given further details about what happened during the attack. From Washington, here's our North America correspondent, Peter Bowes.
A computer science graduate, Cole Allen, describes himself online as a mechanical engineer, game developer and teacher. He'll appear in court to face charges of assaulting a federal officer and using a firearm during a crime of violence. Officers investigating the attack say a manifesto allegedly written by the gunman appeared to outline plans to target Trump administration officials. Minutes before the attack on Saturday, the document was reportedly sent by the suspect to his family, who alerted the police several hours later. In an interview with CBS News, the president said the man's family were very concerned about him. Mr. Trump also explained that on the night, his curiosity about what was happening in the ballroom may have hindered efforts by his bodyguards to escort him to safety. He added that the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner should be rescheduled within 30 days with even more security.
The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has arrived in St. Petersburg for talks with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Media reports from the United States suggest that Iran has made a new proposal to Washington focused on opening the Strait of Hormuz and ending the war, but postponing nuclear talks to a later stage. A report suggests people in the wealthiest parts of the UK can expect up to 20 more years of good health than those in the poorest. Analysis by the Health Foundation shows what's known as healthy life expectancy has fallen by around 2 years in a decade to 60.7 years for men and 60.9 for women. Our health editor Hugh Pym reports.
Healthy life expectancy shows how much of a lifetime on average is likely to be in good health based on surveys and mortality data. The new analysis suggests that differences in healthy years lived between affluent and deprived areas have widened. It also concludes that the UK has the second lowest healthy life expectancy of 21 high-income countries. The authors note that overall life expectancy has remained broadly stable, but the healthy years have declined over a decade. The Health Foundation said the findings revealed a stark decline in the nation's health, and as well as high levels of obesity in the UK, there had been a surge in mental ill health. It added that there was a significant economic cost, with poor health driving people out of the workforce.
Two former Labour cabinet ministers have said that a new parliamentary investigation into Sir Keir Starmer's handling of Lord Mandelson's appointment as US ambassador would be a waste of public money. Some Conservatives have called for the Privileges Committee to look into whether the Prime Minister has been honest about the matter when speaking in Parliament. But Alan Johnson and David Blunkett said that would be a nakedly political stunt. More details from our political correspondent, Joe Pike.
Parliament's Privileges Committee helped bring down Boris Johnson. It concluded he had deliberately misled MPs over Partygate. Now the Conservatives may use the same mechanism to try to damage Sir Keir Starmer over his claims that due process was followed in the appointment of Lord Mandelson and that the Foreign Office was not put under pressure. The Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp has said Sir Keir appears to have misled Parliament, something Downing Street has strongly denied. In a statement given to the Times newspaper, Alan Johnson and Lord Blunkett said any comparison with Boris Johnson was absurd because a police investigation had directly disproved his categoric statements that he knew nothing about the breach of lockdown rules, including parties in Downing Street. The Commons Speaker would need to allow a debate on the matter in the coming days, and it would be up to MPs to vote on whether to grant an investigation.
The commander of Ukraine's drone forces has told the BBC that strikes on Russian oil facilities will continue because the sites are legitimate military targets. Robert Brovdy was speaking to our Eastern Europe correspondent Sarah Rainsford.
Robert Brovdy, who's best known as Magyar, told me his forces were increasing their deep strikes against Russian oil facilities because fuel exports gave Vladimir Putin blood dollars, which he then spent on missiles to launch at Ukraine. So Magyar said the long-range drone attacks would continue, even escalate. He also shared a stark statistic. Since December, he claimed his forces have been killing more Russian soldiers than Moscow can mobilize. He said that's around 30,000 men a month, each one captured on a drone camera, verified, and then logged.
One of the UK's largest chicken producers and a water company will be at the High Court today, accused of polluting the rivers Wye and Lough and Usk. More than 4,000 people who live or work nearby are involved in what lawyers say is the biggest environmental pollution case ever brought in the UK. Welsh Water says the claim is misguided, while Avara Foods says it's not supported by proper scientific evidence. Our environment correspondent Jonah Fisher reports.
In recent years, those who use the River Wye and the nearby Usk and Lough say they've become increasingly smelly and slimy and prone to turning green in the summer. About a quarter of the UK's chickens are raised in the River Wye catchment area, which straddles the English-Welsh border. That's about 24 million birds. Lawyers for the more than 4,500 people who've signed up for this case say manure from the intensive chicken production is to blame. They say that after being spread on farmers' fields as fertilizer, the nutrients from the manure run off into rivers. Avara Foods, the biggest chicken producer in the area, is targeted by the claim, as is Welsh Water, which is accused of polluting the rivers with sewage spills.
A new garden has opened in Regent's Park in London to commemorate the life of Queen Elizabeth II. A 2-acre former plant nursery has been transformed into a wildlife-friendly space designed to support biodiversity. Lucy Atchison reports.
The Queen Elizabeth II garden has been created as a year-round habitat for wildlife, with planting chosen to encourage birds, insects and other species, while also reflecting the late monarch's life. Some plants have personal and royal connections, including Lily of the Valley, which featured in her coronation bouquet. More than 40 new trees have been planted, with species from across the Commonwealth alongside native varieties to help create and sustain habitats. A central path runs through the garden, symbolising the Queen's lifelong sense of duty and leading visitors to spaces for quiet reflection at either end.
And that was Lucy Atchison.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. It's now 9 minutes past 7. Why did he do it? How was he able to do it? And should more be done to protect Donald Trump after he faced a third assassination attempt? Those are the questions this morning as we digest the manifesto of the alleged attacker, Cole Thomas Allen, a teacher from Torrance in California, who travelled across country by train carrying guns and knives to check into the hotel where the president was due to speak at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and would be accompanied by many of the most senior figures in his administration. Thomas Allen, a churchgoer, wrote that turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behaviour. It is complicity in the oppressor's crimes. He went on, I'm not the person raped at a detention camp. I'm not the fisherman executed without trial. I'm not a school kid blown up or a child starved or a teenage girl abused by the many criminals in this administration. Overnight, President Trump has given his own reaction in an interview to CBS about that shooting.
It sounded to me, I read a manifesto, he's radicalized. He was a Christian, a believer, and then he became an anti-Christian, and he had a lot of change. He's been going through a lot based on what he wrote. His brother complained about him, and I think reported him to the police, and his sister likewise complained about him. His family was very concerned. He was probably a pretty sick guy.
I've been speaking to Connor Sheets, a staff writer for the LA Times, who's been trying to learn more about the alleged shooter. He's been on the ground in Cole Thomas Allen's hometown of Torrance and to some of the places Mr. Allen frequented, including his church. He told me what he'd been hearing.
There was actually a security guard standing outside the church who was not allowing us to talk to people. It was private property, so we really couldn't press the issue.
But from what we understand, he was pretty involved. And having talked to some people who knew him through his tutoring business, they said he was very, peaceful, quiet. And some of the people we talked to said that he did take his Christian faith very seriously.
And the other thing we know about him is that he wasn't just a teacher, but he seems to have been a very good teacher.
He was not a teacher in the traditional sense as like a private or public school teacher. He works at a tutoring center here in Torrance, and so he's tutoring students in science and math. And I talked to someone who runs an organization that some of his students were a part of, and he said that the students reported that he was, a quote, highly intelligent, and that they took classes from him, including biology, mathematics, that type of thing. So he's not a traditional teacher, but I think he did win Teacher of the Month award at his tutoring shop.
What then about the security? How was it that he was able to get into that hotel armed to the teeth? I've been speaking to Jeffrey James, a former US Secret Service agent who's been involved in protecting Donald Trump in his first term, and before that, President George W. Bush. I asked him whether he really thinks the security services did a good job.
I do. If you look at everything that happened, the perpetrator was stopped at an outer perimeter checkpoint. He never even got on the same floor of the hotel that the president was on. And the thing that impressed me the most about how quickly this happened was the communication piece. So that person comes to the checkpoint, there's shots fired. They radio down to the detail that's right around the president, vice president, say, hey, we've had shots fired upstairs. And you see from that point, it's about 8 seconds until the president is being taken off the stage. So great response, great communications.
For those non-experts amongst us watching the video, it does look as if there's a delay before the president is whisked off the stage. Now, he's been talking overnight, saying that actually he wanted to know what was going on. But were you surprised by the length of that delay?
No, because what we call that in law enforcement is a tactical pause. And the reason you want to do that is because you don't want to be in such a hurry to rush out of one situation that you run into a worse situation. So what was happening in that 3 to 5 second tactical pause was, the president was saying at that point, hey, what's going on? But also there's people on the radio saying, hey, we've had shots fired in the building. We're coming out to the cars. Are we clear to come out? Yeah, we got the doors open. Let's go. Because if you don't do that and you end up running out of that environment that seems bad and you run into an ambush, you're worse off than you were the first time.
The big question that many people are asking is, why on earth was someone able to check into a hotel carrying guns and knives, a hotel that was known to have the president coming for a major event?
So we can't shut down businesses. So what happens when the president goes somewhere like this? There's a big hotel. We cordon off the area where the president's going to be, and we secure it outward from there. Now, if the president's going to a restaurant, and we're talking about there's going to be 100, 200 people coming and going, we'll screen everyone. That's easy. This person could have checked into I don't know this, and we'll find it all out, but he could have checked into the hotel 3 days ago. And once we set up the security, he's already there. We can't go from room to room and search every room just because the president's going to be there.
It's interesting to hear you say that, because British listeners of a certain age will recall that Margaret Thatcher was almost blown up by a bomb at a Conservative Party conference back in 1983 by someone who checked into the hotel weeks earlier. And ever since that day, the whole of a conference has been a secure environment. Everything has been protected.
Yeah, I remember when I was in Secret Service training, we learned about that event. And if we could take every one of our protectees to a secure location, it would be great. But again, even where the president goes all the time, like Mar-a-Lago, that's a working golf course. We really have a hard time shutting down entire businesses just because the president's going to be there.
A final reflection for someone who used to be prepared to put their body in the line of fire. This violence is getting more common, isn't it?
Political violence is on the rise at every level. Governors are being attacked. Municipal judges is far down on what you would consider an elected official of like a municipal judge. They're getting attacked. And we've, of course, seen the attack at Nancy Pelosi's home when her husband was attacked, it's like nothing I saw in my career prior to this. To have 3 attempts on the life of the president in such a short time since Butler, I never experienced anything like it in my career, but the overall political violence is stunning.
Jeffrey James, former U.S. Secret Service agent, thank you for joining us.
It's 16 minutes past 7 now. Will MPs investigate the Prime Minister over whether or not he misled Parliament over Lord Mandelson's appointment as US ambassador? The Conservatives say the Privileges Committee, which helped to bring down Boris Johnson when it scrutinised Partygate, should turn their spotlight now on Sir Keir Starmer. But 2 Labour former cabinet ministers have come out to say that would be a waste of money because the facts of the matter in this case are already known. Well, Dr. Hannah White is the CEO of the Institute for Government. Good morning.
Good morning.
Is an investigation by the Privileges Committee the right thing to do, objectively, in this case?
Well, the important thing is that the House of Commons gets to make a decision on this for itself. The fact of having a Privileges Committee that can do this sort of investigation is relatively rare internationally, that they can call any member of Parliament and investigate a matter like this. And it's very important that we know that the House of Commons can do its job and that people are being truthful when they talk to the House of Commons. If the House of Commons as a whole votes to say, actually, we want an investigation into this because we're not sure if that's what's happened in this case, then that's what should happen.
It's interesting because, of course, we do know many of the facts in this case, but there are still perspectives and narratives that we don't know. So, for example, tomorrow, Sir Philip Barton, who was Sir Ollie Robbins' predecessor at the Foreign Office, Morgan McSweeney, the former Downing Street Chief of Staff, they will both give evidence. And you sort of have this drip's not quite the right way to put it, but we have new details coming all the time, which MPs might feel differently by the end of tomorrow than they do by the end of today.
Yes, that's exactly right. And I think it is material here that there is already the Foreign Affairs Committee inquiry going on. There are more facts coming out. And it's important to be clear that the investigation that the Privileges Committee would be doing would be about specifically what's been said by Keir Starmer to the House of Commons rather than the wider facts of the case. And when Labour MPs, whether they're whipped or not, if they're given a chance by the Speaker to take a view on this, they will be deciding whether this is the issue that they care about. If there are frustrations with the Prime Minister on his backbenches, I suspect those are more to do with the original decision to appoint Peter Mandelson as ambassador in the US and the repercussions that has had, rather than the point that the opposition parties are trying to push, which is whether when Keir Starmer says that there was no pressure put on civil servants in this case, that he was being truthful or not.
There is that central complication which remains as well, the knowingly or unknowingly misled the House of Commons, and Sir Keir Starmer maintains that he didn't know, and some of the evidence has backed that up. But this is the thing, it's not whether you knew or not, it's whether you did it.
Well, actually, for a breach of privilege, it has to be a knowing misleading of the House, and so that might not be what people care about, but to be found in contempt of the House of Commons, to be found to have impeded what the House of Commons it doing its job, you have to do that knowingly, and that was the crucial thing with Boris Johnson as well. When he was investigated by the Privileges Committee, he claimed that he just hadn't known about the parties and the breaches of lockdown rules in Downing Street, but the committee found that that wasn't plausible, and they found that out by talking to other people who'd been there at the time. And so if a Privileges Committee investigation was to happen in this case, I guess that's what they would be doing. They'd be trying to talk to other people to say, is it plausible that the Prime Minister didn't know?
We wait and see, don't we? Dr. Hannah White, CEO of the Institute for Government, thank you.
It is 7:20. We heard earlier from Lise Doucette about more talks about reopening the Strait of Hormuz, that vital shipping route. Last week we spoke on the programme to the captain of one stranded crude oil tanker. Operators are warning thousands of sailors remain in a similar position. Will's here with that.
Morning again, Nick. Yes, Intertanko, Trade Association for Tanker Companies, says over 100 of its members tankers are currently stuck in the strait in exactly the same position as Captain Kapoor, who Anna was speaking to on the programme on Friday. Their managing director, Tim Wilkins, joins us now. Tim, morning. Morning, Will. So more than 100 ships. How many sailors is that then that are currently stuck?
That's, just over 105 tankers and 2,400 seafarers.
And we heard from Captain Kapoor on the programme on Friday talking about the difficulty getting things like food and supplies even to those ships. I mean, presumably people are in different states on some of those vessels.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're some 2 months into the conflict now, and we're seeing two very clear challenges on board our member ships trapped in the Persian Gulf. Firstly, as you pointed out, there are the practical challenges ensuring supplies of water, food, fuel and medicines alongside the management of garbage and waste on board. What we're seeing is most ships to date have been managing, but as the conflict goes on, then these sort of practical day-to-day challenges are becoming more difficult to overcome. But I must say, what is becoming a more significant challenge right now is managing the well-being and welfare of the seafarers. As you've sort of noted previously about the captain who spoke last week, there's a huge amount of anxiety, stress, fatigue on board, owing to the constant stress of life. It's been extremely difficult to relieve these crew as well. Many are stuck on board with no certainty as to when they will be able to return home.
And so what are you able to do? What are you doing? Are you talking to governments to try and liaise ways to get these people away from these ships?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're getting mixed messaging from various governments. You've got on the one side the Philippine government that is effectively banned crew changes, so there's no relief to those Filipino seafarers in the Persian Gulf at the moment. Other countries, India, other seafaring nations like India, are being a little bit more pragmatic about things. But what we're calling for is coordination, coordination on several levels, coordination by governments to help repatriate seafarers, to support those seafarers in the region as well for welfare services, and ensure that they're being classed as key workers. And then eventually, once we get a cessation of the conflict and it is safe to leave through the straits, we really need coordination in terms of safety of navigation.
Tim, thanks so much for your time this morning. Tim Wilkins there, the Managing Director at Intertanko.
Thank you, Will. It is 24 minutes past 7 now. Our healthy life expectancy is falling. It's bucking a trend that's generally seen us living better for longer as time's gone on. This new analysis by the Health Foundation think tank shows that it's gone down by 2 years over the last decade. And where we live is also having a greater impact, with a difference in how long you can expect to live a healthy life now widening to 20 years between the wealthiest and the most deprived areas. Well, Dr. Jennifer Dixon is the Chief Executive of the Health Foundation. Morning.
Morning, Anna.
Just tell us a little more about the detail of what you found here.
Yes, well, what we find is, as you say, healthy life expectancy, that's the years we can expect to live in good health, has deteriorated over the last decade. Whereas the life expectancy overall level is more or less stable. So what we find then are people just reporting more ill health. And as you say, it's very socially patterned, very much more in deprived areas. But it's quite extensive. Almost all the areas of Britain have seen this decline, with the London and the South East bucking the trend. But about 90% of areas of the country now, healthy life expectancy is below pensionable age. And about 10% of the country, people are reporting poor health as early as 55. So that's a good decade before pensionable age. So this is an issue if we want healthy workers in particular. And as we know, a lot of people have been leaving the workforce because of ill health, and a lot more people are in work, but also have work-limiting conditions. So this is a big issue for the country.
Do we know specifically what it's down to, what's causing it? Can we work that out from the different kinds of health problems that people are presenting with now?
We can't put our fingers precisely on it, but we do know there's been quite a lot of risk factors that have built up over time. I mean, in particular, obesity, we have a poor food environment, poverty is the big one. I mean, if you look at the map of healthy life expectancy, what you see is the most deterioration in the poorest areas such as Midlands, north of England, West Central Scotland, Wales. And this is so patterned by the economy. That seems to be the biggest factor, but other factors, as I say, come in, like smoking, obesity, and related. This is a big issue, and it will require quite a lot of policies over a patient long period to try to tackle it. And I think economic growth is probably number one.
There's an interesting detail about women's health as well, because women's healthy life expectancy fell more rapidly than men's did, and it is an ongoing conversation about the worsening trend of women's health, whether they're getting the attention and the treatment they need in the health system as well.
Yes, it's a very good point, and we really don't understand this. Far more work needs to be done. But what I would say is that when we look at ourselves these figures compared to 20 other countries that are developed, what we find is that Britain now is more or less at the bottom, with only the United States further down than us. And we have tumbled over the last decade. So things are deteriorating more here. It's a big sign, and I think quite a wake-up call for what we really need to be doing. And I think that looking at all the factors here that can affect how we feel about our health and our health, this is really a cross-government, long-term mission, actually, that should be carried out. This is not a one solution issue. This is going to take some time, and it requires cross-party, long-term consensus about what needs to be done. Unless we do this, we're going to be finding in another 10 years that there's further deterioration.
Dr. Jennifer Dixon, Chief Executive of the Health Foundation, thank you.
28 minutes past 7 now. Here's Kathy with the sports news.
Morning, thank you very much. A fascinating weekend of sport, particularly in the various football leagues, with promotions and relegations getting closer. A huge story building in Scotland, with Hearts 3 points clear at the top of the Scottish Premiership table after they beat Hibs 2-1, and title-chasing Rangers lost 3-2 to Motherwell. Very pleased to say we can speak to the former Hearts player and manager, twice manager, Craig Levine. Morning, Craig.
Morning, Kathy.
What a win for Hearts. Hibs had gone down to 9 men, but they were frustrating Hearts until an 86th-minute goal from Blair Spittle. Do you think the manner of that performance, a late goal against Edinburgh rivals, could help galvanise Hearts even more?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And they've done that so many times this season. They've gone right to the wire, managed to get late goals. But, I mean, Hibs didn't just sort of shoot themselves in the foot. They got hold of some dynamite and blew off all their feet for a centipede, you know. It was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. The goalkeeper comes outside his box and picks up the ball. I mean, and then obviously the player gets sent off. He knows he's on a yellow, and it's a crazy challenge. So far from sort of putting an end to Hearts' title challenge, they've actually assisted them.
Yes, I mean, that sort of tells you a lot about the pressure of that game, doesn't it? Because I was watching the Scottish Premiership table change constantly yesterday. When Rangers were 2-2 with Motherwell, they were top of the table. They then lost that match. Hearts came back to win against Hibs. They then moved to the top again. And the next game is Hearts against Rangers. How do you think Hearts are coping with these big back-to-back games?
Extremely well, to be honest. I mean, Hearts have got a fantastic manager. For me, he's the best manager in the Premier League, and he's proven that at various different clubs. And I think he's got the steel to see it through, and you know, a lot of the players will feed off of that.
And you finished when you were a player, second place a couple of times, I think, or 3 times potentially. What would it mean to you to win this title for Hearts? It's the first time since 1960.
Played so long, you know. It's been such a long journey, and you know, I'm looking at the Premier League this season, and I see 2 Old Firm teams that aren't of the standard that they usually are. I think most people would agree with that. I don't want to upset anybody, but they're not the same quality that they've had in past seasons. And generally, if one of the teams was struggling, another Old Firm team would be really strong. So it was extremely difficult to win the league this year. I feel the 2 of them are being poor, and that's opened the door for Hearts to have an opportunity to finish top of the league.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Both of them have been there and done it, 55 titles each. But we'll wait and see what happens in the next few weeks. It will be fascinating. And we may well be talking to you again. Craig Levine, thank you very much. Just to wrap up the rest of Scotland, and Dundee United had a 3-0 win over Dundee in their derby. Dundee remain in danger of falling into the relegation playoff battle. Chelsea will face Manchester City in the FA Cup final next month after Chelsea beat Leeds United 1-0 at Wembley, just days after sacking their their head coach Liam Rosenior. Arsenal came from behind to beat Lyon 2-1 in the first leg of their Women's Champions League semi-final, and York City have been promoted back into the Football League after scoring in the 113th minute to snatch a 1-1 draw at second place Rochdale. And then just to mention that in the London Marathon, Sebastian Sarway broke the 2-hour barrier, 1 hour, 59 minutes and 30 seconds, becoming the first man to go under 2 hours in a marathon.
We're going to talk about that very soon. Thank you, Carthy. Let's look ahead to later today here on Radio 4.
Hello, Tony. How's the store been this morning?
Yeah, all right till you turned up.
I'm James Peake, and I've been helping Tony out, finding things to sell for his antique store.
Get me some cool vintage stuff.
The problem is I get wrapped up hearing the stories that come with them. When you get talking to people about their old possessions, the stories just tumble out. Stories from people who weren't even looking to be on the radio.
Everything in his life had changed.
Will you throw in a cup of tea?
Yes, put the kettle on.
I don't know much about antiques, but I love a good tale. So listen to Second-Hand Stories with me, James Peake, this Monday to Friday lunchtime at 1:45 on Radio and BBC Sounds.
Come and get it.
Quick look at the weather now today. Cloud for most, sunny in parts of the south. A few showers in the northeast throughout the day and in parts of eastern and southern England in the afternoon.
Coming up in the next half hour, Michelle Hussein recounts what she saw as that gunman stormed an event with US politicians and journalists at the weekend, and how to break the unbreakable. Olympian Brendan Foster talks of the talent and the science behind Soy's sub-2-hour marathon.
You're listening to Today on BBC Radio 4 with Anna Foster in Salford and Nick Robinson in London at 27 minutes to 8. Chris Aldridge has a summary of the news.
The King and Queen are due to arrive in Washington later today for a 4-day state visit to the United States, against a backdrop of strained relations between the US and UK over the conflict with Iran. Buckingham Palace says a security review has led to some moderate adjustments to the schedule, but no significant changes, despite an armed man attempting to storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday, which was attended by President Trump. The alleged gunman, Cole Allen, is due in court later today. He faces charges including assaulting a federal officer and using a firearm during a violent crime. Investigators say a document he allegedly sent to family members appeared to outline plans to target Trump administration officials. President Trump told CBS News the suspect's family were very concerned and had alerted police before the attack. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has arrived in St. Petersburg for talks with President Putin following the collapse of planned US-Iran negotiations in Pakistan. President Trump says any further contact could take place by phone, but insists Iran must agree to dismantle its nuclear program if talks are to resume. A report suggests people in the wealthiest parts of the UK can expect up to 20 more years of good health than those in the poorest areas. The Health Foundation says healthy life expectancy has fallen by around 2 years over the past decade to 60.7 for men and 60.9 for women. Two former Labour cabinet ministers, Alan Johnson and David Blunkett, say a proposed parliamentary inquiry into Sir Keir Starmer's handling of Lord Mandelson's appointment as US ambassador could be a waste of public money. Some Conservatives want the Privileges Committee to investigate whether the Prime Minister misled Parliament, something Downing Street denies. Ukraine's drone commander has told the BBC that strikes on Russian oil facilities will continue, calling them legitimate military targets. Robert Brovdi says his forces are killing around 30,000 Russian soldiers a month, and that each strike is recorded, verified and logged.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. 25 minutes to 8 now. It is the Oscars of the political class in Washington, D.C. An evening for ball gowns and tuxedos, pre-dinner drinks and after-parties. An opportunity to honour the work of journalists and for the big US media companies to wine and dine their guests, before the president traditionally toasts and teases his tormentors. The first White House Correspondents' Dinner, which Donald Trump has attended, was never going to follow quite that script, but no one knew that it would be remembered in the end, not for what he said, but for an altogether different reason. An attempt to assassinate senior administration figures, a third attempt to assassinate the president himself. In his interview with CBS News overnight, Donald Trump explained why it took security 10 seconds to flank him and 20 more to get him out of the room.
Well, what happened is it was a little bit me. I wanted to see what was happening. And I wasn't making it that easy for him. I wanted to see what was going on. And by that time, we started to realize maybe it was a bad problem, different kind of a problem, bad one, and different than what would be normal noise from a ballroom, which you hear all the time. And I was surrounded by great people, and I probably made them act a little bit more slow. I said, wait a minute, let me see, wait a minute.
He was seeing what others were carrying under their tables. What was it like then for others in the room, and how they processing the events that took place? Our old friend Michelle Hussain, now the host of Bloomberg's Michelle Hussain Show podcast, was one of those attending.
It's been a strange 24 hours in many ways decompressing for this, because this was my second time at a White House Correspondents' Dinner. I haven't been for many years. And in the build-up, there was this sense of anticipation about the evening because it was going to be President Trump's first time. And this was lasting for some hours because people were in the building at receptions for 2 to 3 hours, really, before we got to the point of actually sitting down to dinner when the president and the top table arrived and took their seats.
And that long delay reflects, no doubt, a bit of people in their glad rags having a drink, having a chat, but does it also reflect tight security?
Well, this is the curious thing, which obviously I've reflected a lot on since, thinking through those steps. Essentially, you did need a hard copy of your invitation to get in the building, but the metal detectors and the airport-style security did not happen until the moment where people were leaving the various individual receptions hosted by news organizations. I was at the Bloomberg one. Not until you got from there into the ballroom. And of course, by that stage, people have had a few drinks. It's probably not the most orderly line. People are putting drinks down before they're going through the metal detectors. There was obviously security and we were passing through it. But, you know, when one looks back, it does feel that had that level of airport security been at the perimeter of the building rather than at a point within the building going towards the ballroom, it would obviously have been better. You know, Nick, one of the things I was really struck by was just how uncomfortably packed it was. All the tables were so tightly packed together that there was really barely any room to move between them. And that was why, at the point that we were all under the tables, essentially, why the Secret Service were having to jump from one chair to another, one empty chair to another, in order to get across the room and evacuate the cabinet. The top table, the vice president, the president, had been removed from backstage, if you like. But, you know, access, again, looking back on it, it's not the kind of room where the agents were able to run through at speed. They were essentially sort of hurdling through the room in order to get the VIPs out. So it was a very strange, surreal experience.
When did you first know that something was happening? Did you hear the shots yourself, or was more spotting the reaction of others?
I was sitting at one of the Bloomberg tables towards the front of the room, so therefore reasonably close to the stage, with my back to the entrance behind which this incident was unfolding. And I was deep in conversation with the senior European diplomat I was sitting next to, and he suddenly said those were shots. And I thought, I've misheard him, or he has misheard. But he was looking in the direction of that entrance, and not only did he have sharp enough hearing to pick up the sound of shots, which were quite a distance away from our table, but also he saw the commotion towards those doors, which we later realized were the Secret Service bursting through those doors in order to evacuate the VIPs. So we were down under the tables very quickly, thanks to his reaction. But then there was this eerie silence where I looked up, I could see the SWAT team on the stage looking out towards all of us, and then sort of essentially jumping over the chairs, like across us, with the Secret Service going towards the tables near the stage, which is where Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, Stephen Miller, all of these figures were.
You've lived in Washington, you've worked in Washington, but your daily reporting life has not been with the knowledge that a gun might be fired at any moment. Has that changed your thinking?
I think it's definitely a stranger experience when you don't live in the United States. I could see that there was a degree of shock that I was experiencing, which, of course, the Americans around us are also experiencing. There's so many of them have been drilled, from their school days to prepare for incidents like this. But even then, psychologically, I became so aware of the difference in human reactions around me. One woman, while we were under those tables, going to pieces, perhaps triggered, but really in a state on the floor. Elsewhere, a man started to shout USA. I certainly, in those moments under those tables, was very conscious that this is a country with a gun culture, that in a room where people are devoted to protecting the president and others, there was the risk of an exchange of fire. And frankly, just made me very grateful to be from the UK and, that we have a very different culture.
Michelle Hussain, host of Bloomberg's Michelle Hussain Show podcast, and familiar from other broadcast outlets too. Thanks for joining us.
It's 18 minutes to 8 now. What can the human body achieve? That is really the question when we see great sporting milestones, moments like this.
And Bannister has done it. Though he's out on his feet, his coach and team manager tell him he's achieved his ambition. The mile in 3 minutes, 59.4 seconds. A magnificent win for Great Britain. Bannister, medical speed.
That was the moment that Roger Bannister ran the first sub-4-minute mile back in 1954. And yesterday, more sporting history. Sebastian Sawe going under 2 hours in the marathon. The first time it's been done in a competitive race with all the correct conditions for records. And both Sawe and the women's winner, Tigsta Sefa, were both wearing the same super shoe, as it's been called. So how much is this a feat of technology as much as a triumph of the human body? Well, Sir Brendan Foster joins us, British former long-distance runner. You know him from the Great North Run, of course. He was the voice of the London Marathon too for many years. And Nicholas Smith presented the Radio 4 series Sneakonomics and is the author of Kicks, the Great American Story of Sneakers. Good morning, both.
Thanks for having me.
So, Brendan, I think we should put this into context, first of all, because this is not just an extraordinary athletic feat. It's something that people believe just wasn't even possible. They didn't think the human body could do it.
Well, I think in very recent years, I remember discussing with Haile Gebrselassie, the famous Ethiopian Olympic champion, who became the world record holder for the marathon. And people like him were even saying this is only less than 10 years ago. It's not possible to run 2 hours for a marathon. And here we are. We saw it in London yesterday. It was absolutely fantastic. And, it was fitting that it was in London. I mean, the marathon distance was established in London in 1908 in the Olympics when they ran from Windsor and finished in the White City. But they moved the distance to finish in front of the Royal Box in Windsor, the White City. And here we are, the marathon, the first sub-2 hour marathon in a race, finishing outside Buckingham Palace. So London and royalty have got bits to do with it, but it was absolutely fantastic. It was a barrier, and now London, the city of London, from the Windsor Olympics to Windsor, the marathon that was held, the Polytechnic Marathon in Windsor, now the London Marathon. So London's had more world records in the marathon than anywhere else. And the thing that I really enjoyed yesterday was at the BBC where they had to film it. The BBC filmed the first sub-4-minute mile, and the cameraman stood on an orange box in the middle of the track at Oxford, and he took his single camera and he followed the race round. And Chris Brasher, the founder of the London Marathon, was the pacemaker for the great Sir Roger Bannister. And here we are, all those years later, his son Hugh organising the London Marathon this year, and the first sub-2 hour marathon. These are landmarks in sport, but because I don't know what it is, but they are landmarks in human achievement, and it was absolutely fantastic. And thanks to the BBC, thanks to the British, thanks to London, the sporting and athletic capital of the world. We were thrilled yesterday. It was brilliant.
Yeah, it was a bit of a full circle moment, wasn't it? And Nicholas, when we say an expression like super shoe, what is it about those shoes that makes them so different, that gives that advantage?
Well, a super shoe probably isn't the same thing that everyone's wearing when they go to the supermarket or for their Sunday jog. What makes it different is it has a thin carbon fiber plate embedded in the sole. And in some sense, this acts like a diving board. It springs you forward.
Okay. And where are the limits, Nicholas? Because obviously there comes a point at which shoes, swimsuits, clothes, whatever it may be, it's decided that is too much of a competitive advantage. So where is that line drawn in shoes?
Well, in terms of shoes, it's called the stack height. So exactly what it sounds like, how tall the shoe is. Now, you can imagine making a shoe 3 feet tall with all kinds of foam and springs and other things might make you run faster, completely illegal. So this is kind of where everyone has drawn the line. Everyone's shoes have to be a certain thickness. And the athletic shoe companies have to work within that thickness to make their shoes as bouncy as possible.
Mm-hmm. And it is the sort of thing, presumably, Nicholas, that makes enough of a difference that you can suddenly do something that the people thought was not possible.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And these particular Adidas shoes that not only the winner wore in both men's and women's races, but the runner-up also wore, who broke 2 hours, which is amazing in itself, 97 grams. So to put that into context, the average running shoe might be 300 grams. So you can imagine, how much weight this is saving when you're doing, 50,000 or however many steps it takes to run a marathon. It's a lot.
Yeah, and probably very different to the kind of shoe that you wore, Sir Brendan, in your day. A 97-gram shoe was probably beyond your wildest dreams at that point.
You're right, but I take the point, and it is interesting about the shoe development. But at the end of the day, we're talking about sport, and I think if you talk about shoe companies, their job is to make shoes that help you run faster. So I don't know why we're getting all excited about it, because the shoe is obviously a big advantage, but also that's what they're there for. So hopefully the shoes will continue to develop. People will still have to run, because there'll be lots of people running yesterday in those shoes that didn't run 2 hours for a marathon. But I think we want to put it back in perspective, because it was a piece of history, and the history won't go down to the shoes. The history will go down to human achievement, and the man from Kenya who believed he could run under 2 hours and set off and started running faster in the last 10K in the race than people used to run on the track for 10K. So, it was a brilliant piece of athletic history. We obviously will remember the man that was first, just like we remember Sir Roger Bannister. And I think we should also remember London. London provided us with that moment. London founded the marathon distance. All those hundreds of thousands of people were there yesterday who could say I was there, standing at the Cutty Sark after 6 miles and saw this guy run past. So, for me, it's a celebration of running, a celebration of athletics, a celebration of London, and a celebration of the human spirit. And if you look at all those people on the course, they were absolutely fundamental to this man running as fast as he did. So it was a joy to behold. And I thought my friend Steve Cram called it on television absolutely brilliantly. And to have a former world record holder for the mile calling home the first sub-2-hour marathon, I'm a little bit envious of him.
Yeah, very fitting. Well, we're going to hear from Steve Cram, who's going to be talking to Carthy in the next hour of the programme. So Brendan Foster, Nicholas Smith, thank you both for joining.
It was a wonderful, uplifting moment, wasn't it? And we need some of those. In a moment, we're going to be talking about price rises that we face because of the continued closure of the Strait of Hormuz. We'll talk about the prospect of it reopening and what you need to prepare for. At 11 minutes to 8, though, before that, thought for the day. The speaker this morning is the Reverend David Wilkinson, Professor of Theology and Religion at St John's College, Durham University.
Good morning. Louise Brangan's book, The Fallen, The Magdalene Laundries and Ireland's Legacy of Silence, is published this week to mark the 30th anniversary of the closure of the last of these institutions, run by religious orders and supported by the state. They operated for most of the 20th century as places of incarceration, work and religious instruction for an estimated 30,000 women and girls. These type of institutions were not confined to the Roman Catholic Church. For example, reports of an expected apology from the Church of England will acknowledge involvement in forced adoptions and the UK's mother and baby home scandal. The Magdalene Laundries represented an approach which perceived women and girls who did not conform as fallen, not only those who were pregnant outside of marriage, but also the homeless, the ill and the abused. Once inside the laundry, their hair was cut and their names were erased. It was believed that through work and prayer, and sometimes abuse, their souls could be salvaged, that redemption was achieved through repentance. The laundries were named after Mary Magdalene. Within many parts of Western Christianity, this New Testament character became viewed mistakenly as a repentant prostitute, an image of a fallen woman. This can be traced largely to Pope Gregory I in the 6th century and led to institutions aimed at reforming women who were seen as immoral. In fact, the biblical evidence shows Mary Magdalene to have been healed by Jesus, a key supporter of his ministry, prominent amongst his disciples, and being present at his crucifixion, burial, and resurrection. It was in this way that she didn't conform. Dr. Brangen's The Fallen helpfully points away from the claimed immorality of women to the way that institutions of church or state can be fallen, oppressing women with violence and misogyny. Some of the so-called fallen women were victims of rape, manipulation, or a male-dominated culture. But the Jesus that I see in the life of Mary Magdalene offers love and healing through grace, before repentance, and has a particular concern for the oppressed. A few years ago, I visited a large Presbyterian church in Calgary. Its large white doors had been splattered by red paint. This was done as a national protest against the role of many churches in creating residential educational institutions which took children away from their indigenous families and used this to cover extensive abuse. The church had decided not to clean the paint off, to confess its fallen complicity. As a Christian, I share in this, but I also see in this symbol a reminder to me that a crucified Jesus welcomes and values all people.
That was Thought for the Day with the Reverend David Wilkinson. It's 8 minutes to 8.
How long will we be paying the price of the war with Iran, and how much more will we be paying, and for what? The Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, Darren Jones, has warned that we'll see prices going up a bit, in his words, and he went on to say that the government's best guess was that would last for 8 months plus from what he called the point of resolution, which presumably means the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz to tankers and shipping. This morning, there are reports of a new offer from Iran to reopen the strait as the Iranian foreign minister is on a visit to Moscow, where he's called safe passage through Hormuz an important global issue. We're joined now by two bosses of two major high street businesses, Julian Metcalf, Chief Executive of Itsu, and Greg Jackson, Chief Executive of, I think, the country's biggest energy supplier now, Octopus Energy. Morning to you both.
Morning. Morning.
Let's start with whether there's any room for optimism. Greg, as you hear that news of possible future talks, does it give you optimism, or frankly, is it too late? Are we going to pay the price anyway?
A bit of both. I mean, look, the reality is, first of all, you should always hope for the best, plan for the worst. We've seen so far repeatedly times of optimism, but every time in the Middle East recently, they've been dashed. So, we hope this will see the Strait of Hormuz reopening, but we can't expect it. If it doesn't reopen by the end of May, then we start to see the kind of prices, the wholesale price we're now bedding in, which means we're going to be paying around £300 more for a dual fuel bill across the winter. If it opens before the end of May, then hey, there is a chance of it being not that bad. And if it goes on beyond August, things get even more serious.
As bad as it had been maybe in the war?
It won't get as bad as it was in the war.
Right. Let's turn to the detail in a second. But, Julian, unlike Greg's business, those price changes have had to come in straight away because in energy there's a price cap that lasts till June. For the hospitality, for the food business, it's now, isn't it?
Yes, and it's on top of years and years of terrible inflation. Hospitality, everybody knows how bad hospitality's been hit. It's awful. You see closures all over in every high street in the country. But there are things we could do. There's so much the government could do. We could stop making crazy mistakes and silly decisions. But
what about what you do as a business?
It's good. Exactly. We're launching a menu, testing a menu in June, which could go live in 27, where some of the prices are the same or lower than 10 years ago. Now, you'd wonder why a healthy, affordable takeaway food, can we do it? In a way, we have to, because in 2015, 16, 17, a great many businesses, there was positivity, there was energy, people were growing. Now we're having to make these decisions to just keep our customers loyal. You really have to fight to keep them loyal.
And just to be clear, Julian, about how you're doing it, essentially you're asking customers to pay the same as they once were, but presumably for, if not less, certainly a different product, something. You can't absorb all these cost rises, can you?
You have to be very, very, very clever with your menus. Customers, you can't afford to let them down, so you have to be very creative and provide value for money over and over again. Is it best value for money? In our case, is it a tenner? And is it as healthy as it possibly can be?
And that means different ingredients, does it? Cheaper cuts of meat, and so on and so forth.
That's no way to... you read about that. Customers making smaller pizzas, and that's no way to go. You will not do that. No, we've just got to be much more creative.
What can you do then?
You can make it more efficient. You can make it fresher, so you can reduce the size, so you don't have to sell huge salads. You can sell smaller one. We launched a $6.99 chicken salad in June.
Enough advertising for
vegetables and fresh dressing.
It's going to be different. Greg, you're in a slightly different market, of course, because you're in a highly regulated market. You've got a regulator that sets us a price cap, and the government sets a price cap too. But does it put pressure on your business too?
Not really. I mean, companies like ours buy energy a long term in advance, which gives us plenty of time to adapt to this. As I said, look, the wholesale market is nowhere near as bad as it was in the previous crisis. But actually, look, energy's got some characteristics in common with what Julian's describing. It's a changing world. And, for example, for years, Octopus has run things like cheap or free electricity on windy and sunny days. The government are now expanding that. So pretty soon, on windy days, we'll have access to cheap electricity, even free electricity. And people who are moving to things like electric vehicles. An electric car is currently 7 or 8 times cheaper per mile than a petrol car. So what's happening is, if we use energy differently now, we can at least make some impact against these very high gas rises.
And a quick final one. We had the Energy Secretary on the programme the other day saying we're delinking the price of energy so that you can use cheaper renewables and not expensive gas. Really? Does it feel like that to you?
The measures announced, there's still details to be seen. They're complex, but they may reduce the linkage. The big thing they can do is reassess a lot of the infrastructure expenditure which is planned. It looks like modern technology means we won't need so much. We could save 50, 60, 70 billion pounds by reducing and changing some of those plans and changing the way the electricity market works to delink it further, and of course to enable people to see cheaper power from renewables.
Craig Jackson, Chief Executive of Octopus Energy. Before that, Julian Metcalf, CEO of ITSE. Thanks so much for joining us.
Let's check the weather. Here's Chris Fawkes.
Hi, I know high pressure is in charge today, but despite that, we're actually expecting showers to develop as a lump of cold air in the higher parts of the atmosphere moves southwards across the UK, destabilising the atmosphere, making clouds and the risk of those showers. Now, for Scotland and Northern Ireland, we're already off to a pretty cloudy start, and we already have some showers around. Those showers become a bit more widespread later on today. Many of them will be on the lightish kind of side. England and Wales, meanwhile, starting off on a sunny note for many areas, although there is a little bit of cloud for parts of northwest England, North Wales at the moment, along with a few mist and fog patches here and there. After that sunny start across England and Wales, cloud will develop this afternoon, and I think across northern England, North Wales, the North and East Midlands, East Anglia, we're at risk of seeing a few showers. Southern Wales, southern England should stay dry with sunny spells throughout. Where the sunshine comes out, it's feeling warm, temperatures 16 to 22 for most today.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. You're listening to Today on BBC Radio 4.
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock on Monday the 27th of April. The headlines this morning: King Charles and Queen Camilla are travelling to the US for a state visit at a time of heightened political tensions between America and the UK. A man alleged to have opened fire at a dinner hosted by President Trump in Washington is due to appear in court. And 2 former Labour ministers say it would be absurd for Sir Keir Starmer to face a parliamentary investigation into his handling of the Lord Mandelson vetting saga.
And coming up this hour...
Under 2 hours. Nobody has ever done this. They said it couldn't be done. Sebastian Solway is going to break the 2-hour mark. He's going to win the London Marathon.
Steve Cram sounding extraordinarily excited. He got his composure back after commentating on that piece of athletics history. We'll hear from him at 8:25. And the author Michael Rosen takes us back 75 years to the Festival of Britain, the national celebration of achievements in technology and art designed to bring hope to post-war Britain.
as a little child, you don't have a sense of the kind of political entity of Britain. You somehow think if your parents are proud of something, which they seem to be, that somehow or other they'd partly built the Festival of Britain themselves, so that I can be absolutely sure they didn't. But I have a sense that this was ours. That's all after the BBC News, read for us this morning by Chris Aldridge.
The King and Queen will arrive in Washington later today for a 4-day state visit to the United States against a backdrop of tense relations between the UK and the US over the Iran war. Last night, Buckingham Palace confirmed the trip would go ahead as planned, despite a gunman trying to storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday, which was attended by President Trump. Our senior royal correspondent Daniela Relf reports from Washington.
Security around the state visit was always going to be tight, but events at the weekend in Washington have added tension to a challenging trip for the King and Queen. After a security review, what have been described as moderate changes will be made to the schedule, but there will be no significant alterations. In theory, the King will be here to mark the 250th anniversary of American independence. In practice, he'll be promoting the UK in the face of a barrage of criticism from Donald Trump. The King will avoid provoking his host. He will instead emphasise the value of the UK-US alliance, what the UK ambassador in Washington described as renewing and revitalising a unique friendship. It isn't a comfortable visit for the King, but dealing with challenging leaders comes with a job description. And with an ardent royalist in the Oval Office, the King has a better chance than most of softening the President's frustration at the UK.
The alleged gunman at the White House Correspondents' Dinner is expected to appear in court today. President Trump has told US media he wasn't worried during the attack and that his wish to see what was happening had probably slowed efforts by his bodyguards to rush him to safety. From Washington, here's our North America correspondent, Peter Bowes.
A computer science graduate, Cole Allen, describes himself online as a mechanical engineer, game developer and teacher. He'll appear in court to face charges of assaulting a federal officer and using a firearm during a crime of violence. Officers investigating the attack say a manifesto allegedly written by the gunman appeared to outline plans to target Trump administration officials. Minutes before the attack on Saturday, the document was reportedly sent by the suspect to his family, who alerted the police several hours later. In an interview with CBS News, the president said the man's family were very concerned about him. Mr. Trump also explained that on the night, his curiosity about what was happening in the ballroom may have hindered efforts by his bodyguards to escort him to safety. He added that the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner should be rescheduled within 30 days with even more security.
The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has arrived in St. Petersburg for talks with the Russian President Vladimir Putin. This latest round of diplomacy comes as peace efforts between Iran and the United States hang in the balance following the collapse of planned talks in Pakistan. Our Middle East correspondent Dan Nell sent this report from Jerusalem.
While ceasefire mediators have been pushing for further direct talks between Tehran and Washington, President Trump has said they can talk by phone instead. He told Fox News they know what has to be in the agreement. It's very simple. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. Otherwise, there's no reason to meet. The U.S. news site Axios quotes an unnamed American official as saying that there has been a new offer from Iran focused on reopening the Strait of Hormuz and ending the war, with nuclear negotiations postponed to a later stage. Any such deal would leave the U.S. with less leverage to extract concessions. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said his visit to Oman was focused on ways to ensure the safe transit of ships through the Strait of Hormuz. His Omani counterpart stressed more diplomacy was needed alongside practical solutions to reopen the critical waterway.
Officers investigating a series of attacks on Jewish-linked premises in London say they've made a further arrest. A 30-year-old man was detained in Barnstaple in Devon yesterday on suspicion of preparing terrorist attack. He's been taken to a police station in London for questioning. A report suggests people in the wealthiest parts of the UK can expect up to 20 more years of good health than those in the poorest. Analysis by the Health Foundation shows what's known as healthy life expectancy has fallen by around 2 years in a decade. The think tank's chief executive, Dr. Jennifer Dixon, told us the finding should serve as a wake-up call for policymakers.
But about 90% of areas of the country now, healthy life expectancy is below pensionable age. And about 10% of the country, people are reporting poor health as early as 55. So this is an issue if we want healthy workers in particular. And as we know, a lot of people have been leaving the workforce because of ill health.
Two former Labour cabinet ministers have said that the new parliamentary investigation into Sir Keir Starmer's handling of Lord Mandelson's appointment as US ambassador would be a waste of public money. Some Conservatives called for the Privileges Committee to look into whether the Prime Minister has been honest about the matter when speaking in Parliament. But Alan Johnson and David Blunkett said that would be a nakedly political stunt. More details from our political correspondent, Joe Pike.
Parliament's Privileges Committee helped bring down Boris Johnson. It concluded he had deliberately misled MPs over Partygate. Now the Conservatives may use the same mechanism to try to damage Sir Keir Starmer over his claims that due process was followed in the appointment of Lord Mandelson and that the Foreign Office was not put under pressure. The Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp has said Sir Keir appears to have misled Parliament, something Downing Street has strongly denied. In a statement given to the Times newspaper, Alan Johnson and Lord Blunkett said any comparison with Boris Johnson was absurd because a police investigation had directly disproved his categoric statements that he knew nothing about the breach of lockdown rules, including parties in Downing Street. The Commons Speaker would need to allow debate on the matter in the coming days, and it will be up to MPs to vote on whether to grant an investigation.
The commander of Ukraine's drone forces has told the BBC that strikes on Russian oil facilities will continue because the sites are legitimate military targets. In a rare interview, Robert Brovdi also said his forces were holding back the Russian advance on the front line by killing as many soldiers each month as Moscow could mobilize. He was speaking to our Eastern Europe correspondent, Sarah Rainsford.
Ukraine's drone commander wages war in the skies from a secret bunker deep underground, with computer screens covering every wall. There, Robert Brovdi, who's best known as Mazyar, told me his forces were increasing their deep strikes against Russian oil facilities because fuel exports gave Vladimir Putin blood dollars, which he then spent on missiles to launch at Ukraine. So Mazyar said the long-range drone attacks would continue, even escalate. He also shared a stark statistic. Since December, he claimed his forces have been killing more Russian soldiers than Moscow can mobilize. He said that's around 30,000 men a month, each one captured on a drone camera, verified and then logged. Mazyar said those casualty figures were helping to slow the Russian advance now along the front line.
Four trade bodies are warning that plans for guaranteed hours as part of the Employment Rights Act will lead to poorer opportunities and conditions for workers. They've written to the government suggesting changes to the policy, which they say will, in their words, avoid the double whammy of increasing unemployment and reducing the number of young people entering the labour market. Here's our business correspondent, Mark Ashdown.
As part of its overhaul of workers' rights, the government wants employers to offer guaranteed hours contracts to 0 hours workers to better reflect the average hours they work. In their joint letter to the Business Secretary, the British Retail Consortium, Food and Drink Federation, Recruitment and Employment Confederation and UK Hospitality warned that the move would lead to poorer opportunities and conditions for workers. They said it risks stripping flexibility from the labour market and could become a tipping point, pushing employers to reduce the number of people they hire, limit hours, or withdraw flexible roles altogether. The Prime Minister is expected to make a speech on workers' rights later today, and a government spokesperson said the new laws would provide greater security and stronger rights for millions of people.
Nedra Talley Ross, a founding member of the American pop group The Ronettes, has died at the age of 80. She formed the group with her cousins Estelle and Veronica Bennett, who went on to become known as Ronnie Spector. Among their hit songs were Be My Baby and Walking in the Rain.
Thank you, Chris. It's 10 minutes past 8. It was only just over 6 months ago that the US-UK special relationship was on full display. There was the pageantry of the carriage ride, the castle tour and the grand banquet, all to honour President Donald Trump on his extremely rare second state visit to the UK. As events wrapped up, Mr. Trump and the Prime Minister held a joint news conference, hailing the signing of a major tech deal and the strength of their bond.
The Tech Prosperity Deal. It's a blueprint to win this new era.
together, shape it according to our shared values, and seize the incredible opportunities that are on offer.
Inheritance. Today we're making those ties closer than ever before. We've done some things that financially are great for both countries, and we work together, and it keeps us together, and I think it's an unbreakable bond we have, regardless of what we're doing today. I think it's unbreakable.
Well, spin forward to 2026 and things have become distinctly frosty. While Sir Keir Starmer has been restrained in his criticism of the White House, wise or weak, depending on your opinion, a whole shower of criticism has come back the other way. From Greenland to the Chagos Islands and Iran, the diplomatic and military relationship has been sorely tested. The British Prime Minister has been responsible for great stupidity and a big mistake, among other things. Disappointing, in his words, Mr. Trump. Perhaps most stinging was the pronouncement from across the Atlantic back in March.
This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with, but this is not the age of Churchill. I will say the UK has been very, very uncooperative with that stupid island that they have, that they gave away and took a 100-year lease.
And so, later today, the King and Queen will fly to the US for their return visit, tasked with a difficult mission, trying to smooth over those differences of opinion and get a cordial partnership back on track. It is a big ask for a head of state whose job is not to get directly involved in politics, but President Trump's long-held love of everything royal, it's hoped at least, will provide the magic ingredient. Well, in just a moment, we'll get the thoughts of Dame Emily Thornberry, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. But first, I've been speaking to Gordon Sondland, who served as US ambassador to the EU in the first Trump administration, about how pivotal he sees the next few days being.
I think it's going to have a tremendously positive impact, and I don't think there's a shaky issue between President Trump and the Crown. I think the president has long admired Charles' late mother, Queen Elizabeth. I think he viewed her as one of the most experienced political operatives, in his lifetime. And I think his relationship with Charles goes back, almost 3 decades. And I think that he views his relationship with the British monarchy very differently than he views his relationship with the various British governments that come and go.
That's interesting. Why do you think he has that separation between the two, Gordon?
Well, I think it's both personalities, and I think it's the institution. As I said, he so greatly admired Queen Elizabeth, and I think he is seeing Charles in a very different light now that Charles has ascended to the throne. He really admires people who are tough, who are thoughtful, who are not intimidated by him, and neither the Queen nor Charles are. He separates in his mind the monarchy from the government.
How do you think he will, and I'm trying to think of an elegant way to put this, but how do you think he will behave? Because he's known, isn't he, for these moments of unpredictability, and I think there's a real concern that one of those moments might appear, and I think you see it in the level of press control that exists around this trip. Is that a risk, do you think, that he might go off-piste?
No, not at all. And if he does go off-piste, Trump has a great sense of humor, as does Charles. And if they tease one another or tweak one another, it'll be all in good fun. I don't think he will use Charles as a whipping boy for his ire with Keir Starmer. And that ire is very real. He's really annoyed that Starmer, on behalf of the British government, has not even said, look, we stand with you when it comes to the Iranian situation. We're behind you 100%. Saying some things that are optical more than practical.
What about the use of the bases for defensive missions? That showed a degree of support, but not enough, you don't think?
Not even close. They should be used for offensive support. We're doing the UK's dirty work as well as the EU's. Of course they should be used for any kind of support.
When you say the UK's dirty work, just explain what you mean by that.
Well, I think the UK has a far greater interest in keeping the Straits of Hormuz open and the proximity of Iran to the UK versus the proximity of Iran to the United States. When Iran starts to gear up with their longer-range ballistic missiles, the UK is a far closer target than we are.
The Strait of Hormuz was open before the war began. It was the war that closed it.
The Strait of Hormuz was only open at the pleasure of Iran. And Iran doesn't get to decide whether the Strait of Hormuz is open or not. They don't own the Strait of Hormuz. They have territorial waters, as does Oman and other countries. And we're not going to permit any country to control international waters anywhere.
So when the King and President Trump sit down, they have these conversations, and as you say, there is a real anger from the President about the way this has unfolded with the UK. What can the King do to try and soften some of that?
I think the King can be a broker. I think the King can explain to President Trump where Starmer is coming from. He doesn't necessarily have to agree with Starmer, but he can explain what Starmer's predicament is with some of his voting bloc. But I also think that the King can be highly effective in going back to Starmer and telling Starmer, look, you need to do more to appease President Trump because President Trump is carrying all of the water here. And I think the King will do that.
Do you? Obviously, the way things work in this country, it's for the King to give advice, but it's not for the King to tell the government what to do.
I didn't say he should tell them what to do. I said he would be a broker. And brokers don't tell either side what to do. They act as go-betweens. They act as mediators. They act as messenger passers. He doesn't have to tell Starmer anything. All he can say is, in my opinion, based on my observation and with my conversations with the president, here's what I think. Do what you want.
But President Trump's been very open, hasn't he, about how angry he is with the UK, with NATO. It's not like it's a message the King will take back that the Prime Minister doesn't already know.
But it's all nuance. He knows generally that Trump is upset, but I have a feeling that in some of these conversations, it would be almost impossible for me to imagine that they don't get into some level of detail as to what exactly it is that the president would like Prime Minister Starmer to do or to say. And I think those messages will be passed along with a little of Charles, how can I say it, imprimatur on those messages, which is very different than those messages being passed through the media, which is what's going on today.
Ambassador Gordon Sondland, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Let's also speak to Dame Emily Thornberry, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. Good morning.
Good morning.
You told us on the programme a few weeks ago you weren't convinced that this was a wise visit, particularly against the backdrop of the war. Now it's about to happen. What is your assessment of it now?
I have to say I still remain anxious about this, and I don't think I'm really alone. It is a really high-wire act, and the president is so unpredictable. We just don't know what he's going to say. I mean, where is it? I mean, if he's kept away from journalists for a few days, then we might be all right, but I don't imagine he will be kept away from journalists for a few days. And even if he isn't kept away from journalists, there's always the dreaded phone and the 4 o'clock in the morning messages.
There is the fact. We were talking to Daniela Ralph earlier, our senior royal correspondent, who was making the point that there are only 5 occasions where they will appear together with the media present, and she said several of those were stills, cameras only, a photo opportunity with no microphones or the chance for moving pictures. So it looks like that has been factored in, but as you say, there is always the phone.
Nobody's confiscated his phone, have they?
Not yet. Do you think it will be a net positive or a net negative? I realise it's hard to predict when it hasn't happened yet, but looking at things with the benefit of what we know about President Trump.
If anybody can pull it off, it is the King. He's very experienced at this, and I know that he's up for the challenge. How long President Trump will remember is a big question. His memory seems to be getting shorter all the time, and there are so many potential problems. We heard the former ambassador and the attitude that he has. If that reflects the attitude of President Trump, then that will be a problem. I don't think that the King will be in a position to be passing messages back to Keir Starmer, let alone you need to appease President Trump. And obviously there are a number of things that we're in loggerheads on, whether it's NATO, Ukraine, Greenland, Chagos, Falklands, the things he said about our armed forces, immigration, renewables, controlling social media. I mean, there's a long list. There is a long list, and there are a long list of problems. And it's difficult to see how we see eye to eye on many of those.
So how then to patch up that relationship, which, I mean, it is an important relationship. We call it the special relationship. Should we be looking in a different direction now? Should we be looking, for example, more towards Europe, do you think, for a special relationship?
I think we should do our utmost to ensure that we are good friends with as many other countries as possible. There are many countries that are similar to ours, about the same size, have the same outlook. And I think one of the effects of the behavior of President Trump has been to push those countries closer together. It's interesting how much we work together with Japan and Canada, let alone the European Union, which of course we should be getting closer to, not just politically, but economically as well, and defensively.
So you think a reset, I mean, there will always be the issues of the size of the US, the military might of the US. Is that the kind of thing that can ever be sidelined?
It can't be sidelined, but we need to interpret it in a different way. So instead of thinking, well, we have this big friend and he's going to look after us, we can't be sure that he will be. And what we need to do is we need to cleave to other smaller neighbours like ourselves and make sure that we together can defend ourselves much more than we have done before. And we need to be doing that. We need to be defending Europe, and we cannot be completely confident that America will always be there. Certainly not under this president. Hopefully things will change with a new president, but we shouldn't be complacent.
I wanted to ask you as well, before you go, about something we were speaking about earlier in the programme, whether there should be a privileges investigation into the Prime Minister over the appointment of Lord Mandelson to be US Ambassador. Is that something you think should happen?
Well, there's quite a lot going on at the moment. There's the humble address, and we've had the first tranche of papers, the like of which we've never seen before, come before Parliament. There's going to be another tranche coming soon. There's the work of my committee, where I don't think anybody can really say that we're not holding the government to account in that. And we have more hearings on Tuesday. We may have more after that. It's yet to be decided. I don't think that it would be... We have to think about this. And we don't want the Privileges Committee we don't want to enforce us or to be duplicating the work that we're doing. And I suppose our constituents might ask, have we got the balance right? I mean, between holding the government to account and seemingly squabbling amongst ourselves when there is so much else going on that perhaps Parliament ought to be focusing on as well.
So where the likes of Alan Johnson and Lord Blunkett have said, no, this shouldn't happen, it sounds like you're saying not yet. There's still more evidence to find out. Let's wait and see how this unfolds. Would that be a fair assessment of your position?
I have to say, a really truthful position is, why is the rush at the moment? Has it got anything to do with local elections?
Interesting. You don't think it's that... I mean, it is a story that's dominated the front pages, not just for the last week or more, but longer.
I know, and look, I think there's a great deal going on at the moment. I think this is a serious and important issue. You know, investigations are happening at the moment. It may be that at some stage in the future, some of the questions haven't been answered, and it is decided that they are of sufficient importance that the Privileges Committee should be involved. But I don't really know why we're doing it at the moment, apart from, potentially people trying to score points in advance of the local elections. I'm sorry to say that, but, and I'm not supposed to be partisan on this, but it is as plain as the nose on my face what's going on here.
Dame Emma Thornbury, Chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. Thanks for joining us.
Okay.
It's coming up to 25 minutes past 8. Water that is smelly, slimy, and turns green. That is the heart of the largest group legal action in history, which reaches the High Court today. 4,500 people are suing Welsh Water and Avara Foods, one of the country's largest chicken producers, who are accused of polluting the River Wye and nearby rivers Usk and Lugg. And the lead claimant, who lives in the area, is a wildlife cinematographer, is Justine Evans, and she joins us on the line. Morning to you.
Good morning, Nick.
Do you want to add to that description of what the waters are like?
Yeah, well, I live very near the Wye, and I've seen it at its worst, going lime green with algae blooming and a constant state of smelly slime all over the rocks at the bottom of the river and looking brown and turgid. And also, it should be buzzing with insect life, and that's greatly diminished.
What makes this legal action striking is the sheer scale of the number of people pursuing it.
Yeah, 4,500 claimants now. So, as you mentioned, the biggest environmental pollution claim in UK history.
And you'll be joined by a giant puppet outside, which you obviously are now, but outside the court.
I've walked away, sorry for the sirens. I've just walked away a little bit just to get a little bit of quiet. But I'm, yes, outside the Royal Courts of Justice in Strand.
So there's a giant puppet representing the river, I'm told.
Yes, there is. May, the giant river goddess. And it's a celebration of our great rivers, the Wye, the Usk and the Lug, and what that means to us as a nation.
Now, chickens have to be produced somewhere, and you happen to live in the area of the country where I think almost a quarter of all chickens are produced on a vast scale. Isn't it inevitable that there will be some runoff, some pollution, or do you think this is and was all entirely avoidable?
Yes, I absolutely think this was avoidable because numbers have grown and grown in a relatively short space of time. If you look at the figures from around 2010 onwards, you just see the graph going steeply vertical, where numbers have gone from the thousands or the hundreds of thousands up to now around 24 million chickens being raised at any one time, and around 5 million being processed every single week. That's an industrial scale of farming. I mean, it's almost, you can't really call it farming when it gets to that level of industrialisation.
But it has to take place somewhere. And Avara Foods, I should say, in a statement said to us that the allegations they're facing are misconceived, and the company says it's confident in our position and believes the claim is unsupported by any proper scientific basis. Why? Well, their argument is that river health is affected by multiple factors. Can you prove in court, do you think, that this is down to them?
Yes, I think there's a very good scientific evidence that's been gathered over years to suggest that the main culprit in the decline in the rivers has been, especially the Wye, has been runoff from chicken manure getting into the waters and an increase in phosphorus that the river can't handle. And that correlates with the sudden jump in numbers of chickens being raised in the catchment area.
You're not just suing Avara Foods, you're suing Welsh Water. Let me tell you what they say. They describe the case as misguided and say that they're spending a lot more on reducing nutrient levels in the river. 76 million between 20 and 25, 87 million in the next 5 years, 25 to 30. Again, is that investment that you think is not enough?
Well, I think what's misguided is putting raw human sewage waste into the rivers for years. And, I mean, their customers pay them to clean water. That's their job. And they have been failing in that duty for a number of years.
This is just the beginning today, Justine, of a long process, isn't it? Just a procedural moment in this case. What's its significance?
Yes, this is the first time that the case has been presented in front of the judge in the High Court, and it is a procedural moment. And but you know, this is what happens from this point on. Is because this is the largest claim in UK history into environmental pollution, it sets a precedent of what happens going forward. I mean, if this case is successful, then it could have seismic effects across the country and how we treat our rivers and coastal seas.
We will follow it with interest. Justine Evans, lead claimant in that group legal action against Avara Foods and Welsh Water. Thanks for joining us.
It is 8:30 now. Carthy is here. You've got the job of trying to condense a frankly ridiculous weekend of sport into, how long have you got?
I think I've actually been given some extra time in order to get this in, because there is so much. But it is that weekend that I put in my diary as this is one of the biggest weekends. FA Cup semi-final, Six Nations, marathon. So many different things happening and so much drama across all of them this weekend. I'll get to the football in a minute, but I do want to start with a moment of history on the streets of London yesterday.
Under 2 hours. Nobody's ever done this. They said it couldn't be done. Sebastian Solway is going to break the 2-hour mark. He's going to win the London Marathon in incredible style. An historic performance
Steve Cram's commentary how special that moment was. Sebastian Solway becoming the first man to run a marathon in under 2 hours in race conditions. And I'm very pleased to say we can speak to Steve Cram himself. Morning, Steve.
Yeah, morning. Slightly croaky voice this morning.
I'm not surprised.
All of that. Yes, I know. Remarkable.
Yeah, you witnessed history, didn't you? And I don't know if you were expecting or contemplating that sort of time might happen yesterday. And if you weren't, when did you start feeling your excitement build about what you might be able to witness?
Yeah, it's hard. You have to kind of hold it in a little bit because split times in races like this can be a little deceiving. So you don't want to get ahead of yourself and kind of, build excitement for something that just in the end doesn't happen. He finished incredibly quickly. He finished the last sort of 3-4K faster than anybody ever has. So yeah, it was kind of in the zone. We thought, yeah, course record's going to happen. Then it became world record is a possibility here. And then with about 4 or 5 minutes to go, you suddenly were, oh, hold on a minute here. This could be crazy. I think I was holding it back a little bit because there was a guy near him, Kajelcha, who was running his first ever marathon. So, we're thinking, well, crikey, they're both running fast. So it was, I've never really, I've had a chance to talk to some great things, but I'm staying at the Athletes Hotel, lucky to do that. And the impact kind of it as an achievement is usually measured when you see the faces of other athletes. They're quite a hard-nosed bunch. And at the reception last night where they give out the prize, he just got a huge standing ovation. It was brilliant.
Yeah, and Kajelcha, who you mentioned, also ran under 2 hours. So 2 men under 2 hours yesterday, which that knock-on effect is really interesting. You set world records at various distances. You were the first man to run 1,500 metres under 3 minutes and 30 seconds. What is that moment like when you achieve something that some people perhaps thought might never happen?
For the athlete themselves, and talking to some of his team last night, they were probably the least surprised. They know from training, where you're at, and it's just your next step. Bear in mind, he was already being touted as the best in the world. He's won his first 3 marathons very quick, and they felt as though he could get close to that time. So much so that they've got a documentary team following him, and they kind of knew it was going to happen somewhere. I think they just didn't think London. And London doesn't have that reputation for the super fast race that maybe Berlin has or others. So they were beside themselves last night. They knew it was possible. And any athlete is always striving to be better than you've been before. And sometimes that takes you across a threshold, such as he did yesterday, and others will follow, I'm pretty sure.
And as you're in the Athlete Hotel, what is the knock-on effect rippling down through the athletes last night, maybe this morning at breakfast? Potential talk of a woman ever going under 2 hours?
Oh, wow, hang on a minute. Yeah,
I know.
That's the sort of discussions that started to be had last night. People were kind of going, all right, what is possible? What next? That's the environment you're in with high performance, the athletes, the team around them. So yes, there was a fair bit of that going on last night about what is possible. Bear in mind that the guy who was third, Jacob Kiplimo, was one of the youngest and best athletes we've seen track, cross country, and now the marathon, and he broke the old world record. 3 of them were inside the old world record. Yes, there's huge advancements in road running with the shoes, the nutrition, how people train. So I think we are going to see in the women's and the men's events. Don't forget, we did have a women's only world record as well.
Yeah, 2 hours, 15 minutes and 40 seconds for Sefa.
Exactly. So yes, I think you're going to see. I'm not sure floodgates have opened, but you're going to see a lot of people kind of not seeing that as a barrier anymore. For the women, I think sub 210 becomes we've moved from where Paula did 215 to 210 becomes kind of the norm. So yes, watch this space. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, well, it was an absolutely fascinating weekend. Lovely to speak to you after that amazing commentary. Steve Cram, thank you very much. A few football headlines for you. And Chelsea will face Manchester City in the FA Cup final after they beat Leeds United 1-0 yesterday. Hearts finished the weekend 3 points clear at the top of the Scottish Premiership after a 2-1 win over Hibs. Arsenal came from behind to beat Lyon 2-1 in the first leg of their Women's Champions League semi-final. And away from football, England remained top of the Women's Six Nations table after the week. weekend's games. And the defending world snooker champion Jai Shintorn is through to the quarter-finals at the Crucible and faces Sean Murphy next. Some fascinating ties today, including Ronnie O'Sullivan at 9 frames to 7 against John Higgins. That's on BBC Two coverage from 1 p.m. at the World Snooker Championship.
Kathy, thank you very much for that. So the Today programme had 3 runners in the marathon. The woman beat the 2 men. The producer beat the 2 presenters. Just saying. We'll hear what they've got to say to explain themselves a little bit later in the programme. Meantime, Tom Sutcliffe's here, telling us how he will be starting the week at 9 o'clock morning, Tom.
Morning, Nick. We've got everyday magic on the programme today. We're talking about the past, present and future of material transformations, chemistry. Joining us are Kit Chapman, whose history of alchemy argues that we should stop thinking of alchemists as dupes or conmen and give them due credit for paving the way to modern science. Professor Ijoma Uchebu, who manipulates matter at a molecular level to make better medicines and safer painkillers. And Professor Mark Miodownik, with us to talk about where material science might go next, to self-healing roads and phones that can repair themselves. They can also repair a recipe for transmuting lead into gold that actually works. So this is not a programme to miss.
You will be better off if you listen.
Well, there's a catch. Join us just after 9.
Riches are always a good reason to tune in. Thank you, Tom. The weather today, cloudy for most of us actually. It should be sunny in parts of the south, and there will be a few showers in the northwest.
You're listening to Today on Radio 4 with Anna Foster in Salford, Nick Robinson here in London, alongside Chris Aldridge, who at 23 minutes to 9 has a summary of the news.
The King and Queen are due to arrive in Washington later today for a 4-day state visit to the United States. Dame Emily Thornberry, who's the chair of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, told this programme she remained anxious about the trip, describing it as a high-wire act because of Mr. Trump's unpredictability. She added that we don't know what he's going to say. Buckingham Palace says a security review has led to some moderate adjustments to the schedule following an armed man attempting to storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday, which was attended by President Trump. The alleged gunman, Cole Allen, is due in court later today. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has arrived in St. Petersburg for talks with President Putin following the collapse of planned US-Iran negotiations in Pakistan. President Trump has insisted that Iran must agree to dismantle its nuclear program if talks are to resume. Officers investigating a series of attacks on Jewish-linked premises in London say they've made a further arrest. A 37-year-old man was detained in Barnstaple in Devon yesterday on suspicion of preparing terrorist acts.
Chris, thank you very much indeed. It's about 22 minutes to 9. Should elderly veterans who served during the Troubles, the decades of violence which led to the deaths of thousands in Northern Ireland, face justice for alleged crimes committed by the British Army? Or should they be protected from being dragged through the courts to face what retired military chiefs have called a Pandora's box of legal claims? That is the question the Northern Ireland Secretary has been wrestling with as the government's Troubles bill has faced mounting trouble. Labour promised to scrap the previous Conservative government's Legacy Act, which would have granted immunity from prosecution because court rulings found that parts of the Act were incompatible with the ECHR, the European Convention on Human Rights. Last week, Hilary Benn, though, promised to make substantial amendments to the planned legislation to further safeguard, in his words, former troops. Well, let's talk to 2 people who care passionately about this. Robin Horsfall, former SAS soldier and a spokesperson for the Northern Ireland Veterans Movement. And Mark Thompson, Chief Executive of the Belfast-based Victims and Survivors Support Organisation, Relatives for Justice. Good morning to you both. Good morning. Let's begin at the beginning, if we could, Robin Horsfall, before we get locked into a debate about the detail. Do you and do the veterans accept that the bill that gave immunity to veterans was unlawful, so this government has to have a new approach?
Well, no, we don't, and that's already been challenged with an intervention in the Supreme Court, and we're waiting for that to come through. One of the cases is known as the Dillon case, so that's been challenged, but also challenged the statement that the previous legacy bill offered immunity. It didn't. It just said that cases would cease to be pursued over all categories. That's the terrorists, the soldiers, everybody can draw a line under it. Nobody asked for immunity, nobody asked for amnesty.
It was simply the cessation of vexatious prosecutions.
All being on, as it were, to put it crudely, on all sides, in inverted commas, you mean?
Yeah, that was the consensus that, we had to come to an agreement on, because nobody was going to get everything they wanted. But what everybody did want is for Northern Ireland to look towards the future and stop rewriting the past.
Well, we'll hear from Mark Thompson in a second why justice about the past still matters. But just before we do, the government is now promising amendments to its proposed legislation. Why are you still worried as veterans?
Well, the amendments that Hilary Benn's putting forward to simply water down the independence of the Reconciliation Commission. Hilary Benn's got another agenda. I regard him as a charming liar. I met him about 18 months ago and asked him directly to answer what he was prepared to do for the veterans, and he was prepared to answer and refer back to
not telling you what you want to hear, isn't it?
Well, nobody likes being told disagreed with, and it's not a case of not knowing. Hilary Benn did not want to answer our questions about law, and when we asked him questions about law, he said, "Well, I'm not a lawyer."
But you're worried, just to summarise it for people who don't follow the detail, Mr. Horsell, you are worried, that there will be veterans, old men, forced to cross the Irish Sea in order to answer in court?
Well, let me put it this way. In the past cases, what they've done is they've taken people for incidents that occurred over 50 years ago with no new and credible evidence that had already been investigated, dragged old men back to Northern Ireland with armed guards, searched their houses, interrogated them for 72 hours, pursued it through the courts, and waited and then got not guilty verdicts.
Let me give Mark Thompson a chance to reply to this.
Let me finish.
No, you've had a long time, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Horsell, I'm going to turn to Mark Thompson because he's got the right to answer.
The whole process is political. It's not about justice. Justice isn't giving people money. Justice isn't people dragging old veterans back through the courts.
Thank you very much indeed. Mark Thompson, Chief Executive of Belfast-based Victims and Survivors Support Organisation, Relatives for Justice. Thanks for your patience. Did it not make sense, starting where I began with Mr. Horsell, to say, you're never going to agree on this, let's look forward, let us not look to the past?
It's not a matter of finding agreement, it's a matter of lawful investigation. Investigations taking place within a British jurisdiction with British investigators and British courts. There's a fight for political survival at the minute between Labour and obviously the election coming up on the 7th of May and other parties, and the shameful Tory Legacy Act, which was, and as you rightly pointed out, was unlawful, found to be unlawful, and immunity provisions that were exercised principally to protect British soldiers and others, and then the banning of investigations and the banning of taking civil litigation. To suggest that somehow there's some sort of witch hunt is a campaign of misinformation by veterans that displace the rights of victims killed by the British Army principally to undermine the rule of law and dismiss court rulings. That's not lawful.
But there are others. Let me just put this to you, Mr. Thompson. There are some listening who may say justice matters, learning what went wrong matters, yes, but dragging old men across the sea in order to answer for recollections of what happened decades ago isn't going to contribute to a peaceful future in Northern Ireland.
Well, you see, I agree with your point that justice matters and truth matters. And the only way you can find that is through a robust, independent, lawful process of investigation. If evidence arises, and it's doubtful that it will arise in most cases, but if evidence arises that leads to prosecutions and accountability, then that's a matter for the courts and for the Public Prosecution Service, independently of victims and families. So the context of this is that 300,000 British soldiers served during the period of the conflict. There was only ever a handful of prosecutions in respect to hundreds of killings. And you have to remember the vast majority of people killed by the British Army in Ireland were uninvolved, unarmed civilians, and many of them children. And the horrendous circumstances of those need to be addressed. And let me give an example to your listeners, because this is crucially important, and it touches on the question you asked me, and it goes to the heart of it.
Briefly, if you would, Mr.
Well, the Bloody Sunday whitewash of Widgery in 1972
completely exonerated soldiers and said that they killed 14 gunmen and nail bombers. The Savile inquiry was as important because what it did, it had vindicated the families, it had set the record straight, and the historical record straight, that 14 unarmed men and women were shot and boys were shot and killed unlawfully, and David Cameron made a fulsome apology without equivocation. That was seismic. For families that had their children killed and their family members murdered by the British Army in Belfast with total impunity, the official record still states that they killed gunmen or bombers.
Which is why you want it pursued. I've got to leave it there, I'm afraid, because we're out of time, but you made your point very clearly, as did Robin Horsfall before. Mark Thompson of Relatives for Justice, Robin Horsfall of the Veterans Movement in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
14 minutes to 9 now. Back in the summer of 1951, a national exhibition celebrating achievements in science, technology, the arts and industrial design was held to try and lift the national mood at a time when rationing was still in place and the scars of the Blitz remained visible across the country. It was called the Festival of Britain, and this year marks its 75th anniversary. There are big events planned at the South Bank Centre and across the country to mark it, and so we are revisiting it as well with somebody who was there, the author and Radio 4 presenter of Word of Mouth, Michael Rosen. He has been sharing his memories of attending the festival with his family when he was just 5 years old.
My family came from the East End of London, but we were living in the suburbs, so we got on the Bakerloo line to Waterloo. That was always very exciting. And where we're sitting now, just to one side of the platform, so these huge, great towers of steel and glass.
Bank holiday and the festival spirit pulls the crowds to the South Bank exhibition. It's queues everywhere, but nobody seems to care a snap.
I have a sense that my parents thought this Festival of Britain, it kind of belonged to them. Things like the NHS and Council House building and the Festival of Britain were something that they had achieved. As a little child, you don't have a sense of the kind of political entity of Britain. You somehow think if your parents are proud of something, which they seem to be, that somehow or other they'd partly built the Festival of Britain themselves, so that I can be absolutely sure they didn't. But I have a sense that this was ours.
For an hour, all work stops on London's bustling South Bank as the King and Queen look over the site of the 1951 Festival exhibition.
I'm in Jubilee Gardens now, just with the London Eye towering over me. Of course, that wasn't there then. And this is where the Dome of Discovery was. And I can remember walking in and being in awe as a little 5-year-old. The other exciting thing that I was looking forward to seeing was a giant new steam engine. My brother kept saying it's new, and it was called William Shakespeare. And I just love that. I'm sure my dad is a complete Shakespeare freak. Most of my parents, I bet they went nuts when they saw that the steam engine was called William Shakespeare.
There's the transport pavilion that looks exactly like a cellophane box with a light inside. And you can see the aeroplanes and motor cars and engines looking just like toys inside. And then the dark dome of Discovery with a light underneath. It looks as if it's tethered to the earth.
Inside the festival hall now. Oh, look, there's a drawing on the wall there. Oh, wonderful. There we are, my old friend Quentin. Lovely. The thing about the festival hall was it was built as part of the Festival of Britain, and it's still standing. It is, in fact, the one part of the Festival of Britain is still here. I'm just going to go over now to the archive studio in the Abbey. So what have you got here?
So I have a box of material from the Bill Tonkin collection, and it's a really exciting collection that contains lots of different ephemera and souvenirs, postcards from the festival.
Can I pull
these out? Yeah, of course you can. Feel free, because they're all over the next to.
Oh, look, here's the Festival of Britain needlework designs.
Souvenir wrapping paper, but it's absolutely gorgeous. I think people see that and instantly think Festival of Britain.
I remember it, whether we had beer mats or table mats or...
Yeah, and it was reproduced on everything, you know, all of the kind of various souvenirs that could be bought. So whether that was like postcards, printed material, but also lots of objects. So it's really fun that you remember that around the home long after the festival was finished.
Well, I think people were celebrating survival. That's the point. If you think 1941, 1942, people in Britain, like my parents, didn't know whether we would survive or whether we'd be bombed to bits and invaded and occupied, as the rest of Europe was.
And then in 45, 46, 47, we have survived. Not only have we survived, we're rebuilding and we're beginning to flourish. That's what it said.
The author Michael Rosen there with his memories of the Festival of Britain. If you were there too, at the original one, the South Bank Centre wants to hear from you to share your recollections. And Michael Rosen's holding a free event at the South Bank Centre in May to mark his 80th birthday. It is now 10 to 9. It's a sign of troubled times that we live in, that the latest attempt to assassinate the President of the United States is shocking, but not surprising. We heard earlier on the programme from Jeffrey James, a former US Secret Service agent who's been involved in protecting President George W. Bush and President Trump during his first term.
To have 3 attempts on the life of the president in such a short time since Butler, I never experienced anything like it in my career, but the overall political violence is stunning.
The president had his own explanation for this, comparing himself with Abraham Lincoln and JFK. President John F. Kennedy, of course. He described it as a risk that came with the job and implied, in particular, for those who made great political change. Well, a historian is the right person to judge that. We're joined by a distinguished historian, Anne Applebaum, author of several books about democracy, joins us now. Good morning, Anne. Is Trump another Lincoln or a Kennedy?
He'd certainly like you to think he was in that line. I think it's true that there is a long tradition of assassination and attempts on the life of presidents in the United States, including others. Garfield, McKinley, Teddy Roosevelt was also shot, as was Ronald Reagan. And I think that's related both to the long tradition of gun violence, which has got worse in recent years. Last week there was an attack. A man killed 8 children, or shot at 8 children in Louisiana. It barely made headlines because these kinds of things are so common. And it's also connected to the tradition in America of political polarization. So at times when people are making existential arguments about the United States, and Donald Trump is one who does that. He talks frequently about political violence. He says our country is under siege. If you don't fight for it, you'll lose it. At times when there's polarization, people feel they're under threat. They feel something dramatic has to be done. The JFK murder was in the 1960s, a time when you also had extreme polarization, several other assassinations. And of course, Lincoln's death was just after the Civil War, when people were still very angry and convinced that the country was being destroyed by the president. So it's a common thing that happens in American history.
His critics say that it is his rhetoric that fuels that. His supporters say, no, look, it's a time of huge change. They might point to social media too. You can't blame the president for the climate.
It's certainly true that no president in modern times has glorified violence and used such violent rhetoric as this president. He's talked about a former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley. He said he deserves the death penalty. He said Democrats who defied him also deserve to be killed. When he talks about his political enemies dying, Robert Mueller, who investigated him, former FBI chief, he said, "I'm glad he's dead." He has said when the looting starts, the shooting starts. He's called for riots. He says our country is under siege. He's called his enemies vermin, scum, people, radical Marxists who who shouldn't be part of the political scene. So he uses and encourages this kind of violent language. He does it at rallies. He does it on television. And there isn't really any modern precedent for that.
And just to be clear,
he talks about violence.
You're saying, are you, that talking the language of Joe Sixpack has consequences? It is not merely that he's talking in the way that people do talk, in bars, on the streets, and yes, on social media.
Look, he's the president. He creates an atmosphere. Everything he says, people pay attention to. When he's tweeting in the middle of the night, when he's talking about the destruction of an entire civilization, as he did about Iran just a few weeks ago. When he does this, he creates anger, he creates a backlash, he opens up people's political imagination. When he talks about violence, He makes you think about violence. It can't be irrelevant. I mean, it's not unrelated to the fact that he creates violence and tension around himself.
Anne Applebaum, author of Autocracy Inc. and many other splendid books. Thanks for joining us.
5 to 9 now, just a few minutes left in the programme to say congratulations to you if you ran the London Marathon this weekend. Hopefully having a pacer who ran the first sub 2 hour time might have pushed you to a PB of your own, but even if it didn't, just completing it is the reward. You might be nursing some particularly stiff legs and blistered feet today. Well done if you managed it. Among the number were our own Sean Farrington and Mike Williams, who you'd normally expect to be here doing the business and sport, but today they're in the coveted 8:55 slot. Coveted, I say, because it means you don't need to get up as you do for the first hour. Although apparently, Mike, you've just improbably done the school run. How are you feeling?
I've just limped back from taking my 2 daughters to school, Anna. Yes, I'm not sure whether the best course of action today is to stay horizontal now for the rest of the day, or to stay on the feet and keep moving. I'm not sure.
It's difficult. Did you have your medal round the neck for the school run?
My daughter's actually taken my medal in for show and tell today, along with a sign that she made, and a hand-painted sign on a pillowcase that she was proudly waving yesterday. So Monday's show and tell day, so the medal's gone on there, which hopefully will be returned at some point later today.
Yes, I suppose that's it, Sean, isn't it? You know, you've got all of those people, they're cheering, you've got the personal pride, but actually, it's when your kids are quite proud of you. It's quite nice, isn't it?
That is lovely. I think the most emotional moment for me was when you're chugging along and you actually do manage to clock your family, because you're wondering if you will see them. They've gone to all the efforts to bounce around different parts of the course, and then you see them in a distance, and just the moments before you get to them, that all the emotions that are flying through your head. But Mike is putting me to shame, because I think he was celebrating the marathon yesterday evening while I was still poleaxed outside the course. And then he's up this morning doing the school run, and I've not lifted a finger, so I need to up my game.
So Sean's being modest. Sean's being modest. He beat me by 7. Not that it's a race, but he was 7 minutes faster than me, Sean.
Well, yes, it's not a race, Mike. That's the most important thing as you go around. Maybe for those at the front, you have no concept when you're doing it, though. I mean, Mike didn't run with a watch, which I was very, very impressed with. But I had a watch on, and you realise that it almost doesn't help, because you're thinking, I just need to get through the next kilometre. There's only 6 kilometres left.
You need a bit of something. So I know you both said it's not a race, and it's not a race, but we need to mention our third today colleague, Laura Hendry, who beat you both. It's not a race, yes. But 4:22 for Laura. Well done, Laura, who was resting up this morning. Well deserved.
Absolutely. No, and on what a day as well. I know you've touched on it already in Carthy and Sports News as well. On the day that the world record fell, Sebastian Sawe of Kenya running that first sub 2 hour marathon in race conditions. And I think what's so special about the London Marathon, Anna, is that just then hours later, the rest of us, Sean, myself, Laura, and the other 59,000 in the mass event, get to run the same course. You don't get to go onto the Lord's pitch straight after Ben Stokes has smashed a century for England, or on centre court after Carlos Alcaraz has won Wimbledon, or on the Wembley turf after the cup final, but you do get to do that on the London Marathon, and that made, I think, for me yesterday, just even more special.
Yeah, it was. And Nick and I are thoroughly impressed from our seated position after a weekend that involved very little physical exertion.
Yeah. The joy of raising so much money for charity, Sean.
Yeah, that's a huge part, when people start engaging in what you are running for as well. I've started having so many conversations about what you're running for and where all that thinking has come from, and learned so much about other people as well. I did yesterday, you find out other people running the marathon and what everybody out there, so many people who have actually, been going through and are going through. It is quite a remarkable thing to have all those emotions all in one place.
Yeah, it really is. Sean and Mike and Laura as well, well done to them. Well done to you if you managed it too.
Yeah, and we need a rest just watching them. Our editors today, Jade Bogart, Frilio, Tom Smith-Odd, and the studio director was Antonio Fernandez. Have a good day. BBC News at 9 o'clock. The King and Queen will arrive in Washington later for a 4-day state visit against the backdrop of tense relations between the UK and the US over the Iran war. Buckingham Palace confirmed the trip would go ahead as planned, despite a gunman trying to storm an event President Trump was hosting at the weekend. The chair of the Commons Foreign Affairs Select Committee, Dame Emily Thornberry,
told Today she has serious concerns about the trip.
It is a really high-wire act, and the president is so unpredictable. We just don't know what he's going to say. I mean, where is it? I mean, if he's kept away from journalists for a few days, then we might be all right, but I don't imagine he will be kept away from journalists for a few days. And even if he isn't kept away from journalists, there's always the dreaded phone and the 4 o'clock in the morning messages.
The man accused of trying to attack President Trump will appear in court later. 31-year-old Cole Allen from Los Angeles will be formally charged with assaulting a federal officer and using a firearm during a violent crime. 4,500 people are suing a water company and one of the UK's largest chicken producers for allegedly polluting the rivers Wye, Usk and Rug on the Welsh border. The case is said to be the biggest ever brought in the UK over environmental pollution. The report suggests people in the wealthiest parts of the UK can expect up to 20 more years of good health than those in the poorest. Analysis by the Health Foundation shows what's known as healthy life expectancy has fallen by around 2 years in a decade. 4 trade bodies are warning that plans for guaranteed hours as part of the Employment Rights Act will lead to poorer opportunities and conditions for workers. They've written to the government about their concerns the measure will lead to increasing unemployment and a reduction in the number of young people entering the labour market. BBC News.
If the pen's mightier than the sword, how much stronger is the spoken word? In 3/4 of an hour here on Radio 4, Cape Hope finds out, hearing how one man's helping disadvantaged children build much-needed confidence by using rap and poetry. And it's a new week, so we've a new Book of the Week highlighted this morning. The gripping 19th century real-life tale of Mary Ann Patton, the captain's wife forced to take the helm of their merchant clipper ship in Gold Rush America when her husband fell ill, forcing her to navigate both treacherous waters and mutiny. Tilar J. Matseo's To the Edge of the World is at 11:45. But now it's time for Start the Week with Tom Sutcliffe.
Hello. If you want to know how to transform lead into gold, quite a lot of people have been interested over the centuries, then this is the programme for you, because we're talking about transmutations today, the long, long history of our ability to take raw materials and conjure up something quite new with them, a process that often blurs the boundary between technology and magic. With us are the science writer Kit Chapman, whose book The Age of Alchemy argues that alchemists and early experimenters were not a wrong turn off the road to modern scientific method, but an essential part of the journey. Ijoma Echebu, Professor of Pharmaceutical Nanoscience at University College London and President of Wolfson College, whose book Chain Reaction shares her passion for the chemical bonds without which our world simply wouldn't exist. And Professor Mark Miodownik, here to talk about the next big revolution in material science as we create self-healing materials and self-mending devices. Kit Chapman, we're going to start in the prehistory of chemistry. You begin your book with the oldest alchemical text we know, the Leiden Papyrus X, around about 300 AD. The roots of alchemy lie much further back than that, don't they? They start with fire, essentially.
We could go all the way out to prehistory, before humans as we know we exist, looking at stone files and then moving into leather work. That's obviously chemistry. Our bodies, trillions of chemical reactions are going on continuously. So it's all of these steps that gradually bring us towards civilization. We have in metallurgy, for example, then we start looking at alloys, we get bronze, we can move further and further and further. And each of this is a stepping stone, a gradual process. And it's not one that's limited to science. It's one that brings in philosophy, religion. We wouldn't have the advent of paints, for example, which is incredibly important if it wasn't for the Egyptians trying to recreate ways to speak to their gods. And that's where we start getting this hint of alchemy, first of all, the ancient Egyptians.
Can you just trace out the etymology of the word? Because it has very interesting, it interweaves with chemistry, and it has nobody quite knows where it begins.
Exactly. The honest answer is no, I can't, because nobody knows the answer.
There are some theories.
There are some theories. So we end up with chemia. And this science of chemia, as you mentioned, in Roman Egypt, we've got
all kinds of possible etymologies. One is from the Greek. We've got the fusion of metals, which is chimia. We've got Kemet, which is Egypt. It could be from the black soil of Egypt. It could be from the blackening, the charring, because you've got soot. It could even be from obsidian. There are so many suggestions. But once we've got chimia, there is a disaster. It suddenly disappears. We think that one of the Roman emperors essentially just decreed, let's get rid of this.
And chimia was a technology or...
a technique, a technology. We're looking at trade here. So we think of science as this sort of higher learning. In fact, alchemy's origins begin in sweaty workshops. This is a lower class science. And we move into Islam, and they add al, which just means the chimia. So we get alchemia. And of course, in the 12th century, Robert of Chester translates that into Latin, and we get alchemy.
And then alchemy turns into chemistry at what point, roughly?
Again, this is one of those fascinating shifts, because we have this sort of half and half alchemy, chemistry mix in the 17th century, and then finally in the 18th century, we really get chemistry as we know it, sort of around the time of the French Revolution. But you could say Robert Boyle, a century earlier, was actually being a chemist, but people like Lavoisier, Antoine Lavoisier, very famous, and Berzelius as well, Humphrey Davy, they are definitely chemists. So there's a gradual transition.
One of the very fascinating things about your book is how central women are to this science. Right from the earliest days, Mary the Jewess, another Cleopatra, very much involved. Why do you think that is?
I think part of it is that science is for everyone, and we often lose sight of that. It's one of those wonderful things that if you actually trace all the way back to who is the first name that we can put to chemistry, it is someone called Tafuti Belakayam. She was working in what was Babylonia at the time, and she was making perfumes. Now, chances are, because she was a perfumer, she might well have been a slave. So again, incredibly lower class positions, people on the outskirts of society, but women were involved in chemistry from the off.
I was delighted to learn that the bain-marie, essentially in the kitchen, comes from Mary the Jewess.
Absolutely.
An alchemical device for sort of gentle heating.
Yes. So the water bath was absolutely from Mary the Jewess, but she was also using a process called the kerataxis, which chemists would kind of recognize as very similar to being reflux apparatus. So they were doing condensation, evaporation, filtration, all of the basic things you would see today in a lab. Thousands of years ago.
Joma Chebu, these are very often domestic techniques as well, aren't they?
Exactly. And I think what I really like about your book, Kit, is the way you actually say that chemistry began with fire. I think it's so important for people to understand, because most of these sort of earliest examples of the control of fire are found in the African continent. And so for you to say, well, that would have been people trying something, seeing if it works, trying something else, seeing if it works. And to me, that's a chemistry experiment. So that's brilliant.
Absolutely. And again, this sort of predates history, predates what we think of as modern humans. But if we go to Kubiflora in Kenya, we can see those traces of fire. And again, one of the things I love about chemistry when it comes to history is that chemistry leaves a footprint. We can actually trace it. And so often, documents can be misinterpreted, opinions can be different. The science speaks for itself. It all begins in Africa.
In the popular understanding, there is one transformation the alchemists were interested in above all others. That's the one I started with, the crowd pleaser, led into gold. They were much more nuanced in their understanding of transformation, weren't they? There were other
There were
processes they were interested in.
Absolutely. So they had Kairos appear, the idea of creating gold from base metals. It wasn't necessarily lead as well. They were fascinated by mercury and sulfur. They believed that the entire world was constructed from mercury and sulfur, and you just had to get the right combinations to get the right things. That tied in with things like the humor theories that people might know. So they had all these different mixes. And of course, that's only in Europe. When you look over in China, they have an entirely different understanding of alchemy. They have the internal and external alchemies. They're looking at healing. They're trying to create immortality. We have at least 5 Chinese emperors poisoning themselves to death with mercury, trying to live forever. So there's all kinds of things going on in the world.
Mark Meadows, you wanted to get in?
Yeah, transformation is a really key word here, and I think it must have really amazed our ancestors way, way, way back. So when we first discover metals on the planet, there's very few metals naturally occurring. You get a bit of meteorite copper and some gold, and they would have found those. We know they found those. But then at some point, using fire, they discovered if you put a particular type of rock in that fire and you create the right conditions, and it's not easy, but they managed it, then this miraculous fire, which they then believed was an element in the end, turns a rock into gold. Not into gold, sorry. It can turn a rock actually into copper. That's the first one we think they discovered. So malachite into copper, and that's such an incredible transformation, because then you start looking at all the rocks around you and say, what's inside them? And that's been our progress. We've spent thousands of years trying to get all the elements out of the rocks, and we've finally done it.
But also, if you can turn malachite into copper, it's not unreasonable to think maybe I can turn lead into gold. And we can turn lead into gold, can't we?
We can, and I think that's the thing where... So
how does it... I sort of promised on the Today programme that I would reveal the recipe. How do you do it?
Well, I mean, there's two ways
in terms of modern science.
No, in modern science, you need a nuclear reactor, so you need to actually change the number of protons in a nucleus. And so when we do fission, in the nuclear reactor, we are creating elements out of other elements, and that is... The problem is you get gold, but it's radioactive.
Okay, and it's not a route to riches, because
it's stable. One of the things about alchemy is, and I got this very much out of Kit's book, is that on the one hand you get power, you discover things, you get power, you amaze people, but it's also very useful sort of militarily and in terms of health. But they always warn, don't use the power, use it, really use it wisely. And in fact, I think one of our problems has been that we've got more and more of this alchemic power, and our wisdom has not grown with it.
Jonah.
I just want to also remind everybody that one thing you say in your book, Kit, is that actually getting these metals out of stone, as you said, Mark, started in Sri Lanka 900 years before we were actually doing Europe, and I think that's amazing.
Yeah, that's the story of steel, and when I found out that they were harnessing the monsoon winds essentially to create the incredible temperatures you need, because that just wasn't possible with the technologies that we had in Europe at the time, to get the heat, so you actually got steel, and making this fantastic wheat steel, they called it, moving it around the world. But again, it ties into culture, because this steel creation vanishes. It's a big mystery. It's probably due to political factors. It's the fact that people weren't buying it. So again, science is always tied to politics. It's always tied to humanity and culture.
There's another mysterious disappearance, Kit, which is Democritus comes up with the idea of atomic theory. He's on the nail in sort of around 400 BCE. And then that idea disappears. Now, is that simply because there is no means by which to verify that? It is just a theory competing with other theories.
Unfortunately, he was an opponent of Socrates and Plato, and they had their say. But it's one of those things that it's very easy to come up with a theory. It's very hard to prove that theory. And the default often goes to our own perceptions and our own biases. And so when you have a cultural bias and a cultural perception, you naturally try and fit your worldview into that. One of the tricks we've done in science, and I think it's probably the greatest trick we've done in science in terms of transmutation, is we've moved away from that, and we've started to recognize, actually, we need to put our biases aside. We need to say what is actually going on in the world and think about this rationally. And it's only when we start getting the equipment, such as microscopes, such as telescopes, those lens abilities, to actually start understanding the world, that we can go, okay, this was right and this was wrong. And that lasts right up until, it's going on today even, but particularly with chemistry, right up until the French Revolution, there was this belief that this substance called phlogiston caused fire and everything contained it within. And disproving that, using oxygen, using the air we had around us, finally kicked off the scientific revolution, and that launched the Industrial Revolution and launched the modern world.
Can you talk a little bit about the connection between alchemy and this notion of the arcane, of an arcane hidden knowledge?
Absolutely entwined. So for our ancestors, we have to recognize that they didn't see science and philosophy as separate studies. The idea of being a natural philosopher was understanding the world as the world was created by God or the gods. And so they didn't see a distinction. And so there was a certain element of hidden knowledge and sort of esotericism. Again, one of the things I try and argue in the book is that the big shift we start getting in particularly the 16th and 17th centuries is that we have the printing press. And so knowledge starts being democratized. People are able to access information and start spreading it and understanding it and looking at new theories. And it's only when we can break down those old barriers that we launch into what's actually going on.
Mark Leodovnik.
I just want to ask, because reading your book, I kind of, as modern scientists, we're around this table, we are still filled with wonder, right? So it isn't that is distinctive. We got rid of wonder in science. And I wonder if you think, having read all these recipes and really delved into the alchemic literature, whether you feel like philosophy and spirituality and religion, let's say, they were twined up, but they are also wondrous things. And I wonder whether it's the wonder of transmutation. I mean, it is incredible to take cinnabar, a rock, heat it up and get a liquid metal, mercury, coming out of it. I mean, that blows my mind now. So they must have thought that wonder and spiritual and religion were intertwined.
Absolutely, and it's one of those things that I often think about, sort of being a bit nerdy as sort of a modern idea. It's not. People were nerds 3,000 years ago, and they were sort of geeking out about this stuff. The recipes that they're writing, quite often they use sort of code words and these elaborate sort of tricks to try and hide them and guard them.
They're protecting trade secrets, aren't they, using?
Yeah, absolutely. And the oldest sort of alchemy book, we don't have an original copy of it. It's Psychica Mystica, which translates as Natural and Secret Questions, but literally meant trade secrets. These are things that they're trying to keep stum about. And again, it's only when we start getting the sort of the publishing revolution, we start getting these books of secrets being written, professors of secrets. They were professing the secrets of science to the general public. That's where the word comes from.
I want to move on to Ijoma, but before I do, I have to ask a sort of base question. Why does urine feature so strongly, both in the history of alchemy and in the history of science and elemental science?
Well, it's the one thing we've all got access to. But you're absolutely right. The discovery of phosphorus, Hennig Brand was trying to turn his own urine into gold. One of the recipes we have is using the urine of a small child, along with various other ingredients to try and create a sort of a gold dip dye.
But in a sense, that's not a sort of a magical recipe, because the urine of a small child will contain chemicals that will effect a change.
Yes, and in fact, that recipe was slightly wrong, because you can just use water, but,
And the Romans, I mean, as you said, but the Romans called it liquid gold. They traded it across their empires, and it had ammonia in it. I mean, it has that smell, that very strong smell you get of stale ammonia. That is very important reagent in chemistry.
Incredibly important, sort of a base.
Who was it who taxed urine? Pecunia non olet?
Yes,
money doesn't smell?
Money doesn't. That was the Emperor Vespasian, yes. And he used the money to build the Colosseum, part fund it. So there you go.
Amazing.
Ijoma Ichebu, I want to come on to your book, which is both a memoir and a sort of hymn to chemistry. You note in it that you weren't that passionate about chemistry at school. So what was the moment that catalyzed your interest in the subject?
Yeah, so I was, I started school here in the UK, and then our family travelled back to Nigeria. And by the time I got back to Nigeria, I found that all the subjects that I really loved, like English language and geography, were completely different. And so the only subjects that were the same were actually the sciences. The language was the same across continents. But my interest in chemistry per se, and the chemistry of medicines, really came from watching a very dear family friend fall gravely ill in our home. It was a family friend I looked up to. She had everything I didn't have. She was sporty, she was witty, she was beautiful, great hair, and she arrived at our house and fell completely ill. And then she was not recovering, getting worse and worse every day. And then at some point, a doctor came to the house and rigged up a drip. Now, remember, I'm in southeast Nigeria, which is just out of a civil war. There's not much infrastructure, so everything is being done at home. He rigs up this drip, and then he injects into this drip bag a liquid, mixes it with his hands, and then the next day, this family friend wakes up and asks to be taken to the toilet. It was my job to clean the bedpan, and I had done it that day, but she didn't want to use it. She wanted to go to the toilet.
So that's a kind of magical transformation.
I thought to myself, this is a miracle, because water seemed to go into water, but nevertheless she woke up. And that made me interested in the chemistry of medicines, and really to understand that every single medicine we take is made of atoms, made of molecules. They go into the body and they do their wondrous thing, and we become well again.
You say towards the end of the book, our existence is composed at its most basic state of one atom in deep conversation with another. How do atoms converse? Because that's a critical thing, isn't it?
They have multiple conversations, some of them deep and meaningful, so they form very strong bonds, and some of them just superficial conversations, so they form weaker bonds. But in essence, all human beings are mostly water, a little bit of carbohydrate, lots of protein, some fats, genes, and other chemicals. And if you put all these things on the table, you'll have a puddle. But you don't have a puddle. You don't have a puddle because you've got all these atoms that make these molecules coming together in chemical bonds. First of all, to make cells. After they've made cells, these cells come together in chemical bonds to make organs. These organs come together in chemical bonds to make us.
But it's the nature of those bonds. I mean, Kit Chapman, you used the word heist, one atom heisting. Yes. I think an ion from another atom.
Oxygen being banded.
Yes. Primo Levi, in his book, The Periodic Table, he characterizes inert gases as satisfied with their condition, or fluorine, he says, is avid and lively. So there are kind of qualities to the nature of the connections.
Got things like helium, selfish. They want to be on their own.
What are those metaphors describing, though, in the real world, as it were?
In the real world, what they're talking about is very reactive chemicals that really want to form bonds, and other chemicals that don't want to form bonds. So gold, helium, they're not that keen on that. But then you look at other things like chloride ions and hydrogen ions. They love to form bonds. The chemical bonds that are formed is what keeps us together. It's what keeps all the material things in the world together. It's what keeps the planet together.
And we should be thinking of those bonds. I mean, a lot of people will have a sort of mental picture of little balls connected by little rods, the models that you see in a chemistry lab.
Absolutely.
But there isn't anything physical there. It's an exchange of power, is it?
It's an exchange of the things we call electrons, tiny other particles. And sometimes they move from one atom to the other and create ions, and sometimes they're shared by atoms, and then they create covalent bonds, really strong bonds that are very difficult to break. These are the bonds in our plastics. These are the bonds in some of our proteins. So these covalent bonds are very hard to break. All of these bonds are keeping our world together. I want people that read Chain Reaction to go around and look at everything and think, oh my God, I wonder what bond that is working there. That's what I want them to think. I want them to look at their loved ones and think, your carbohydrate, your water, your fats, your protein. Oh my God, but you're being kept together by chemical bonds. And just to look at everything completely differently.
Can you tell us a little bit about your own specialised area? Because you're working in medicine and working at a nano scale.
My own specialised area is fairly simple. I'm trying to make medicines that have fewer side effects. And I do that by taking drug molecules and putting them into tiny particles. Once that is done, you can control where the medicines go. So I remember drawing a molecule in my book, which we've taken now into clinical trials. And that molecule wraps around drug molecules and makes this nanoparticle. And we've tested it, for example, in humans with eye drops. And what we found is that with our type of medicine, when you put the eye drop in the eye, the drug molecule stays in the eye, doesn't go into the blood. All other eye drops, you put a bit of the eye drop in the eye, you get some of that in the blood. And once you get it in the blood, you have the possibility of side effects. So we're trying to reduce side effects by keeping the molecules in one place where they should go.
Kit Chapman.
I absolutely love the work that you do, because I think that on the nanoscale it's very, very hard to imagine. The nanoscale is 1 billion times smaller than what we've got. A meter is 1 billion times smaller. If you took the moon and made it 1 billion times smaller, it would be the size of a football. So what you're doing on that scale is just so intricate, and it's incredible that you're able to work at that level.
Yes, we are able to work at that level with the help of microscopes. For example, the electron microscope helps us see things. But, when I'm in the lab, I'm not taking one nanoparticle and playing around with a second nanoparticle. I'm playing around in a bulk. I know I've got nanoparticles because I'll stick them in the electron microscope, or I'll stick them in another instrument that will tell me the size of the nanoparticles. So in actual fact, I don't want to say that what we do is simple, but it is simpler than people actually think, to be honest.
Yeah, I was also struck by reading your book, which I really hugely enjoyed.
how much passion you have for the subject. And at the same time, we have this thing where people think that chemistry and the sciences are this dispassionate world where you have to just leave your personality at the door. You can only find facts if you are completely and utterly just rational to the nth degree. And of course, that's true as well. But it's this kind of, I'm really interested in how you, as you've done, your career's been amazing, and you've discovered things, you've invented things, you've got drugs on the market. It's really incredible. But how do you balance? Because you're a passionate person. At the same time, you're doing this incredible science.
Yeah, so just a big correction. We are hoping to get drugs on the market. We haven't got them on the market yet, but we live in hope. And you're absolutely right. People look at chemistry as, first of all, they look at chemicals as dangerous things. I want people to look at chemicals as a part of our everyday life, as a part of us, a part of the foods we eat. I want them to rehabilitate the word chemicals. And when they say, oh, I don't want this because it's full of chemicals, I want them to think about, actually, I'm full of chemicals, so I shouldn't say I don't want certain things. I also, in the book Chain Reaction, try to make people understand that chemistry can change the way you feel. If you put on your makeup or dye your hair, you're doing serious chemical reactions. If you're dyeing your hair, you're actually doing a chemical reaction on your head. But how does that make you feel when you leave the hairdresser? It makes you feel wonderful. It makes you feel so great that you can walk into a room and you can begin to talk about your ideas, and you can hope that people would listen. If you put on your clothes, which are chemicals like silk, polyester, and the way the silk moves as you move, you feel fabulous. So chemistry actually makes you feel good.
It makes you feel good. There are downsides, aren't there? One of the very important points in your book, it relates to alchemy, I think, is you stress this point that chemists can't create matter. They can only rearrange it. And you point out at one point, if we were to replace all of the plastic bags in the world with biodegradable plastic, we would have to use a third of the world's corn crop, and we need to eat it.
I mean, absolutely. So let's begin with plastics. We know that plastic pollution currently is a problem. But in a world without plastics, people would die. If you think about going to hospital, if you think about keeping your food fresh, there'll be more deaths. So plastics have actually transformed our world. But you're right. There are problems with plastic pollution, and there is a move to biodegradable plastics. But if we started down the route of using starch for plastics, we would run out of some of the precious foods that we need. There is a light on the horizon, and that is with these bacteria that can degrade plastics because it's a food source for them. These were found in Japan, and if we can work really hard with these, it's possible we should be able to tip them into a landfill full of plastics, and the plastics will disappear. I call them rock star bacteria.
There are other problems too, though, with chemicals, and a reason for people to sort of have a degree of dread about chemicals. Just last week, the Environmental Audit Committee recommended that PFAS, or non-essential PFAS chemicals, forever chemicals, should be phased out.
You're totally right, because actually, most of us have got a little bit of PFAS in our blood because this is our ubiquitous, non-degradable chemicals.
We know Mark has because he's just done a program.
I've got PFAS.
So you've got PFAS. I've got PFAS. Yeah. And the worst thing is that even communities that are just working agriculture, that have no PFAS factories, are loaded with PFAS as well.
Can you just explain what PFAS are?
So PFAS, these are chemicals where you have a carbon and a fluorine bond. A very difficult to break bond. We don't have enzymes that can really chop through this bond, and so these chemicals sit around forever. In the book, I describe them as they're forever chemicals, but not in the form of a forever lover. We want to get rid of them.
Fluorine, avid and lively, as Primo Levi had it. Kit Chapman.
But we've done these problems before. There's a guy in science history, he's not in the book, but he's really famous, called Thomas Minsky Jr. And Thomas Minsky Jr., he invents leaded petrol, and then he thinks, what's my next trick? I'm going to invent CFCs. We've managed to move away from that. So these are conquestable problems, and the people next to me are rock star scientists. They're working on tackling these issues
fully understand it.
I love the fact that, Mark, you're looking at repairing things. I'm sure you've got an idea of how we can repair the PFAS problem, because, I talk about it a lot in Chain Reaction. I talk about the fact that in Lagos, they didn't find much PFAS. In China, they found a lot of PFAS. Where the Uyghurs live and they use agriculture for their means of production, they found PFAS.
Yeah.
How can we get rid of PFAS?
Do you want to answer that question? It seems like a huge one.
But I think that it's just tying in with alchemy. So PFAS is a miracle material. I think we haven't really said why it's so prevalent, because it's so amazing. The properties of PFAS are that it's your non-stick coating on your pan. I mean, how did we make something that your egg doesn't stick to? Egg sticks to everything.
On the molecular level, this is because of the nature of the bonds that will, as it were, shun connections.
Yeah, I mean, as we were just hearing, like the carbon-fluorine bonds love each other so much they will not bond to anything else. And so that's why it doesn't stick. In order to stick to something, you have to form a bond. So if you have something that doesn't want to bond to anything else, then hey presto, you get non-stick. Then we go, oh, well, I'm buying a sofa, and then someone will say to you, do you want a stain-resistant coating? And you think, well, that sounds good. I've been on the sofa several times, and I've spilt my wine, and I would love to have that. Yes, please. And no one tells you, oh, but hold on a minute, that is also PFAS, and by the way, that's leaching into the environment. And in the environment, it then ends up in your food, in the water, and then you drink it, and ending up in your blood. And so is it, are these things like miracle materials? Are they? We have to kind of decide as a society of the risk benefits here. And I think the MPs last week in the UK Parliament looked at that and said, look, there are some things PFAS is very, very good for. You don't want to outright ban them all. They are, as Ijoma was saying, they are saving lives. But the majority of uses are things like sofas. And really, we just probably need to phase them out. Sofas and school uniforms, by the way, and all of that is probably not a good use of this miracle material.
Okay. You're talking about materials healing themselves. I want to get on to that. You've made the point in the past that, materials are so central to our culture that we name epochs after them: Stone Age, Iron Age, Silicon Age. Is the next age a new material or a new kind of material?
I think the next age is a material that is no longer inanimate. So we make materials like metals or plastics or PFAS. They're amazing, but then they deteriorate and off they go into the world, or we have to replace them, and that is creating waste mountains. As we get more materially wealthy, the amount of materials each person uses and then creates waste is going up. And so when you think about trying to solve that problem as a material scientist, what you realize is that, well, people love stuff. I love stuff. It's not about getting rid of stuff and guilting people about, using too much stuff. What we need is stuff that lasts longer, so you don't have to keep getting rid of it. And so you can think of this as a road. Why do we keep digging up the roads every 10 years? Why do we have potholes? Can we not make a road that heals itself, that lasts for 100 years, 1,000 years? Is that the future? And by the way, that road would be much more sustainable. Can we make self-repairing buildings? Can we make when your phone cracks, all you have to do is plug it in at night, and overnight the crack heals itself. And I'm absolutely convinced that this is the future. One, because it solves a big sustainability problem. Two, because it gives people this lovely stuff without creating this mess. And three, because we're scientists. We can't resist.
Now, you've used the word animate there, animated materials, and that potentially will bring in a misunderstanding. They're not alive, are they? We're not talking about kind of materials made with biological entities.
Well, they might have biological entities in them, but they are not alive in themselves. So we're not talking about a road that's alive. We're talking about a road that knows it's cracked, can deploy some healing mechanisms, and then understand whether that has been completed or not. So in a way, if you think about your own skin, you're out in the garden, or you happen to be sort of somewhere and you scratch it, your body just deploys the self-repairing mechanisms, and off it goes. It's a subset of what you do every day, all of us. And if we didn't do it, we would die very quickly. So our whole bodies are full of self-repair. And if you wonder why we last so long as humans, up to 100 years or so, it's because we've got self-repairing mechanisms. So if you want roads to last longer, bridges to last longer, we need them to self-repair. But it doesn't mean they're alive.
Yeah. It sounds magical, but there are examples, aren't there? In both of your books, you write about Pozzolana, which
I mean, it's a fantastic material. So this comes from volcanoes, and the Mayans were deploying this. So when we look at it at a chemical level, we're talking about calcium, aluminium, and silicon. And it's able to self-repair when it gets damaged and wet. In fact, we use it in the Bellrock Lighthouse off the coast of Scotland. Very, very famous example. That lighthouse has never needed repair for the 200 years it's been in existence. And I think, again, we both fell in love with fire as one of the key things. We both fell in love with this material.
Absolutely.
What's happening in Pozzolana? What is happening at the level of the bonds?
Well, there are two examples that I give, and one of them is an example of a Roman structure. And with this Roman structure, what we have is that we have calcium oxide combining with calcium carbonate in the atmosphere and combining with carbon dioxide in the atmosphere to form calcium carbonate. And this calcium carbonate takes up more space than calcium oxide. And this increase in space means that it repairs tiny holes. And so that's why you look at these Roman structures, 2,000 years old and still going strong. And you think about our secondary schools and primary schools, 50 years old, and we're thinking of changing them all because, somehow we got the chemistry wrong. You also look at the pyramids, and again, you have one material transforming to another material when it got wet, and again, filling in these tiny holes.
And becoming stronger.
So the pyramids are going for 3,000 years. Someone needs to tell the builders that are putting up the primary schools and the industrial buildings that you can do it in a different way.
It's not just about the science, because we can do the science. It's about our ambition as a society. So the reason, in my view, that you get the Romans building for eternity, essentially, is because they wanted their culture to be around. And the Chinese also, those emperors that were in Kit's book, they were building for eternity. We've somehow lost the plot a little bit. We've got this incredible culture, this amazing, so many things to be proud of in modern culture, but we don't look more than 2 or 3 years ahead. If you talk to investment managers, they'll always talk to you about 2 or 3 years ahead. We've got people, old civilizations that looked 50, 100, 200 years ahead, and that's where the real change has to happen.
It has to happen with voters too, doesn't it? Because if your road is going to cost twice as much in order to make it last, whatever it is, 100, 200 years longer, voters have to go along with that.
I think it's not the voters per se. I think it's the economics. So it's the business model. So if the business model is I build it and then when I give it over to you, it's your problem. If you don't repair it, it's your problem. Whereas if you say we're going to pay per mile, and the person who wrote the organisation or the company that builds that road, it's in their interest to keep that road open for longer. It's in their interest to build with the material that's self-repairing because they'll have less costs in the long term. So we need, I think, to realise that the current business models, which are essentially about consumerism, we basically build things to sort of fall apart so we can sell more stuff. That has got us this far. It's amazing. We've all got lots of stuff, but we've got huge bets, and we have to fundamentally change the economics.
Entire approach to science, though, isn't it? So one of the big problems we have with science is fundamental versus applied science. Applied science solves the problem now. Fundamental is exploring the bigger questions. And it's the fundamental that gives you the real advantage 20, 30 years from now, but it's not going to give you anything overnight. And we need to start balancing that equation.
Yeah, and I think the economic model is the key. To be honest, if I'm selling something, I want to get my money now. I don't want to wait for 500 years to get my money, so I'm going to build something that I can collect my cash now. Now, if you just say, well, you can collect your cash now, but actually, if you put a little bit more money in it, your ancestors will begin to collect cash for 500 years. I might be interested now in this new material.
The question is, would you? I mean, can you create a repair economy that is the equivalent to a consume and discard and replace economy, which is what we have now, essentially?
I don't think we'll have a choice. And my evidence is this. 95% of the rail budget goes on repair. If you've ever kind of absolutely sighed on being on a rail replacement bus on a Sunday, getting back from a great holiday, it's because we have to keep repairing. We're basically running to stand still on the railways. We're spending all our money just to repair in this kind of quite dumb way, which is to replace inanimate materials with inanimate materials which are going to fall apart. Same with the roads, 95% of the road. Same with your clothes, same with your shoes, same with your phones. we've got to this point where that economic model has got us this far because it creates a lot of investment. But it is now, we're just running to stand still. You can see that with the economy. It's stagnant.
To what extent are you talking in theory now? Do we have the materials that could create a sort of self-healing pothole now?
So in our lab, we have worked on this problem, and we published several papers on it, and we were like, oh, we've got a demonstrable prototype, we can show it to you. We went to talk to the road builders, and they just laughed at us. I'm not joking. They laughed at us. They said, we've got a great deal. You know, the roads fall apart, we rebuild them. Why would we what? We've got this long-term contract with the council. Everyone pays their taxes. Why would we stop? So, and it's not just in the UK. I mean, we talk to people in the United Arab Emirates. It's just this very myopic view of what the future is, as if they don't believe that culture will last for 500 years. That they don't want their ancestors to thrive in the future. And that's the mindset change. Once we do that, the science will all follow.
The science is there, but it's not being deployed because the economics gets in the way. And I mean, it is a little bit like some of the secrets that you unearthed, Kit, in your book. You know, that these secrets were known and everything like that. But of course, then they died with the people as soon as they died, because nobody was thinking beyond, how can I be beyond the grave?
It's not always the people that are using those things that are disadvantaged as well. I mean, one thing that you can mention is it's minorities, it's other cultures, it's people in the poorest places in the world who are really disadvantaged by this.
Absolutely, yeah.
Are there any downsides to this? I mean, we're used to the notion AI is presented as a philosopher's stone. It's the cure-all elixir. Yes. And we know there are downsides. So might there be downsides to animate materials as well?
No doubt there will be downsides. I mean, I think if you look at how life keeps it going, how come organisms are 4 billion years old on this planet? How did they get going? Answer, they had a self-repairing mechanism right from the go. They are actually constantly repairing themselves and organizing themselves. So we can see that if you want to look ahead, that's a very good strategy. The downsides are, of course, you can see them in nature too. There are cancers. Things get out. You know, if you give things autonomy, and we are talking about giving a road autonomy to repair itself, you can imagine it getting a cancer and start building itself off in a different direction than you want to go. And I think that's probably inevitable. But when people say to me, "Oh, this is such a weird vision of the future you've got," like imagine a city where everything is self-repairing, like all the pipes that are carrying the water are no longer being dug up because they're actually self-repairing. I say, well, look, when you go camping in the woods, everything around you is self-repairing, everything, and you don't feel weird there. So the city of the future will be more like nature.
Of course, in the woods, we've had eons in which to evolve those systems that do work together. I mean, you, Ijoma, were talking about bacteria that eat plastics. It's easy to imagine how that might go badly wrong.
It could go badly wrong, but that's why we have clever chemists and clever biologists who work together to limit the badly wrong and really just focus on the benefit. I think when you think about all of this, what I try to do in Chain Reaction is to make people think about chemistry as happening all around them. If they think about this, they can get into the future you're describing, because immediately they start to think, Mark, about there's chemistry there. Probably chemistry can come to our rescue. As I said, chemistry is everywhere, and every single thing is chemistry.
Yeah, and indeed, people thinking about that involves chemistry as well.
Exactly. We don't really know the chemistry of thought, but I'm sure there's some chemistry going on in the proteins that allows us all to have our thoughts.
But this is fun as well. It's not just driving us forward. This is the fun, exciting stuff that makes up the world. And again, this is one thing that I love about your book, is you start off with a fry-up. Absolutely, you know, you had me at the evening's breakfast. So yeah, chemistry's fun,
and people do express it. You know, when someone says we had real chemistry between us, they're talking. Yes. They're talking both literally, right? They are.
Yeah.
Pheromones and hormones.
They've smelt each other.
Yes, but they're also talking about this metaphor that is just that it rings true because it is true, and to reduce it, I think the thing that people say is that it reduces it to less, and being a human is somehow better than chemistry. But actually, being a human, the fact that life is chemistry is amazing.
Well, I think the bonds were pretty good. I don't know whether they were covalent, ionic, but anyway, thank you to all of my guests, Ijoma Uchebu, Kit Chapman, and Mark Miodownik. Ijoma Uchebu's Chain Reaction is out now, The Art of Alchemy, by Kit Chapman, is published later this week, and you can find Mark Miodownik's 3-part series, Toxic, on BBC Sounds right now. Next week, Naomi Alderman is going to be here to contemplate strange and disorienting worlds. But for now, thank you and goodbye.
Start the Week was presented by Tom Sutcliffe. It was produced by Ruth Watson. The assistant producer is Natalia Fernandez.
Thank you very much for listening. Goodbye.
Arrived late for your favourite programme? Did you know that most smart speakers start the programme again?
Just say, ask BBC Sounds to restart and listen from the beginning. Welcome to the news quiz. Disclaimer. Restart function is not able to restart your entire life or the history of the universe.
Try it for yourself. Just say, ask BBC Sounds to restart.
And now it's Cafe Hope with Rachel Burton.
Hello, welcome to another week here at Cafe Hope. Now, if you've not been here before, I'm Rachel Burton, and this is my corner of Radio 4 to celebrate the best of humans doing extraordinary things for one another. While the rest of us are caught up in the day-to-day, whether that's coffee making, kids or commuting, our visitors are on a different mission, sacrificing their own time, energy and resources to help others in big and small ways. Our story today focuses on someone who has turned his own passion into a tool for supporting some of our most disadvantaged young people through education, music and his own life experience. So I will fire up the coffee machine and make some space for him now. Hello, Bishma Azari. Come on in. Welcome to Cafe Hope.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, good. Thank you. Can I offer you some refreshment? Tea, coffee, anything else to nourish you?
Yes, please. I'll take an Americano.
Perfect. I can get that sorted for you. And while I do that, I hope you can enjoy our peaceful, relatively calm environment here, because I know you spend a lot of time in music studios and schools. So I hope this feels like a bit of respite.
Yes, thank you very much. To be honest, I spend a lot of time in coffee shops as well.
Well, the best ideas come from places like this. And we're going to come to a critical moment in your life, which was around a table in a coffee shop as well, a little bit later. But I think, first of all, let's understand a bit more about you, Bishma, and in particular, why music, words, and rap specifically have always been important to you.
I run an organisation called Rap Therapy. I'm also a teacher, and I've always used music as a therapeutic tool. I use rap to help express myself and teach kids how to express themselves as well.
A lot of people who perhaps don't know much about rap music will associate it with gang activity, with uncomfortable ideas, attitudes. Tell our Cafe Hope visitors here how it can be different to that, how it can be life-affirming.
The thing is, rap actually stands for rhythm and poetry. And rap is just a derivative of poetry. So when we think about the connotations that are linked to rap, it usually is negative. You've got people that are misogynistic, you've got people that are violent. However, this doesn't need to be the only avenue for rap. Where we consider rap, especially at Rap Therapy, we do things where we tell children that they're not allowed to swear, they're not allowed to degrade any race, religion or gender. They have to follow these rules because there's always two ways to say the same thing.
What were your own teenage years like? How did you navigate those?
I knew a lot of the people that were doing a lot of bad things, but my parents would always keep me on the straight and narrow. They'll always give me advice on the people who I should not hang out with. They'll always guide me and say to me, well, you're really good at this, so you might be good at music. How about you try and do something musical? And I think sometimes you're in a specific area, specific location, you're with your friends, but it was important for me, at least, to understand that I need to separate myself from people that might be doing the wrong thing. So, for example, if two people said, let's go and steal from the shop, I would find a way to get out of that. Nope, it's time for me to go home. And I think that's something that with Rap Therapy, we try to push this way of thinking into young people so that they're not just followers, they're leaders.
Tell me about your first time making music then, when it went from perhaps stuff you were doing at home alone in your bedroom to something where you were getting it out in front of other people.
So I started music in church. I went to a church in Brixton and I was in a little group. It was called Liberty Eagles. So it was me, my friend and my brother and another person as well. And we used to get together, make songs and then go and perform them in front of church. And it was from there that we got invited to places like Notting Hill Carnival, BBC Radio, loads of different places to also perform and talk about our music.
The key thing was that although you were taking a different route to some of your contemporaries, you were also writing and performing about life as you saw it growing up in your part of London.
Yeah, at a young age, I was in the school playground rapping. In my school, rap was actually banned because of the negative connotations that are linked to rap. And I used to spend a lot of time in detention because I was writing raps in class or I was rapping in the playground. And in detention, I'd end up writing more raps and I'd get in trouble in detention. But there was one specific time where I was writing a rap about my life, and then I went to the playground and I performed this rap. And a teacher heard what I was saying. He said, "I'm not going to give you a detention, but the catch here is that I want you to perform your rap at my assembly." So I then had to rap it in front of the entire assembly, and I think that's where it really kicked off for me in school. Loads of people would come up to me and have conversations with me about, wow, that was so cool.
So you immediately saw the power of performance, of speaking in a language that other young people found accessible.
Exactly. And the content which I was rapping, it wasn't negative. It was talking about the environment. It was talking about how people need to change. It was talking about just overall how people need to think before they make specific decisions.
You clearly always had an ability with words, because you did then go on to become an English teacher. But actually there was another element to your teaching ambitions. And let's go back to that cafe moment then, where you're sitting across a table, I think with your brother, who's obviously been a key part of this whole project in a way. And what was it he said to you?
So my brother's name is Jovas, and I said to him, I really want to start some sort of business, but I'm not sure what business I want to start. And he said to me, you have to write down 5 ideas. If you write down the 5 ideas by the time I've finished my sandwich, I'll help you. He's eating the sandwich really, really fast, and I'm writing down these ideas. Build a studio, manage artists. But the one that really stood out to me was help young people learn how to express themselves positively through rap. And he decided, like, there's so many children with so many different views on life, so many different needs. How can we narrow this down? So I said, let's target a school in Croydon, which is very well known for being quite notorious when it comes to gang violence. And the school allowed me to work with 4 young people. They were all on the verge of managed move, constantly being suspended, permanent exclusion. But through rap therapy, we were able to change their behavior and way of thinking.
Well, this is amazing. So you saw the impact almost immediately. Tell us about what you did in those early sessions.
Those early sessions are still things that we do to this day, and they'll consist of things like writing about a specific emotion, but they're not allowed to mention that emotion. So they might write a rap about being angry, but they're not allowed to mention the word angry. And the idea behind it is they have to decipher what that feeling actually feels like. A lot of the time, they just know that they feel angry, but it's really hard for them sometimes to explain what that anger feels like. They just know the word. So we try to get them to write these raps about these emotions without explicitly mentioning emotions. And there's 2 other things that we do. So a lot of these young people that we work with, regardless if they're deemed as naughty in school or amazing in school, young people often struggle to work with one another. And we run a game called Rhyme Time, and that's where there'll be a word on the board and the children have to work together in a group to try and write as many words that rhyme with the word that's on the board. And the reason we do that is because in general there's a lot of pressure in life, but this game teaches them to be calm, work together as a team and try to get as many words as they can. But just going back to those 4 young people, we also had them record a song where they'd write about who they are, they'd write about being positive. And this is something that was really important for those young people, because often they have no sense of completion. So they'll do something, but they'll stop it halfway through.
And can you give us an example of the kinds of words, expressions, phrases these kids were coming up with then?
So they might write 16 lines on anger. They might use words like red or steam or boiling. And these things allow them to be able to actually think, well, what do I feel when I feel angry? I feel red. It sounds weird, you can't feel red, but for children, they can feel red. I feel boiling, I feel shaking. So these are the type of things that they would put in their raps.
Seeing that almost immediate effect, then rap therapy really took off. So just tell us now where you're at with it. How long has it been going and how many schools do you work with?
Yeah, so we've been running since 2018 officially, and we've worked with over 18,000 young people. We've provided jobs for some of these young people. We've turned up to court cases for some of these young people and spoken on their behalf. We've repaired relationships between parents and children by having conversations with the parent and child. We've had restoratives between teacher and child. We've worked with young people as well who have been out of school and been able to help them reintegrate into school. And children who have been put in pupil referral units, and the pupil referral unit has seen a complete 360 in their behaviour and attitude.
What have they said back to you about how this has helped?
The children say that this is the best thing that's ever happened to them. We've had children tell us we're like a father figure to them, that you guys are the only people that I can speak to that actually understand. And I think the reason for that as well is when we pick our presenters, we really think about who we put into schools. These are people who understand music but also understand life and have gone through similar situations that a lot of these young people have gone through.
How do you fund rap therapy?
Schools will pay for our workshops, and I work with my brother for the funding element of things. He has a business called ARC Group, and they help people like rap therapy, community companies try to attain funding. We work with some of the bigger funders as well, so the Phoenix Way, Youth Music. These guys are really pinnacle because they allow us to impact young people, subsidize workshops. And it's not that we are funding dependent, because schools have elements of funding that are linked directly to mental health that we can use, but the funding allows us to get a bigger reach.
You essentially do rap therapy on top of your day job.
Yeah, so I run it in conjunction with my day job. On a Monday, when I'm off, I will go into schools. Tuesday to Friday, we've got other presenters that work with young people.
You've been focused on London, that's where you come from. Could you see this moving outside the capital?
Yes, so we get a lot of inquiries from Manchester and Birmingham, and we're starting to branch out to those areas as well. We work in London, Surrey, we've worked in Cambridge before as well.
And is there any one story, one individual in particular who really comes back to you when you think about the good that you have done?
Yeah, we went to a school to do a rap therapy session. This rap therapy session was a focus on GCSE English and A Christmas Carol. And this young person did not want to be a part of the workshops. And as the day went on, he started to realize this is actually okay. By the end of the workshop, literally his whole entire year group were standing up rapping his song along with him. And just from that, he came over to our music studio. He made a couple of songs, and he's doing really well for himself. We also have him sometimes going into schools, doing some workshops with some of the youngest that we work with, which is year 3 and year 4 as well.
That must have been proper hairs on the back of your neck, tingling when that moment happened.
It was, but it's so funny because there's so many times where young people will tell us they don't want to do this, and by the end of the session, they are the best rappers in the room, and they end up being our star students, where we give them some rap therapy merchandise as well.
That's such a great story, and I'm really, really glad that we've got you along to our cafe today, Bishma. Thank you so much for taking the time, and look, it sounds like you have big plans anyway, so good luck with everything that comes next for rap therapy.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me as well.
Oh, it's a pleasure. How was the Americano?
It was sensational.
Another happy customer here at the cafe. We do, of course, love positive feedback. Karen emailed us to say it was so inspiring listening to your conversation with amazing Nuala. She's been creating autism-friendly spaces in her community in Ullapool in the Highlands. Karen said thank you to Cafe Hope for providing the opportunity to listen to some inspiring guests. Well, good news, with plenty more of those for you to enjoy if you listen back. Just search for us on BBC Sound, and if you want to get in touch, the email is cafehope@bbc.co.uk or our WhatsApp number 0330 678 4727. And I'll see you again soon.
Cafe Hope was presented by... You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz longwave. The BBC will end broadcasts of Radio 4 on longwave later this year, but you can continue to listen in many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds.
Radio 4 is also available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, or via FM radio on 92 to 95 megahertz and 103 to 105 megahertz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say Play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
BBC News at 10 o'clock. A study has warned that the health of people in the UK is going backwards and says healthy life expectancy has fallen by an average of 2 years over the last decade. A report by the Health Foundation suggests that those in more affluent areas in the UK can live up to 20 years longer in good health compared to more deprived areas. The government said it was taking steps to tackle health inequalities. Daniel Law from the think tank says the difference is stark.
A woman living in Richmond-upon-Thames might expect to live 70 years in good health, whereas a woman in Hartlepool, that might only be 51 years. So it's really different. And, you know, this is linked to the fact that our health is determined by a lot of other factors. So poverty, clean air, the food that we eat, tobacco, alcohol, drugs, inadequate or poor quality housing. All these things contribute to the health of the nation.
The King and Queen are due to arrive in Washington on a 4-day state visit to the US, despite an attempt by gunmen to storm a gala dinner attended by President Trump on Saturday. Ministers hope the trip will improve relations between the two countries. A 31-year-old man, Paul Allen, is due to appear in court later, suspected of attempting to storm the White House Correspondents' Dinner at the weekend. He faces charges including using a firearm during a violent crime. More than 4,500 claimants are suing a major chicken producer and a water company for allegedly polluting the rivers Wye, Lugg and Usk. The case has its first hearing at the High Court today. Avara Foods said the claims were not supported by scientific evidence, while Welsh Water called the accusations misguided. A group which represents conservation charities is warning that fishing gear and underwater noise caused by human activity in the North Sea is threatening populations of whales, dolphins and porpoises. The Wildlife Trusts are calling for more to be done to protect the animals. BBC News.
Suffragette wasn't a word in my lexicon before today, but this afternoon Great Lives told us why it should be. And we should all know a little bit more about the fantastic and formidable Edith Garrett. At just 4'11", the Edwardian self-defence instructor was hugely ahead of her time, teaching suffragettes Japanese martial arts to defend themselves at protests. That's at 3 o'clock. Now, though, with some mean moves of her own, it's Woman's Hour with Nuala McGovern.
Hello and welcome to the programme. Well, we are following the money as it relates to women in a couple of our stories today. The Times has analysed new health funding and said men's health is getting a lot more than women's. We're going to hear what they found. Also, the government is putting approximately £30 million towards the UK's gaming industry. But with women so underrepresented in that workforce, how can they hope to get a fair shake at accessing some of that money? And I'd like to know what's in your wardrobe that is see-through, and are you still wearing it? Sheer fabric is back on the catwalks and also on the high street. Maybe you wore sheer in the past. Is that item back in rotation? Or do you put an age limit on more revealing material? Well, I have a cream sheer shirt on today, but quite tame. It's with a black vest top on underneath. Once upon a time, perhaps that would have been just a bra, but thought that was maybe too much for 10 a.m. in the morning. How about you? You can text the programme. The number is 84844. On social media, we're at BBC Woman's Hour, or you can email us through our website. For a WhatsApp message or a voice note, the number is 03700 100 444. Do get in touch. We're going to talk all about it a little bit later. But I want to begin with this headline in the Times newspaper today. Men's health to get 60% more EU funding than women's. The journalist Rosie Taylor, their health editor Eleanor Hayward, compared the women's health strategy published by the government earlier this month with the men's health strategy that was launched last November. Rosie Taylor is an independent investigative journalist reporting on women's health in the UK who worked on this for the Times. She joins me. Good morning. Good to have you with
us, Rosie. Tell me a little bit about how you got to that headline statistic, 60% more new funding for the men's health strategy compared to the women's strategy.
Good morning, Neela. Thanks for having me on. So it's an interesting one because when the women's health strategy, the renewed women's health strategy, I should say, because there was a version of its own released under the Conservatives in 2022. But earlier this month, Health Secretary Wes Streeting launched the renewed version and basically said that it needed to be renewed and updated because the previous strategy had, and I quote him on this, had nothing like the means to deliver lasting change. So from that, you would assume that this new strategy had more means, therefore basically more money, more funding, and was going to be able to deliver the changes to promise. And there's loads of great rhetoric in there about recognising the problems that women have faced for so long, how we live more years in poor health, how research is decades behind in women's health compared to men's health, and recognising that women face medical misogyny and gaslighting was the Streeting's words that he used. Every day when we're trying to access healthcare, and this new renewed women's health strategy was supposed to tackle that, which is great. I think all of those things we should be grateful in a way. We should be happy that the government has acknowledged that these are problems. But someone just didn't add up to me, and that there didn't seem to be any headline figures coming out of it saying this is how we're going to fund those changes. So I went back through the women's health strategy and just pulled out everything in there that was a new investment targeted at tackling issues facing women's health. And I did exactly the same with the men's health strategy. And what I found, and working with my colleague Eleanor at the time, is that the men's health strategy was committed £8 million of new funding, whereas the women's health strategy had been committed £5 million of new funding. So essentially, the men's health strategy was getting 60% more.
So what are they spending that £5 million or £8 million on, as you see as those costs?
Well, it's also interesting when you break down what that funding is actually for. So with the men's funding, that £8 million includes £6.9 million worth of new investment. £6.6 million. I saw on this, £6.6 million of new investment in suicide and mental health schemes. So suicide prevention and mental health, specifically for men. And that's hugely important. We know that suicide is the biggest killer of men under 50. But there's nothing for mental health funding in the women's health strategy, for example, and despite the fact we know that suicide is also the biggest killer of new mums in the year after childbirth. And men are also getting various other bits of funding. There's £1 million specifically targeted at coal miners who might have lung diseases. There's £200,000 for drug and alcohol intervention specifically targeted at older men. Whereas in the women's strategy, there's £5 million that is being distributed across all NHS trusts to help improve maternity care. But that basically works out as about just over £40,000 per trust for the maternity department, so equivalent to essentially one midwife salary per trust.
Was it earmarked for anything specifically, or?
That's targeted at trying to roll out a new package of care aimed at saving mothers' lives.
That's some of the issues that we've raised on this program before.
We know that's a huge issue. There's also £1 million for period education in schools, which again, it's great that there's an acknowledgement that this is an issue that needs addressing. But £1 million doesn't go very far. That works out as less than £300 for every state secondary school in the country, in England, which, if you're lucky, that's kind of 2 hours of workshops per school per year. So it's actually nothing, but is it a huge investment that is going to be fundamentally make massive differences in women's health? I don't know. I think it's worth holding up a spotlight and questioning.
We did contact the Department of Health earlier this morning. We haven't had a statement back from them yet, but I know they did send a statement to the Times. This is from the Department of Health and Social Care that said the analysis is incorrect. It's based on a false premise, total false premise. It selectively omits important investment in both men and women's health. It not only ignores the broader landscape of record NHS investment, but also excludes new spending, including crucial funding to tackle health issues faced by both sexes. It alongside targeted interventions in maternity services, domestic violence and cancers that affect men or women, and that only affect men or women for specific cancers. Improving health outcomes for both women and men is a priority for this government. We're proud to have published strategies for both.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting response. I think it's very telling that although that response suggests that we have selectively excluded important investment, it doesn't detail what that important investment is. I mean, we have certainly pulled out everything that is gender specific, everything that is a new investment. There's lots of figures thrown around in both strategies that are in many cases old or existing investments into schemes that actually benefit both sexes, as they say, but we already know that women's healthcare is so compelling.
So let's talk about some of those larger numbers, the overall amounts for the men's and women's health strategies. We were talking about new figures there, just for everybody who's keeping up with us with these various numbers. You talk about 60% more new funding for men than women. We talked about the pots of 5 and 8 million women versus men. But on the larger point, men's strategy was allocated, according to the figures, £79 million, and the women's health strategy, £72 million.
Yeah, that's what we found. So if you look at gender-specific investments, the men's health strategy, including new and existing funding, is around £79 million, and the women's at £72 million. So it's about 10% less for women.
Sorry, go ahead, Rosie.
Yeah, and, you know, I think the important point to make here is that obviously nobody is saying that investment in men's health is unimportant. They absolutely do need targeted investment in gender-specific health conditions. But we know that women's health is so far behind that even if men and women were getting equal investment, women's health would be behind. It wouldn't be an equitable situation.
I understand. So you're saying it should be whatever percentage. I don't know if you've come up with that yet. But ahead of the investment in the men's health strategy when it comes to new funding. You know, you mentioned the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, Wes Streeting. He was on Women's Hour just the week before last. And he stressed to us his commitment to women's health. He reiterated how much it mattered to him personally. He even spoke about personal experiences that he'd witnessed in his own family and how that had shaped his vision for change. Do you see elements of that wider strategy that will help combat medical misogyny now that they are acknowledging it, even though it's been a concern for so long? I'm just wondering how you're seeing the full picture, because there's definitely more words like gaslighting, medical misogyny said about women's health, which wasn't said previously, and how it kind of stacks up with actual figures.
I mean, I think on the one hand, it is an amazing step forward that we have a health secretary who is coming on Women's Summit and who is acknowledging that women have not been listened to and that there needs to be more investment in women's health. But it's difficult to tally that with the actual investment that has been made. And obviously, the NHS is stretched in all their options, and choices have to be made about where that funding goes, and it's a very difficult choice to make. But I think it's great that we are acknowledging that there is an issue that women's health is so far behind. The UK has one of the biggest gender health gaps in the developed world, and it's something that needs to be addressed. You know, I think it's great that they came on the programme and acknowledged this, but it has to be backed up by the funding to make changes. Otherwise, this is just going to be another strategy, and maybe it will get renewed by a different government in a few more years' time, and still be seen any of those changes because there just isn't the backing to make those changes.
Journalist Rosie Taylor joining me this morning, who, with the Times Health editor Eleanor Hayward, has done the analysis of funding when it comes to the women's health strategy compared to the men's. That story in the Times newspaper today. Thanks so much. Now, I want to turn to gaming. The government hopes funding the UK game industry to the tune of £30 million will mean that there'll soon more British success stories like Grand Theft Auto or Tomb Raider revving up the economy. But where do women figure when it comes to accessing some of that money to develop games? Well, women make nearly half of all gamers. I learned that a number of months ago here on Women's Hour. Yes, all those games, Sudoku, crosswords, that's all gaming. But they represent only about a quarter of the workforce, and there's very few that are in leadership positions. So what's standing in the way of a more level playing field when it comes particularly to accessing that cash? And that'll meet my guests. I have Mary-Claire Isma, CEO of Women in Games, and Kirsty Rigdon, CEO of Future Lab Studios and Department Chair of the UK Video Games Council. Good morning to both of you. Good to have you. But Mary-Claire, let me start with the funding. Your thoughts on approximately 30 million? Sounds like a lot. Does it do enough?
It could do enough, let's put it that way. It's great to see that level of investment, but you have to look at how it's designed to deliver. The games industry is one of the most successful parts of the creative economy, contributing over 7 billion annually, sitting alongside film and TV as a major global export sector. However, unlike film and television, where diversity reporting, public funding frameworks and targeted interventions are more established, the game sector has historically had less structured public intervention around inclusion and talent development. So this creates a gap, a high-growth, high-value industry that is not yet fully leveraging the breadth of available talent. Now, you just mentioned some of these statistics, and this gap, which I call a funnel, looks like this. 50% of players are women and girls, approximately 25% of the workforce is female, around 16% in leadership, and at the most senior levels can be closer to 10%. And currently, only 2 to 5% of investment goes to women-led studios. So girls are equally active players and present at entry level, but are progressively filtered out at each stage of the pipeline.
Sorry to interrupt you, but why do you think that is? I'm just curious of how it changes from 25 to 16 or 16 to 10, and only 2% of the funding.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's complicated. I'm trying to simplify it, but it's complicated. I mean, women have actually built an entire language to describe these barriers: the sticky floor, the glass walls, the broken rim, the glass ceiling. And they describe moments and together reveal a pattern. So it starts in many places. It starts when women enter, and then as they move up. I think, obviously, historically, the industry has been male. And I think there is a sense that it's hanging on to its history, and it's not changing. And this includes these funding. So the funding is well, I'm going to put it this way. Like BAFTA, for instance, has agreed systemic barriers and visibility gaps. So they've set a target of 50% membership. Things like this are things that are not really happening in the sector.
It's interesting. I read the press release that came in relation to this particular funding from the DCMS, and I think there were 6 men quoted in the press release, 2 of them called Nick, and so I was thinking more Nicks than women in that particular press release. But Kirsty, let me bring you in here. I mean, the broken run, that is actually a new term for me, but you are running a gaming company, incredibly successful, deputy chair of the UK Video Games Council, an industry-led advisory board informing the government. And I'm wondering also the UK Video Games Council, as you mentioned, and Future Lab, the CEO of that studio. You have obviously managed to avoid that broken run on the ladder, and I'm wondering how you see this funding and some of the points that Mary-Claire brings up of how it could be rectified. Is it a target, like something like the BAFTAs have done?
Personally, I don't really like targeted approaches. I hate feeling like a token, and I would never want anyone else to feel like a token. So we're going to disagree on that. What I think it does do, it opens up barriers to all types of people to be able to create different types of games, because creating a game is expensive, and you typically need someone external to give you the money in order to create the game. And they want to de-risk their investment
the more you can show of a game, the more likely you are to get funding. So through giving smaller studios the opportunity to create something, it's levelling the playing field, because so many different types of people will be able to create different prototypes to a higher standard than they would perhaps be able to without this funding, and then hopefully they'll have a better chance of being able to do the same too.
Because the funding is going to be in three different levels, basically a smaller entry level and then going up depending how big the company is. But a lot of these companies that women are running could be perhaps too small at times to even qualify. I'm just wondering how you see this.
The smallest track is for new talent, so it's 20k. So I believe that anyone who meets the basic criteria for that can apply and get it. So there are three tranches of funding to help different companies at different stages in their life cycle. So there is a smaller track of 20k that anyone can apply for.
Yes, and I imagine you have to be registered as a business before you can apply, PAYE, have a certain setup, I suppose, and maybe not just the individual that is trying to do it. All right, Cara, any thoughts on that, on how the tranches of funding are and whether they help women? Perhaps, as Kirsty says, if it's small, they may be in with a chance.
Well, in principle it's open, so I agree on that, but in practice there are barriers. You need to be a registered company, you need PAYE set up, you need to show growth plans, and often you need much funding as you go through these tiers. And I think the reality is most people don't start that way. They start as freelancers, some traders, very small teams, 2 or 3 people doing everything. And, if funding requires you to already operate like a form of business, I think that's where you're effectively excluding people before they've even had a chance to get started. At the same time, I am going to go back to this. There are no specific gender targets or incentives, and very limited data exists at the moment on who is actually receiving the funding. This is previous funding for the Games Fund. So in a sector where inequality is already well documented, that raises the question of whether this growth is being distributed evenly, or whether it's simply reinforcing the patterns we already see.
I'd be curious, Kirsty, did you ever come up against discrimination trying to get funding or finding it tougher? I know I've often heard from women-owned businesses in whatever industry that they find it harder to get investment. We got what was now, previously it was called the Prototype Fund. We got it 4 times. It's not my lived experience that I have had an issue getting funding. I think part of the problem with the data is that there aren't so many women-led businesses, and therefore naturally the percentage getting funding through it is going to be smaller. But I mean, I wouldn't also argue women are very capable of setting up a business, of setting up PAYE. I mean, I don't feel like that is a barrier for them.
What about that, Michael? Kind of a symptom and a cause? The fact there aren't that many women there to begin with, but that's...
I don't think there are. I mean, we have a very large network and community. We have ambassadors, 2,600 ambassadors in over 100 countries in the world. I know that women are clever and talented and they can set up those things. But is that what you want to set up, or whether you want to try and test something? I have been thinking about the BFI and TV funding, so for early stage ideas of experimentation and new voices. By contrast, the Games Fund does primarily seem to be around this business readiness and commercial scaling. What I do feel is that if some of this funding was for more experimental work, to allow people, to allow more voices, to allow more diverse voices to come in, and I think that would really, really help because supporting experimentation and creative risk, that helps to unlock innovation, and I think would broaden access to the sector.
Let me throw that over to you, Kirsty. What about that? Do you think there's enough space or room for innovation and experimentation in those really early stages?
I think that is the best time for experimentation.
But do you think the structures are set up, or the infrastructure, I suppose, within the industry to allow that? again, I can only talk from my lived experience, but I felt that. I mean, it was hard. It was really hard. Honestly, I think the biggest barrier to getting women into games is the perception of games amongst parents, teachers, the wider public, government. I do think there is a perception that games are for children or they're made by men only, and they're absolutely not. They're also made by perimenopausal women of mothers of two. So I think this perception has to change. I think we have to show that anyone can make games. There's so many different types of careers within games, and we should really be promoting them from primary school age and telling parents and teachers and politicians in the wider world that it can be very well paid, it's highly skilled. I have found it to be a very supportive community because everyone loves games and they just want people to make more of them.
I have to ask about your game. Lots of people will be very familiar with it. Power Wash Simulator. The original, which sold more than 17 million copies. The sequel released last year, nominated for 2 BAFTA Games Awards. And it has, in simple terms, pairs power clean items.
A stereotype. A woman created a game about cleaning.
But men are loving it too.
You know what? It's all demographics, because I think ultimately everyone is tired at some point in their life, and it's really good for like mindfulness and just chilling out too.
How did you come up with it? I'm just getting into the head of a games developer, and I'm just wondering about that experimentation, like what the catalyst is for such an idea.
I was power washing my patio, but this is fun, and then I was chatting to someone about it, and they said, there's an online community where people just post videos of themselves power washing, and so I got to that and I found it a real de-stressor, and I thought this would be a good game.
But could you have ever imagined the success?
I know I should probably say no.
No,
I genuinely thought, if this isn't successful, then I do not understand video games. And I'm very well prepared to admit that I didn't understand video games, but turns out I did, and I don't have to reevaluate my life choices.
Is this something, Michael, to be learned from Kirsty's story? Oh, God, absolutely.
I think in particular for women coming in.
No, I think it's a fantastic story, and I think one of the things that it shows is that, you can find something, you can have a great idea, and then you can just really go for it and get it to work. And I think that the way that Kirsty's just described how she found the idea, I think is really wonderful. Yeah, I think it's women and anyone creative in the industry can make these successes if they're supported, if they're fully supported.
Okay, before I let you go, a quick pitch to the parents that are listening to let them know that gaming is a way forward and a career for their boys. Mary Claire.
Oh, God. That's a hard one. It's a hard one. It is a career. It is a career for everyone, and that includes girls.
Kirsty. Yeah. I mean, absolutely. The best games are going to be made by people with lots of different life experiences and lots of different interests. And I would also say you don't have to be what is considered an avatar. I'm not queuing up at midnight to buy the latest copy of anything. But just to enjoy play, understand people, and have a passion in art or animation or programming or project management. There's so many, or marketing, intellectual property law. There's so many different jobs in the games industry that people do not realise. It is not all boys programming. That is a small section of it. And like I say, it's well paid. You get to travel. You can wear what you want. And in my experience, everyone is very nice. And I think I've had a good experience.
And if you're doing something that you find really fun,
power washing or whatever, it could be the next big thing. Bringing joy to people. Everyone loves to play. This is digital play.
Kirsty Rigdon, CEO of Future Lab Studios and Department Chair of the UK Video Games Council. Also, Mary Claire Iserman, CEO of Women in Games. Thanks so much to both of you. And if you love the chat about gaming, do listen back to our Women Girl special on Women in Gaming. That was 27th July 2025, which you can find on BBC Science. Now, one of the 59,000 people
Running the London Marathon yesterday was the BBC broadcaster Sophie Rayworth. Her running journey only began just before she turned 40, but has now taken her all around the world, from Sydney to New York and the Sahara Desert, completing 20 marathons and 10 ultra-marathons. What a woman. On Friday, she spoke to Anita about how she got started.
My body is so much stronger than my mind lets me believe. And I think that is so true, particularly for women in their 40s and 50s. People like me now, I'm 57, I'm 58 in a couple of weeks. And I think we can all do so much more than we believe. And I still, to this day, I push myself a little bit more because I think I can. And I think it's my head often that tells me that I can't do it.
Yeah.
And my body actually can.
What is it about your psychology that can just keep going and push you?
I've learned that I can, and it's a really empowering thing. I've got stronger and stronger in my 40s and 50s, and this is not, I am not a spectacular runner. I am nothing, I'm not a sort of Olympian or, could have been. I literally am not. A lot of people could do what I'm doing. And I have just really slowly, step by step, bit by bit, I've chipped away at it. And I've got stronger and stronger. And there is something incredibly empowering about feeling yourself getting stronger, not just physically, but also mentally, because learning to run long distances teaches you resilience.
Yeah.
Teaches you, in a marathon you have your highs, you have your deep lows, but you've got to get through it and get to the end. And I think it is, I feel very empowered by it. As a woman, almost 58, I'm stronger now than I've ever been. I'm definitely as fit as I was when I was 42, and I can run faster than I could when I was 42.
Well, that's interesting. So your marathon times are getting faster, is that right?
They definitely got, I don't know what's going to happen in London, we'll find out, but they got faster over 10 years. So I started at 42, my fastest times were when I was in my early 50s.
Brilliant. Amazing. What a sense of, like you say, particularly as we get older as women, to feel strong in your body and know that you can do that.
It's also about, for me, it's about future-proofing, and I want to stay strong so that when I'm in my 70s and 80s, I can get out of a chair, I can stride over the hills, I can go for long walks, I can maybe run. I hope I'm still running. I've got friends who are in their 70s. There's a woman I train with now in the gym who's 83, with dumbbells and, with the sort of kettlebells and everything. And I think you've just got to keep moving. I listened to that interview on Friday. I have to say I found it incredibly inspiring. She did run the London Marathon in a time of 3:36:35, her fastest marathon in 5 years. So congratulations, Sophie, that's wonderful. And as I mentioned, it's Friday's interview, so you can find that on BBC Sounds if you would like to hear the whole interview. Well done to everybody who ran. I did go down to see them yesterday morning. Very inspiring. Now, talk about sheer fabrics. Here's a message that came in on sheer fabrics. As a hopefully well-meaning man, supportive of feminism and equal rights, husband to a wonderful wife and father to a teenage girl, I'll admit I'm slightly bewildered about what the correct response is meant to be to sheer. Admire, ignore, notice, but instantly pretend I haven't. I suspect many men are trying to strike the right balance, but it's not always obvious where that balance sits. If fashion is changing how bodies are presented, how are the expectations of those observing, particularly men, changing too? From a well-meaning but mildly confused listener. Yeah, sheer fabric, see-through fabric. It's on the catwalk, it's on the high street, we're going to talk about it a little bit later. If you've thoughts on it, if you're wearing it or not, or maybe you would like to respond to that mildly confused listener, as he calls himself, please do. 84844 is one way to get in touch. Now, the use of illegal, unregistered children's homes in England has surged by 170% in 5 years. That's according to analysis of Ofsted data in a new report. The new report is called Hidden Children, an investigation into unregistered children's homes. It's published by Commonwealth, written by Public First. You might know that the Care Standards Act of 2000 legally requires all children's homes to be registered with Ofsted, which is the regulatory body for it. But in the worst case scenarios, vulnerable children are being temporarily placed in caravans and Airbnbs at times when Ofsted inspected homes cannot be found. Private companies have been accused of charging local governments exorbitant fees, in some cases £30,000 per week, to look after children in unsuitable settings. Why is this happening?
what are the implications and what can be done? I have two guests joining me. Fraser McLean, Policy and Communications Manager for the charity Commonwealth Housing. Good morning. Also with us, Rebecca Pierre, Deputy Director of the Children's Rights Charity Article 39. Good morning to you too, Rebecca.
Good morning. Thank you for asking me this issue.
Fraser, let me start with you. You commissioned and edited this report. You've been looking at it for quite a while. Maybe we could start with if you could explain the difference between regulated, unregulated and unregistered housing so we can understand what you found.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, thanks very much for having us on. So this report is about unregistered care settings, as you mentioned. So they are illegal because they're unregistered. There's no line of sight, no official oversight. I know that Rebecca's worked on the issue of unregulated homes. So there are some legally allowed unregulated care settings for 16 and 17-year-olds who might be moved out of the care home after their 16th birthday into supported housing, shared housing with adults. There was a debate that I know Rebecca's sort of vocal participant in that says that is actually inappropriate as well. But this report was really our desire to find out more about the hidden sector, the illegal sector.
That have not been registered with us, they're not getting inspection,
no monthly
they're appropriate.
Exactly.
So tell me about the main findings that you found.
Yeah, well, so we're sort of calling them illegal care homes this whole time, but over the last few months, I think it's become pretty clear that they're not really homes, they're makeshift, as you say, they're makeshift settings. They're care staff taking their kids to an Airbnb or a budget hotel room. It might be existing sort of supported housing that is then turned into a sort of, child setting, but it's not really for that. And there's a number of sort of drivers of this that have caused that increase.
And just as we try to visualise the places where these children are, who would be looking after in those homes?
Care staff. So they might be council staff, they might be hired care staff, they won't be DBS checked, but one report we heard of was a very, very, very vulnerable young girl, mid-teens, 2 security guards with DBS checks in a hotel room, and you just sort of think, right, this is a kind of backfoot, last-minute procurement of these settings that mean that you scramble, and the cost becomes astronomical as a result.
But the reason people are scrambling is because there is no other place for that child to go.
Right, or the other places, the legal sector have weighed it up and said no. I mean, I think one of the findings was the children that often end up in these settings are on the acute end of the risk, very, very vulnerable kids, maybe very traumatized, quite complex cases, and there's a shortage of the kind of specialist provision that they would need, and there's a reluctance from the legal sector who have to take on liability, to take on some of the most at-risk kids. They would rather have the vacancy than take on the child who keeps running away from the foster placement.
Why?
Why do they say no? Well, they are they'll take liability for their existing residents. So if they deem that this child might be a danger to themselves and others, and they don't have maybe the staffing in place or the facilities, they are terrified of damaging Ofsted review. They will have to write up, and also there's more private providers that will have some sort of risk threshold as well, right?
But they can say no. They're not obligated.
They're not obligated, and if the state wants to obligate providers, it would have to do something like take on shared liability, but not be on site. And I think it's one issue. And I think one thing that's really important is a lot of these kids, instead of being in the real sort of specialist, really good supported places they're in, that might need a 2 or 3 to 1 staffing ratio, they end up in these very, very, very sort of improvised settings. The outcomes for kids in care are pretty awful, as is well known. There's a lot of homelessness risk when they age out, committing crime or end up with substance issues. They're very unsafe settings sometimes anyway. The idea that the most traumatized or vulnerable or, in a very sympathetic term, challenging cases are in these settings is a great concern.
I mean, it sounds like some of the most vulnerable could be the least supported.
Yeah, in places, yes, because they need the most amount of provision, or they need the sort of most support, and I think what the report shows is that there is a shortage of that provision, and that, we didn't aim for local elections, but with a myriad of new councillors probably coming in the next few weeks, I think local authorities are going to have to get to the grips with who their good providers are and what their challenges are very, very quickly.
I mentioned a figure at the top. I know it's made headlines as well, that it could cost £30,000 a week to care for a child in an unsuitable setting. How could that be?
I think that in a way, I'm almost glad it's sort of intense cost, because if councils were doing this to save money, it would be a really insidious development. I think that kind of incredible cost shows that councils are just that desperate, and the providers now are aware, because the councils already now basically acting unlawfully by being willing to place a child there. So it's a filter on staff, and we're sure they're paying for an Airbnb on a nightly rate. And also a provider, anecdotally, we heard that, a provider can basically say, well, this child we think is at risk of self-harm, so we need another staff member. And then they can just add the cost. And the council is terrified of the breakdown, because then they're back to square one.
So you would be paying for every person who's involved in taking care of the child.
Paying for the whole thing, and there'll be profit taken home there as well. And, 20 grand a week as well, £1 million a year. And that's not unusual. I think the Children's Commissioner, Rachel D'Souza, has done really, really good data transparency stuff on this the last couple of years. I think in the last one that she did, which was maybe 4 or 5 months ago, I think it was 38 cases were per child per year over £1 million.
Just some more details on that report that she published in January found 669 children were in unregistered home on one day in September 2025. That she called out that day and looked at it. Rebecca, let me bring you in here. Were you surprised by what Fraser was saying?
Not at all. We've been sounding the alarm for years. I mean, it's been a perfect storm of increased needs. So we've seen childhood mental health skyrocket, especially since the pandemic. We've seen poverty, which we know increases the risk of children going into care. And so we've also seen what we call contextual safeguarding issues. So that's where even if, parents are able to fully support children in the home, there are outside factors, organised criminal gangs, child sexual exploitation, digital risks and so on, which means risks are higher. And so within all of this, there's been a real soft touch approach from the government. It's a big belief that there's been no criminal convictions whatsoever in relation to these settings.
Well, when you say soft touch, what do you mean?
What I mean by that is the deterrents are simply not there. Ofsted have sent out warning letters, but only a very small percentage, I believe about 6% of those were then responded to. And so, you have these profiteers who are essentially making a mockery of local authorities. They have the monopoly, and nothing's being done.
We do have a number of statements in relation to this. An Ofsted spokesperson said too many children have been placed in unlawful settings where there's risk of harm. The use of placements will stop. Ofsted is working hard to investigate unregistered children's homes and compel them to either register or close. Another from the local government association that I want to read. It says no council wants to place a child in an unregistered setting. However, a lack of appropriate homes means the provision is sometimes not meeting the children's needs. The rising cost of placements also means that less funding is available for earlier support for children and families. Councils need sufficient long-term funding to invest into family health, child protection, child in care and care leaver services, where greater financial oversight of the largest providers is also needed to ensure that profits are invested into supporting children. Now, there's a lot in those two statements, but I suppose one thing strikes me, and I'd be curious for your thoughts on this, Rebecca. There's a difficult choice if today a child with complex needs presents and there is no provider willing to take in that child in a registered setting or an Ofsted regulated placement. The child has to go somewhere, or else, what is it, leave them to fend for themselves?
I think that's a really well-worn argument, and of course directors of children's services are in really difficult situations, but ultimately there are the children who need those settings, and I'm speaking of someone with lived experience of a setting like this, and I can't tell you how intimidating those can be. I think it's really easy for leaders to, sit on the high horse and give these platitudes, but ultimately they need to be investing in homegrown provision that really meets those children's needs. I think a lot of the time when we hear horrific stories like these, people kind of turn the other way and think, oh, that's the care sector, it's expected. But if we were to think about children of the same age and compare it to the education sector, it would be unthinkable that society would allow teenagers in high school to be taught by teachers with criminal convictions, to be taught in a classroom with other unsafe adults, to be taught outside in a caravan with no checks. Of course, that would be horrific, but because it's care, you know, that there is that link of care.
Tell me a little bit more if you are able about your own experience, if you're comfortable.
I'm more than happy doing this, and I think part of the reason is because it's so hidden and out of sight. I'm happy to bring that to light and make this less of a statistic. So I was placed in a hostel which was in the red light district, a very poor town up north with not a lot of kind of support for children and young people at all. There were about 30 residents between the ages of 16 and 25, so you know already you have girls who are in year 11 with men in their mid-20s who have just come out of prison who themselves are vulnerable. The very first thing that anyone said to me when I walked into the hospital was, if you want any green, you know where I am. So, you know, meaning if you want drugs, I'm down the corridor. So, you know, within minutes as a young person offered drugs. I was once in hospital for 4 days, seriously unwell before any staff member even realised that I was gone. And that would just be unthinkable in a children's home that's regulated or foster placement. The other thing I would quickly say is I remember doing my A-levels in the dark because, you know, there's no money to top up the electric meter, which again, it's Victorian, isn't it?
And thank you for sharing that. And so you know what some of these children and young people are going through. I think, Fraser, I mean, what are you recommending?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think, the Children's Commissioner has admitted this herself. There's a transparency problem here, not least because, as Rebecca alluded to, there's a lot of nervousness in local authorities to report this stuff, to report that they are effectively acting unlawfully. So one thing we're asking for is real transparency on it, you know, maybe over a sort of focused period of time.
Is it an amnesty you're looking for?
No, an amnesty is a mandatory reporting of every local authority and what they have to do and how long the placement lasts and why it happened. There in the report are some recommendations about the procurement of care, especially in exceptional circumstances, you know, not having to go through the sequence of getting a paper trail that shows that normal children's homes have rejected you when you know that this special case will require you to go and look for something a little bit more expensive but legal. So building out the shortage of specialist capacity as well, really important. And I think one last recommendation, just because of what's coming next week, is that local candidates get to grips with this really, really quickly, know what the pressures are in their own borough, know what good providers they have, and work with them to increase capacity.
Messages coming in on this. I work for an out-of-hours social work team, weekends and evenings. This report very accurately reflects reality. Sometimes the care staff cannot speak English. The food is all takeaways. There's no activities and educational facilities. Truly, it's a scandalous situation. I've been a social worker for 35 years. The costs are frequently $10,000 a week, and it's appalling care, often in caravans and nasty hotels. I was struck, Fraser, and I don't know whether your recommendations gets into this, but some of the statements I was reading there are for-profit private companies involved in care.
Oh, yeah.
Which, but that is surprising to some.
Yeah, well, the adult social care as well, the dominant sector. Some of the biggest owners of care homes in this country, adult and child, are private equity.
Does your report get into that, or
we've not, and I have not done enough, I think, to say that there's no place for that. But I think one thing that does need to happen is councils can't be subject to just private provision like this. They need to build out some of their own facilities, develop their institutional knowledge on how to do that.
Before we go, Rebecca, last word.
I would say the advocacy is a huge part here. Lots of children and young people are led into these settings and maybe fed the myth that, you know, you're finally going to be independent and not given any instruction as to what the reality is, that they're going to have to fend for themselves 3 meals a day, who they're going to be lived with, what support they will miss out up until the age of 25 if they're not granted, you know, care status. So we really need to be giving children information and empowering them. And the other thing that I would say is that we really need a crackdown on profiteering. It's absolutely not acceptable that in this day and age people, venture capitalists, are profiting off vulnerable children.
And I don't obviously have a response from any of those involved in that particular aspect, but thank you for your thoughts. Rebecca Pierre, Deputy Director of the Children's Rights Charity Article 39, and Fraser McLean, Policy and Communications Manager for the charity Commonweal Housing. Thanks so much. Thank you for... I want to actually read one more statement. This is from the Children's Minister, Josh McAllister, who said, running an unregistered children's home is illegal and wrong. Anyone running a children's home or supported accommodation must be registered with Ofsted or face serious consequences. We're cracking down on the scourge of illegal homes through new laws that give Ofsted the power to issue unlimited fines and shut down illegal homes. That's your messages coming in on 84844. I want to turn to something completely different. You're wearing any sheer clothing this morning. Sheer fashion. Clothing that has a see-through element is having a moment. Fashionistas may have noticed that Nicole Kidman had a black lace on at the premiere of Margot's Got Money Troubles last week. Gwyneth Paltrow in that dress. See-through, looks somewhat as if naked, tunnels all the way down the sides of her body on both sides, from armpit to ankle even. She was at the Oscars last month, and then at New York Fashion Week earlier this year, Naomi Watts wore a black satin slip dress that had this sheer detail along the neckline. All of these women wear shock horror over 50. So what is the appeal of this latest round of sheer fashion, and is there judgment of women of a certain age wearing invisible clothing? I'm joined by Patsy Sinclair, cultural historian. Good morning. Good morning. And also by Deborah Joseph, former editor of Glamour magazine. Good morning.
Good morning.
Great to have both of you with us. Deborah, let me begin with you. Gwyneth Paltrow looked great, I suppose. I even saw her run in that dress. How do you think she wore it?
Well, I mean, if you're going to go on the red carpet and you're maybe promoting a film that you're doing, or you're there for the Oscars, of course you want it to be seen, be beautiful, be talked about. So why wouldn't you wear a dress that is going to maybe raise gasps or get talked about in all the magazines and all the newspapers as it was? And she looked absolutely incredible.
Anita Lisbow is a fashion commentator. I don't know if you saw this comment that she had about Gwyneth's dress. She says, this dress feels like when I wrap a gift and there's not quite enough paper. You know, you left her that little gap, but on both sides. But gets people talking. I mean, what do you think, Cassie? Is it the reaction or an element of showing off strength and muscles that they've been to the gym?
I think there's so much going on here, and it's really difficult to unpick because it feeds into so many different things. I think you're absolutely right that this is about, attention. You know that if you're going to wear something sheer, it's going to grab headlines, and of course, if you're promoting something, then that's good for what you're promoting. But also, I think this can be, depending on context, a sign of, pride in your body and your work. It can be interest in the fashion itself. So I think there's a lot going on here, and this has really long historical roots. We tend to think of this as kind of like a modern phenomenon. We're surprised by it every time it happens. But it happens a lot. It's happened throughout history.
I mean, I was only thinking back to the 90s personally, but give me a trip back further. How long has it been an interest in sheer fabrics?
I mean, it was very potted history, and it's spotty, of course, because of the historical record. But, you can see evidence that in ancient Egypt, people were really interested in very, very, very fine sheer textiles, so fine that you could see the colour of someone's skin and the outline of their body through the fabric. You also see this, there's a very beautiful fine muslin that was created in Bangladesh historically, and this was really popular. It's mentioned by Roman writers, including Petronius, who mentions it rather scathingly. He says that a bride may as well be clothed in a garment of the wind as this muslin dress. But this is really popular. It's very fine, it's very sheer. It's a way of showing off the body and showing the movement of the body. And because it comes from a particular place and was so difficult to make, it was very expensive. And so wearing it was an indication of power and wealth. And you see this cropping up again and again.
So status as well. Here's a commenter. I've always been obsessed with sheer fabric and had an amazing organza fully sheer turquoise dress that I wore to Coachella 10 years ago in my early 30s. I must have given it to the charity shop at some point since then, but I regret it all the time, and I'm always trying to find that or a similar dress. I'd happily wear sheer fabric now, but with a slip or vest underneath. As I mentioned, I kind of did that myself this morning. Cream sheer, but with a black vest underneath. But what about this, Deborah? That it kind of goes in rotation. I think I probably can remember it twice just in my fashion history of being in the wardrobe. This is the third time round.
I mean, totally. For me, it's about 90s fashion. There's been a huge revival, and I remember being an 18-year-old in the Hacienda in Manchester, and the cool outfit to wear was a long black see-through skirt with little hot pants underneath. I don't know if the sheer fabric on top made it more modest. I've no idea, but that's all I wanted, and all the girls that were cool were wearing it. And I remember going to Affleck's Palace to buy that skirt, and I regret it to this day. I wish I could give it to my own daughters. And now, of course, they're wanting to wear sheer fabrics. I've got a 13-year-old. She wanted to wear a lace top from Brandy Melville, and I wouldn't let her buy it, actually, because I was worried that it would attract the wrong attention age 13. So, you know, the conversation around age, it's not just about women over 50. It's for women of all ages that we think, is it appropriate? Is the context appropriate? And she was very annoyed with me for quite a long time about that one.
How interesting. Also, I'm sure she sees a photograph, if there was even such a thing as a camera in a nightclub at that stage.
Yeah, thankfully there wasn't.
Tell me about it. But what about, going back to Gwyneth, like, I saw her running, because she had to go in, I imagine, for an award or something, and she was able to move. And I was wondering, what fabric might they be using to kind of keep everything in place so that your modesty is intact, even though you look naked on both sides? Any ideas?
I mean, we were having a little bit discussion about this before, because we were looking at another example worn by Nicole Kidman, and we were trying to figure out exactly what it was, and we thought it might be something very sheer, possibly knitted, because then that gives you more movement, but equally it could be something like a chiffon, like a woven, a very fine woven fabric. It's really difficult to know without getting in there and putting your hands on it, which I don't think Gwyneth Paltrow would allow, quite rightly so.
Extraordinary as well. It had like leather panelling on it, didn't it?
Yes, Nicole Kidman, that one was beautiful.
Here's more messages coming in. I think that women should wear what they want, whatever makes them feel good. Here's another on sheer fabric. I'm not wearing anything like that. If people want to see more of my skin, then it's dinner and a cocktail first. One more. I've always been obsessed. Oh, yeah, with sheer fabric. We talked about that one from Coachella. But what is it, do you think, that attracts some of my listeners to sheer fabric? Like, why is it not a certain material or the stitching or, I don't know, the craftsmanship, for example? It's the opposite of all that.
Well, not necessarily, because you can get sheer fabrics that really show off the detailing. So, you know, lace, for example. Lace,
that's true. Yeah.
You know, it's all about the detail and the texture and the design and the specific motifs often. And yet, it's revealing the skin underneath. And in the example that we were talking about that Nicole Kidman wore, it's the sheer fabric is a contrast to the specific decoration. And so you do get that kind of that contrast feeling. But I think for a lot of people, it's about fun. It's about grabbing attention, and I think that there's a power to that. Particularly if you are older and you can have that sense of like grabbing the attention in the room, I think there is a power to that.
What do you think, Deborah, about, we had one gentleman who got in touch saying he wasn't sure what to do as a man, whether to look or not like sheer. There's another one here on revealing clothing. My husband has the same problem. Our children's female friends in their 20s often hear most of the arguments for imagination. That's the thing that puts the people involved on their eyes. Me too, actually. But I suppose this has always been the way. It just goes through various phases. Perhaps only now we have older women also taking part in sheer fabric.
Well, I think the advice to any man would be probably keep your eyes to yourself, whether it's sheer fabric or not. So, I think that sheer fabrics, if a woman is wearing a completely transparent skirt with a little G-string, which is what I saw a woman wearing last week. She was in her 20s at a party I went to, and she looked stunning. I didn't stop looking at her bottom all night. I couldn't help it. But presumably she felt comfortable with that because she was wearing that G-string. And as a woman, I think my gaze is a little bit more comfortable than from being a male gaze. But I think there's many ways to wear sheer fabrics where you do feel more modest, whether it's hot pants, whether it's slip underneath, or, quite a big pants. I think there's different ways of doing it if you want to wear sheer fabrics. It doesn't necessarily attract men looking at your not covering your modesty.
And sheer is a big range. You can go from sort of very, really sort of almost opaque to see-through.
Yeah.
Kasia Sinclair, Deborah Joseph, thank you both so much. Do join us again tomorrow on Woman's Hour. Sammy Alpin, the nurse who spends her time creating colourful artwork, will be with us.
Woman's Hour was presented by Nuala McGovern and produced by Sarah Crawley. In a couple of minutes, Jim Al-Khalili continues his journey through the art and literature inspired by the 20th century atomic age. Today, it's all about how our understanding and reflections changed as we learned more about what we didn't know. Writing the Atom is after the news.
I'm James Keith, and I'm on the hunt for antiques, and more importantly, for stories.
You can listen, Sad, even I don't know what's in there.
You didn't know where the conversation would go, who would meet. When I'm out searching for curiosities for my next year's antique store, I tend to get totally caught up in the stories behind the object. But when people get talking about their possessions, it can spin off into all kinds of fascinating directions.
And I just felt like that was my life just gone. But this isn't the end of the story, James.
Go on. Second-hand stories on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds. This Monday to Friday lunchtime at 1:45.
BBC News at 11 o'clock. The King and Queen are due to arrive in Washington later to begin a 4-day state visit to the US. Buckingham Palace confirmed the trip would go ahead, despite a gunman attempting to storm a gala dinner attended by President Trump on Saturday. The White House has insisted the King will be very safe during the visit. Di Davis, who's the former head of Scotland Yard's Royal Protection Command, says any security concerns will be dealt with by the team on the ground.
The hour-by-minute responsibility would be the King's police officer and the Queen's police officer. If they felt things were wrong, they have the power, as experience, to say, no, we are not doing this. Ultimately, they're there to protect the King and Queen and other dignitaries.
A 31-year-old man who was arrested at the White House Correspondents' Dinner is due to appear in court. Cole Allen is charged with assaulting a federal officer and using a firearm during a violent crime. A report has warned that healthy life expectancy in the UK has fallen by an average of 2 years over the last decade. The study by the Health Foundation think tank has found that those in more affluent areas of the country can live up to 20 years longer in good condition compared to those in more deprived areas. The government says it's taking steps to tackle health inequalities. The head of Ukraine's drone forces has told the BBC that they've been instrumental in limiting Russian advances in recent months. Robert Brovdi says his troops have been consistently killing as many soldiers as the Kremlin has been sending to the front lines. Counter-terrorism police investigating a string of attacks on Jewish sites in London say they've arrested a 37-year-old man in Devon. He's suspected of preparing terrorist acts. A total of 26 people have now been detained in connection to the incidents since last month. BBC News.
We're transported to 1856 and the high seas of Gold Rush America here on Radio 4 in 3/4 of an hour. To the Edge of the World is our new book of the week, and it's the true story of Mary Ann Patton, who became, by accident, the world's first female captain of a merchant clipper ship. The author, Tilar J. Matteo, took her research seriously, retracing Mary Ann's journey on an expedition of her own in 2022 to Cape Horn and Antarctica, some of the most treacherous waters in the world. The result is a thrilling tale of adventure, and we set sail on this at midday. Now though, it's the second part of our series looking at how the mighty yet tiny atom has inspired not just scientific discovery, but also art, culture and literature. Here, Jim Al-Khalili explores the terrifying power held within as he explores the nuclear age in Writing the Atom.
Our world may be made of atoms, but it's understood through stories. I'm Jim Al-Khalili, and this is Writing the Atom. As a theoretical physicist, I'm trained to make sense of the universe through the language of mathematics. But as a science communicator, I also know the value of metaphors and imagery that can bring to life our theories and equations, translating them into stories that capture the imagination, turning the inconceivable and the obscure into the familiar. In this series, we're charting the history of our knowledge about the atom, how we've described and understood these building blocks of matter, exploring the impact this has had on society and culture over time. Last episode, we followed the story of the atom from the seed of an idea right up to the brink of its discovery. And we charted its history through the philosophers and writers who mused and theorized about its nature. But this time, I want to understand what happened after its existence was confirmed. How did our understanding of the atom change throughout the 20th century? And what did we do with that knowledge? Despite the many fantastic advances in engineering and technology of the 19th century, its last decade saw the groundwork being laid for the greatest revolution science had ever seen, one that would utterly transform the way we understood our world. At its heart were a number of laboratory results that revealed a gaping hole in our knowledge of the building blocks of matter. As the 20th century dawned, almost everything we thought we knew about atoms had to be abandoned. Many scientists were understandably reluctant to embrace this new knowledge, but clinging to outmoded ideas quickly became untenable. One of the major upheavals wasn't so much whether atoms were real, but rather that the idea of an atom as uncuttable, as the smallest unit of matter possible, was called into question.
We think about the atom as a kind of block. We did 100+ years ago, and you kind of envision it as solid and as stable. And the great developments of these physicists in the early 20th century were to recognize that atoms are not unmoving, solid, stable blocks, but rather full of all kinds of energy, and they themselves have effects to create radical change in matter.
And according to Frank Close, Emeritus Professor of Theoretical Physics at the University of Oxford, this began with the discovery of the X-ray.
Yes, the discovery of X-rays in 1895, I think, is perhaps the moment when what we might call modern physics or atomic physics began, though at that time it wasn't realized it was so profound. Certainly the ability of these mysterious rays to cast shadows of broken bones was immediately recognized as a wonderful tool for medicine to use, and it was being used within several months to that end. But what they were, nobody knew, and indeed they were called X for the unknown.
And these mysterious invisible rays discovered by Wilhelm Röntgen both excited and perplexed physicists at the time.
In Paris, Henri Becquerel was at a meeting at the beginning of 1896 where the first images of X-rays were being shown, and it naturally astounded the scientists who were at that meeting.
Eager to uncover the source of these rays, Becquerel devised an experiment to test whether uranium emitted X-rays after being exposed to the sun.
The problem was this was January, February time in Paris, and it was terribly bad weather. In fact, I think the sun didn't shine for several weeks, and so Becquerel wasn't able to get the experiment started.
So instead, the uranium remained tucked away in the dark.
The uranium salts had been stored in a drawer next to some photographic plates, and he took the uranium out and discovered to his astonishment that the photographic plate had been fogged, that the uranium was spontaneously emitting energy even in the dark. Uranium can spontaneously radiate, what we now call radioactivity. When I described fogging of a photographic plate, it was the faintest smudge, the first hint of what we now know, energy emerging from within the atom.
Quite by accident, with his original plans rained off, Henri Becquerel had captured this faint smudge of energy being emitted from within uranium. And before long, it became clear that uranium wasn't alone.
Marie Curie and Pierre Curie discovered around 1903 that uranium wasn't the only element capable of emitting radiation, and in the process they discovered new elements, polonium, which was named after her native country, Poland, and radium, which was so radioactive it glows in the dark. So there was already visible evidence that there's quite a lot of energy coming out, so much so that there's a well-known, a little sort of picture that 1 kilogram of radium contains enough energy that it could drive a ship across the Atlantic. And I often give that in a talk as a Trivial Pursuit question: is that true or is it false? And the answer is, it is indeed true, if you're prepared to spend 100 years over the trip. Because the problem is that although there is a huge amount of energy in there, it's dribbling out so slowly that the power is almost negligible, that it's very hard to make use of it. So that was the situation they had already before 1910. This energy had been dribbling out for billions of years, which showed that there was vast amounts of it. But to get it out fast enough to do anything useful with it, that took another couple of decades. Of course, the question then is, where within the atom is this energy coming? What is the nature of it? What can we do with it? And that then becomes a detective story of how science progresses, how scientists like detectives start looking for clues and building up a case.
The next big discovery came hot on the heels of X-rays and radioactivity, and it would be the first clue that the atom might not itself be a fundamental particle after all.
In 1897, J.J. Thomson discovered the electron, and we now know that the electron is a negatively charged constituent of atoms, and Thomson himself recognized that fact. So I would think that certainly by the start of the 20th century, there was no question but that atoms are made of stuff, and that stuff involves electrons, which are negatively charged, and there must also be some positively charged stuff to make the atom overall electrically neutral. That's something you can get with logic. The question then is, and how is all this stuff assembled to make the atoms?
It was New Zealander Ernest Rutherford, who'd already won the Nobel Prize for Chemistry in 1908 for his part in the discovery of radioactivity, who made the next big breakthrough in the story of the atom. His experiments revealed that atoms were mostly empty space, within which sat a tiny, dense nucleus that contained most of the mass. In a very real sense, Rutherford was the first scientist to look inside the atom. And it wasn't long before this new clue helped solve the puzzle of radioactivity.
Niels Bohr, who was around 1911-12 working in Manchester, where Ernest Rutherford had discovered the idea of the atomic nucleus, it was he that first of all realized that the energy of radioactivity must be coming from within the nucleus itself.
And from here, this burgeoning field of radioactivity began to radiate out of labs and lecture halls and make its way into the public consciousness.
Well, H.G. Wells in the early 20th century was inspired by these discoveries of radioactivity, and he used the idea in his science fiction novel, World Set Free.
H.G. Wells is considered one of the early pioneers of science fiction. Sarah Cole is Professor of English and Comparative Literature at Columbia University and author of Inventing Tomorrow, H.G. Wells in the 20th Century.
So The World Set Free was published in April of 1914. It was mostly written about 6 months before that, or maybe close to a year before that, in 1913. So important to say before World War I. In the first part, he gives a kind of history of humanity through the concept of energy. This part culminates in a paraphrased version of a chapter of Frederick Soddy's book, The Interpretation of Radium, about the capacity for using energy in an incredibly new way based on the capacity of the atom.
The book sets the scene, exploring the very real excitement surrounding radioactivity in the early 20th century. One of his characters, a university professor, draws from the work of English radiochemist Frederick Soddy.
And he is giving a lecture to a rapt audience of students and others, and it's very dramatized. He holds up a little file, and he says, in this file is enough energy to heat London for a year and a half. And he thinks about the incredible potential of this new energy source to improve the world in every way, to make possible hitherto really unimagined levels of achievement, of comfort, of equality, of success, of prosperity.
Given that knowledge, he said, mark what we should be able to do. We should not only be able to use this uranium and thorium, not only should we have a source of power so potent that a man might carry in his hand the energy to light a city for a year, fight a fleet of battleships, or drive one of our giant liners across the Atlantic, but we also should have a clue that would enable us, at last, to quicken the process of disintegration in all the other elements. Where decay is still so slow as to escape our finest measurements, every scrap of solid matter in the world would become an available reservoir of concentrated force. Do you realize, ladies and gentlemen, what these things would mean for us? It would mean a change in human conditions that I can only compare to the discovery of fire. That first discovery that lifted man above the brute.
So it's really a moment of hope and joy in the idea of what we can do as a people, as humans together with this incredible new source of energy. And then it's not many pages before that source of energy has been turned into the atomic bomb and destroyed most of the known world.
Wells imagines a world in which this immense power is unlocked, and scientists have found a way to turn the dribble of energy Frank Close described escaping from atoms into a deluge.
Then there's a long segment in which Wells envisions a world war, and this world war is characterized by the development and the use of what he calls an atomic bomb. This is the first usage of the term atomic bomb in our history. So he dramatizes the destruction of all cities, really, and much of the world, its finite, its whole structure.
And these atomic bombs, which science burst upon the world that night, were strange even to the men who used them.
And that is a theme that we find throughout Wells's writing and thinking, which is that our scientific and technological creations very quickly escape the hands of whoever invented them, and indeed whoever is allegedly in charge of controlling them. And it is one of his most repeated and sort of frustrated points throughout his 50 years of writing, that rather than create things and then see how they affect the world and then rush to catch up, we should be looking ahead at what our creations and what our technology and science is going to do and try to harness it in the way that we want it to be used.
But in reality, science pushed on, developing in step with what Wells had imagined.
In his story, he proposed that in 1933, scientists discovered how to make ordinary matter radioactive, which is actually remarkably prescient, because it was 1934 and 35 that Fermi and the Joliot-Curies actually did that.
The crucial next step was to control this energy being released by radioactive nuclei. This led to the discovery of the nuclear chain reaction.
At the end of 1938, when they discovered that if you irradiate uranium, the heaviest normally found element, with neutrons under certain conditions, the uranium will split in two and liberate a lot of energy in that process, but also it chips off a couple of neutrons from the nuclei that are there, which can then carry on and hit further uranium nuclei and split them in what's called a chain reaction.
As we now know, Wells' prediction was eerily and tragically accurate. On the 6th and 9th of August 1945, atomic bombs were dropped on the Japanese cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, bringing an abrupt end to the Second World War, but killing tens of thousands of people. It was an event that changed the course of history, beginning what some now call the atomic age. We still see the reverberations of these nuclear weapons today. Here's theoretical physicist Carlo Rovelli.
Atomic age refers, unfortunately, to the atomic bomb. And I do think that today humankind is very, very, very seriously risking a nuclear war. I think we have never been so close to a nuclear war like today. That's not my opinion. It's also the opinion of the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists that sort of try to evaluate that. And so reminding us that we're in an atomic age and the current belligerence, the current rearmament is just building toward a catastrophe, I think we should keep reminding us we're in an atomic age.
And of course, the gargantuan impact of the A-bomb can be traced in the countless books, films and artworks it's left in its wake as the world tries to make sense of the scale of the destruction it reaped. These include the recent blockbuster Oppenheimer, which explores the scientific story that brought the bomb off the page and into reality by tracing the life of the man who headed the Manhattan Project. It's a good example of how fiction can help us make sense of the implications of scientific developments that shape the world.
Many of these large issues that we've all been grappling with for a very long time, one way that we as a society can think about these is through fictionalizing them or through imagining scenarios in which some aspect of these issues or problems have been kind of fully realized. It became a kind of blueprint for how you can imagine all kinds of wild, unfamiliar scenarios and at the same time locate them within your own, either your own world or the problems of your world or the logical structures of your world, and use them as a way to think about these big questions.
But the world set free is unique among atomic fiction in that it not only uncannily predicted the atomic bomb, but also seems to have played a part in bringing it to life.
All of his books were read by a gigantic reading audience all around the world. He had readers in the working classes, he had readers in the middle classes, he had readers who were people of power. So he had a lot of influence. We know that Winston Churchill read, as he put it, all of his books. We know that Wells had meetings and discussions with many world leaders over the course of his life. 20 years later, in the early 1930s, we know for a fact that Leo Szilard, as one of the creators of the atomic bomb, not only had read this book, but credits this book and H.G. Wells with giving him essentially the idea for atomic chain reaction. It's certainly the case that Wells is taking in a lot of science through his reading, through his connections, through his